Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 686 to Chapter 701. Inside Emperor Yu's hall. Suyu laughed for a while until he came to his senses. Then, he retracted his smile and said, "Sit down and talk. Don't be too formal. Guests from the upper realm are all seniors." It felt like he was quite polite, but the more polite he was, the more fearful he was. The four looked at the king of Great Zhou and the others. The king and Wan Tianxing did not say anything. The two of them sat down on the left and right respectively. The next moment, a cup of tea appeared in front of them, and they started drinking. Their actions were quite synchronized, they were all old foxes. They would drink tea and listen to others when they had nothing to do. Wan Tianxing liked to bring his big teapot during meetings. The king of Great Zhou was the same. Both of them were scholars and did not like to argue until their faces turned red. Seeing this, the four of them did not dare to refute and could only sit down. Suyu smiled and said, "Let's briefly talk about the situation in the upper realm and some of your requests. Are there any orders from the upper realm? Tell me about the situation of the various races and some basic information." Then, he said, "How should I address you?" The four of them quickly said, "Zhao Chuan, Ping Yao, Zhou Zhang Hong." Among the four of them, Zhao Chuan seemed to be the oldest. The woman called herself Ping Yao. Suyu did not pay much attention to the other two. The four of them were quite powerful. In the past, these four would have been overlords in the lower realm. They were all eternal. Zhao Chuan had the power of level 7. The other three were also level 7. Without level 7, they might have all died. That was a pretty good strength. Suyu previously thought that there were not many people in the upper realm. With so many people at Dao Integration, most of them were at Dao Integration. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. There were many eternal. Suyu nodded slightly. The oldest Zhao Chuan saw Suyu nod and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly said, "Lord, we are all under the command of Marquis Dingjun of the human race. In these thousands of years, the human powerhouses in the upper realm have been struggling to survive. In order to preserve the seed and let the human race rise again, countless powerhouses have died. Now, there are 6 human realm powerhouses in the upper realm. Marquis Zhenan hiding in the Heaven Cave mountain range. Marquis Yunshui is hiding in the Fuchin River. The Marquis Fire Cloud hiding in the Divine Volcano. There's also the Valiant General who's temporarily residing in the First Line Gorge, and the Marquis Ding Jun. There were only 5 forces." Suyu looked at him. Zhao Chuan quickly said, "There's another party. It's actually a Lone Ranger. It's the Dark Shadow Marquis. He didn't have a fixed residence and mainly used sneak attacks. Previously, there was the strongest force, Marquis Minshan. But something happened to Marquis Minshan. The human force he commanded has been destroyed. 5 marquises and 1 general had probably also progressed to the Dao integration stage. This was the current situation in the upper realm." Suyu wasn't in a hurry to ask anything else. Instead, he smiled and asked, "How many women are there in the 6 directions?" Zhao Chuan was suspicious, but he didn't dare to ask further. He quickly said, "Marquis Yunshui and General Ingwu are both females. I'm not sure about Marquis Ening because I've never seen him before." Suyu nodded. "So that means there are only 6 Dao integration stage mighty figures? That's all we know for now." Zhao Chuan continued, "Because everyone is in hiding, some of them might have gone into hiding completely, waiting for the upper realm to open. As for whether there are still people alive, even Marquis Dingjun himself is not sure. What we know is that they are still active, including some forces that are fighting back." At the side, the king of Great Zhou sighed. There were only 6 left. In the last tide, there were 70 to 80 humans who had reached the Dao integration stage. Now, there were only 6. The king of Great Zhou saw that Suyu was looking at him and sighed. "I'm a little emotional. Emperor Yu, can I ask a few questions?" "Go ahead, king of Great Zhou." The king of Great Zhou looked at Zhao Chuan. "These are all survivors from the last tide. Then, in these few thousand years, have you produced any new Dao integration stage beings? The lower realm is sealed, but the upper realm doesn't need them. There's no need for them to hibernate. The inheritance hasn't been cut off. Are there no new Dao integration stage beings? Zhao Chuan also sighed and said, I haven't heard of it yet because the myriad races are chasing us too closely. Actually, we have been hiding here and there, and fighting has been non-stop. Some talented experts are also the main targets of the myriad races. In addition, we don't have enough resources. Moreover, the power of the Great Dao is very obvious in the upper realm. If we advance to the Dao integration stage, there are many powerful cultivators in one. They will soon notice us and chase us. There were only 6 Dao integration stage beings, and they were still hiding. 6. If it was before, so you would have exclaimed in surprise. There were so many Dao integration stage beings in the upper realm, but now, he had killed 6 of them today, too few, Suyu smiled. Then how many Dao integration stage beings are there in Wan? This, Zhao Chuan thought for a while. I'm not sure. It's very difficult for us to gather information, but I'm afraid there are 70 to 80. The humans haven't produced any new Dao integration stage beings, but the Wan have produced quite a few. Because they are powerful and occupy the upper realm's resources, Dao integration stage beings are produced. 70 to 80 Dao integration stage beings couldn't kill you? Suyu was confused. Was the Wan so useless? It had been so many years, and he heard that they hadn't fallen into a deep slumber. Zhao Chuan explained, the upper realm is actually very big, and there are many dangerous places. As long as the humans don't stay in one place for too long and keep venturing into all kinds of dangerous places, it's actually very difficult for the Wan to hunt them down. Usually, when they kill a human, the Wan will lose 2 or even 3 people. After the 9th tide ended, there was an endless pursuit in the first 1,000 years. At that time, there were more than a dozen human Dao integration stage beings that escaped to the upper realm. Lord Minshan and a few other lords were all very powerful, and they were also fighting back. At that time, there were endless battles. Later, a few of the human race's top-notch powerful beings died in battle. Lord Minshan ordered all parties to scatter and hide. This made it more difficult for the Wan to encircle and hunt them down. Zhao Chuan quickly continued, from then on, the Wan's encirclement and suppression became much weaker. Moreover, the Wan is not a monolithic block. There are treasures in the upper realm, many treasures, especially some great Dao nomological laws. He was afraid that Suyu didn't understand, so he explained, there are some great Dao nomological laws without masters in the upper realm. Some are broken, and some are complete. It's said that if you can obtain a great Dao nomological law without a master, you will have a chance to become a master of the laws. Therefore, while hunting down the human race, the Wan is also fighting for these treasures. Because the human race has fewer and fewer powerful beings, the Wan has no time to spare. Later on, most of his energy is focused on fighting each other. There were only a few human Dao integration stage beings left, and they were all in hiding. The Wan Powerhouse's plan was also very simple. Rather than looking for them bit by bit, it was better to wait for the lower realm to open. Would the old fogies of the human race just watch the human race be destroyed? Tiangu and the others had the same idea when they didn't destroy the human race. If they destroyed the human race, the old fogies of the upper realm wouldn't come down, and they would just hide and fight against them. Therefore, the people from the upper realm played a certain role in preventing the human race from being destroyed in the beginning. The human race was the bait. Are there any masters of the laws in the upper realm? No. Zhao Chuan shook his head. It's said that there are a few old fogies who might have reached that level, but there are no masters of the laws. If there were, they would have appeared long ago. Now, most of these powerhouses are in seclusion and rarely appear. They all want to step into that level. He continued, according to some of the upper realm's sayings, it's difficult for masters of the laws to appear in this era mainly because they lack something essential. When he saw Suyu look at him, he shook his head. I don't know the specifics. However, so many masters of the laws were born in the primordial era. It doesn't make sense that not one has appeared after so many years. Masters of the laws are incomparably powerful, but in the primordial era, more than 100 of them appeared in a short period of time. Many of those who are still alive are marquises of the primordial era. Those who can be conferred the title of marquis are also experts in the primordial era. It's been 100,000 years, so why haven't they stepped into the primordial era? Suyu had a pensive look on his face. The old fogies of the upper realm might have really discovered something. That's right, it's been 100,000 years. Those Dao integration stage cultivators couldn't have all fused with someone else's Dao, right? If they fused with their Dao, then the original owner couldn't possibly be alive, right? Then why hasn't a single one been born after so many years? Did the human emperor and the others do something? So you could only think along these lines. Zhao Chuan continued, it said that it might have something to do with the river of time. In fact, it's been like this for many years without the birth of a master of the laws. After the primordial era sealed the world, it seemed to have stopped. Suyu nodded slightly. In other words, there are no masters of the laws in the upper realm, but there should be some powerhouses close to that level. There are. Suyu laughed. I'm curious about one thing. Apart from Dao integration stage cultivators, are there many other realms in the upper realm? Yes. Zhao Chuan nodded. There were some Eternals who followed the migration and passed it down from generation to generation. Even if there aren't many descendants, it can't withstand the long passage of time. In the last 100,000 years, the upper realm hasn't been sealed. Now, the various races have built many giant cities in the upper realm. The great Zhou King interjected, the upper realm is very large. The All Heavens battlefield is just a testing ground. In fact, after the primordial era was established, the human race's goal was to establish the upper realm. They even thought of migrating humans to the upper realm. The upper realm's vital energy is denser, and the power of the laws is stronger. Speaking up to this point, the great Zhou King hesitated for a moment before continuing. Back then, the human race discovered the dead soul's world. Later, some human powerhouses said that since the human race had unified the all heavens, the human race should also establish a greater realm, separate from the one realm. It's best if it's like the dead soul's world, separate from the myriad realms, and form 3 layers of heaven and earth. The human race's human realm beyond heaven, the myriad realms in the middle, and the dead soul's world below. Actually, it was already in progress back then. The interstellar mansion was originally built to be used as a temporary residence. The human race's main goal was the upper realm. Suyu was a little puzzled. Did the upper realm originally exist, or was it established in the later stages? It originally existed, but it's more like the endless void. The great Zhou King explained again, it's the legendary creation of heaven and earth, but it wasn't perfected. The myriad realms were successfully established, but the upper realm and the dead soul's world weren't perfected. Some ultimate powerhouses later perfected the dead soul's world, and the human race also wanted to perfect the upper realm. Actually, they invested a lot of manpower and resources. In the end, before it was completely completed, the ancient changes occurred. So you understood. I understand now. The human race, is the human emperor? They want to establish a great Dao similar to the dead soul's Dao? To break away from the river of time? Thinking up to this point, Suyu rubbed his chin. That's not right. According to my thinking, it should be more difficult for the upper realm to connect to the river of time. If the human race wants to establish their own Dao, their own river of time, then it should be like the dead soul's domain, where one Dao reigns supreme. He looked at Zhao Chuan. Is it difficult for the upper realm to open the river of time? It's not. Zhao Chuan explained, not only is it not difficult, it feels even simpler than the lower realm. So, it's actually easier to cultivate and advance in the upper realm. That's not right. Suyu frowned. That was not in line with his expectations. According to his thinking, if the upper realm was prepared by the human race to open an independent Dao like the dead soul's domain, then it would definitely block the interference of the river of time unless... Suyu's eyes flickered. Unless the human race wanted to steal the power of the river of time, drainage, opening the river of time was even simpler. Could it be that the powerhouses of the human realm secretly opened a large opening in the river of time and prepared to divert it into the upper realm? Or perhaps they simply cut off a section of the river of time and moved it to the upper realm? All sorts of thoughts arose and surfaced in Suyu's mind. Because according to some theories, the upper realm's foundation was actually inferior to the lower realms. Tiangu and the others refused to leave even if they were beaten to death. It was not simply because they did not want to give up their rights in the lower realm. If Tiangu went to the upper realm, he would not be a small soldier. They did not leave, including the heaven supervisor. It seemed that it was because the lower realm's foundation was deeper, and they had a higher chance of becoming the master of the law. Maybe these guys know something. As Suyu thought about it, he had some general ideas. Moreover, he also knew some things. The human race had wanted to learn from the dead soul's domain. He did not know if it was because the emperor wanted to open an independent Tao to break free from the influence of the river of time. But obviously they failed. The upper realm did not succeed in opening its Tao. Not only that, it was later occupied by one. I've opened the gate of heaven. If I go to the upper realm to take a look, I might be able to find something. Moreover, it's said that after the upper realm is sealed, those in the lower realm will be rejected. They can only return or find a place to hide. So many people are rejected. It should be the power of the river of time that repels them. Many thoughts arose in his mind. Suyu weighed everything in his mind and quickly smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you to draw out some of the topography of the upper realm, including the major cities of the major tribes, the distribution of powerful beings, and the dangerous areas. Also, list out the names of some of the Tao integration powerhouses. My lord, we don't know much, Suyu interrupted with a smile. It's fine. We just need a general understanding. I'll go kill the talisman monarch and extract his memories. I should be able to learn a lot. Also, I can extract some of the memories of Marquis Yinxing and Marquis Abyss. Put together, I should be able to sketch out a complete upper realm. The great Zhou monarch might have been to the upper realm before. He might not know the current situation, but he should know what it was like in ancient times. Moreover, dead people can speak. We can find some dead spirits to understand the situation. Suyu lightly knocked on the chair and smiled. Then what's your purpose in coming to the lower realm? Zhao Chuan quickly said, Actually, it's already done. The reason Marquis Dingjun had us come down here is because he wants the humans of the lower realms to help tie down the myriad races and create some pressure. Or, like before, we can kill some eternal realms to shake up some of the experts of the various races in the higher realms. After Marquis Min Shan was killed, Wan started to encircle Marquis Jinan of Heaven Cavern Ridge. We're also targeted by Wan. Zhao Chuan said helplessly. Because of this, and because of the war that broke out in the lower realm, Soldier Monarch, Talisman Monarch, Marquis Abyss, and Marquis Tianlong have all come down. This has relieved a lot of pressure and burden on the humans of the upper realm. The purpose was actually simple. In fact, it had already been accomplished. The upper realm would definitely know that so many people had died. However, Suyu laughed and said, Is that okay? If that's the case, if I were one and couldn't come down, of course I would think of a way to kill all the humans in the upper realm. Aren't you afraid of greater pressure? Suyu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Or is it that your thoughts are actually very simple? You simply want more experts of the myriad races to descend to the lower realm? Zhao Chuan said awkwardly, That's a little bit of an idea. Because of this tide, the humans were very weak before, but it could attract many Tao integration stage 1 powerhouses to come down. Marquis Dingjun means that some changes may have happened in the lower realm, and they may have the power to help us. After saying this, he said, Yes, there's one more thing. Lord Dingjun wants us to see if we can go to the Dead Souls realm if we have the chance. He wants us to find the Dead Souls realm's powerhouses and ask them to buy some time for us. Therefore, when we went to Sky Destroyer City, we also wanted to see if we could go to the Dead Souls realm. Suyu said with a smile, Find who? Randomly? Not really. On the human side, in the East Monarch Palace, Marquis Lan Shan is still there. Zhao Chuan explained, The East Monarch Palace is the territory of a heavenly king, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Dead Souls realm. My tribe still has powerhouses there, and Marquis Dingjun has some friendship with him. If you are willing to let us enter the Dead Souls realm, I can introduce you to him. Zhao Chuan seemed to have found some confidence. Yes, I can't do anything about the Dead Souls realm. However, I have an old friendship with Marquis Dingjun in the Dead Souls realm, Marquis Lan Shan. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he was a little worried that this person would disregard everything and kill them. But now, Zhao Chuan quickly said, Lord, we can introduce Marquis Lan Shan to Lord Hongmeng and reduce some of the pressure on Lord Hongmeng. This way, the pressure on the human race will be greatly reduced. Suyu smiled faintly. Is that so? As far as I know, Marquis Lan Shan doesn't seem to have much say in the East Monarch Palace. Zhao Chuan's heart shook slightly, and he quickly said, as long as it doesn't affect the East Monarch's interests, it shouldn't be a big problem. Suyu yawned and smiled. All of a sudden, a huge seal shot out. It went straight to the outer space. Suyu didn't open the Dead Soul's passage in the mortal realm because it was very dangerous. He didn't locate the territory of the mortal realm in the Four Kings' domain. Below the mortal realm might be the ultimate ruin. Therefore, even if he went to the Dead Soul's realm, he wouldn't go there through the mortal realm. At this moment, the big seal soared into the sky and quickly flew out of the mortal realm. A moment later, the big seal drilled into the ancient city of Hongmeng. The big seal was unimpeded, and no one stopped it. It flew all the way to the East Monarch Palace. Marquis Lan Shan quickly came out of the main hall and exchanged a few words with the big seal. Soon, the big seal turned into a battle suit and wrapped Marquis Lan Shan. Marquis Lan Shan's death chi was concealed. Soon, following the big seal, they flew all the way out of the Dead Soul's passage. The old tortoise glanced at it and opened his mouth, speechless for a long time. The destiny of the human race skyrocketed, and this mortal master seal became stronger. Even the dead souls were brought out, and the punishment of the rules was blocked. Why did Suyu bring Marquis Lan Shan out of the mortal realm? The old tortoise didn't care about this. No one could use Suyu's mortal master seal unless Suyu let them use it. Your big seal pierced through heaven and earth and quickly landed in the mortal realm. In Emperor Yu's main hall. The others didn't know what Suyu was doing. At this moment, the king of Great Zhou and Wan Tianxing both looked outside. The next moment, a big seal pierced through the river of time. There seemed to be another person in the big seal. Soon, the big seal turned into battle armor and wrapped that person. Marquis Lan Shan was also shocked. Apart from shock, she was also a little excited. It seemed like it was the mortal realm. She quickly entered the main hall, wearing the big seal battle armor. She knelt on one knee and shouted excitedly, Lan Shan greets your majesty. Your majesty summoned me into the mortal realm. Is there a military order? Suyu chuckled and said, don't be nervous. There's no war. The war was won. You are also a top general of Emperor Yu's matter. I summoned you here today to get to know some colleagues. Suyu chuckled and said, coincidentally, someone said that his master knows you. Do you know Marquis Dingjun? Marquis Dingjun? Marquis Lan Shan thought for a while and said, I think I know him. I was conferred the title of Marquis after my death, but I also learned some things about conferring titles. Marquis Dingjun should be a general under King Ping. I'm not too familiar with him. His position isn't too high, and his strength is average. I'm under King Wu. Most of the generals under King Ping aren't good at fighting. You want to capture this person? At this moment, Zhao Chuan and the others opened their mouths wide, stunned. This was Marquis Lan Shan. They were stunned. Suyu smiled and said, why do I want to capture him? I just heard that you know each other and wanted to ask about the situation. So, you're not too familiar with each other? Yes. Marquis Lan Shan said and looked at Wan Tianxing and the king of Great Zhou. He didn't care at first, but after a while, he suddenly looked at the king of Great Zhou. As for the king of Great Zhou, his expression didn't change as if he didn't care. Marquis Lan Shan took a closer look and suddenly asked curiously, I know you? The king of Great Zhou smiled and said, how can that be? Marquis Lan Shan must have mistaken me for someone else. Marquis Lan Shan frowned and said hesitantly after a while, I can't be mistaken. You seem to be. Let me think, when did I see you? Back then, I served under King Wu. King Wu once asked me to look for the human emperor to ask for some military resources. In the end, I didn't see the human emperor and was stopped by a secretary under the human emperor. That secretary was extremely despicable and had the same smile as you. He said that the human emperor wasn't in charge of distributing resources and asked me to look for King Wen. Marquis Lan Shan thought and said hesitantly, was it you? I remember that I wanted to beat you up and was stopped by someone. Was it you? The king of Great Zhou laughed, how can that be? Yes, it's this smile. Marquis Lan Shan frowned, it's the same smile as you. Although the appearance isn't quite the same, we don't care about appearances. It's this expression that lies through your teeth. There were resources but you didn't give them to me. I was so angry that I wanted to kill you. The king of Great Zhou sighed, I really got the wrong person. Impossible. Marquis Lanshan was enraged, it must be you. If it's not you, it must be your family. I don't remember some small matters but I will remember who I hate. I remember that smile of yours. I really got the wrong person. Yes, that's it. It's just that what you said back then was really gone. Marquis Lanshan was enraged, you said that the resources were really gone. They were all taken by King Wen. You told me to look for King Wen. It's you, you bastard. I won't remember wrongly. The king of Great Zhou's expression stiffened, you. I really wasn't, yes, you keep quibbling like this. Marquis Lanshan was enraged, as for Suyu, he rubbed his chin and watched quietly with a smile. As for the king of Great Zhou, he looked at Suyu helplessly with a wronged expression. Emperor Yu, Suyu chuckled, Marquis Lanshan might have got the wrong person. Lanshan, you got the wrong person. This is the king of Great Zhou, not some secretary. He's the king of Great Zhou? Marquis Lanshan was stunned and then said with some reluctance, then take it that I got the wrong person. Suyu smiled, how's the situation down there? Everything is fine. Some of the chaos in the Four Kings region has calmed down and the Dead Souls galaxy is also very quiet. There are some vague sounds of fighting in the ultimate. King Nan has already gone to investigate but he will not go deep into the ultimate according to His Majesty's orders. Over at the spirit-suppressing region, General Hong Meng is also there and everything is stable. The chief of the Hichu army is looking for someone for His Majesty, Marquis Lanshan reported quickly and asked agitatedly, Your Majesty, can I go to Mist Mountain later to take a look? Suyu smiled, of course, but he might not be there. I don't think I've heard of Mist Mountain before. King of Great Zhou, do you know where Mist Mountain is? The king of Great Zhou laughed dryly, about that, do you? Suyu said indifferently, if you don't know, you'll be neglecting your duties. Helpless, the king of Great Zhou could only say, I know, Mist Mountain is in Dazhou Prefecture. The name has changed, it's no longer Mist Mountain but Gung Mountain. Change the name. Suyu said indifferently, ordered Dazhou Prefecture to change its name to Mist Mountain and bestow Mist Mountain to Marquis Lanshan. Understood. Marquis Lanshan was overjoyed and said hurriedly, Thank you, Your Majesty. That's your territory to begin with. Suyu smiled, go and take a look, Commissioner Wan, accompany Marquis Lanshan to take a look, then go to the Dead Souls realm with Marquis Lanshan. Although the Dead Souls realm and Four King regions have been flattened by me, the Milky Way and the ultimate ruins are still not under my control. If Commissioner Wan is interested, you can look for Hichu to accompany you to find Senior Yi Badian. Thank you, Emperor Yu. Wan Tianqing was also a little surprised. Impressive. This guy had really flattened the Dead Souls domain, he thought he was bragging before, now that he heard it, it was incredible. He controlled the Four King regions and even extended his hands to the ultimate ruins and the Milky Way. Even if Wan Tianqing did not understand the Dead Souls realm, seeing Zhao Chuan and the other three widened their eyes and mouths, he knew it was not simple. He did not say much and quickly got up, saying with a smile, Marquis Lanshan, I am Wan Tianqing. Marquis Lanshan smiled, I know you. Then I'll have to trouble Wanfu Prefect to accompany me. Of course. The two of them cupped their hands at Suyu and quickly left together. Marquis Lanshan was a little impatient. After they left, Suyu looked at the few people in the field. At this moment, it was incomparably quiet. Zhao Chuan and the other three all looked extremely sluggish. Suyu smiled lightly, I'm afraid Marquis Lanshan and Marquis Dingjun aren't too familiar. If Marquis Dingjun has any instructions, it's the same if you tell me. I'll inform Marquis Lanshan later. Zhao Chuan could no longer sit down. Trembling with fear, he got up and knelt on one knee. He swallowed his saliva and said nervously, subordinate under Marquis Dingjun, Zhao Chuan, pays respect to Emperor Yu. When the other three saw this, they hesitated for a moment and knelt on one knee. Suyu had a smile on his face, you're too polite. You're guests from the upper realm and generals under Marquis Gu. You can be considered my seniors. I'm too young, how can I do this? We don't dare. At this moment, Zhao Chuan and the others' hearts were already in turmoil. The dead soul's domain was conquered by this person. Not only was the living domain respected, but this person even conquered the dead soul's domain without the knowledge of the myriad worlds. Such an achievement had never been seen since ancient times, too terrifying, opening up new territories. Other than the ancient human emperors, this person might be the one with the greatest achievements. Previously, he only felt that this person's luck was not bad as he had many strong subordinates. Of course, he still had some fear, but not to this extent. Now, he was trembling, he still thought that he was still useful. After all, Marquis Dingjun said that he could contact the dead soul's human race. In the end, they directly summoned Marquis Lan Shan. Looking at Marquis Lan Shan's attitude, they were not even on equal footing. It was obvious that she had already sided with Suyu. Not only her, even one of the legendary 4 heavenly kings, the South King, also sided with Suyu. They also heard this just now, shocking news, and Suyu still had a smile on his face. You people are too polite. We, the Tide human race, are not too particular about this. Over at the dead soul's domain, Marquis Xingyang and the others are also too polite. However, the primordial human race is not too particular. That old martial emperor doesn't have a good expression when he sees me. He's not very obedient, so I'll find a chance to kill him. Silence. Primordial martial emperor, one name after another came out of Suyu's mouth, sending chills down their spines and making them tremble even more. Suyu smiled. Monarch of the Great Zhou, you can take them down. Just get me the map. Also, take good care of these few people. Let them find a passageway and investigate the level of danger. Be secretive. After saying that, Suyu shouted, Xianxia, Xianxiang. A moment later, the 2 guards appeared instantly. Suyu smiled. The 2 of you are also figures of the primordial era. Next, accompany these few esteemed guests to look around, chat, and find some passageways that were opened up in the primordial era along the way. If you feel that it's dangerous, call Xianxia and the others. With more than 10 Dao integration cultivators escorting them, it should be safe. Even if you encounter 3 to 5 Dao integration cultivators near the passageway, you can kill them. Shudder, Zhao Chuan and the others lowered their heads and said nothing. As for the monarch of the Great Zhou, he was slightly taken aback as well. He quickly sensed the surroundings. At this moment, powerful auras appeared in the surroundings. He suddenly looked at Suyu and opened his mouth. After a while, he said, Emperor Yu, some of the guards, have advanced to Dao integration? Suyu smiled, yes, not many. Including General Hong Meng, there are only 11 of them. After saying that, he sighed, there are only about 50 Dao integration cultivators in the Dead Souls realm. How are we going to fight against the upper realm? What a headache. The monarch of the Great Zhou did not know about this previously. When Xianxia and the others entered the human realm, it was the old turtle who directly sent them over through another passageway. He knew that people were coming and thought that it was only the monarch of the Great Qin and the Daxia of Goguryeo. In the end, there were still so many Dao integration cultivators. The monarch of the Great Zhou only knew about this now. At this moment, his expression was extremely strange. In this battle, Suyu still had more than 10 Dao integration cultivators hidden. At least 10 of the guards did not participate in the battle. Fat Ball did not participate as well. Also, the 5 elements race that Suyu seemed to have subdued did not appear. There was also the 9 moons. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Very quickly, the monarch of the Great Zhou smiled. Alright, I'll bring Zhao Chuan and the others to map and find the passageway immediately. Suyu smiled. Then, I'll be too slow. Esteemed guests from the upper realm, I'm too busy and have no time to entertain you. If you have any requests, feel free to let the monarch of the Great Zhou know. If I go to the upper realm one day, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. At this moment, Zhao Chuan and the others could barely stand up. Zhao Chuan's voice was trembling as he said hurriedly, we dare not. If Emperor Yu goes to the upper realm, the Marquis of the Resolute Army will welcome you personally. He will definitely not be slow. That's for the best. Suyu smiled. Since that's the case, let's go and take a look if there's a chance. The upper realm is a good place to kill people. There are a bunch of Dao integration cultivators and there are still quite a number of guardians who haven't advanced to Dao integration. What a headache. I hope that killing 30 to 50 Dao integration cultivators will be enough to advance. Silence. As for Xianxia and Xianxia, they were bare one's teeth. Advancing to the upper realm by killing Dao integration cultivators, that was not a bad idea. Pretty good. Then, I'll get busy. Do as you please. Suyu laughed and disappeared from the spot. As for Xianxia, his ears twitched and he smiled. Monarch of the Great Zhou, will protect you in secret. If you have any requests, feel free to let us know. Emperor Yu has instructed us to satisfy all the requests of our esteemed guests. With that, the group of guardians disappeared one after another. However, they didn't leave but hid in the dark. The monarch of the Great Zhou took a look at them. Only then did Zhao Chuan and the others stand up. Zhao Chuan's clothes and back were drenched in sweat. He quickly evaporated the sweat and looked at the monarch of the Great Zhou. At this moment, only the monarch of the Great Zhou could give them some sense of security. This new emperor of the human realm made them feel more and more terrified. The monarch of the Great Zhou said softly, "Do your job well. Draw a map, find a passageway, and think of ways to explore the upper realm. Don't fake it. Don't try to fool those you don't know. Marquis Demonic Dang and the others are dead. It's not impossible to extract their memories. If we can't match them, you know the consequences." Zhao Chuan was incomparably bitter. "Senior, we don't mean anything else. Really, we regardless, just don't run around and look around. Knowing too much might not be a good thing. You've all met Marquis Lanshan. And those guardians. The greatest secret of the human race will be revealed to you." Zhao Chuan's sweat dripped and he said hurriedly, "I understand. In the future, I'll definitely serve Emperor Yu." The monarch of the Great Zhou smiled. "At least their brains aren't damaged. I'm just afraid that their brains aren't working well. In the future, when we meet Marquis Ding Jun, I hope that their brains are working well too." With that, he didn't say anything else. How terrifying, not only Zhao Chuan and the others, but even he was shocked. Unknowingly, Suyu's strength accumulation had already reached a terrifying level. Suyu left the palace, traveled through the void, and headed straight for the Dead Soul's realm. This time, he had to complete a major task. Lock onto the positions of all the realms and prepare to capture them. This time, as long as he captured the Dao integration stage cultivators outside of the three races, there would be only 6 Dao integration stage cultivators left. Together with the Heaven Supervisor and many treasures who were not in the small realms, there would only be 8 Dao integration stage cultivators left in the lower realms in Wan. The Heaven Supervisor and many treasures won't enter the small realms. If I capture them openly, Tiangu and the others might not care. Suyu pondered as he walked through the void. Heaven Supervisor, Paper Dao. Lu Hong, Ink Dao. He had to drag Lu Hong out of the Dead Soul's realm. That guy had fused with the Dao and was astonishingly fast. No matter what, he had to drag him out. Dead Soul's realm. The first place Suyu arrived at was the Starmoon Castle. He was a little curious about the origin of that stone, so he came to ask Xingyu about it. In the castle. Xingyu frowned when she saw Suyu. "Why are you here again?" "They came really fast," Suyu smiled. "I helped you conquer the infinite realms and killed a few Dao integration stage cultivators. This time, I came to report the progress." Xingyu couldn't be bothered with him. "Nonsense. Conquer the infinite realms, it has nothing to do with me." Xingyu took care of her black flowers and asked, "Where are the flowers you promised to bring me?" In the next instant, Suyu waved his hand, and countless flowers and trees appeared, but they also began to wither. Golden light flashed on Suyu's body, and the power of providence erupted. The power of providence was not afraid of the corrosive aura of death, and it protected these flowers and plants. Suyu smiled. "Your Excellency, I gathered a lot for you." Xingyu turned around and was delighted at first, but she quickly suppressed her joy and snorted. "I wanted the flowers you showed me last time. Why aren't they here?" Suyu said with a smile, "Those flowers were planted by Feiqiu for more than 100,000 years. Picking one would make Feiqiu cry miserably. My lord, I also couldn't bear to do it, so I changed it to a different species. In fact, it is even more beautiful than the ones from King Wen's side. Xianxia snorted and didn't say anything else. She walked over to the flowers and plants and looked at the colorful flowers and plants. Her eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. She squatted down and looked at them for a while. This won't last long, right? Don't worry, my lord. Just a little bit of karmic luck energy is enough to sustain me. As long as I don't die, my karmic luck will last forever, and these flowers and plants will also live forever. Yes. Xianxia gave a perfunctory reply and continued to look at the flowers and plants. Soon, she began to move them and decorate her castle. At this moment, the dark ancient castle seemed to have gained some vitality. She seemed to be in a good mood. Xiu followed behind her and said with a smile, "My lord, I went to King Wen's mansion to dig out the treasure you buried, but I don't know what it is." Xiu took out the box and opened it. There was a stone inside. Even though it was being corroded by the death energy, the stone didn't change at all. Xianxia turned her head and glanced at it. There was a touch of hesitation in her eyes. After a while, she said, "I don't remember what it is. The memory is too old. Maybe it's something I took from home? It should be. It seems that I was afraid of being found by my family, so I buried it at King Wen's place." Xiu looked pensive. "Family," after a long time, Xiu said with a smile, "Does my lord Xianxia know human sovereign? Is he from human sovereign's family?" "I don't remember." Xianxia said calmly, "These people are too powerful. They can interfere with the past, the future, and the memories of dead spirits. You can ask Marquis Lanshan. She also doesn't remember what King Wen and the others looked like." Xiu was stunned. Xianxia said carelessly, "She remembers King Wen, but if you ask her what King Wen looked like, she definitely doesn't know. If these experts want to recover from our memories, you need to be very powerful." Xiu thought about it and nodded. "Then does my lord know the use of this stone?" "I don't know." Xianxia replied and continued to play with her flowers. Seeing that Xiu was still following her, she felt a bit embarrassed. Xiu had brought her a lot of flowers. Should she think about it? She thought about it carefully but still couldn't remember. Some fragments flashed by, and after a while, she said, maybe it has the effect of stabilizing the laws?" Xiu was startled, "What?" Xianxia explained, "I don't remember the specifics, but I think someone said that this stone can stabilize mountains and rivers, stabilizing everything. I buried it in King Wen's residence, perhaps because I was tricked by the Time Master and helped her family stabilize their residence." Suyu's eyes flickered, "My lord, you mean this stone can stabilize the river of time?" "Maybe." Suyu's heart trembled. Stabilize the river of time, what was the most powerful thing in the world? In Suyu's eyes, it wasn't the master of the laws or the dead spirit galaxy, but the river of time. This stone could stabilize the river of time. Don't joke around. What was the river of time? It was the origin of the great Tao. It was the origin and source of the myriad Tao. Whether it was opening the path or fusing the Tao, the river would fluctuate. If the power of the rules could be suppressed, wouldn't that mean it would be easier for him to fuse with the Tao? Thoughts flashed through his mind. Furthermore, Suyu had some other ideas. Recently, he had people collect more blood essence and corpses, including the Heavenly Forging King and the others. They were also helping him build the things he needed to build his civilization. Suyu wanted to learn the Time Master and walk the path of gathering all Daos. However, Suyu was also worried that if there was too much power of the Great Tao, the Myriad Tao would be too strong, and it would easily explode. The reason why the Book of Time didn't explode was because the Book of Time's level wasn't low. The key was that there should have been an expert who had helped to suppress it. Also, the Myriad Tao that the Time Master had collected wasn't strong enough. When the Time Master killed one, he had to kill him secretly. He didn't kill enough. Could this stone suppress the Myriad Tao's rebellion? One thought after another rose in his mind. Maybe he could give it a try. The strength under him wasn't weak. There were even Heavenly King stages. The old turtle had recently comprehended the Great Tao and might step into the Heavenly King stage as well. As for the Great Qin King and the Dasha of Goguryeo, Suyu felt that it was only a matter of time. The King of Great Zhou. It was hard to say, but he was already extremely strong. Wan Tianxing might even be a step ahead of him, although Suyu was the core of the alliance. If he wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't be a good thing for the master to be weak and his subordinates to be strong. Also, the recovery of the martial monarch and the 100-battle king was also a troublesome matter. At this moment, Suyu actually wanted to quickly increase his own strength. This stone might be able to help him a little. Thinking about this, Suyu quickly said, "Then I'll give it a try later." "Master, do you still have any treasures in the Myriad worlds?" Xingyu glanced at him. "What do you think?" This guy only thought about treasures all day long. How vulgar. Suyu smiled. He didn't mind. If he didn't, then so be it. Soon, Suyu looked at the sky and said, "Then enjoy it yourself, master. I still have something to do. I have to go out." "Go." Xingyu said casually, "If you come next time, help me bring some food from the world of the living and see if it can be preserved." "Sure." Suyu responded and quickly left. After he left, Xingyu revealed a bright smile. Looking at the flowers and plants in front of her, she only felt that they were beautiful. The flowers and plants of the world of the living were still the most beautiful. At this moment, she somewhat yearned to be reborn. Previously, this feeling wasn't so strong. Suyu didn't stop and quickly began to sense the location of the seals of the various residences. The Mortal Master seal was with Marquis Lan Shan, but Suyu could also use the power of providence and sense it, but the feeling was very vague. After all, separated by the life and death realm, although the power of providence could penetrate a little, it was still difficult to lock onto it. Only when Marquis Lan Shan returned and Suyu obtained the Mortal Master seal did the feeling become more obvious. Fort King's Domain, West King Domain. After the West King was killed, the West King Domain was quickly conquered by Marquis Lan Shan and the others. At this moment, on a pitch-black mountain in the West King Domain, Suyu's Mortal Master seal erupted with a faint light. It was very weak, and on the Mortal Master seal, the map of Dixia province flickered slightly. Behind Suyu, he too and the others were extremely nervous. Suyu was calm. After sensing for a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. Great Xia seal. Right here, above this place should be where the Great Xia seal is. The Great Xia seal is buried in the Ape Realm. Above this place is the Ape Realm. He smiled. The first place was located, the Ape Emperor. Suyu quickly said, "Send people here, mobilize a Death Spirit Marquis and 10 sovereigns, and seal this place first." After saying that, Suyu left a golden mark in the void. Locked onto, very good, the Ape Emperor had lived long enough, it was time to send him to heaven. Of course, now was not the time. Let's lock onto the other realms first. Marquis Lan Shan quickly began to order people to seal off this place. They were all quite excited. They could really lock onto the living realm from the dead spirit realm. Suyu led the people around to sense the surroundings. The second place was the Phoenix realm. It corresponded to the Great Ming seal. Suyu quickly left a mark and arranged for people to set up camp below. The Phoenix realm was also in the Four Monarch realm. The third place was the Kuan-Pung realm, which was a bit close to the Dead Spirit Galaxy. Suyu followed suit and continued to lock onto the Dragon realm. So far, apart from the Divine, Demon, and Immortal realms, there were Dao integration stage races, and the Dragon realm had not been locked onto. Meanwhile, Suyu and his people flew all over the Four Monarch realm for a long time, but they did not sense anything. Suyu couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the group of people looked outside the Four Monarch realm. At this moment, the South King also arrived and said in a solemn voice, "The Dragon realm, the corresponding location might be in the Ultimate Ruins." For Monarch realm, no. Then it most likely corresponded to the Ultimate Ruins. The South King said solemnly, "The corresponding places of powerful realms might not be in the Four Monarch realm, including the human realm. The human realm might correspond to a more dangerous place, or even a place of suppression." She looked at Suyu. The human race should have suppressed a group of powerful dead spirits back then. Although I don't know the specifics, I at least know that since the human race suppressed them, they can't enter and exit through this passage every time. Once the suppressing experts rioted, the first thing they did was to summon experts from the human realm and send them straight to the place of suppression. Suyu's heart stirred. "South King, Do you mean that the area below the human realm corresponds to the place where King Wu and the others suppressed experts? Very likely. The South King nodded. The human race is powerful. If you were the one suppressing them, where would you suppress the experts? Xiyu thought for a moment, then nodded. That's true. It's best to suppress them under my own butt. If you dare to make a move, I'll kill you at any time. So, it's fortunate that I didn't open the passage to the human realm. Otherwise, I might have opened a place of suppression where heavenly kings and even masters of the law are suppressed. Were there masters of the law among the dead spirits suppressed back then? It was hard to say. The great Tao of death was powerful. If the Tao of flesh could give birth to experts comparable to masters of the law, why couldn't the great Tao of death? Perhaps there really were. If so, it was best not to open the passage to the human realm. Otherwise, it might cause big trouble. If a peerless expert escaped and killed his way in, that would be troublesome. Xiyu looked at the pitch-black ultimate ruins and sighed softly. The North King and the others have gone in. It's fine. Let's go deeper and see if we can find the Dragon Realm. The Dragon Realm's Marquis Tianlong isn't weak. It's best if we can capture him in this realm. Locking down the Dragon Realm was in line with Suyu's intentions. The four great Daos, the South King said in a low voice, then we can only explore the periphery. Even the North King didn't dare to go deep. We're only at the edge of the ultimate ruins. Also, the ultimate ruins is not under the rule of the human race. What's the difference? Suyu asked. The South King explained, first, there's no suppression. Even the four king seals are ineffective. Your human master seal should be useless. Second, because there's no power of the human realm's laws, the ultimate ruins is dominated by the dead spirit laws. In other words, the dead spirits are stronger here. All other great Daos will be suppressed. Suyu nodded slightly. The South King continued, third, because the dead spirit Dao is suppressed in the four king regions, it's not obvious. In the ultimate ruins, you'll feel it clearly. Living beings here will be attacked very quickly. You have to be careful of the great Daos. Suyu nodded, but soon said, it shouldn't affect me too much. I'm actually somewhat involved with the dead spirit Dao. After all, I'm a half-dead. That's true. The South King nodded and said no more. Suyu just had to be careful. Although the periphery was dangerous, it wasn't to the point where even heavenly kings couldn't walk. The North King had brought people here, so Suyu and the others shouldn't have much of a problem. Without hesitation, Suyu and the others quickly stepped into the ultimate ruins. As soon as they entered the ultimate ruins, Suyu felt it very clearly. It was dark, the kind that was completely dark. In the dead spirit's realm, although it was dark, the four king regions were at dusk. Here, it was really night. And Suyu could clearly feel that the death aura here was denser and more corrosive. The darkness didn't affect Suyu and the others much, and the dead spirits were even less affected. Suyu didn't care. He looked around and saw that there were very few dead spirits in the ultimate ruins. However, this place felt very dangerous. Suyu frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, let's go around and see if we can find the Dragon Realm. I hope it's only in the periphery. Otherwise, once it's in the inner area or close to the sealed land, it'll be troublesome. Everyone nodded and didn't say anything. Suyu quickly began to probe. In fact, he vaguely sensed that there were fluctuations of providence in the depths. It might be the reaction of the great seals left in the mortal realm. This meant that the corresponding location of the mortal realm might really be in the depths. Suyu didn't want to go there, lest he really got those sealed existences out. Halfway around, Suyu saw a stone house. Yes, a house was built with black stones in this deserted place. Suyu frowned slightly. In the next moment, he seemed to sense something and shouted, Teacher Lu, come out. In the stone house, the stone door gradually opened. After a while, Xianxia walked out with a vigilant expression. When he saw Suyu and the others, he heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia had clearly also broken through. At this moment, there was an aura of Dao integration. Xianxia was not so nervous seeing that it was someone he knew. He quickly said, Lu Hong just left not long ago. I'm here. Suyu was surprised. Lu Hong left? Where did he go? Maybe to the Dead Spirit Galaxy. Xiaochen walked over and looked at everyone. When he saw the South King, his heart sank slightly, but he quickly ignored him and said quickly, Lu Hong inherited Lord Wen's Dao, but he is just fused with the Dao and needs more resources to advance. He should have gone to the Dead Spirit Galaxy. Beside him, he too frowned. Why did you let him go? Xiaochen was puzzled. He's Lord Wen's successor. The South King looked at Suyu. Suyu said calmly, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Lu Hong inherited the ink Dao, so he can be considered Lord Wen's successor. Hearing this, the South King did not say anything. He looked at the house in front of him and frowned slightly. This house seems to have been left behind by Lord Wen, but I've been here a few times and never found it. Why did it suddenly appear here? Xiaochen explained, this house was originally hidden and can only be opened with the Lord Wen's token. I opened it for Lu Hong. There were some cultivation resources and some Lord Wen's manuscripts in the house, but Lu Hong took them away. Now, this house has some use for it. It can speed up the cultivation of the Dead Spirit Dao, so I've been staying here. It meant that all the benefits had been taken away and there were no more benefits. Suyu frowned slightly and turned to Marquis Lan Shan, send someone to find Lu Hong. Stop hiding with me. I'm not interested in killing him and taking the ink Dao. This grandson is just afraid that I'll kill him, so he's purposely hiding from me. Marquis Lan Shan quickly nodded. Xiaochen helped to explain, he does need to strengthen the ink Dao, the Dead Spirit Galaxy. Suyu waved his hand, Senior Xiaochen doesn't understand. That grandson is like this, timid as a mouse, afraid that I'll do something to him. He doesn't know that I'm not interested at all. If I was interested in the ink Dao, I would have killed him long ago. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Other than the brush Dao, I also obtained the inkstone Dao and gave it away. In the future, if anyone sets foot on the brush Dao, I will also give way. Cultivation is ultimately one's own business. Only those who transcend can pursue it. He said it calmly, but the South King and the others were somewhat impressed. So you didn't care about Lord Wen's Dao? The South King previously thought that Lu Hong was Lord Wen's successor and that Suyu was being too impolite. Now that he thought about it, Suyu and Lu Hong, even if he hadn't seen Lu Hong before, the South King felt that there was no comparison. One dominated the all heavens and took every conceivable possibility into account. The other hid and was as timid as a mouse, afraid that Suyu would do something to him. This kind of person was only lucky to have picked up Lord Wen's inheritance. How could he compare to Suyu? As for abandoning Lord Wen's Dao and walking his own Dao, the South King didn't think much of it. Instead, this was what Lord Wen wanted to see. If one blindly inherited Lord Wen's Dao, they would never walk out of Lord Wen's shadow. An all-heavens overlord like Suyu naturally had his own path to walk. Xiaochen didn't say anything. He looked at everyone and said, this place is suitable for some dead spirit monarchs to cultivate. It's easier for them to reach Dao integration. I've already reached Dao integration and stabilized my cultivation base. Some of the important things have been taken away. Suyu, you can give them to some monarchs to cultivate. How dare you? Marquis Lan Shan shouted, how dare you? Xiaochen, His Majesty has already become the ruler of the all heavens. How dare you call him by his name? Xiaochen was taken aback. Suyu waved his hand. Alright, Lan Shan, let's not talk about this. Xiaochen is a senior of my lineage and also the inheritor of Lord Wen's brush Dao. Without ancestor Xiaochen bringing out the Wen tombstone, I wouldn't have been able to walk the brush Dao. Suyu said a few words and looked at the stone hut. He quickly said, arrange for people to set up camp here. Senior Xiaochen, if you have nothing to do, you can come with us. If you have something to do, feel free to do so. Xiaochen still didn't know the specific situation. He looked at He Tu and thought for a moment. I'll go with you. He was still confused. Ruler of the all heavens, he had only been in seclusion for a few days. Did something big happen again? He thought that he would ask He Tu later. Right now, he was dumbfounded and had no idea what had happened. So you didn't say much. He continued to search along the periphery and located the Dragon Realm. This time it could be considered a success. At the same time that Suyu located the Dragon Realm. In the depths of the ultimate ruins. At the end of the dead soul's realm. At this moment, in the dark sky, more than 10 black light pillars pierced through the sky. The light pillars were strong and weak. Some were extremely thick, while others were extremely weak. At this time, the North King also led a group of people to look at the light pillars with a solemn expression. The sealed land. The North King stood at the periphery. Outside the light pillars were layers of barriers that were like ripples of water, blocking their way. Vaguely, countless chains and words appeared. At this moment, as the North King approached, a few of the black light pillars fluctuated. A moment later, a withered yellow face appeared on a medium light pillar. He looked at the North King coldly. After looking for a while, he suddenly sneered. "Lackey! It's you, Mingdo-he." The North King looked at him solemnly. "Soon," he said slowly, "Dijilua. You actually didn't die. I thought you died." "Died?" The withered yellow face was filled with mockery and disdain. "I've already died once. Why should I fear death? But you, it seems like you've become a stray dog. You actually came here. Were you chased away?" The North King frowned. "All of you, are still alive?" "Huh." The withered yellow face smiled disdainfully. "Taishan and the others don't dare to kill us. So what if they do? They can't stop the Tao of dead souls. Killing us will only give birth to more powerful cultivators. They can only seal us." The dead souls that had been sealed were all arrogant and unyielding. They were unwilling to submit. But they were not easy to kill. Killing them all would only give birth to more powerful cultivators. Unless the Tao of dead souls was broken, the dead souls realm would not give birth to powerful cultivators. At this moment, the North King's eyes flashed. He did not care about Dijilua. This person's strength was similar to his. After being sealed for so many years, he might not be as powerful as him. He was not afraid of this fellow. Instead, he looked at the deepest part. There was an even stronger black light pillar there. How many powerful cultivators were sealed here? All these years, he had sent some people to investigate the ultimate ruins. In the end, none of them returned. These people seemed to be unable to leave the sealed land. How could the people he sent die? As he thought about it, his heart stirred. He suddenly punched out, boom, in the void, a black shadow suddenly appeared. It was knocked back by his punch. The black shadow flew backward and crashed into the barrier, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The black shadow quickly disappeared. Just as the North King was about to give chase, Dijilua said coldly, "Mingdo-he, do you want to become enemies with us?" The North King said seriously, "You also control some dead souls?" The dead soul just now was not weak. It was slightly stronger than the average marquis of dead souls. However, it was too bold. It even dared to attack him. Inside the barrier, Dijilua laughed coldly. "We are the masters of the dead souls realm. Do you dogs still want to control the entire dead souls realm?" After saying that, he said coldly, "A lot of people died a few days ago. Dogs like you are all dead, right?" After saying that, he said mockingly, "The ancient times have been destroyed. You dogs have also received your retribution." What a joke. The North King said in a low voice, "It seems that you are well informed. Are you going to break the seal? What do you think?" Dijilua laughed coldly and looked up at the sky. "It will happen sooner or later." After saying that, he looked at the North King again. "Dog, do you want to join us?" The North King frowned. "Other than you, who else is alive?" At this moment, only this guy appeared in the light pillars. The North King looked into the depths. He wanted to know who else was alive. "How strong were they?" Dijilua laughed coldly. "More than you think. The Death Emperor is still alive. The Dead Souls realm will be ours sooner or later." The North King was shocked. The Death Emperor, this was an extremely powerful dead soul. King Wu and the others had conquered the Dead Souls realm and killed countless people. The only time they were stopped was by the Death Emperor. This one was not dead, just sealed, Dijilua said coldly, "Mingdo-he, stop looking. Where is Ziyan? That woman, is she dead or alive? West Duchess?" Heh, maybe. The North King's mind was filled with thoughts. The West Duchess was in cahoots with these guys. He said in a low voice, the West Duchess seems to have been captured. She might be dead. He looked at the barrier again and thought of the sudden attack of the dead soul. He suddenly said, she did it. Did she break a small hole in the seal? The West Duchess was also good at sealing. All these years, it was very likely that she had done something to the seal, opening an opening so that these guys could contact the outside world and control some of the dead souls. Otherwise, the North King felt that it would not be so easy to break the seal that King Wu and the others had placed on these guys. Kiki, you are smart. Dijilua laughed coldly. That woman said that she would continue to help us break the seal, but she has disappeared. Idiot. I have already said that as long as you let us out, all the troubles can be solved. But she did not believe me and insisted on delaying. The North King's heart was heavy. The West Duchess was unsealed, he could roughly guess what had happened. The West Duchess might have come here many times over the years, but she probably did not try her best to help them break the seal. She had only given them a little hope and made friends with them in advance. Unsealing them would cause a backlash. Dijilua did not continue talking about the West Duchess. She was either dead or captured. There was no point in talking about her. He smiled faintly. Mingdohe, you seem to have lost and escaped here. It seems that you could not defeat the humans. How about you help us break the seal? Once we are out, you can still be the North King. Me? As the North King was thinking, a weak voice appeared in his mind. Kill all the dead souls under your command. We can absorb more power of the great Tao. Mingdohe, what's the point of keeping this group of trash? Kill them, and we can go back to how we were in the past. We will expel the outsiders and continue to be the overlords of the dead souls. We can even take the opportunity to enter the living domain. Yes, they could absorb more power of the great Tao with a dead soul lord. Now that Dijilua had successfully manifested his will, it had something to do with the deaths of many strong cultivators. The more dead, the more power they could absorb. The North King was shocked. Kill the dead souls and free these guys, anything could happen in this tide. All the strong cultivators that had been sealed in the ancient times were appearing. The North King looked inside the seal. Other than Dijilua, the others seemed to be absorbing the power of the great Tao and did not have the time to care about him. He quickly said, let me think about it. After saying that, he quickly left the place. He could not stay in this place for long. These guys might not have any good intentions toward him. Be careful not to be tricked by them. He quickly left with the group of dead souls. After they left, at the very back of the Forbidden Land, a human face appeared on a black pillar of light. It looked no different from a normal person. The human face looked in the direction that the North King and the others had left. Then, it looked in the direction that Suyu and the others were at. The face revealed a faint smile. The foundation of the humans has been completely used up. In this era, those who should come out will come out. Everything will start anew. Dijilua, don't be too anxious. We will take revenge for the suppression of the humans sooner or later. Dizun, I know. Dijilua smiled. I was just teasing Mingdohe. His lackey is now being chased around by his master. How sad. When the seal is lifted, with the power of a Dizun, we will unify the heavens. The face behind him sighed and said softly, no, that's meaningless. Controlling the dead soul's realm is enough. The living realm might not be that simple. What we need to do is to expel all outsiders and seal the soul suppression realm. The dead souls will be the dead souls, and the living souls will be the living souls. Then we must at least annihilate the humans for revenge. Dijilua said resentfully. Even if Taishan and the others die, we must annihilate their descendants. The deaf Dizun did not say anything. The face quickly disappeared. At the same time, in the Starry Mansion, the Martial Emperor opened his eyes, slightly confused. Soon, he thought of something and sneered. Taishan, it seems that the drawbacks you left behind are all going to appear. It seemed that some of the sealed bugs in the dead soul's realm were going to break out. As expected, this tide was the last chaotic era, the power of the rules and the power of the seal that had been maintained for 100,000 years were all fading away. This time, when the upper realm opened, the battlefield of the heavens would probably never be closed again. The power of the rules was about to be exhausted. Suyu, it was useless to be proud now. Everything he encountered would be more difficult than the previous tides. Because whether it was him, the martial emperor, the bugs in the dead soul's realm, or the sealed existences in the upper realm, they would all be revived in this tide. All the backups, drawbacks, and problems left behind by the martial emperor and the others would be revealed in this tide. More difficult than the 9th tide, the martial emperor sneered. That guy was too arrogant. When the power of the rules of the heavens dissipated, he would probably know what despair was. Even if he did not deal with Suyu, he would not be able to escape death. No matter how amazing you are, this era will not belong to you. The martial emperor sighed softly, suddenly losing some of his gloating. Boring, that little bug, so you could not stop these things. At this moment. So you did not care about this. At this moment, his eyes flashed with joy. He had located the location of the dragon realm. Fortunately, it was just on the outskirts. At this moment, his tribulation word pulsed in Shinwen. So you could roughly guess what it meant. It was just a crisis. It was either coming from the depths of the dead soul's realm, the martial emperor, or the 100-battle monarch, or the upper realm. It was not too strong, which meant it was not time yet. It was probably because someone was thinking of him just now, so you was prepared for such a crisis. I've located the location of the 4 realms. Suyu exhaled with joy. As for the crisis, who cared? There was still time. Suyu quickly said, prepare to encircle the Tao integration realm of the 4 realms. Summon all the death marquises here. Also, have the guards inform the king of Great Zhou to enter the dead soul's domain. He was preparing to exterminate the 4 Tao integration realm. He would take things step by step. After dealing with the Tao integration realm of the 4 realms, he would deal with the heavenly treasures and the heaven supervisor, leaving only the Tao integration realm of the 3 realms. He would not deal with them for the time being, lest it cause trouble. Then, he would think of a way to explore the upper realm. Suyu's goal was clear. He did not want the upper realm to open now. In addition, collecting the 99 senator badges had to be put on the agenda. It would be good if he could use the power of the rules to suppress it. If not, he would simply integrate it into his civilization. He had to think of a way to open the Myriad Tao. Soon, Marquis Lan Shan and the others passed down the orders. The mission to exterminate the 4 realms was about to begin. After locating the 4 realms, Suyu waited for the experts under his command to gather. At the same time, he started counting the councilman badges. The immortal battle marquis had given him 6. He had killed experts from all sides, including the Great Golden-Winged Rock, the Spirit Tribe, and the Heavenly Abyss Tribe. They had all contributed some to him. After the battle, the councilman badges were all given to Suyu. There were 9 of them in total. As a result, Suyu now had a total of 15. The councilman badges of the iron-eating races were in their hands. Suyu did not ask for them. If he did, it should be no problem to get another 5 or 6. Xiao Longwu and the others were now conquering one. Some ancient races might not have reached Tao integration, but they might have some councilman badges. He wondered if he could get some. If they were to destroy the other 4 worlds, they would be able to obtain at least 4 more. Some of the ancient races actually had more than one. That was because many of the 99 ancient races back then had been annihilated. After their annihilation, the Counselor Medallion was lost in the outside world. Some were taken by the 3 powerful races, and some were scattered in the myriad realms. If I gather them, I might be able to get about 30. Suyu thought. There should be more than this many councilman badges. There should be more than 50 in the lower realms. Back when Yin Xiao broke the rules, the old turtle forced Wan to use the councilman badges to dispel the power of punishment. At that time, there were more than 40. The immortal battle marquis had given him 6, so there must be more than 50 in the lower realms. While waiting, after counting the councilman badges, Suyu began to observe the great path of the dead. He could actually walk the great path of the dead. This was something that Suyu had discovered by accident. Because he was a half-dead spirit, Suyu discovered that he might be able to step into the great Tao of dead spirits to take a look. He vaguely had some comprehension of the great Tao of dead spirits, and he felt somewhat close to it. This might be the first mortal lord in countless years to do this. This was because he was the only human master who had turned into a half-dead spirit. Actually, Suyu had discovered that there were many benefits to turning into a half-dead spirit, but there were not many disadvantages. Life and death, yin and yang, Suyu thought to himself. Perhaps the great Tao was divided into life and death, and the creator of the world of souls was right. If he could open the living domain, then he could also open the dead soul's domain. But why was it not perfect? Was it because he was not strong enough? Why couldn't one branch of the great path of necromancy? Thoughts after thoughts rose in Suyu's mind. Does the great path of the dead have an end? There should be. After all, this wasn't the river of time, nor was it as powerful as the river of time. Suyu really wanted to enter the path of dead spirits and take a look. He also wanted to see how Kingwen had grafted the only branch, the ink path. Now, although Suyu was improving rapidly, he felt that his improvement in strength was still too slow. Suyu was a 4th grade Dao integration stage cultivator. He had divided Dao integration stage cultivators into 6 and 7 grades. Grade 4 wasn't considered weak, and it was comparable to some veteran Dao integration stage cultivators. However, Suyu wasn't satisfied. He was too weak. How could he lead one? How could they conquer the heavens? How could they match people like martial emperors? In the upper realm, there were many 3rd grade Dao integration stage cultivators, 1st and 2nd grade cultivators, and even quasi-king cultivators. Quantity wasn't the only thing. If the quality was high, and there were 10 heavenly kings, Suyu might not be able to defeat them even if he gathered all his strength. He looked at the great path of necromancy. At this moment, the heavenly gate was open, and he could see a huge great path across the dead soul's domain. It was like the river of time, but there were no branches. All of its power was extracted from the great path of necromancy. Thinking of this, Suyu wondered how many powerful cultivators were sealed here. Soon, Suyu said, "Senior South King, help me look after this place. I'll go take a look at the great path. If the King of Great Zhou and the others have arrived, ask them to wait." South King frowned. "Which great path are you going to?" "Great path of necromancy." "It's too dangerous." South King said solemnly, "The great path of necromancy is different from other great paths. The river of time is actually less dangerous than the great path of necromancy because the river of time is more tolerant and the great path of necromancy is more repulsive. After all, you're not a great path of necromancy. It's too easy for you to get into trouble." Suyu smiled. "I'm also afraid of getting into trouble, but, in the path of cultivation, if one is cautious and overcautious, how can one advance bravely?" Suyu laughed heartily. In cultivation, it's impossible not to explore everything one doesn't know. In cultivation, it's all about searching up and down. Who hasn't experienced this when opening the Tao? If one's Tao collapses, it's because one's luck and strength aren't good enough. There's nothing one can do. Suyu looked at everyone. If I focus on stability, once the upper realm opens, I'll definitely lose. Although Suyu was full of confidence, he knew what he was doing. He sighed. How many heavenly kings can I send? Can anyone rival the master of the laws? After all, the Tao of the brush isn't my Tao. No matter how talented I am, can I really control the Tao of the brush in 5 years? What's more, I might not even have 5 years. Suyu said softly, "One isn't stupid, and neither are the immortals and demons. If I say 5 years, they might judge that within 3 years, I, Suyu, will definitely attack them. If they think 3 years, then I won't let them guess what I'm thinking. 1 year." Suyu's eyes were resolute. "I want to resist one in 1 year. It's almost the first year of the new universe. I hope to end the war in the lower realms before the end of the first year and officially unify the universe." Everyone was shocked. 1 year, wasn't this too short? Suyu had already stepped into the Tao fusion realm and walked the Tao of the brush. But was the Tao fusion really that simple? Controlling the Tao of the brush was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, Marquis Lanshan said in admiration. "Your Majesty will definitely accomplish this great undertaking." In the past, His Majesty the human sovereign spent 1,000 years to unify the universe. Now, Your Majesty will sweep through the universe once more. Your Majesty will definitely be faster than His Majesty the human sovereign. Suyu laughed. It's different. At that time every race had a master of the laws. To conquer the universe in 1,000 years is already very impressive. Your Majesty will only become stronger, Marquis Lanshan said firmly. This was because Suyu was too talented and too young. In addition, the current one wasn't the one of the past. Of course, the human race couldn't compare to the past, but this was also an opportunity. Suyu chuckled. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. I won't say any more words. I'll go take a look at the Avenue of Dead Spirits. Everyone, although I don't want to say anything disheartening, if something really happens to me, I hope that everyone can wholeheartedly defend against the Myriad races. In order to avoid huge losses, the Myriad races probably won't dare to rashly attack. Once we're separated, we'll die without a doubt. Your Majesty, Suyu raised his hand. It's just in case. I'm confident that nothing will happen. Just in case, I don't want to leave nothing behind. Suyu smiled. I originally wanted to take down the 4 races first, but I was worried that I wasn't strong enough and would be a burden. It just so happens that I've gained some insights, so I want to take a look. Everyone, that's all. Wait for me, I'll return soon. With that said, the heavenly gate opened and Suyu stepped into the void. Below, King Nan suddenly said, King Wen also stepped into this path. He said that although this path is strong, it doesn't deviate from the essence of the great path. Suyu's footsteps paused, then he turned and said, anything else? King Nan thought carefully for a long time before saying, that's about it. After all, he is King Wen. When he came to the Dead Soul domain, he came to my residence several times because I was a heavenly king. That's why we had some interactions. Suyu nodded and said no more. He tore through the void and stepped into the Dead Soul path. Down below, King Nan sighed and said softly, most human lords are like this. Although I am stronger than him, my Tao-seeking heart is far inferior. Seeking the Tao, seeking up and down, Suyu's Tao-seeking heart was much stronger than hers. He wouldn't be satisfied with the current situation. Once he discovered something, he would move forward bravely. This was extremely rare and precious to King Nan. In her countless years, she had seen many dead people, but there weren't many who were as courageous as Suyu. Marquis Lanshan looked at the sky and said after a while, that's why they are the commanders and we are the generals. His Majesty will definitely restore the glory of the ancient times, or even surpass it. Surpass, no one dared to think about it. It was too difficult, the glory of the ancient times, more than 100 masters of the laws coming forward to be conferred marquises, this era couldn't compare. At the same time, Suyu stepped into the Dead Soul path. The river surged, and he seemed to see the Dead Souls galaxy, or the essence of the Dead Souls galaxy's great Tao, or the world of Dead Souls river of time. It was a straight Dead Soul path that ran through heaven and earth. There were no tributaries on either side. The water of the law of death surged to both sides, creating towering waves. The expert who had created this path back then was terrifying to the extreme. As soon as Suyu stepped in, he felt the aura of death envelop him and invade him. His body and the Sea of Will were all being rapidly invaded. The monstrous aura of death instantly suppressed the vitality in Suyu's body. It was as if it wanted to completely convert him into a dead soul. Solidify self-path. With a low shout, the celestial gate opened. Suyu picked up a brush and wrote one character after another. Barriers appeared above the celestial gate, blocking the invasion of the aura of death. Solidify self-heart. At the same time, the record of civilization appeared. In an instant, the other pages disappeared, leaving only one, the Dead Soul page. This page also had the grade of a heavenly soldier. Suyu had absorbed a lot of dead souls. At this moment, there were some words on this page, and some were blank. Vaguely, one could see that a small dead soul path was being nurtured in the space inside. But it was very weak. At this time, Suyu picked up his brush and wrote some dead soul cultivation methods, which were actually the origin orifice reversal method, to complete this page. Gradually, more words appeared on the Dead Soul page. After writing down the origin orifice reversal method, Suyu quickly picked up his brush and copied some things. He wanted to copy the dead soul path. At the same time, a Shinwan appeared. Die. The Shinwan appeared, but it was relatively weak. A large amount of the power of rules had been extracted by the brush. At this moment, Suyu's Shinwan was not broken, but it was extremely weak. At this time, Suyu actually gritted his teeth and merged the Death Shinwan into the Dead Soul page. Just like when he merged the civilization into the record of civilization, Suyu directly merged the death word into it. Not only that, but he also crushed a strand of hair that belonged to the martial emperor and merged it into the page. In the blink of an eye, the page that was almost broken by the Dead Soul River burst out with dazzling black light and rapidly strengthened. On the page, a black shadow appeared. It was the shadow of a dead soul master, the blood essence that Suyu had merged into it. However, Suyu suddenly snorted and smashed the shadow with a punch. The next moment, a drop of his own blood essence was dripped into it. In the blink of an eye, another shadow appeared, which looked like Suyu himself. Merging, opening the path, opening my path, merging my path, other people's, no matter how strong they are still other people's. In fact, Suyu had learned a lot these days. He didn't use other people's blood essence anymore. Instead, he dripped his own blood essence into it as the core of the shadow. One drop of blood essence consumed a lot of energy. If he lost too much blood essence, it would hurt his foundation, but he could replenish it as long as he was alive. Back then, when Hong Tan and the others sold their blood essence, several big monsters didn't die for decades. After some manipulation, the black page overflowed with powerful light, and golden patterns kept appearing. In the blink of an eye, it turned from the beginner level of the heavenly soldier to the medium level. And the shadow gradually improved from the peak of the sun and moon realm, vaguely having the power of the quasi-invincible realm. At this moment, Suyu hadn't reached the point where he could turn a drop of blood essence into eternity. Absorb. Suyu threw the page out, and it instantly absorbed the invading death chi. The illusory path inside the page gradually strengthened. Suyu smiled. Whoever picked up this page could be like the Book of Time in the future. They could integrate a drop of dead spirit blood essence into it and start to automatically comprehend the cultivation arts of the dead spirit race. They could even borrow the Tao of dead spirits. Of course, the Tao of dead spirits was very illusory and not powerful enough. After all, it was only constructed by Suyu himself after absorbing some death chi and dead spirit blood essence. It might not be as powerful as the Book of Time. But the Book of Time might not be as powerful as Suyu's civilization will in the future. After doing all this, Suyu felt much more relaxed. He no longer felt as if he was about to turn into a dead spirit due to the constant influx of death chi. Suyu started to walk forward along the main path. The torrential dead spirit river gushed over. Waves came one after another. As for Suyu, he closed the gate of heaven and silently comprehended it. Then, he went against the current. Gradually, Suyu had some understanding. He looked down at the surging river and said softly, "So that's how it is." When he opened the gate of heaven, he looked down at his feet. It was different. Under his feet, the river water seemed to transform into countless human figures, floating in the river. Suyu murmured, "So, the Tao of dead spirits isn't a branch, but a main stream. In this way, the Tao of dead spirits will gradually become stronger, but at the same time, these dead spirits will lose the opportunity to open another Tao." Suyu shook his head, not sure whether it was good or bad. However, the master of the Tao of dead spirits had made a mistake when opening the Tao, or perhaps it was intentional, causing the realm of dead spirits to be unable to produce a true master of the laws. It could only continue to merge with the Tao, to truly merge with the great Tao. Is this to strengthen myself? Suyu wondered. This way, there was an advantage. The master of the Tao of dead spirits had sufficient control over the entire realm of dead spirits. Do I have to merge with the great Tao of dead spirits? Suyu thought about it, then shook his head. No, if that was the case, it would be difficult to separate them in the future, because one had merged with the main Tao. It wasn't something that could be separated at will. King Wen could separate the Tao of brush, but if he walked the Tao of dead spirits, it would be difficult for him to withdraw. Resurrection and rebirth probably require stripping away the Tao of dead spirits. Then can I find Xingyu's Dao? All of the water in this river was a Dao, and each drop of water could be a dead spirit. How terrifying! Could he find Xingyu's Dao? If he did, perhaps he could do some research on how to strip away her Dao. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Although Suyu only controlled one, there were some things that could be replaced. For example, the desolate heavenly beast's Dao of flesh was a matter of vitality. The Dao of life should be more effective. The Dao of paper might have the effect of concealing heavenly secrets, so a similar Dao should work as well. The Dao of ink might be of great use, suppressing the Dao of dead spirits so that he could take the opportunity to strip it away. As he thought about it, Suyu wasn't in a hurry to find Xingyu's Dao. With a low grunt, his hands emitted a thick aura of death. He grabbed at the river below, and a drop of water was caught in his hand, struggling violently, corroding Suyu. Suyu's hands were incredibly strong, but at this moment, they were being corroded to the point of cracking. Suyu didn't care about this. He grabbed the drop of water and used his will to sense it. In the next moment, he groaned, and blood flowed out of his orifices, but his eyes flickered. This was the Dao of a dead spirit monarch. It should still be alive, however, Suyu didn't recognize it. Although the dead spirit monarchs under him looked similar, Suyu could still recognize them. It's not one of my people. As soon as he said this, Suyu's life shinwen erupted, and large amounts of life energy poured into the drop of water. Ah! A mournful scream suddenly erupted in the dead spirit's realm. At this moment, Suyu could vaguely hear and see a burst of aura of death on the drop of water. Life energy and death energy collided and rapidly fused. It wasn't fusing, but melting and canceling each other out. The entire dead spirit path seemed to be rejecting Suyu. With a rumble, large amounts of water rushed at Suyu. Rumble, Suyu kept retreating, blood dripping from his body. With a bang, the drop of water in his hand suddenly exploded. Life energy and death energy completely cancelled each other out. And the result was that this Dao was shattered. Without looking, Suyu knew the result. In the dead spirit's realm, there was an 80 to 90% chance that a dead spirit monarch had died. This is a good way to kill someone, but unfortunately, it's not very practical. Suyu vomited blood. It was not practical. With his strength, killing a dead spirit monarch wouldn't hurt him. But here, he exploded with life energy and melted the other's Dao. The other died, but Suyu was also rejected by the entire Dao, resulting in serious injuries. And this was a dead spirit monarch. If it was a dead spirit marquis, Suyu himself might be seriously injured or even killed by the backlash. The loss outweighs the gain. Suyu shook his head, feeling vaguely disappointed. Forcibly resurrecting was a dead end. At first, he thought that if his life energy suppressed the death energy, he might be able to resurrect Xingyue. Now, it seemed impossible. If he really did that, Xingyue would undoubtedly die. As expected, if it were simple, Qingwen would have resurrected her long ago. Interesting dead spirit path. At this moment, Suyu suddenly discovered something. The drop of water that had just exploded had turned into death energy, and the power of this death energy was flowing upstream, as if it was being forcibly absorbed by someone. Suyu raised his brows slightly and continued to swim upstream. At the same time, his dead spirit page was also absorbing some of this broken death energy. This was the law of death energy. Suyu was also perfecting his dead spirit page. Outside the Dao, King Nan and the others looked at the dead spirit galaxy. Just a moment ago, a dead spirit monarch seemed to have fallen for no reason. King Nan glanced at it and frowned slightly. Was it Suyu's doing? If so, then Suyu might have discovered something. Killing through space, this was terrifying. At the same time, in the sealed land, those black light pillars didn't think too much about it. They only knew that another Dao fusion monarch had died. Even a mosquito's leg was meat. Although it wasn't a dead spirit marquis, it was still good to absorb some law energy. The expert named Di Jilua spoke again with a faint smile. It seems that the human race is still killing? Kill. The more you kill, the faster we can break the seal. Sooner or later, the mighty forces will become one. At this moment, someone in the other light pillars said softly, "Mighty forces become one? Di Jilua, do you want to die? Under the mighty forces become one, I'm afraid both you and I will die." If Dijilua can become the only master of the Tao, even if the ancient human emperor and the others appear again, they will not be able to match Dijilua. The largest light pillar in the back did not speak. Mighty forces become one. This was an assumption, but also a conjecture. Back then, the human race had thought of sealing them and not killing them. In fact, they were worried that once they killed all the experts, would an existence that could control the great Tao of necromancy appear. At that time, the human race had even thought of nurturing their own undead spirit powerhouse to become the strongest existence. Unfortunately, not every undead spirit could absorb the power of undead spirits continuously. Marquis Lanshan was a representative. He was not weak and was already a marquis. In the end, he devoured countless dead spirits and still did not reach the level of a heavenly king. Therefore, at that time, these guys were sealed instead of killed. In the Tao of dead spirits, Suyu walked and stopped to recover his yuan qi. The consumption was great. As he continued forward, Suyu gained some understanding of the Tao of dead spirits and gained a deeper understanding. And as he walked, Suyu seemed to find something extraordinary. In front of them, there was a fork in the road. A small tributary appeared in front of him. Ink Tao. Suyu was extremely surprised. The Ink Tao was here, it was quite deep. He quickly went forward and opened the gate of heaven. He looked at the small tributary. It was a pitch-black path that seemed to have been opened by someone. This was also the only tributary that Suyu saw. At this moment, that tributary was also secretly absorbing some of the power of dead spirits. And in the Tao of dead spirits, Suyu saw something. Around this tributary, countless seals appeared, very similar to King Wen's. Suyu carefully analyzed. On one hand, it was to hide the traces from the Tao of dead spirits, and on the other hand, it was to stabilize the tributary. Suyu found that this tributary seemed to have forcefully punched a hole in the wall. The surrounding walls of the Tao of dead spirits were automatically healing, trying to block the hole, but were blocked by some power. Is this something left behind by King Wen? Suyu took a deep breath. The more I understand, the more I find that King Wen is truly powerful. He could tell that back then, King Wen had also investigated the great Tao of death. In the end, he had chosen to forcefully open up a small path here. Opening a tributary of the river of time would never heal. But the Tao of dead spirits had the ability to heal itself. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible to open a path, but King Wen had done it. He had opened this path and was even stealing the power of the Tao of dead spirits. Is this the Ink Tao? Suyu looked at the tributary and moved closer. The river water constantly battered against the tributary, trying to break through the power of the seals and allow the Tao to heal itself. The Ink Tao was like a parasitic. Suyu carefully observed it. The gate of heaven was open to the extreme, and he could vaguely see a figure left behind in the tributary. Lu Hong? Suyu's heart stirred, and he quickly smiled. A moment later, he reached out and grabbed some of the river water. Suyu let out a low roar, and death chi erupted, rapidly transforming the river water into lines of large characters. Then, with a low roar, he threw the words formed by the river of death energy into the tributary. Just as King Wen's barrier was about to appear, Suyu pointed out with his finger. His power from the same source exploded out, causing the barrier to slow down slightly. Then, the characters formed by the river water were absorbed into the tributary. It was at that moment. At the edge of the galaxy of dead spirits, Lu Hong, who was secretly hunting a necromancer monarch, suddenly felt his vision blur. The next moment, a sentence seemed to appear in his mind. Lu Hong, call Suyu grandpa, or else heavenly retribution will come. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Hong immediately coughed violently, his eyes wide and his face aghast. What the hell? He was someone who could keep his composure, but now he was dumbfounded. What the hell? Why did he suddenly have such a thought? No, it wasn't a sudden thought, but the influence of the Tao. He seemed to have been influenced by the Tao. The Tao wanted him to call Suyu grandpa. Shit, how was this possible? This was the Tao left behind by King Wen. King Wen had disappeared for more than 100,000 years, so how could he have left anything in the Tao? Even if he did, it couldn't be these words. Lu Hong was incomparably shocked. He looked around. Suyu was nearby. Was he influencing him? In the distance, the necromancer monarch stared blankly at Lu Hong, who had suddenly cried out. The next moment, it sank into the galaxy of dead spirits and disappeared. Lu Hong wanted to chase after it, but he quickly gave up on the idea, his expression uneasy. What was going on? At this moment, a sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. Quick, shout loudly, or heavenly punishment will befall. Call your ancestor, Lu Hongxin cursed in his mind. So you must have tricked him. Was he nearby? This guy was a bit scary. He influenced my Tao. I can't afford to offend him, but can't I hide, run? Just as he was about to run, there was a rumble. Thunder exploded in his mind, and a world-ending scene appeared. Lu Hong's face paled. The next moment, he hurriedly said, "Brother, I'll call you brother, stop messing with me." But at this moment, there was no movement. In the necromancer great path, Suyu threw out a few words and an illusion, which were absorbed by the tributary. Suyu laughed. He didn't know if Lu Hong received these messages, but it was quite fun. Forget it, he wouldn't play with him anymore. It was too exhausting, and there was no need. However, when he saw this path, it gave him some ideas. Can I also open up a great Tao here? No, I don't have the ability to open a Tao, but, Suyu held the dead soul page, his eyes flashing. I can put this dead soul page into the Tao and steal its power. Steal the power of the dead soul Tao. Anyway, this Tao is terrifyingly strong, so stealing some won't feel anything. It's fine as long as I don't get discovered and destroyed. Use an illusory Tao to absorb the power of dead souls and replace it. King Wen created a great Tao to steal power, but I can pass off the fake as the real one and use this illusory great Tao to steal power. No, it's best to parasitize an expert's Tao. Suyu thought, his eyes flashing. Parasitize, that's right. I'll find an expert to fuse with my great Tao and use it as a parasite. I'll even make the other party use my illusory great Tao to absorb energy, making them think that I'm extremely powerful. Then, I'll be able to retrieve this thing at any time. This way, I can get someone to help me nurture my dead soul page. Countless ideas appeared in Suyu's mind. He continued forward, wanting to understand more about the Tao of dead souls. This super expert's Tao was now open to him. Suyu also wanted to see how the other party had managed to break away from the river of time and form a Tao on his own. This requires endless power. What do I use to keep this power from drying up? What did King Wen mean when he said that no matter what changes there are, it's still the same? With all these questions, Suyu continued forward. It was getting harder and harder, and Suyu seemed to see more human figures below his feet. Each drop of water was the Tao of a dead soul. Some were extremely powerful, some seemed to be in hibernation, and some had already revealed their auras. The dead soul's world has been around for countless years. There are so many experts. Suyu sighed inwardly. The master of the dead soul Tao was no longer here. Otherwise, he could have instantly unified the dead soul's realm and awakened all the slumbering existences. The dead soul's realm wasn't weak. The key is to make myself stronger. He didn't care how strong this person was. All Suyu wanted to do was to make himself stronger. It was a good choice to find someone to nurture the pages of the necromancy book. However, it was still difficult to do so without being discovered by the other party. Perhaps I can do the same with the other great Taos. Suyu's eyes flashed. In truth, he could break apart the pages of the records of dead souls and steal the power of the great Taos. He could have someone help him nurture the pages. There's no master of the laws right now, and I can't even travel the river of time. What would they know? This was an opportunity. Without a master of the laws, without someone opening the heavenly gates, it would be difficult for these people to discover this. I can even use a false Tao to replace the true Tao and have one fuse with it. A false Tao fused with the records of dead souls. Suyu took a deep breath. Wasn't he being too evil? He was trying to scam all the cultivators in the Wan. This time, he entered the dead soul Tao with countless ideas in mind. He kept moving forward. After a while, Suyu seemed to see a drop of strong water. There was also a figure floating above it. It was the Tao of a death soul marquis. Suyu's eyes flashed. A death soul marquis. This didn't seem to be one of his subordinates. Was that the North King's subordinate? He took a closer look. Although all the dead souls looked like birds, he could roughly tell. Perhaps, this really was a Death Soul Marquis under the North King. Let's give it a try. Suyu reached out to grab the drop of water. This drop of water was also incomparably powerful. It suddenly spewed out a large amount of death energy that corroded Suyu. The drop of water slammed into Suyu, forcing him to retreat, at the same time that Suyu captured this expert's great Tao, the Endless Ruins. The North King had also set up a temporary residence here. Suddenly, a Death Soul Marquis opened his eyes, and the power of the great Tao erupted. Soon, several Death Soul Marquis charged over, all of them extremely vigilant. The North King also arrived quickly and shouted, "Marquis Dragonblood, what's wrong?" The Marquis Dragonblood frowned slightly. He sat cross-legged, and the power of the great Tao was still erupting. He said solemnly, "There seems to be danger. I can feel my great Tao power colliding with the great Tao power of another expert." The North King was slightly startled, but he quickly said solemnly, "Could it be that an expert wants to kill you through space with the power of the great Tao?" He also quickly activated his own great Tao power and swept it in all directions, but he did not discover anything. He frowned slightly. Is it at the source of the great Tao? Possibly. The Marquis Dragonblood sensed it and felt the same. The North King frowned. After a while, he said, "Perhaps the great Tao has collided. Someone wants to increase their strength and suppress your great Tao region. Defend with all your strength." Recently, Death Soul Marquis and Heavenly Kings have fallen. Some people want to take the opportunity to seize more great Tao power. The dead can seize it, but the living can't. As long as you defend with all your strength, the other party will naturally give up after a long time. The Marquis Dragonblood nodded. I wonder who it is. To be able to occupy the Great Tao region in the Death Soul Great Tao, could it be a Heavenly King? The South King? Possibly. The North King thought about it and looked into the depths. Other than the South King, there might be others. Those fellows were not easy to deal with. He quickly said, "Be careful. As long as you are alive, it is almost impossible for the other party to occupy your Great Tao region. After all, you can Tao integration, which means that you have already made a region yours. You might even be able to devour the other party. Stop talking and fight back with all your strength. If the other party comes through space and invades your Great Tao, even a Heavenly King might be devoured by you." The Marquis Dragonblood's heart stirred. I can devour the other party. He quickly controlled the power of the Great Tao and quickly erupted. At this time, Suyu was being beaten back in the Death Soul Great Tao. Suyu was also bare one's teeth. As expected, it is not so easy to kill a Marquis here. I might as well kill him in the real world. The other party has the initiative, and this is their territory. I am just an outsider. Suyu quickly retreated. He was not to be trifled with. If he couldn't do it, he would change to another monarch. Just as he was thinking this, the illusory figure in the Great Tao suddenly pounced at him, as if it wanted to devour Suyu. You've discovered it and are starting to fight back? Suyu was just about to dodge when his eyes suddenly flickered. The next moment, an illusory figure appeared on the page of his necromancy book. It was formed from Suyu's own essence blood. At this moment, a small illusory river of dead souls appeared in Suyu's hand. Suyu controlled the pages of the necromancy book. The necromancy Suyu held the small river of necromancy and charged towards the revered Marquis. The revered Marquis was also incomparably brave. He opened his mouth wide and tried to devour Suyu's phantom. Suyu did not fight back. Instead, he allowed the other party to devour him. His page, illusory figure, and the Death Soul Galaxy's illusory Tao were all being devoured. The Marquis Dragonblood's illusory figure became slightly stronger. After a long time, there was a rumble as the entire page of the necromancy book disappeared. So you could vaguely see that the page appeared in the river that had enveloped the Marquis Dragonblood's illusory figure. Suyu's illusory Tao had been devoured by the other party. Suyu rapidly retreated. His eyes flashed as he laughed. Devoured yourself? You can't just eat anything you want. As for the Marquis Dragonblood's illusory figure, it circled for a while after devouring the illusory figure. As if it did not sense any danger, it quickly turned into a drop of water and fell into the river. Its aura was growing stronger and stronger. the land of the endless ruins. The Marquis Dragonblood's great Tao power erupted for a while. After a while, his aura suddenly grew stronger, and gradually, it began to calm down. The Marquis Dragonblood was shocked. His counterattack had succeeded. Not only had he succeeded, but he had also bitten back at the other party, devouring a large amount of the other party's law of death. At this moment, he even vaguely felt that he seemed to have touched upon something inconceivable. In his mind, a small river vaguely appeared. What is this? The Marquis Dragonblood was shocked. Did I obtain some sort of fortuitous opportunity? He carefully felt it, and suddenly countless thoughts appeared in his mind. After a long time, he vaguely understood what it was. Unbelievable, this is the seed of the great Tao of death. The Marquis Dragonblood was extremely shocked. He seemed to have obtained a great opportunity in the battle just now. He had touched upon the essence of the great Tao of death. According to his understanding, this illusory river in his mind was the seed of the great Tao of death. Or to put it more simply, this was the son of the great Tao of death, the minor Tao of death. If he could control this and strengthen his own great Tao power, he might one day become the Lord of Death, the master of the entire world of death. The Marquis Dragonblood was incomparably shocked. What had he just devoured? Who had come to invade him? He had either killed or repelled them, and even this thing had been taken away from him. Unbelievable. At this time, the North King and the others saw that he had regained his composure. The North King quickly asked, "How is it?" The Marquis Dragonblood suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly replied, "I've already repelled the other party, and they've retreated. Even if they're not dead, I think they should be gravely injured. I also devoured a bit of the other party's law of death, so I've become a bit stronger." The North King laughed. "That's normal. Battles of the Great Tao are the most dangerous. The other party actually invaded the living Marquis of Death's Great Tao. Unless the other party is a master of the laws, it'll be difficult to escape unscathed. That's why it's best not to engage in battles of the Great Tao in the world of death. Everyone has the same Tao, so it's difficult to suppress them." The Marquis Dragonblood nodded with a smile. Perhaps it's a newly awakened expert from the galaxy of death. His mind isn't too clear. The others agreed with his words. Someone laughed. The Marquis Dragonblood's luck isn't bad. He even got the better end of the deal. Next time, if there's a newly awakened idiot, come and devour me, I'll try the backlash of the Great Tao. Everyone laughed. The Marquis Dragonblood also laughed, but his heart was still indescribably shaken. It seems I become the realm child of the world of death. The great Tao of death has left behind a seed. Is it waiting for me to inherit it? I need to constantly devour the great Tao energy of others. The Marquis Dragonblood thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt an irrepressible urge to kill these fellows and complete his minor Tao of death. Perhaps he could quickly become a heavenly king, or even a quasi-king, or even a master of the laws. A heaven-sent opportunity. No, I understand. The Marquis's heart trembled. I understand now. Perhaps with the invasion of the human realm, the great Tao of death is about to retaliate. That's why this realm has given birth to a realm child. The great Tao has a spirit. The great Tao of death is actually cultivating an existence that can rival Suyu, right? Thoughts after thoughts popped into his head. The Marquis Dragonblood was filled with excitement. It seems I've been chosen to be the great Tao of death spokesperson, heavenly kings, masters of the laws. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yu Guang glanced at the others. Seeing that they didn't seem to care, he made a mental note to find an opportunity to kill some experts and devour their great Tao energy. Perhaps I'll be able to grow quickly. And there are so many experts in the sealed area. If I devour them all, and then devour these fellows, their power will belong to me alone. His ambition had suddenly swelled to the limit, and in a place he couldn't see, the great Tao above his head had a small river flowing through it. A figure could be seen sitting cross-legged in the river, constantly chanting, "Devour all." He kept chanting, "Devour everything, I am the mandate of heaven. I will unify the heavens and reign supreme in the one." This was a subtle influence. This was the result Suyu wanted. He wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see if he could borrow the chicken to lay the egg. He wanted to have this fellow who had devoured his pages assassinate others, devour them, and then use them for himself. If he succeeded, then Suyu could follow suit and make some arrangements for the other pages. This would save him much more time and effort than constantly strengthening them himself. At this moment, within the great Tao of death, Suyu's injuries weren't light. He wanted to continue onward, but after some thought, he chose to give up. Let's go back first. He also wanted to see if the person who had stolen his book page would make any moves. Moreover, Suyu also thought of many other things. It was a terrifying conjecture, but he didn't dare to think too deeply about it. Pfft. Walking out of the river, Suyu coughed out a mouthful of black blood. Marquis Lanshan and the others saw that his injuries weren't light. They were shocked and a little nervous. Luckily, Suyu was back, but they still couldn't hide their worry. Suyu revealed a smile. This trip wasn't in vain. But Suyu knew that he hadn't gone too far. There were still some things he hadn't seen. For example, where was the source of the Grand Tao? Where was the end? He didn't see any of this, but it wasn't important now. What was important was that he seemed to have found a way to nurture his strongest Grand Tao, and that was to steal power. Time Master provided me with a method. King Wen provided me with an idea. This brother and sister pair are amazing. Even though everyone mentioned King Wen more than Time Master, Suyu felt that Time Master was truly amazing. A book of time allowed Suyu to gain a lot time and time again. Time Master's cultivation path, cultivation philosophy, reopening the myriad worlds, opening a unique Grand Tao, the illusory Grand Tao. Suyu found it hard to imagine that a person could be so amazing. It was just a book, he didn't see her person, only her back view. She even cried like a child. At that time, Suyu felt that Time Master was still too inexperienced. Thinking about it now, he had underestimated her. Truly amazing. The Book of Time's thought process was too perfect, the only pity was that the era wasn't right. At that time, there were too many experts. Time Master couldn't be like the current Suyu, running amok and doing whatever she wanted. Otherwise, Suyu felt that her achievements would be extremely glorious. Your Majesty. Marquis Lanshan was a little nervous. Suyu waved his hand. Although he was still coughing out black blood, he smiled. I'm fine, I'm fine. After saying that, he turned his head and was surprised. King of Great Zhou? King of Great Zhou said softly, Emperor Yu, I've been here for 3 days. 3 days, Suyu was startled and felt somewhat helpless. Time really passed quickly. There was no sense of time in the river of time. Suyu felt like he had only been tangling with a Marquis Great Tao for a bit, and 3 or 4 days had passed. It would take time for the King of Great Zhou to arrive. At this moment, it wasn't only the King of Great Zhou. There were many experts gathered here as well. There were 10 Dead Soul Marquis under the Southern King's command, and 3 Dead Soul Marquis under the Lanshan Marquis. Furthermore, there were 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures from last time. Including He Tu and Xia Chen, there were 8 Dead Soul Marquis on their side. 19 Dead Spirits, King of Great Zhou and Suyu, a total of 21 top-notch experts. There were also dozens of undead monarchs outside. When the king of the state of Zhou saw Suyu come out, he let out a sigh of relief. However, he didn't ask about the details and only said, Emperor Yu, are we going to launch a surprise attack on the 4 great realms now? Why don't we wait for you to recuperate and then wait for news from the outside world? Old Zhu might be about to reach Dao integration. After he reaches Dao integration, he'll be able to coordinate with us and prevent information from leaking. Is the Great Light Lord going to Dao unification? Suyu smiled and said, looks like that person from the Prison King's clan isn't doing nothing good. I don't have much contact with the Dao of formations. It's a good thing that the Great Light Lord can reach Dao integration. Our human race will have another Dao integration. Back then, the Great Ming, the Great Xia, the Great Zhou, and the Great Qin were all top-notch existences. Now, the 3 of them had reached Dao integration, and Wan Tianxing had also caught up. If the Great Light Lord still failed to reach Dao integration, he would probably die from boredom. The King of Great Zhou smiled and said, it's a good thing. Therefore, I think that since Emperor Yu is injured, why don't you recuperate for 2 days? After old Zhu reaches Dao integration, we can make preparations. 1 or 2 days won't make a difference. Suyu nodded. 1 or 2 days indeed wouldn't make a difference. Furthermore, he could also take the opportunity to observe and see if the chicken he borrowed could bring him any surprises. Dead spirits were flawed to begin with. Now, he had implanted the bewitching virtual Great Tao into his Great Tao. As long as the other party's willpower was slightly weaker, they might not be able to resist the bewitchment and secretly kill him, or even directly kill him. At this thought, Suyu suddenly looked at the king of Great Zhou and asked, "Wan, there hasn't been a single master of the laws in 100,000 years?" "No," the king of Great Zhou replied. "There really hasn't been one. Otherwise, whether it's the human race or Wan, if there was a master of the laws, the battle would have been settled long ago. After so many years, the 100-battle king is the closest to this level of power. It's power, not cultivation level. Not even in 100,000 years, but before that, more than 140 were born." Suyu muttered. The people from 100,000 years ago were countless times more monstrous than the geniuses from 100,000 years ago. Nonsense, after so many years, not a single one was born. During that period, there were more than 100. This difference wasn't just a little big, it was terrifyingly big. Everyone's Tao integration might have some problems. Or perhaps the masters of the Tao integration were still alive. So you didn't think too much about it. He asked a few questions and quickly said, "Then I'll heal myself. Get ready and move out at any time. Not just Tao integration, but also Eternal Realm masters. As for those below Eternal Realm, they can't leave the realm. Even if they die, there will only be some commotion within the realm. There won't be any commotion outside. Under Eternal Realm masters, even if they all died, so you couldn't be bothered to care." Suyu quickly said, "Capture them all alive. There can't be more than 20 Eternal Realm masters in a single realm. Each Death Spirit Marquis will deal with one Eternal Realm master. Don't make any mistakes. Capture them alive. Prepare 3 monarchs. If there aren't many Eternal Realm masters, then 2 Tao Integration Realm masters will deal with one Eternal Realm master. Those below Eternal Realm won't care. If there are still any mistakes, they will be held accountable." Suyu's last sentence was cold. If 1 or 2 Tao Integration Realm masters couldn't even capture one Eternal Realm master, then they really should just die. Everyone's hearts tightened. They didn't dare to be negligent. Suyu continued, "Discuss and make arrangements among yourselves. Don't let a few Tao Integration Realm masters deal with one Eternal Realm master while the other Eternal Realm masters are left unattended. If one of them self-destructs and causes too much commotion, the celestial, demon, and immortal races will detect it. Then, there'll be no point in ambushing them. I, the King of Great Zhou, the South King, and Marquis Lan Shan will work together to deal with Tao Integration Realm masters." Among these 4, one was a heavenly king, the King of Great Zhou was 2nd grade, and Marquis Lan Shan was also close to 2nd grade. Suyu was the weakest. If he couldn't even capture a 4th grade Tao Integration Realm master, then he would have lived for nothing. Try not to create a massacre. Suyu added, "A massacre of dead spirits may result in punishment from the nomological rules, which will lead to changes in the gate of the upper realm. Try not to kill a single person. It's best to capture all of them alive." "Understood." Everyone responded. Suyu smiled and disappeared into thin air. He went to heal his injuries and observe his little cutie at the same time. It would be best if he could find out which Death Spirit Marquis it was. He wasn't sure of the Death Spirit Marquis' exact identity. Now that he had come out, even if the Dragon Blood Marquis was useless, he still had an advantage. Location. Suyu could sense the location of his page, he could determine the location of the Dragon Blood Marquis. Thus, the whereabouts of the North King and the others were all within Suyu's grasp. As Suyu healed his injuries, he used his page to sense everything. On the first day, there was no movement at all. The Dragon Blood Marquis didn't move at all. It was as if he wasn't affected at all. On the second day, the Dragon Blood Marquis still didn't move. However, Suyu sensed that something was amiss. North King territory. When the North King had retreated, it had actually brought with it a lot of elites, a large number of monarchs, and sun-moon dead spirits. Of course, the North King was much more low-profile in the ultimate ruins now. The territory he occupied was not large, and it was countless times smaller than the previous North King territory. The new North King mansion was also much simpler than the previous one. The Death Spirit Marquises weren't far from the North King, but they didn't really stay together. After all, they were all intelligent dead spirits. They had their own secrets and didn't like to gather together. Within the simple Dragonblood Palace, the Dragonblood Marquis had endured for a day, but he was growing more and more irritated. The opportunity was right in front of him, and he wanted to do something. However, he was afraid of making too much noise and drawing the attention of the North King and the others. But today, the Dragonblood Marquis couldn't hold back any longer. He had grasped this opportunity. At this moment, several monarchs were kneeling in the palace, reporting the news. One of them nervously said, "Lord, the ultimate ruins are too complicated. Although there aren't many dead spirits, there are quite a few experts. There are even Death Spirit Marquises hiding. The Dragonblood army has encountered many obstructions in expanding their territory, and their losses aren't small." "Trash!" raged the Dragonblood Marquis. "Could it be that you want my army of hundreds of thousands of dead spirits to be stationed in this little valley? Trash, what use do I have for you?" He had just wanted to berate them for a while, but as a result, a phrase involuntarily appeared in his mind. "The will of the heavens is with me, and time waits for no one." Devour everything. The Dragonblood Marquis fury also contained some anticipation and nervousness. Seeing the Death Spirit monarchs kneeling on the ground, not daring to say anything, he became even more furious. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he raged, "It's all because of you, trash. Useless things, you've made me lose face." A huge palm suddenly slammed toward the person who had just spoken. Boom! In front of the other Death Spirit monarchs' terrified gazes, the Dragonblood Marquis smashed that defenseless Death Spirit monarch to pieces. His opponent's Grand Dao collapsed. As for the Dragonblood Marquis, his eyes were bloodshot. In that instant, the page of his Grand Dao seemed to come to life. It stretched out its mouth and swallowed up his opponent's Grand Dao. The devouring of a Grand Dao normally wouldn't happen. However, Suyu civilization was created to be used for devouring. Its essence was to devour essence blood, flesh, and blood to simulate the Grand Dao. At this moment, that Death Spirit monarch civilization was directly absorbed by the Dragonblood Marquis's virtual Great Dao. Of course, from the Dragonblood Marquis's point of view, it had been eaten by his Grand Dao seed. He was instantly overjoyed. It really worked. Previously, when an expert like him had killed a Death Spirit monarch, even if he had swallowed that Death Spirit monarch's death mark, it wouldn't have been very useful. However, at this moment, the Dragonblood Marquis could clearly feel that his Grand Dao seed had grown a little stronger. It was normal for it to be a little stronger. After all, the virtual Great Dao that Suyu had sketched out was actually not that powerful. It was very weak. Now that he had swallowed a Death Spirit monarch, he had more or less improved. But to Suyu, this improvement was only so-so. To an existence like the Dragonblood Marquis who had been stuck for tens of thousands of years, this tiny difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. He rapidly absorbed the Death Spirit monarch's Grand Dao power, and his eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. But very quickly, his thirst grew. "Not enough, I want more, too little." This bit of power was too little. It wasn't enough for him to improve. At this moment, he was extremely restless. He even wanted to kill and devour the other Death Spirit monarchs in the hall. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, from afar, streams of willpower probed over. The Dragonblood Marquis's heart shook, but he quickly regained his composure. He said coldly, "Trash, your death is not to be regretted. Go scout again and clear out all the obstacles in the surroundings. Expand the territory and gather together. The death aura is sparse, so how can we improve? With millions of dead spirits gathered in one place, how much death aura is there for us to absorb?" He still maintained his anger as he shouted, "Get lost." The Death Spirit monarchs all trembled with fear as they quickly left the hall. The next moment, the figures of the North King and a few marquises appeared in the Dragonblood treasure hall. The North King frowned slightly. "Dragonblood, we didn't bring many Death Spirit monarchs out. If we lose the North King region, it will be difficult to replenish them in the future. Don't kill Death Spirit monarchs in a moment of anger." He was a little dissatisfied. Without the Dead Spirit Galaxy to replenish their troops, these millions of dead spirits were their final assets. There were about 50 to 60 Death Spirit monarchs, and each marquis only had 3 to 5 of them. If they killed one at a time, wouldn't all the Death Spirit monarchs be dead in a few days? The North King understood a principle. The strong were also born from the weak. Once there was no backup, they would be destroyed sooner or later. It might not affect them in the short term, but in the long term, the North King residence's power would collapse sooner or later. The Dragon Blood Marquis frowned. Lord North King, these are my subordinates, the North King said in a low voice, that's why I'm just persuading them. The Dragon Blood Marquis also said in a low voice, useless. We asked them to expand the territory, but they haven't succeeded even after a long time. Saying that there are many hidden experts in the Sinkhole land is just an excuse. They are just afraid of encountering strong enemies. At this point, the Dragon Blood Marquis was a little angry as he said, since this bunch of trash can't do it, then I'll ask for permission to personally expand the North King region. I also want to see how terrifying the Sinkhole land is. Death Spirit Marquis? Lord Heavenly King, I also want to see how strong the Death Spirit Marquis here is. I'm new here. Just as the North King finished speaking, the Dragon Blood Marquis said in a low voice, Lord Heavenly King, are you afraid of provoking those fellows? Those fellows that are sealed in the depths? Do you know that the last time we went there, Dijilua secretly sent us a voice transmission, asking us to assassinate you and join them? You don't want to provoke them, but they want to deal with you. The North King's expression changed slightly. The Dragon Blood Marquis said coldly, I'm not the only one. I think many people received Dijilua's voice transmission, but no one told you. I think, if you continue to hide, you might be tricked by your own people. I'm too straightforward with my words and decisive with my actions, but I know one thing. If you die, we might not have a good ending, unless another Heavenly King appears among us. Is that possible? He said sarcastically, Lord, are you still worried that I provoked those fellows? The North King's expression changed slightly. Dijilua had secretly colluded with the Death Spirit Marquis under him. This was actually understandable, but the crux was that no one had told him. This was the most terrifying part. If the Dragon Blood Marquis had not said it, he would not have known. He had a total of 14 Death Spirit Marquis under him, but only one had told him. This wasn't a good sign. Clearly, his lying low, his forbearance, the strength of the human race, and the experts of the sealed land had caused these fellows to have a tacit understanding with each other. They were even prepared to betray the North King. The North King looked at the Dragon Blood Marquis. After a long time, he laughed. Nonsense. You. Dragon Blood, I already knew about this a long time ago. Many people told me, but there are some things that do not need to be said. He laughed. Now that you say it, it seems like everyone wants to betray me. Their intentions are unforgivable. Since you insist on going, forget it. There were 57 sovereigns who came with us, and you killed one. You only have 3 subordinates left. Each marquis will recruit a sovereign to accompany you. He was secretly furious. In the end, it was the Dragon Blood Marquis who had said it. Fine, since you don't want to speak, then I'll first weaken your subordinates. Each marquis will have 1 sovereign under them. That way, the Dragon Blood Marquis will have 16 sovereigns under him, and he will have 8 sovereigns as guards. 56 sovereigns. He and the Dragon Blood Marquis would control 24, which was not a small number. He did not believe that anyone would dare to refuse. After all, he was a heavenly king. Unless these people decided to rebel now. Indeed, the other marquis experts did not say anything. However, some people looked at the Dragon Blood Marquis strangely, cursing in their hearts. They did not necessarily have to betray the North King. They were just giving themselves a way out. After all, it seemed that there were more experts in the sealed land. Everyone had a tacit understanding not to say anything. Once the experts in the sealed land really came out, the North King might show his allegiance. If they did not come out, they would continue to fool around. But the Dragon Blood Marquis had actually said that. This idiot, did he think that pleasing the North King would be good for him? Everyone was furious. The North King was no longer the North King who had previously ruled the North King region. Outside the North King region, the North King was still very strong. However, without the suppression of nomological power, he could fight 5 or 6 marquis alone. that was his limit. Before this, in the North King region, with the suppression of the North King's seal, he could fight 8 alone. Everyone was speechless. This idiot, they had to give it to him. As for the Dragon Blood Marquis, he sneered and could not be bothered. Very good, 16 sovereigns. Very good. Not only that, but he had also sowed discord between the North King and the other Marquis. He was even thinking about whether he should contact the North King next time and secretly kill a few Marquis. Kill them openly and justifiably. The North King would probably not feel the pinch even if they were killed. But before that, I have to show my loyalty. I have to deal with the subordinates of those fellows in the sealed land. I have to kill them and make the North King trust me. At least those fellows cannot come out now. At this moment, the North King is still supreme. The Dragon Blood Marquis kept thinking. At this moment, after becoming a dead spirit, his calm heart was surging with emotions. His ambition was also constantly growing. Who cared about the North King? Who cared about the experts in the sealed land? Sooner or later, they would all become his food. However, he had not reached that stage yet. He needed to bear with it. He would wait until he reached the Heavenly King stage. He quickly said, "My lord, then I will immediately mobilize experts to destroy those fellows." What a joke. Wait until they are unsealed. The Dragon Blood Marquis said sinisterly, "They are just a bunch of prisoners. When they are unsealed, it is hard to say whether we will still be alive. Do they really think that the human lord and the South King are easy to get along with? When they attack, can we count on those fellows who are still sealed? What a joke, we still have to rely on the North King." The North King had never felt that the Dragon Blood Marquis was so wise. Yes. They were just a bunch of fellows who were still sealed. If Suyu and the others really attacked, these fellows might not be able to come out. At that time, wouldn't they be counting on him? A bunch of stupid fellows. He was furious, but he did not show it. At this moment, he felt that although the Dragon Blood Marquis seemed rash, he was actually very clear. As for the matter of killing the sovereigns under him, it was a small matter. It was just killing a sovereign, so be it. The Dragon Blood Marquis also quickly stood up. "My lord, then I will mobilize the elites and establish our own king's territory in the ultimate ruins. As for the deaths of some people, so be it. My lord is thinking about the future, and it is hard to say whether there will be a future or not." After throwing down these words, he arrogantly flew out and flew high up in the air. He pointed to a few sovereigns and shouted, "You, and you, all follow this Marquis and fight together." He was only supposed to mobilize 13 sovereigns. Including his own subordinates, there were 16 sovereigns, but he mobilized 20. 2 of them were from the North King's subordinates, and the other 2 were top-notch cultivators who were close to Dao integration stage. In the palace, some of the sovereigns were dissatisfied and were just about to speak when the North King said indifferently, "Let him be. It is also a good thing that he is willing to lead people to open up a new territory. After all, no one is familiar with this place, and it is dangerous. Or, if anyone else is willing, they can also go and kill a lord. That is also a good thing." Everyone was silent. Forget it, let the Dragon Blood Marquis go. There would definitely be Dijilua subordinates and spies in this place. The Death Spirit Marquis who had attacked the North Heavenly Queen last time was not weak. It was easy for something to happen if he went to open up a new territory. If the Dragon Blood Marquis wanted to go, then let him go. Just like that, the Dragon Blood Marquis led 20 sovereigns and close to 1,000,000 dead souls toward an unexplored territory. The Dragon Blood Marquis was also excited. He could openly leave the North King and the others. It was normal for some sovereigns to die. As long as he could kill some powerful cultivators, that was normal. He could also borrow the power of these people to kill Dijilua subordinates. It would be best if the 2 sides fought each other, and perhaps he could take advantage of the situation. Suyu could sense all of this. Suyu, who was recovering from his injuries, couldn't help but want to laugh. When a person became ambitious, even a dead soul would quickly change and learn to use his brain. At this moment, he had a general idea of who it was. The Dragon Blood Marquis. As his dead soul page grew, he could more and more sense the Dragon Blood Marquis's movements, thoughts, and some of his thoughts. Those who did not know the Dragon Blood Marquis situation would not be able to guess his actions, but Suyu was the instigator, so of course he knew. Everything is under control. Suyu sighed. He couldn't help but think, since everything is under control, then, if the river of time has a master, then are those existences that open up a path in the river of time also under control? If the master of the great path of dead souls was alive, then were these dead souls also under control? Taking a step back, if the Tao fused of the various Taos were the master of the great path, then were they also under control? In this world, who was controlling who? Who was controlling who? Who was fighting? With King Wen and the others, why did King Wen want to separate the great path? Was it because it was too weak, or because he felt that it was too insecure? No matter how strong the way of the brush was, it was still built on the river of time. There are more secrets in the myriad worlds than I imagined. As for the upper worlds and the myriad worlds, it was no longer a big secret. The real big secret was whether the disappearance of the primordial age had anything to do with all of this. It's getting more and more interesting. A smile appeared on Suyu's face. The opening of the heavenly gates allowed him to see too many things. The Book of Time and the Civilization Journal allowed him to comprehend too many things. He didn't continue to heal his injuries. His injuries were still okay, and he had almost recovered. Comprehension of the great path couldn't be obtained just by meditating in seclusion. Battles, calculations, schemes, experiences, and insights were the true comprehension of the great path. It wasn't simply meditating in seclusion. That would be a joke. One could only progress by a small step in 100,000 years. The old turtle and the others had been in seclusion for too long. They didn't understand anything. Their strength from 100,000 years ago was probably still the same strength now. This was the drawback of seclusion. Soon, Suyu appeared in the void again. At this moment, there was another person in the crowd. It was the old turtle. The old turtle saw Suyu and smiled. Emperor Yu, I won't enter the dead soul's realm. I have the power to suppress others, but if there's trouble, I can send them into the dead soul's realm. As long as I enter the dead soul's realm, I can even fight a heavenly king. After saying that, he quickly added, the great bright lord has reached the Tao integration realm. However, he caused quite a commotion. The myriad realms might have sensed it. The great bright lord had finally reached the Tao integration realm. Suyu smiled. It's okay. Now that there's another Tao integration realm cultivator, one can't do anything about it. It's good to have one more Tao integration realm cultivator. It's better to have one more Tao integration realm cultivator. Suyu was very happy that the great bright lord had reached the Tao integration realm. The Daxia of Goguryeo and the great bright lord were the two cultivators who supported him the earliest. Unfortunately, Suyu didn't understand the formation Tao. The body Tao was more suitable for the great Qin king and the Daxia of Goguryeo. Otherwise, he would have to get the great bright lord to reach the Tao integration realm. Now, the great bright lord had reached the Tao integration realm. This was a good thing. Thank you, Western Princess. The West Duchess's invisibility array formation had definitely helped the great bright lord a lot. Otherwise, the great bright lord would not have been able to advance so quickly and reach the Tao integration realm so easily after changing paths. The array formation that represented the West Duchess had allowed him to see many Tao truths. Speaking of the Western Princess, she was still sealed by him. In fact, not a long time had passed. It was only about a month. Such a short time was nothing to him. For a powerful cultivator like the Western Princess, as long as Suyu didn't seal her for too long, a month or so would be enough for Suyu to train her character. In fact, it was true. At this moment, the Western Princess was still waiting for Suyu to see her. She felt that she had performed well during this period. There was weakness in her stubbornness, unwillingness in her weakness, helplessness in her unwillingness, despair in her helplessness, and surrender in her despair. If Suyu had been observing her secretly, he would have been tempted. However, she didn't know that Suyu had looked at her twice. He wasn't observing her, but he was worried that she would commit suicide if she found out that so many people had died in the outside world. That wouldn't do. Suyu still had great use for this guy. He could even use it to catch the big fish in the upper realm. He couldn't kill her now. Suyu even thought of taking some time to comfort the Western Princess. He had to give her the hope to live. He couldn't let her commit suicide because she was stifled for too long. Otherwise, she would cry. It's a good thing that the great bright Lord has reached the Tao integration realm. Now, as long as it's not too obvious, even if you get close to the other side's realm, the other side won't be able to sense it. Suyu laughed and quickly said, Senior Primordial Chaos, send a message to the guards and ask them to tell Division Chief 1. Ask Division Chief 1, the Iron-Eating Beast Emperor, the 2 God-Eater Sovereigns, the Book Spirit, and the Tea Tree to quickly head to the Boundless Void to kill the Heaven Supervisor and the Treasure of Plenty. Block them in the Boundless Void. Don't ruin my plan. They haven't gone into the small realm to hide yet. Yes. The old turtle quickly contacted the guards and asked them to send a message to Wan Tiansheng. Let's surround those 2 fellows first. Send a message to the Great Light Monarch. Go to the Phoenix Realm first. If there is any movement, immediately set up a defensive formation. If there is no movement, then forget it. Yes. The old turtle sent another message. At this moment, the old turtle was a bit excited. Then take down the Phoenix Realm first? Yes. Suyu said with a smile, first the Phoenix Realm, then the Ape Realm, then the Kuan-Pung Realm, and finally the Dragon Realm. Marquis Tianlong is the strongest. I'm afraid that dealing with him will cause unforeseen events and cause the subsequent surprise attack to fail. No one had any objections. Suyu's arrangements were very appropriate. The Great Zhou Monarch actually felt that working with Suyu was actually quite comfortable. This was because Suyu had thought of most of the things that the Great Zhou Monarch had thought of, and what the Great Zhou Monarch had not thought of, he might have already prepared. This was much more comfortable than working with the Great Qin Monarch. Actually, working with the 100 Battle Monarch was actually a bit more comfortable. At the very least, when working with Suyu, even though Suyu was weak, one would feel that he would definitely succeed. This was because this guy's brain worked very quickly, and he could often make the absolutely correct choice in an instant. As for Suyu, he took a deep breath and said solemnly, only success is allowed. Failure is not allowed. Dozens of Tao integration cultivators against 1 Tao integration cultivator. If they couldn't even win, they would have lived for nothing. However, the greatest difficulty was to capture the Tao integration cultivator alive. That was the key. Great Zhou Monarch, you must unleash your ninja Tao to the extreme. Suyu said solemnly, your ninja Tao is extremely important to whether or not we can capture him alive. The South Monarch and Marquis Lan Shan will mainly break the Phoenix Emperor's physical body and imprison his Sea of Will. The Great Zhou Monarch will make sure that he doesn't make too much noise. As for me, I will enter the River of Time and think of a way to seal the Phoenix Emperor's great Tao power. Don't give him a chance to self-destruct. Yes. The powerful beings were also very solemn. Kill, they could definitely kill. Without a doubt, capturing him alive was the difficulty. Phoenix Realm. A gigantic palace was built on a gigantic parasol tree. This was the Phoenix Emperor Palace. At this moment, the Phoenix Emperor was also very uneasy. This uneasiness made her a little fearful. She didn't know if it was because the other Tao integration cultivators had been killed, but she hadn't been able to calm down ever since the Underworld Emperor and the others died. In the huge palace, not only was she uneasy, but the eternal beings were also very uneasy. The lower realm had been defeated. They had an unparalleled advantage, but they had suffered a crushing defeat in the end. It had to be said that it was extremely laughable. In total, 11 Tao integration cultivators had died. Even so, there were still 12 Tao integration cultivators in the Wan realm. On the surface, they didn't seem much weaker than the human race. However, everyone knew that it was useless. The immortals, gods, and demons did not have the determination to fight to the death, because they had a path of retreat. With a path of retreat, they would think more. With a path of retreat, why would they be willing to fight to the death with the human race? Once the upper realm opened, the human race would definitely be destroyed. With this in mind, everyone was thinking about self-preservation. At this moment, the Phoenix Emperor was extremely uneasy. She summoned all the eternal beings to the Phoenix Emperor Palace. Apart from her, the Phoenix tribe still had 16 eternal realm beings. Some had died, but even so, they were still very powerful. The Phoenix Emperor had a dignified expression on her face as she looked down at the grave cultivators of her tribe. The lower realm's defeat is already a foregone conclusion. Now, only when the upper realm opens can we restrain that demon, Suyu. And Suyu himself said that before the upper realm opens, we must attack the Wan realm. He said 5 years, but it might just be a smokescreen to confuse us. It might only be 3 years, or even 2 years. The Phoenix Emperor took a deep breath. Our tribe is not like the gods, demons, and immortals. Our tribe is weaker, and once we are attacked by the human race, it is very likely that we will be destroyed. So, I want to ask everyone, how can we avoid this crisis? As long as we avoid this, once the upper realm opens, the human race will no longer have a chance to be arrogant. She made a judgment. So you said 5 years, so don't take it seriously, this fiend always spoke half-truths and half-lies. If he said 5 years, then you should just have it. 2 or 3 years was actually just the blink of an eye. In 2 or 3 years, it would be very difficult for the tribe to reach Dao integration. How could she resist Suyu and his allies by herself? An Eternal Realm cultivator said solemnly, Emperor, no one in the lower realm can stop Demon Su now. He has also controlled the realm of life and cut off our connection with the upper realm. We better not let the upper realm's passageway loosen and cause people from the upper realm to be ambushed and killed by him. If Demon Su really attacks this realm, then we can only fight to the death and try to preserve some seeds, and wait for the war to end so that our tribe can recover its glory. Is that the only way? The Phoenix Emperor sighed. She actually hoped that everyone would come up with an idea so that Suyu would not target them. It would be best if it was the gods, demons, immortals, or even the dragon realm. As long as Suyu and the others attacked a realm, the other party would fight to the death and might cause the upper realm to open early. It was better to die than to die. To destroy a realm, it was naturally better to destroy another realm. As they spoke, the Phoenix Emperor frowned slightly. I feel a little uneasy today. I have a feeling that something is going to happen. Is the realm passageway sealed? It's sealed. Soon, an Eternal Realm expert said solemnly, we will definitely defend it. Even if a Dao integration cultivator attacks, we will be able to hold on for a while without being broken. That's good. The Phoenix Emperor felt that she was a little scared out of her wits. The war had just ended and all the realms were sealed. At this moment, there was no war in the Myriad realms, so why bother? At this moment, the Phoenix Emperor frowned slightly. Do you guys feel anything? Everyone was puzzled. What did she feel? The Phoenix Emperor did not say anything and only probed. At this moment, outside the main hall, a little phoenix was playing with a few other little phoenixes without any worries. They seemed to be chasing a fireball. This was also a small game of the phoenix race. The Phoenix Emperor had played it when she was young. The fireball was a type of fire seed of the Phoenix Mountain. If one devoured it, it would be helpful in comprehending the Great Tao. Some experts would collect it, but there were not many. They would let the juniors fight for it. Chasing the fireball was also a famous competition game of the Phoenix race. Some willpower was implanted into the fireball to make it fly around randomly. Then, competitors would snatch it. Whoever flew faster, wasn't afraid of fire, and had better control would usually win. At this moment, the fireball was flying rapidly toward the main entrance of the main hall. The other Eternal Realms also saw it and smiled bitterly. Only these little fellows were carefree. Sigh, forget it, let them play. Seeing the Phoenix Emperor's ugly expression, an Eternal Realm cultivator scolded, Sky Phoenix, you're controlling the fire seed to play. You have no rules. The fireball was about to fly into the main hall. The Phoenix Emperor was in a bad mood and had offended the Phoenix Emperor, so she had to punish these juniors. Understood. A little phoenix replied, but the fireball continued flying toward the main hall. The phoenix frowned. At this moment, she felt extremely uneasy. Her willpower quickly swept the area, but she didn't discover anything. However, when she looked at the fireball, her expression suddenly changed. No, wait. What was inside the fire seed? A threat? What could be a threat to her? Impossible, unless a Dao integration expert personally descended. Otherwise, even if this fire seed was the master of the law's divine talisman, it wouldn't be easy to deal with a Dao integration expert. Bastard! The Phoenix Emperor roared. She felt that something was wrong. She slammed her palm toward the fireball, The other eternal realms didn't sense anything. One of them quickly tried to dissuade her. Emperor, the juniors are just playing around. I'll chase them away immediately. This was escalating. How big of a deal was this? 3,000 phoenix eggs had been stolen by that bastard Blue Sky, and there were almost no juniors left in the clan. Now, everyone was a bit more lenient towards these juniors. Moreover, the danger of extermination was approaching, so what was the point of haggling over this? Damn the Phoenix Emperor. As he tried to dissuade her, the Phoenix Emperor's expression changed drastically. The moment she attacked, the fire seed suddenly collapsed, and an aura of death seeped out. Then, the fire seed disappeared, revealing a large seal. That wasn't all. A small spatial vortex suddenly appeared below the seal. Hold it, don't shout. A low shout came from the vortex. The Phoenix Emperor's expression changed drastically. Monarch of Great Zhou, Dead Spirit Channel, it's over. She was just about to roar and explode, but her expression faltered. In the next instant, a monstrous aura of death swept over. The South King instantly appeared and slammed a palm toward the Phoenix Emperor. At the same time, over a dozen Death Spirit Marquises appeared. One by one, they charged toward those Eternals. The Great Zhou King followed closely behind. Sweat seeped from his forehead as he shouted, "Hold it. There's always a way out. As long as you hold it in, you can overcome all difficulties. Hold it in for a moment, and take a step back." The Phoenix Emperor struggled violently. No, she couldn't hold it in, she couldn't, it's over. Her eyes were filled with despair. It's over, the Phoenix world is finished. The Dead Spirit Channel actually opened to her doorstep, to the Phoenix Emperor Hall. Unbelievable, it had opened right under her nose. Just as the Phoenix Emperor was struggling, a gentle laughter sounded. Put down the butcher's knife and protect the race. I won't kill you. Killing can't bring peace. Peace needs negotiation. Let's have a good talk. Suyu, the Phoenix Emperor's eyes were filled with confusion. Suyu. The Phoenix Emperor would never forget his voice. What was he saying? Negotiation. Suyu was also sweating profusely. The power of the Sage Tao of Shenwen was unleashed to the extreme. At this moment, he stepped into the river of time and was still chanting, "Negotiation is the only way out." Phoenix Emperor, sit down and have a good talk. Hold it in. Let's have a good talk. The Great Zhou King shouted. Negotiation, patience, and lying low will give us a chance. The Phoenix Emperor's eyes were sometimes clear and sometimes murky. There was a hint of struggle in her eyes. However, she wasn't facing one person, but two great hoodwinkers. One of them was trying to trick her into holding it in and was a top-notch Dao integration stage cultivator. The other used the Sage Dao to reform her and was no weaker than her. At this moment, Marquis Lan Shan and the South King were rapidly suppressing her power of the Great Dao. A heavenly monarch was an existence that she couldn't match. In the blink of an eye, her Great Dao became a little sluggish. In the void, Suyu tapped out and quickly outlined a series of words on her Great Dao of the Phoenix. Not only that, but a page also flew out and quickly wrapped around the Great Dao of the Phoenix. The South King struck out with a palm and destroyed her physical body. Marquis Lan Shan held the Mortal Lord's seal and quickly suppressed her Sea of Will. The Great Zhou King was still yelling, "You must hold it in. Patience is the only way out. Trust me." Boom, the Phoenix Emperor's physical body exploded, the Sea of Will was suppressed, and the Great Dao was directly sealed by the countless words written by Suyu's brush. The will of civilization swept past and the Holy Seal crushed down. In an instant, the Phoenix Emperor disappeared. None of them could say anything. At the same time, over a dozen Death Spirit Marquises and dozens of monarchs quickly defeated the Eternal Monarchs one after another. In the blink of an eye, only a few little phoenixes who were still playing outside the hall were left in the entire hall. All of them were in a daze. At this moment, the little phoenix who was leading the group spread its wings and said with a smile, "Dear friends, just fuse with me. Out of sight, out of mind." The wings absorbed all the little phoenixes into them. In an instant, a flame rose and those little phoenixes gradually turned into ashes with painful expressions, disappearing in front of everyone. The Great Zhou King's mouth twitched slightly, but Suyu smiled brightly. He could not help but look at Lan Tian. Really good, the great residence seal that this guy had previously located was actually not here. but Lan Tian seemed to have discovered the movement of the Great Residence Seal. Lan Tian dared to do it and directly kicked the Great Residence Seal right under the Phoenix Emperor's nose. He had to be impressed. This battle was extremely smooth, without much movement. All the experts of the Phoenix race were wiped out in one fell swoop. As for Lan Tian, he said with a smile, "What are you waiting for? There's still an eternal monarch at the entrance of the passage. Hurry up, don't let him escape." "How is that possible?" Suyu smiled. "King of Great Zhou, you guys go and capture him. Marquis Lan Shan, capture all the Sun Moon Mountains and seas. Kill all those that escape and capture the rest first." A smile appeared on Suyu's face. The will of civilization swept over and suppressed all the eternal monarchs. Only the Sea of Will was left, so it was not difficult to suppress them. "Don't kill them first, keep them. This page of the Phoenix would soon be able to grow." Suyu walked out of the palace with an incomparably radiant smile as he looked down at the Phoenix realm. "The environment is so beautiful, I like it. I'll take down a realm without any effort. The remaining 3 realms will soon be in my hands. Soon, only the god, demon, and immortal races will not be left in my control." At this moment, the dead spirits moved, and the entire Phoenix realm was instantly shaken, with disbelief and disbelief. These weak little phoenixes were completely unable to resist so many dead spirit powerful beings. Not a single one of them was an eternal. In the face of these Tao integration stage beings, they could not even commit suicide. In the blink of an eye, a large number of phoenixes were skewered into a ball and dragged towards Suyu. The entire Phoenix realm had completely fallen. In the outside world, there was no sound or any fluctuations. The Phoenix realm had fallen. Tens of thousands of phoenixes were captured. There was terror, fear, hatred, and resentment. Resentment filled the sky. However, there was nothing they could do. They could not change anything. As for Suyu, he didn't look at them for long. Looking up at the sky, he suddenly smiled and said, "I won't kill you. I didn't kill a single one of you this time. I just hope that we can work together for a win-win situation." At this moment, Suyu even released the will of those eternal existences, including the Phoenix monarchs. At this moment, these eternal existences, including the Phoenix monarchs, seeped out a little and could hear Suyu's words. Suyu's sage Shinwen continued. He smiled gently. "I came to resolve the war in one, not to kill. However, I know that it's useless to talk about it. I can only take you down first and then talk about peace. If I want to destroy the Phoenix race, I can do it now. But I don't want to destroy it." Suyu said softly. "So, I will give you a choice. I can release one Eternal to manage the Phoenix world. The remaining eternal existences, including the Phoenix monarch, must be imprisoned. If you don't, you know that you will soon become my greatest enemy." At this moment, the monarch of Great Zhou and the others wanted to say something but hesitated. In the void, the experts who only had a little bit of willpower were surprised, shocked, and excited. Not kill us, not destroy the Phoenix race. The Phoenix monarch was also a little excited. Her voice was slightly sharp. Are you serious? The Phoenix race had lost, a crushing defeat. The extinction of the race was right in front of them. Was this Suyu's delaying tactic? The Phoenix monarch shrieked. "Are you afraid that killing us will cause a change in the heavens? Suyu, you are only delaying our deaths." Suyu chuckled and said, "Childish guy. Even if you are delaying, what can you do? After I kill all these eternal existences, do you think the Phoenix monarch will self-destruct? I'm just giving you a chance. Blindly killing won't unify the heavens. In the past, I didn't understand the human sovereign, and I didn't understand the king of 100 battles, but now I do. Killing will only bring disaster." Suyu bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. After a long time, he softly said, "Today, I have a lot of thoughts. Whether you are willing or not, it's your choice. I'll give you a way out. If you don't mind, then just give up." Clan extermination. The Phoenix Emperor's projection flickered and quickly said, "I'm willing. Suyu, if you let me go, I can work for you." "No need." Suyu replied calmly, "I want peace in the infinite worlds, not to cause trouble for myself. You're just a Tao integration stage cultivator. Am I an idiot to let you go? Find a low-level eternal expert to take charge of the Phoenix realm. Furthermore, you have to be controlled by me. I am pursuing peace, not a backlash. Could it be that the Phoenix Emperor thinks that I, Suyu, am the same as you guys, the same as Tiangu, a fool? There was a hint of disdain on his face. The Phoenix Empress will projection fell silent for a moment. Alright, I agree. Actually, he had no choice. Either he didn't exterminate his clan, or he found a low-level eternal expert to take charge of the Phoenix realm. The Phoenix Empress kept thinking about Suyu's idea. It was understandable that he didn't kill them. In fact, under the Eternal Realm, killing them all was nothing. Why didn't Suyu kill them? He didn't quite understand. Was he trying to buy their hearts, or was he trying to bribe them and convince them? The Phoenix Empress couldn't figure it out for a while. She could only think of it this way. Suyu wanted to subdue the Phoenix Realm, not exterminate it. This was probably the reason why he didn't exterminate his clan. This was also good. This way, there would be a chance. The Phoenix Empress was just thinking that this time, the Phoenix Realm would be completely destroyed. Suyu smiled and looked at the captured phoenixes. He said with a faint smile, in a war between races, it's either you die or I die. I, Suyu, have done my best by not exterminating your clan. There's no need to be hostile to me. I can only say that you're on the wrong side. Next, cultivate well. I hope your clan can see the situation clearly. However, just in case. Monarch of the Great Zhou, you and I will set up a formation in the Phoenix Realm to prevent any news from leaking. Suyu said indifferently, you can try to send a message to the outer realm, but once you're discovered, the disaster of extermination will descend at any time. After we set up the formation, you won't be able to send a message out. The realm passageway is sealed, and the Dead Souls realm is also my territory. I also want to see how you can lead the realm. The phoenixes didn't speak. It was fine as long as they were alive. It was much better than they expected. At this moment, the South King couldn't help but frown. Human Lord, if we don't kill them all, there will be future troubles. The Phoenix Realm. Suyu raised his hand. Killing is not my nature. But, the South King still felt that something was wrong. Suyu smiled. The Phoenix Empress and the others were suppressed by me. Only some weak ones were left. If the Phoenix Empress dares to do anything, I will kill her and exterminate her clan. Don't worry, I'm not blindly merciful. Alright. The South King was helpless. She felt that Suyu was much more merciful today. This was not Suyu's style. What was going on? At this moment, Suyu didn't say much. He looked at the Great Zhou and said with a smile, Monarch of the Great Zhou, then set up a formation in the Phoenix Realm, mainly to prevent them from sending a message to the outer realm. With that, a large seal flew out. It was the Great Brightness Seal that was left in the Phoenix Realm. Suyu said, use the Great Brightness Seal as the core to set up the formation. If there's any movement, we can open the Dead Souls Realm channel at any time and destroy the Phoenix Realm. In addition, secretly mobilize 3 human race Eternal Realm experts to the Phoenix Realm to suppress the movement. The Phoenix Empress and the others are suppressed by me. A mere low-level Eternal Realm expert can be suppressed at any time. The experts of the Phoenix Realm listened to Suyu's arrangements. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Suyu's attitude showed that he really had the intention of subduing the Phoenix Realm. If he simply left them here, everyone would be worried that he was plotting something. Suyu quickly said, mobilize 2 Dao integration stage cultivators to suppress the realm passageway entrance. Although they will be suppressed, they still have the power of Eternal Realm. Once the war breaks out, we can break the seal at any time and kill our way out. The orders were issued one after another, and the monarch of the Great Zhou memorized them one by one. In fact, he still felt a little strange. Eternal Realm, if that was the case, why did he still keep these people? Even if he was worried that there would be problems with the Phoenix Realm, he could just cripple these people and not kill them. However, Suyu didn't even cripple them. He couldn't understand what Suyu was thinking. After Suyu said this, he stood up sore and said quickly, begin, set up the formation. The monarch of the Great Zhou could only soar and start setting up the silence formation. As for Suyu, he didn't care. He suppressed the Phoenix Empress and the others again. At this moment, his heavenly gate opened, and one could vaguely see a phoenix spreading its wings in the sky above the Phoenix Realm. That was the great Tao of the Phoenix race. It's not good to kill them. Help me nurture the book of the great Tao. Suyu thought to himself. It would be too wasteful to kill them. Absorbing the essence blood was only temporary. It was not as good as nurturing them for him. The group of experts all wanted to cultivate, become stronger, and take revenge. At this moment, they were the most motivated to cultivate. However, the great Tao of the Phoenix race is not easy to locate. It's fine. I don't care about the upper realm. I just need to distribute the pages into the Tao of this realm. The monarch of the Great Zhou was setting up the formation while Suyu tore the page of the Phoenix race into countless pieces. He carefully observed the Great Tao and quickly integrated the small pages into the Great Tao of the Phoenix race experts. Some of the peak sun and moon cultivators also vaguely touched the Great Tao. Suyu also integrated them. As for those below the sun and moon realm, they had yet to touch the Great Tao. However, one actually had the embryonic form of the Great Tao, which was their talent. Talent was actually the embryonic form of the Great Tao. Only the human race, below the sun and moon realm, could not touch the power of the Great Tao. Suyu continued to set up and integrate his pages into the Great Tao of these people. He was not strong enough now. Otherwise, he could directly tear apart the river of spacetime and integrate the pages into the Great Tao of the Phoenix race. However, Suyu could not do that now. Moreover, the Phoenix race still had experts in the upper realm who were not suppressed. If he forcefully integrated them, he would be easily discovered. Moreover, it would be difficult to integrate them. He could only split them up and integrate them into the small Tao. Perhaps as these Tao became stronger, he would be able to forcefully integrate the great Tao of the Phoenix race. The monarch of the Great Zhou was setting up the formation. At the same time, he was also observing Suyu. He did not know what Suyu wanted to do. However, when he saw that many torn pictures appeared in Suyu's hands, he was secretly shocked. In any case, he felt that Suyu was not so kind-hearted. This fellow was not a kind-hearted person. Not only did he not destroy the Phoenix realm, but he also released an Eternal Realm cultivator to manage the Phoenix realm and prevent it from falling into chaos. This was simply too inconceivable. Now, Suyu seemed to be making use of the opportunity when he was setting up the formation to do something. Is that his civilization record? Tearing the pages of the civilization record? What is he doing? The monarch of the Great Zhou saw that Suyu was sweating profusely. It looked like he had expended a lot of energy. It was clear that he was not doing anything good. After a long while, Suyu flew over, panting. He smiled. Monarch of the Great Zhou, are you done setting up? Yes. The monarch of the Great Zhou nodded. Then now, go back first and gather 2 Tao integration stage cultivators here, as well as 3 Eternal Realm cultivators of the human race. Guard this realm. If we take down all 4 realms, we will need 8 Tao integration stage cultivators and 12 human realm Eternal Realm cultivators to guard this realm. We can't just let everyone sit around, right? Suyu smiled and said, there are so many people, what are they doing idle? He continued, actually, it would be best to have 1 Tao integration stage cultivator per realm, but there are too few Tao integration stage cultivators in the human race. I plan to arrange for Tianyu to be stationed in the Dragon Realm. I still need you and Division Chief 1 to help. So, we can only hope that the others can quickly reach Tao integration stage. The monarch of the Great Zhou nodded. There is still a chance. After changing Tao, everyone has actually improved very quickly. The monarch of the Great Han, the monarch of the Great Tang, the monarch of the Great Shang, and the monarch of the Great Song all have a chance to reach Tao integration stage. Suyu nodded slightly. He didn't say anything else and soon released a low-stage Eternal Realm cultivator. At this moment, that low-stage Eternal Realm cultivator's face was pale. He looked at Suyu, not knowing what to say. Suyu was quite easygoing. As long as you manage the Phoenix realm well and don't cause any major trouble, then you will be the acting Phoenix Empress. Of course, if you don't behave and cause trouble, then the Phoenix Empress and the other dozen or so Eternal Realm cultivators can only wait for death. Actually, you can try. Perhaps you can even take the opportunity to eliminate the Phoenix Empress and the others. All the elites of the Phoenix realm heard this. Below, the group of Sun Moon tier cultivators were silent, not saying a word. Suyu smiled lightly. I will arrange for people to guard this realm. They will not care about you normally, but if there are any unusual movements, they will quickly suppress and kill you. Weigh the pros and cons yourself. Hand over 70% of the Phoenix Realm's resources, and you can cultivate the rest. I won't stop you. I have done my best to treat you all. The released Eternal Realm cultivator took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and said solemnly, Su. Human Lord Su, when can the Human Lord release the elites of our race? 70% of the resources was a small matter. Sending people to guard this place was also a small matter. His only worry was what would happen to these captured elites. Suyu smiled. Actually, I don't plan to kill them. Even suppressing them would take too much effort. I will find a small realm and watch them. Dao Integration Realm cultivators will only be Eternal Realm. The captured elites of the Phoenix race will either be imprisoned in the Iron-Eating Realm or the Alliance Realm of our race. As long as you're obedient, you can cultivate and do whatever you want. I won't care too much. Hearing this, the Eternal Realm cultivator was delighted. Only imprisonment, this was much better than expected, Suyu said calmly. The prerequisite is that you must be obedient. Don't force me to exterminate your race. As he spoke, a projection of will appeared in the void again. The Phoenix Empress's expression was solemn. Human Lord, are you really only going to imprison us? If so, for the sake of our race and ourselves, we will not make any strange moves. Suyu smiled faintly. I hope so. The Phoenix Empress secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best result. She did not expect that not only did Suyu not kill them, he didn't even seal them. He only wanted to imprison them in the realms. This was good, this was better than being imprisoned in the mortal realm. This meant that there was still a chance, a very good chance. At that moment, the members of the Phoenix race went from despair to joy to uncontrollable excitement. Not a single one of them was killed. This was too unexpected. They thought that they were completely finished this time. On the other side, the South King and the others were a little restless. Not even killing them, not suppressing them, just imprison them in the realms. This Suyu's move was too easy to fail. Suyu had always been decisive. Why was he so indecisive today? However, because of their trust in Suyu, these dead spirits could only suppress their thoughts and feel extremely helpless. Suyu quickly said, by the way, how many senator tokens do you have to hand over from the Phoenix race? Only 2. The Phoenix Empress was extremely cooperative and quickly said, you can search among my heavenly soldiers. All right. Suyu laughed and quickly said, Monarch of Great Zhou, go back first. Bring people here to suppress this realm. Yes. The Monarch of Great Zhou did not say anything else and quickly entered the dead spirit passageway. Bringing living people here could easily cause a riot in the Heavenly River. However, the Monarch of Great Zhou was extremely good at concealing his aura. Suyu did not leave. Instead, he maintained the passageway here. The dead spirits also did not move recklessly to prevent them from spreading and triggering punishment. There were almost no deaths in this battle. After waiting for a while, the Monarch of Great Zhou arrived with people. The 2 guardians were Zhou Qi and Xuangying. The 3 Eternal Realm humans were King of Tang, King of Great Yong, and King of Great Liang. They were all shocked. The 2 guardians were fine, but this was the first time the 3 Eternal Emperors had seen so many dead spirit marquises. All of their auras were extremely powerful, striking fear into their hearts. Not only that, but the 2 Dao Integration Stage Guardians were also extremely astonishing to them. The human race had actually taken over the Phoenix Realm without a sound. This was something that they had not expected at all. Unbelievable. Greetings, Emperor Yu. The powerful beings, including Zhou Qi and the others, were also extremely respectful. Conquering the Phoenix race was beyond everyone's expectations. It was incredible. There was no movement at all. Suyu smiled. From now on, your mission is to guard this place. It may take some time. Once the War of the Myriad Realms erupts again, if Tiangu and the others want to fight for the Phoenix race, you can all help Tiangu. Everyone faltered slightly upon hearing this before laughing heartily. Suyu had a smile on his face. One could imagine that if a war really did erupt again, Tiangu and the others would be waiting for reinforcements from the Phoenix race, only to be stabbed in the back by a few Dao integration stage humans. Monarch of Great Tang. The monarch of Great Tang quickly retracted his smile and looked towards Suyu, awaiting his instructions. Suyu smiled. You human race Eternal Realm humans have abundant vital energy in this realm. The Phoenix race will hand over 70% of its resources, and I will leave 30% for the three of you. The monarch of Great Tang has the highest chance of progressing to the Dao integration stage. I hope you can progress as soon as possible. If you want to progress to the Dao integration stage, let me know in advance, and I will take you to a place to do so. Don't progress here, it will cause too much of a commotion. Yes. The monarch of Great Tang quickly replied, I will do my best. There were enough resources. Of course, at his level, what mattered more was enlightenment. Suyu smiled. I will come when I have time, and I will take you to the river of time a few more times. If the Phoenix race behaves themselves, don't meddle in their affairs. They can do whatever they want. He continued, even if there are Eternal Realm humans in the Phoenix race, they can do whatever they want. Not only the monarch of Great Tang and the others, but the Phoenix race powerful beings were also stunned upon hearing this. The low-stage Eternal Realm human who was in charge of the Phoenix realm was shocked. Human Emperor, are you serious? You're not going to do anything about my race's advancement? This was making him nervous. Was this some kind of conspiracy? Suyu said indifferently, a bunch of trash advancing to the Phoenix race's great Dao is a good thing. I can't wait for more of these trash to snatch the Phoenix race's great Dao. You don't understand, but the Phoenix monarch probably does. At this moment, the Phoenix monarch's projection appeared again. She looked at Suyu, then at the Phoenix race powerful beings below, and sighed softly. Human Emperor Su, you have an extremely deep understanding of the great Dao. I only gained some understanding in recent years, Suyu laughed. That's because you're all trash. What's the use of Eternal Realm? It would be best if the Phoenix race could have 100 more, and it would be best if they could reach the Dao integration stage to disperse the power of the upper realm's powerful beings and weaken their nomological power. This is what I want to see. Although many people did not understand the Phoenix monarch's words, they generally understood that Suyu did not seem to have any bad intentions. He did not even stop them from advancing. This was because Suyu felt that this could disperse the nomological power of the upper realm's Phoenix race. As for the Phoenix Emperor, she was thinking that Suyu was too arrogant. There were not many path integration cultivators in the Phoenixes. Even if 3 or 5 of them advanced, they would not steal the great path power of other Phoenixes. It could only be said that Suyu had thought too much and overestimated the Phoenixes. There were not many path integration cultivators in the upper realm. A Dao integration realm cultivator could even produce 10 Dao integration realm cultivators. Alright, let's cut the crap. Suyu looked at Zhou Qi and the others. All of you stay here and guard this realm. If there's nothing going on, that's fine. If there's anything, kill them all. Although I am benevolent, I will not be unable to be ruthless. At this moment, the Phoenix Emperor sighed. My people, know your place and cultivate well. The Phoenix monarch then looked at the eternal cultivator. Fengqi, be good. Don't anger anyone. The future of the Phoenix clan is in your hands. She was also warning Fengqi to behave herself and not cause trouble. Now, the Phoenixes still had a chance. Causing trouble could lead to the extinction of the entire clan. Empress, I will. The low-level eternal cultivator replied solemnly. He knew what the Phoenix monarch meant. Keep a low profile, lie low, endure, and don't anger the human race at a time like this. Meanwhile, Suyu smiled and said, I hope everything is fine. Everyone, I will leave this realm first and conquer the other realms. I will make all the realms under the control of my Emperor Yu's palace. Farewell, Emperor Yu. Zhou Qi and the others all wore expressions of admiration as they watched Suyu leave with a large number of powerful cultivators. After they left, the king of Great Yong felt like he was dreaming. He looked at the king of Great Tang and murmured, Old Tang, we conquered the Phoenix realm. Yes. The king of Great Tang was also filled with emotion. At this moment, he also looked at Zhou Qi and asked hesitantly, Senior Zhou Qi, have you reached Dao integration? Zhou smiled. Yes, we have. And it's not just us. Including Xianxia and the others. Including Big Boss, we now have 11 Dao integration cultivators. Gasp, the king of Great Tang was shocked. There were so many dead spirit cultivators, and Suyu had not said a word. Even the eternal cultivators of the human race did not know that he had so many hidden Dao integration cultivators. This meant that the human race had not used their full strength in the previous battle. Zhou smiled again. Emperor Yu's idea is very simple. Hide your strength so that the higher realms will not fear you and the other races will not despair. Secretly conquer the realms. You see, the Phoenix realm has been conquered. We did not lose a single soldier. Once a war breaks out, we can fight from the Phoenix realm at any time. As he spoke, he looked at the king of Great Tang. You have also walked the weapon fusion Dao, so you can communicate with us when you have time. We have cultivated for more than 100,000 years. Although our comprehension of the Great Dao is not deep, we have experience in the weapon fusion Dao. Emperor Yu has given you 30% of the Phoenix realm's resources, mainly to strengthen your weapon fusion Dao. This way, your comprehension of the Great Dao will be sufficient, and Dao integration will not be difficult. Thank you, Senior. The king of Great Tang was overjoyed. It was great news that 100,000 years old senior of the weapon fusion Dao was willing to give him pointers. This would allow him to avoid many detours. The king of Great Tang sighed. Our human race has also produced a few Dao integration stage cultivators. Unfortunately, we are still a little lacking. Without Dao integration stage battle prowess, it will be difficult for us to keep up. I hope that we can reach Dao integration stage during this time. There is hope. Zhou smiled. The human race is blessed by the heavens, and Emperor Yu has personally helped you change your great Dao. Right now, there is no one else walking the other Dao except for some old guys from the ancient era. If they are not dead, they can still compete with you. But if they are dead, you will have a Dao for yourselves. This is actually also an opportunity. That's true, the king of Great Tang and the others conversed with the two guards for a while. Soon, they set up camp in the Phoenix realm. All 5 of them could maintain Eternal Realm battle prowess, and almost all of them were high-stage Eternal Realm cultivators. A mere low-stage Eternal Realm cultivator from the Phoenix realm could not resist them at all. In the Dead Spirits realm. The South King frowned again. Human Emperor, are you really going to send them into another realm to be suppressed? Suyu nodded. That's right. As he said this, he saw that the South King was still worried. After thinking about it, Suyu sent a voice transmission. It's fine. Don't worry, Master's wife. I'm not stupid. How could I raise a tiger and invite disaster? I have my own plans. I will let Wang cultivate my Dao for me. He was alone. How could he have the time to perfect every great Dao bit by bit? It was too troublesome, too tiring, and too time-consuming. Let one help him cultivate his Dao. After perfecting his illusory great Dao, he would take it back one by one. If the Phoenix realm was like this, then Suyu would most likely do the same for the other realms. As long as these guys cultivated, they would be helping him perfect his great Dao. Once his pages merged with their great Dao, these guys would become puppets. Sooner or later, they would be sucked dry by Suyu. It was not that there was no possibility of backlash, but everything had to be risky. Simple suppression also had the possibility of backlash. In this way, the cost-effectiveness ratio would be higher. Hearing Suyu's words, the Southern King had no choice but to keep quiet. The others followed Suyu's lead. Since Suyu had made this decision, the others had nothing to say. As for Suyu, he did not attack the ape realm immediately. He still had things to do. It was actually quite strenuous for him to suppress so many people with him. He had to escort the Phoenix Emperor and the others to the Iron-Eating realm first. Suyu quickly left the Dead Souls realm. After a while, in the Iron-Eating realm. In the palace of the giant Iron-Eating beast. Luyu was excited. Suddenly, her eyes moved, and her 2 big dark circles changed. Soon, she smiled. Emperor Yu, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have gone to welcome you. Suyu walked through the air and smiled. Congratulations. Lu Yu, you've actually integrated the Tao. Congratulations. Lu Yu smiled. I have to thank Emperor Yu. If it weren't for Emperor Yu and the elder ancestors' care, I wouldn't have integrated the Tao so quickly. Yes, Lu Yu had finally integrated the Tao. A second Tao integration powerhouse had appeared in the iron-eating tribe. Su Yu smiled. It's your own opportunity. Lu Yu also smiled. It's a blessing brought by Emperor Yu. Now that Lu Yu has advanced, I've also thought about passing the position of Beast Emperor to Lu Yu. In the future, I'll focus on cultivating and strengthening my strength in preparation for the upper realm battle. There's no rush. Su Yu smiled. I've come this time to ask Senior to do something for me. Emperor Yu, please tell me. Lu Yu was quite polite. This generation's leader was quite powerful. In the blink of an eye, he had beaten the heavens to silence. Most importantly, no one had suffered any losses. They had only reaped benefits. This was very satisfying, Su Yu smiled. Help me suppress some people. In fact, it's just watching over them. If Senior passes on the position to Lu Yu, and there's no war recently, you can help me watch over them. Watch over them. Lu Yu was puzzled. Watch over who? And you want to send them to me? Who is worth it? Su Yu did not say much. With a wave of his hand, over a dozen Eternal Realm cultivators and one Tao Integration Realm cultivator appeared. At this moment, their physical bodies were rapidly recovering, but they were still very weak. Their auras were also suppressed. Eternal Realm cultivators became the sun and moon. Tao Integration Realm cultivators became eternal. As for Lu Yu and Lu Yu, their mouths were wide open. Their dark circles suddenly widened. They were dumbfounded. Holy F***CK, who is this? This is the Phoenix Monarch, isn't the realm sealed? How did it get wiped out? They didn't know. Lu Yu's mouth was wide open. After a long while, she said dryly, Phoenix. Phoenix Monarch? In the main hall, the Phoenix Monarch was much calmer now. She sighed softly and revealed a slight bitterness. Greetings, Brother Lu Yu. In the future, please take care of us. Su Yu said calmly, it's just to watch over them. I've already taken over the Phoenix realm. However, I gave them a chance. I don't want to kill again. Therefore, I'll have to trouble Senior Lu Yu to suppress them in the iron-eating beast realm. Lu Yu was a little dazed. After a long while, she hurriedly nodded. No problem. They're suppressed here, so it's not difficult to watch over them. Do you want to directly seal the Sea of Will? No need. Su Yu smiled softly. If Senior has nothing to do, you can chat with the Phoenix Monarch and drink tea. We're old acquaintances. There's no need to do this. It's fine as long as they're obedient. If they're not, then kill them. Su Yu smiled again. I still have other things to do, so I'll take my leave first. As he said this, Su Yu hesitated for a moment. Senior, you should have more councilman tokens. I need them now. I can use treasures to exchange for them. He had just finished speaking when Lu Yu took out 2 councilman tokens. This? I don't have any use for it. If Emperor Yu needs it, just take it. No matter what treasures you use to exchange for it, if Lu Yu reaches Tao integration, that's the best thing. Su Yu smiled and said, thank you. He didn't stand on ceremony. He took out a few more councilman tokens. After saying this, Su Yu looked at Lu Yu. There's no war in the near future, but you can't slack off. You have a chance to become the master of the law. As soon as he said this, Su Yu disappeared into thin air. As soon as he left, Lu Yu and Lu Yu widened their eyes and looked at the phoenixes in the hall. After a while, Lu Yu said with a silly smile, Elder, the Phoenix realm has been conquered. Lu Yu was also shocked. She nodded. It seems like the other realms, except for the gods, demons, and immortals, can't escape the same fate. Emperor Yu is indeed wise. He conquered the Phoenix realm without any effort. He smiled, looked at the Phoenix Emperor, and said with a chuckle, everyone, from now on, I'll have to trouble all of you to cultivate properly here. Don't run around, or else, we'll be too heavy and accidentally kill some of you. That would be really embarrassing. In the iron-eating realm, these fellows couldn't do anything, the Phoenix monarch sighed inwardly and didn't say anything. So be it, if he was unlucky, the apes wouldn't have a good ending either. As for Suyu, he quickly returned to the dead soul's realm. Second stop, Ape Realm, Ape Realm. The Ape Emperor had not recovered from his injuries. Unlike the Phoenix monarch, he didn't gather his subordinates for a discussion. However, he was also a little uneasy at this moment. He felt a little uneasy during the healing process and had no choice but to exit the healing state. He felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have come out and fought with the humans. Not only were his injuries not light, but he was also forced to seal the realm. The Ape Emperor sighed and walked out of the cultivation room with some restlessness. Outside the door, his descendant, an eternal realm being, saw him come out and asked cautiously, "Elder, have you recovered from your injuries?" "No, it's not that fast." The Ape Emperor had participated in the battle twice and was injured both times. Now that his injuries had accumulated, it was not easy. He sighed. "It's good enough that I'm alive. 11 Dao integration stage beings died in 2 battles. I'm lucky that I'm still alive." The Ape Emperor sighed again and looked around. "Is everyone alright after the realm was sealed?" "It's quite stable. After all, the Elder is still here. It's just that I'm a little worried that the humans will break through the realm and come." The Ape Emperor nodded helplessly. Soon, he looked around and frowned. "What's going on over there? I feel some fluctuations. Who's fighting?" His descendant also looked over. It was not in the palace, but outside the palace. After looking for a while, he shook his head. "I'm not sure. Maybe everyone is restless. Is there some conflict? I'll go take a look." The Ape Emperor did not say much. He used his willpower to see who was fighting. The fluctuations were powerful. Before he could investigate, his expression changed. "Death aura, why is there death aura?" "Ape Emperor, don't speak. Patience is the only way to survive." The Ape Emperor was slightly dazed. In the next moment, he heard Suyu's voice. "Trust us, we're here to save the ape tribe." The Ape Emperor's expression changed drastically. "Not good." With a roar, the next moment, Suyu cursed in a low voice, "If they don't listen to me, I'll blow up all the ape powerhouse's physical bodies." Boom, a loud explosion was heard as the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. More than 10 incomparably powerful cultivators rushed out. The Ape Emperor's strength was comparable to the Phoenix Emperor's, but his injuries were not light. Although Suyu and the others did not appear in front of him, they were not far away. There was also the king of the Great Zhou, who was extremely powerful. His outcome was no different from the Phoenix Emperor's. Other than shouting "not good," he could not resist at all. "Bear with it. Calm down and don't move." The king of the Great Zhou shouted. "What are you doing? Are you looking down on me?" You actually called out to him? Battles broke out in other places as well. Angry roars sounded, but they soon quieted down. On Suyu's side, it was the same old thing. 4 powerful beings attacked and suppressed the Ape Emperor in the blink of an eye. A moment later, it was the same old thing. It was no different from the Phoenix world. An Eternal of the Ape world was left behind to manage the Ape world. However, many people died on the Ape world side. Fortunately, they were all around Sun and Moon, so it was not a big problem. On the Guardian world side, earthshake and desolate silence guarded it. On the human race's side, the king of the Great Xiang and the other 3 eternal beings suppressed it. The process was familiar and the same. Suyu also separated the page belonging to the ape world and integrated it into the great Tao of the ape race. As for the experts of the ape world, they were escorted by Suyu to the Bai race. The Yen Emperor could watch over these fellows. The only thing that Suyu was worried about was not letting him eat the Yen Emperor. He even specially reminded it several times. In the end, the Yen Emperor almost cried and promised that he would not eat these fellows. He did not trust him. Moreover, the ape race was not tasty unless they ate their brains. Most importantly, the Ape Emperor did not dare to. According to Suyu, the Phoenix race was imprisoned in the iron-eating realm, the ape race in the nightmare realm, and the Kuanping and dragon race might be taken down soon. Such a terrifying thing almost scared the Ape Emperor. How would it dare to eat the people Suyu sent over? The third stop, the Kuanping realm. This race did not have as many eternal beings as the other two races, so it was very easy to take them down. The Kuimping half-step emperor's strength was only so, so taking him down was no harder than taking down the two realms. The 3 battles went smoothly. After 3 battles, the 3 realms were completely taken down by Suyu. As for the Kuimping half-step emperor, he was also sent to the ancient beast race to be suppressed by Suyu. At this point, of the 4 realms that Suyu had set his sights on, 3 of them had been successfully taken down. Only the dragon realm made Suyu a little more careful. Marquis Tianlong was stronger than the other 3, so Suyu was worried that something might happen. Before leaving, he returned to the mortal realm and brought one Tiansheng. This time, to ensure that nothing went wrong, Suyu not only brought one Tiansheng, but also the old turtle. If Marquis Tianlong wasn't easy to take down, then they should send him to the Dead Soul realm. At this point, if he still couldn't take them down, then Suyu could only say that he was powerless. If it really didn't work, then he could only hope that the great bright monarch would be outside to stop the commotion. The Dragon Realm. The number of eternal existences of the dragon race was actually very small. In the past few battles, the dragon race had contributed greatly. Following the death of the Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Realm had been sealed once, and this time it was sealed again. Now, the entire dragon race, besides Marquis Tianlong, only had 7 or 8 eternal existences. Marquis Tianlong had been heavily injured by the great Zhou King. Today, like the other half-step emperors, he was extremely uneasy. He was uneasy, but in fact, outside the dragon palace, a little dragon was even more uneasy. It seemed like it was going to capsize. The little dragon was Blue Sky's clone. He felt like he was going to capsize this time. There was no other reason than that the seal he had buried near the dragon palace seemed to have been sensed by Marquis Tianlong. Trouble. He wouldn't capsize this time, right? Blue Sky thought to himself. The next moment, he saw that Marquis Tianlong seemed to have sensed something and flew towards the place where he had buried the seal. Blue Sky's bare one's teeth grinned. I'm actually going to capsize, this won't do. Suyu and the others hadn't even activated the seal yet. The next moment, just as Marquis Tianlong was about to go check, suddenly, a dragon's roar came from outside the dragon palace. Bastard! Why can't we surrender to the human race? Blue Sky roared and swept away a weak mountain sea giant dragon with his tail. He shouted, I want to see Marquis Tianlong. The dragon race has a cooperation with the human race. The Great Xia Civilization University and the Ming Constabulary have members of the dragon race. I want to go to the human race. The dragon race and the human race are enemies. How many elites have died? I don't want to see the dragon race destroyed. I want to see Marquis Tianlong. I want to go to the human race and negotiate with them. Marquis Tianlong frowned. Negotiate? This little sun moon giant dragon actually wanted the dragon race to surrender and negotiate. At this moment, a few eternal dragons of the dragon race also appeared. They all looked at the giant dragon outside the palace. That was a sun moon tier giant dragon. At this moment, this one said that he wanted to go to the human race to negotiate. All of a sudden, everyone was a little strange. Negotiate, surrender to the human race. Many dragon race elites looked at Marquis Tianlong, who said coldly, negotiate. What a joke. The dragon race is powerful in the upper realm. A mere sun moon dragon dares to talk nonsense about our race. He could only deal with it. Although it was just a sun moon dragon, he was afraid that it would cause other dragons to have the same idea. At this moment, those eternal dragons might all have the same idea. Killing them was not a solution either. Marquis Tianlong originally wanted to go and check the fluctuations he had just discovered, but now he couldn't care less. If he didn't do something, the dragon realm would be in chaos. And Blue Sky, seeing him fly over, was also relieved. He roared, Lord Marquis Tianlong, the survival of the race is my responsibility. This race does not belong to you alone. Since you are not willing to negotiate, then I will use my blood to awaken the dragon race. As soon as he said this, he began to burn his dragon body. He said in grief and indignation, I will use my blood to remonstrate with my kin. Burn my body. At this moment, an eternal dragon saw this and shouted, Don't be reckless. Stop. Lord Marquis Tianlong will negotiate with everyone. Don't do stupid things. The group's attention was attracted by Blue Sky. What a tough dragon, Marquis Tianlong didn't say anything and he wanted to commit suicide. This was too tough, Marquis Tianlong was helpless, F***CK, who is this, is he going to commit suicide? If this guy really died, there would definitely be some noise in the dragon realm. Although he wasn't afraid, internal strife was not a good thing. He could only quickly shout, no, this marquis is only, boom, at this moment, Suyu and the others finally opened the seal. Marquis Tianlong subconsciously looked back. In front of him, Blue Sky's voice suppressed everything, I don't believe it, I will commit suicide. Dragon race, peace. Boom, the sound of self-detonation suppressed the sound of the domain opening. Many dragons didn't react. 7 or 8 pairs of large hands attacked Marquis Tianlong. When Marquis Tianlong's body was destroyed, Suyu kicked Sea of Will into the dead soul's domain and suppressed by the old turtle. The people outside the dragon realm still didn't know what happened. They only knew that a sun-moon dragon had self-detonated. As for Suyu, he roughly understood the situation and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Blue Sky, fortunately, he was almost discovered by the other party. If Blue Sky was strong, he could stir up a storm alone. Fortunately, this guy discovered it in time and caused some trouble, allowing Suyu and the others to successfully take down the dragon realm. At this point, the 4 domains were all successfully taken down. Although there were some twists and turns in the dragon realm, it was only the death of Blue Sky's clone. At the price of 1 Blue Sky clone, Suyu successfully took down the 4 domains. At this moment, the threat of the lower realm was almost completely quelled. The 3 races had no more allies. Once Heaven's supervisor and many treasures were dealt with, Suyu could temporarily leave the lower realm. The 4 realms were successfully taken down. The Iron Eaters watched over the Phoenix race, the Ho race watched over the Ape race, and the Space Ancient Beasts watched over the Kuan-Pung race. As for the Dragon race, Marquis Tianlong was not weak. Even if his body was destroyed, he could not be casually watched over by anyone. It was not appropriate to leave him in the human realm either. As for killing him, he could not kill him now. Suyu was still counting on these guys to help him with the dragon-raising sect. After thinking for a long time, Suyu decided to send the dragon race to Monarch Wen's old residence and let Little White watch over it. Even if Marquis Tianlong recovered to his peak, he would still be eaten by Little White. After destroying the 4 realms, Suyu obtained many councilman badges. In addition to the councilman badges offered by the Iron Eaters, Suyu had gathered more than 30 councilman badges. As for why he did not hand the dragon race over to the 2 God Eater race, it was because he was afraid that he would not see them after a few days. Compared to Bean Bun and the rest, Little White was more reliable. Human realm. Suyu returned again. This time, monarch of the state of Great Zhou, Wan Tianxing, and the Great Bright Monarch also returned. Once back in the human realm, Wan Tianxing said, didn't you ask us to chase after Duo Bao and the rest? Duo Bao ran fast, but we also met. That guy said he wanted to join the human race and not help the evildoers anymore. What do you think? Duo Bao? Suyu snorted. He won't give up until he sees the coffin. Let him kill the Heaven Supervisor as a proof of allegiance. Not everyone can join us. Wan Tianxing was speechless. There was probably no hope. Duo Bao had just fused down not long ago. He could not match the Heaven Supervisor. Suyu did not continue this topic. Chief Wan, you and Monarch of the State of Great Zhou have nothing else to do. The only thing is to increase the human race's strength and keep producing eternity. 3 movement techniques will do. We don't need strong combat power, the more the better. Wan Tianxing pondered. Monarch of the State of Great Zhou said, don't need to do anything else? Suyu glanced at him and said, no need, the more the better. Once I kill the 100 battle monarch, the Great Dao will open up, and perhaps 7 or 8 Dao integration stage super mighty figures will appear in an instant. Why go through all that trouble? And at the same time, weaken 100 battle king. He was speechless. The king of Great Zhou smiled bitterly. Suyu also smiled and said, also, Zhao Chuan and the rest, hurry up. Find the passageway first and seal it up. Suyu smiled and said, recently, the human race will welcome a period of development and peace. Don't delay the battles of the small races, and don't worry about the 3 major races. He didn't need to increase the number of Dao integration stage cultivators, but he definitely needed to increase the number of eternal cultivators. With enough materials and resources, it was just a simple fusion of the Dao and the Dao of the fleshly body. This was the simplest and easiest way to prove one's Dao. There was no reason that the resources of the myriad worlds could not be eternal. I don't dare to say too much, but at least 30 to 50? I don't believe that the human race doesn't have 30 to 50 prodigies who have a chance of reaching the eternal realm after hundreds of years of accumulation. The King of Great Zhou nodded. There definitely are. As long as they are willing to bear the burden and use the 3-movement mystic art to prove their Dao, and one doesn't dare to stop them now, it won't be difficult to have a few dozen more eternal realms. I'm just afraid that it will be difficult to advance in the future. That's a matter for the future. So you didn't care too much. A few more eternal realms would be enough. At least they would know how to use the power of laws. The King of Great Zhou couldn't say anything more. So you continued, the veteran eternal realms still have to focus on Dao integration. The King of Han and the others all focus on Dao integration. As for those who walk the Dao of the fleshly body and haven't changed their Dao, they have to quickly reach the 9th stage of the eternal realm. As long as the 100 Battle King dies, they will be able to advance to Dao integration. You think of him as an imaginary enemy? The King of Great Zhou smiled bitterly. So you nodded. You can say that. If he doesn't listen, I will find a way to kill him. The human race will have at least 7 to 8 more Dao integration cultivators. I have a feeling. The King of Great Zhou didn't say much. Wan Tianxing smiled and asked, what's next? Me? Suyu smiled. I have to improve myself. After taking down the 4 great realms, I'll leave the Heaven Supervisor and the Myriad treasures for now. But I have to create pressure for them and encircle them from time to time. Otherwise, Wan will think that we didn't do anything. Don't give them a chance to enter the All Heavens battlefield. Alright. Oh right, one more thing. Apart from the 3 great races, the other small races, including some ancient races that haven't reached Dao integration, might have some councilman badges. When you find them, hand them over to me. Okay. So you didn't say anything else. He had to make a trip to King Wen's former residence first. After that, Suyu prepared to travel the infinite worlds. He planted all the seeds of his book pages. Then, he waited for the infinite worlds to help him nurture his Dao. This was even more powerful than absorbing Wan's blood essence. He wanted Wan to unknowingly help him nurture his Dao. When the time came, he would collect these Dao and combine them into the will of civilization. Then, he would see if the Book of Time wanted to absorb it as well. If it succeeded, Suyu, who possessed the will of civilization, might be able to use these stolen powers to open up his own Dao. He might not even use the River of Time to open up a Dao. Instead, he would open up a Dao on his own like the great Dao of dead spirits. He had to avoid the River of Time, to avoid attracting trouble. Of course, Suyu would continue to comprehend and master the brush Dao. The will of civilization was his trump card. If something happened and someone took control of his brush Dao, he wouldn't even need to use the brush Dao to unleash greater power. At this moment, Suyu had already started to prepare for a rainy day. He had to cultivate the brush Dao. From now on, it would be best for him to treat it as a simple brush Dao cultivator. As long as nothing happened in the River of Time, then Suyu would be the sole brush Dao cultivator. If something happened, he would be the cultivator who opened up his own Dao. As a scholar, how could he be called a scholar if he didn't leave a way out for himself? He even treated King Wen as an imaginary enemy. If King Wen could still control the brush Dao, once his brush Dao's power was extracted, what could he do? If he could raise others like fish, then Suyu was worried that others would be like him, raised like fish. The kind that could be harvested at any time, King Wen's former residence. As soon as Suyu came in, he laughed, "Senior Fat Ball, I'm here to give you a gift." After saying so, he threw out a group of giant dragons. At this moment, Marquis Tianlong had recovered his weak body. When he saw this place, his eyes revealed a look of shock. A house in the River of Time, King Wen's territory. Fat Ball quickly ran out. Seeing these dragons, he felt a headache. Are we roasting them? That's too much. Marquis Tianlong's face was gloomy. Suyu smiled. No, lock them up here for now. There's really no place to lock them up. If they are locked up in the god-devouring realm, I'm afraid Furball's parents will eat them up soon. In the distance, Furball also flew over, sniffed, and said with dissatisfaction, no ancient celestial incense, not good. Suyu was speechless. Can you eat it? You're even looking down on it. This little guy's aura has become stronger recently, vaguely showing signs of stepping into the peak of Sun Moon. Did he find his own Tao, or did he forcefully advance after eating too many good things? Fat Ball was also speechless, but it quickly said, that's fine, but they have to be locked up, or else I'm afraid they'll damage my flowers. Young Master built an underground cage in the past, it can be locked up for a while. Young Master caught some food and locked it up there. At this moment, Marquis Tianlong couldn't bear it anymore and said in a low voice, Suyu, kill me, why humiliate me? Caught some food and locked it up in the basement, what do you take me for? Suyu smiled, and Fat Ball was surprised, what's wrong? Can't I? The dragons there are very good. I remember many years ago, young master caught a dragon called Long Ji and locked it up there. He didn't say it was bad. Long Ji? Marquis Tianlong was startled, and his eyes flickered. After a long time, he said in a low voice, your young master. Time Master? Yes. Time Master is the same person as King Wen. Marquis Tianlong gritted his teeth. Long Ji was a top expert of the dragon race, very powerful. According to current standards, he was a heavenly king. In the end, he was taken away by Time Master, and there was no more news of him. Later, he died. It turned out that he had been captured and brought here. Master is master, young master is young master, not the same person. Fat Ball explained. As for whether Marquis Tianlong liked it or not, it couldn't be bothered. At this moment, Fat Ball didn't like to talk to them. It only wanted to find Suyu and get its little stone back. While Suyu still didn't know how precious it was, it quickly took it back. Big Blockhead, take them to the basement. Oh. In the courtyard, the tree stretched out countless branches, grabbing at the dragon race experts. Suyu smiled, Marquis Tianlong, rest for a while and recover your body. As long as your dragon race is obedient, I won't do anything to you. Marquis Tianlong's face was sullen, and he didn't say anything. The dragon realm was already taken by Suyu. At this moment, it was useless for him to struggle. He could only wait for an opportunity to make a comeback. Soon, Big Blockhead's branches locked them and quickly stuffed them to the basement in the backyard. Suyu didn't care. In this place, if Marquis Tianlong could escape, then he was amazing. He couldn't get out of the waterfall of time. If he used the river of time, this part of the river was sealed, or even cut off. It would be strange if he could escape. After taking the dragons away, White Dog pretended to be calm. Suyu, you have no use for the little stone you took away last time. Give it to me first. The furniture in Master's house is broken, and I want a stone to use as a footrest. It smells nice, Big Blockhead. Big Blockhead grabbed Furball and said gloomily, time to study. It's time. I don't want it, not wanting it was useless. Soon, Furball was filled with grief and indignation, but he was still taken away to study. Suyu laughed in spite of himself, the stone is taken away, it won't affect you, right? No, then I'll use it first. Suyu smiled, this stone is a treasure, it has the effect of suppressing laws. If you need it urgently, then I'll give it to you first. If not, I'll use it first. White Dog was depressed, you even know there are benefits, it could only say dejectedly, it's fine if you don't want it, but if you don't give it to me, I can't go out easily. Master's house has been here for too long, it's going to collapse. That stone can help stabilize it. Now that I'm here, it can still be stable, but if I leave, it won't be stable. Big Blockhead can't stabilize it alone. This house could be considered White Dog's spiritual sustenance. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, then I'll use it first. If I need you to go out, I'll use this to suppress it. If it really can't be done, then wait. When the providence of the human race increases, I'll use the Human Master Seal to suppress it for a period of time. The Human Master Seal was also a divine weapon now. Of course, its offensive power was not strong, this thing was used to attack. But suppressing providence and suppressing laws also had a good effect. It was a little similar to Little Blockhead's effect. Alright then. White Dog didn't have any objections this time. He glanced at Suyu, sniffed, and said curiously, "There are many different smells on your body." Suyu nodded, "And I'm pondering my own Tao." As Suyu spoke, he said with a smile, "Fat Ball, I have a question. Kingwen stripped off his brush Tao in the later stages. Why did he do that instead of continuously strengthening his Tao?" "I don't know." White Dog shook its head. "I rarely ask about these unimportant things." "Unimportant?" "That's right." White Dog nodded. "What we eat for lunch, what we eat for dinner, when we go home, these are more important." "Alright, you win," so you didn't mind. He just wanted to ask about the situation, it didn't matter if he didn't know. After thinking for a while, Suyu said, "There's one more thing I have to discuss with you." "What is it?" White Dog looked at him curiously. What was it that needed to be discussed? Suyu thought for a while, then said, "It's the Book of Time. It's the book that your little master left behind, and it's with me now." White Dog nodded, it knew about this matter. Suyu continued, "As for me, I want to walk my own Tao, but I need a lot of time and energy. And the Book of Time can be considered a semi-finished product. It's actually very powerful, but I don't really want to spend too much time on this book, so I think that if my Tao takes form, I want to fuse with the Book of Time." Suyu said solemnly, "The Book of Time, the Time Master spent countless years to create it. Actually, it's much more powerful than my civilization will, but after all, it's not mine, and it's not my Tao, there are still some differences. I want to forge my own Tao weapon, so I want to fuse this book into my civilization will. Do you think it's possible?" White Dog looked at him in a daze. After a while, it said, Without this, can you find Little Master and the rest?" "Probably, the Time Master left behind a drop of tear, and this is the coordinates." Suyu explained, "The Book of Time can also be considered as coordinates, but it won't affect if it fuses. As long as you can find Little Master and the rest, then fuse it." White Dog didn't have much of an opinion. The book isn't important, what's important is the people. Little Master has already lost the book, and there's no use for it. If you can improve yourself, then fuse it, as long as you can find the people. Suyu smiled. Fat Ball is still the most reasonable. Fat Ball bare one's teeth wagged its tail. Of course the book isn't as important as the people. If you become more powerful, you can find Little Master earlier and faster. Wise. Suyu gave a thumbs up and praised. He smiled. "Alright then, with your words, I can rest assured. When my civilization will is formed, I will think of a way to take out the Book of Time and fuse it." If Fat Ball didn't agree, Suyu had to consider it. After all, this person had helped him a lot. Although his subordinates were strong now, and Fat Ball had only taken action once, he still had to consider its attitude. With the Book of Time, Suyu could save a lot of time. Time Master had forged it for countless years, and the virtual Great Tao inside wasn't weak. Compared to Suyu's civilization will, there would definitely be a lot of virtual Great Tao that overlapped with each other. As for those that didn't overlap, they were probably some ancient races that had been destroyed. Since these ancient races had been destroyed, there was probably no one left in the Great Tao. Perhaps he could directly steal the power of the Great Tao. In any case, there was no one left. After so many years, there was a high chance that no one had gone to fuse with the Great Tao. Fat Ball saw that Suyu had fallen into deep thought and slapped its tail. When Suyu came back to his senses, it said, "Bigwood has already developed intelligence. Do you need Bigwood to go out and help you?" "No need for now." Suyu smiled. "I have enough manpower for now." "Is Bigwood powerful?" "Yes, it's more powerful than the book spirit and the tea tree." Suyu nodded. This was not bad. After all, this tree had existed for too long, even longer than the little white dog. Now that it had developed a spirit, its battle prowess wasn't weak. According to Suyu's classification, the book spirit and the tea tree were also around 4th grade. Bigwood was more powerful than them. It might be a 3rd grade Tao integration stage powerhouse. Suyu chatted with Fat Ball for a while before standing up. "Then I'll go first. I still have to make preparations for opening the path." It's quite troublesome. Fat Ball watched as Suyu left. It was a little disappointed. Suyu was going to fuse with the Book of Time. Actually, it was a little sad. However, when it thought that Suyu was going to find Little Master and the others to strengthen himself, it got over it. Suyu wasn't powerful. It was useless to find him. The Little Mistress and the others were very strong, and even they were in danger. If Suyu really went and found them, he would be killed by them with a single blow. Emperor Yu's Matter. Weapon Forging Bureau. There were thousands of pages in front of Suyu. At this moment, Zhao Li and the others all looked exhausted. It hadn't been long since Suyu gave the order. At this moment, they had already forged thousands of pages. This was a lot. They were all Earth-grade soldiers. Thank you, teacher. Suyu looked at Zhao Li's tired face and revealed a smile. Zhao Li also smiled. It's a small matter, they're all Earth-grade soldiers, it's just that it's a little troublesome. It hadn't been too long since the last time he gave the order. Suyu smiled, and quickly looked at Heavenly Forging King and the others, and said, the rest, we have to work overtime to forge. Suyu was rather serious. The human clan is going on an expedition to the heavens now. We can recruit 1 weapon forging masters. As long as we keep a close eye on them and don't give those people any tricks, then there won't be a problem. There aren't many human clan weapon forging masters, but there are many in Wan. Heavenly Forging King nodded, and said tiredly, all right. I'll get Xiao Long Wu and the others to capture some weapon forging masters and send them back. Saying that, Heavenly Forging King laughed, I've advanced. Divine Weapon Master? No, Stage 7. Heavenly Forging King said happily, Eternal Stage 7. Oh, congratulations. Suyu said it perfunctorily. Stage 7, I thought you had reached the Dao integration stage. What's the use of the 7th stage? Heavenly Forging King's heart was tired. This arrogant fellow, I'm already at the 7th stage, alright? It wasn't like he didn't gain anything from forging weapons recently. At this moment, it was time for him to reap his harvest. Now, he had quickly entered the 7th stage. At this moment, he might really have a chance of fusing with the Dao. As for Zhao Li and Zhao Tianbing, the two of them were still at the Sun-Moon realm. Zhao Tianbing had entered the peak of the Sun-Moon realm, while Zhao Li was only at the 6th stage of the Sun-Moon realm. These two had actually gained quite a bit from forging weapons these past few days without sleeping or resting. As for Suyu, he did not help them in any way. Unless the two of them reached the point where they could advance by themselves, Suyu would only help them. Some of his teachers, such as Lu Wenyan and the others, Suyu actually did not favor them much. Their strength was also at the Sun-Moon stage. Baifeng was still at the Mountain Sea stage. With stronger strength, there would be more missions and more dangers. Suyu still thought that it would be best if they did not participate in the Great Battle. If it really came to the Great Battle stage, the Eternal Realm would definitely have to participate. As for Zhao Li and the others, they did not say anything. Suyu did not know what they were thinking. After obtaining 1,000 pages, Suyu also revealed a smile. It was enough for the time being. The All-Heaven Wan was said to be Wan, but that was after the heavens were opened. In reality, there were not as many Wan now, and many races had been destroyed. 1,000 pages was not enough for the time being. He would just have to create more in the future. Then I'll merge it first and forge it into my civilization. I still need to continue forging in the future. After Suyu finished speaking, he took out the record of civilization. There were a few pages missing, but it did not affect the entire record of civilization. Very quickly, the blank pages of the book were forged by Suyu into the record of civilization. The main trunk had already been forged, so it was not difficult to fuse it now. Suyu would be able to complete the forging by himself. And as these pages continued to be merged into the record of civilization, the record of civilization became stronger and stronger. The number of golden patterns also increased. The record of civilization, which was originally breaking through to become a divine weapon, finally broke through with a rumble when Suyu merged the 800th page. It was much more difficult to advance than the human Lord Seal. Divine weapon, 145 physical golden patterns. Of course, the number of virtual patterns was already terrifying, it had officially entered the divine weapon stage, and as the record of civilization entered the divine weapon stage, it was not a reward but a lightning tribulation. However, at this time, Suyu did not resist it head-on. He quickly went to King Wen's former residence. Before the little white dog could see clearly, Suyu had run away in the blink of an eye. He had avoided the punishment of the rules. If it was in the past, Suyu would have taken advantage of it. Now, Suyu did not do this. He was afraid that if he took advantage of it too much, it would cause the gate of the upper realm to open in advance. That would not be worth it. This time, Suyu spent a lot of time forging the weapon. After a full 7 days, Suyu finally cast all the pages into the record of civilization. Including the previous pages, there were a total of 1,480 pages. As for the golden patterns, it had reached 155. Of course, a divine weapon was a divine weapon. It was not as powerful as the heaven hunting list. The last time the heaven hunting list was gathered, there were about 170 to 180 golden patterns. After the fusion, this was not the end. It was just the beginning. Soon, Suyu used a large number of treasures, even bearer-level treasures, to merge the new pages. Not only that, but Suyu also started to write down a large number of cultivation techniques and innate skills of each race. Not only that, but even the corpses of the race experts who had fought and killed in the All-Heavens battlefield were continuously transported back and devoured by Suyu's record of civilization. Although Suyu did not rely on devouring one to upgrade the record of civilization, since he had already killed them, it would be a waste not to devour them. He first constructed a simple prototype of the virtual Great Path in the pages. This was the longest time Suyu had stayed in Emperor Yu's residence. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few days left until the end of year 352 of the Tranquility calendar. In a few days, it would be year 353 of the Tranquility calendar. Of course, it would be called the New Universe calendar from now on. New year, new atmosphere, the Tranquility calendar ushered in its final moments. This year, the human race won a great victory. The All-Heavens fame, the mortal realm also started to organize all kinds of celebrations to welcome the arrival of the new calendar and the new universe year. All the manners were celebrating. The god and demon clans sealed off their realms. The human race swept across the All-Heavens. The one of the All-Heavens either surrendered or were destroyed. Countless resources were transported back to the mortal realm. A large number of mortal realm geniuses rose rapidly. Xiao Wu and the others were not in a hurry for the battle of the small realms. They did not directly suppress the small realms. Some of the small realms were unwilling to surrender or had to be destroyed, so they sent some young geniuses to fight. Xiao Wu, Qin Zhen, and the others had fought their way up. They did not want the younger generation to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Qin Feng, Xiaohu Yu, and the others were all transferred to the All-Heavens battlefield. They constantly participated in the battle of the small realms to train themselves. Of course, among the younger generation, the one who was in the limelight was not Qin Feng, but Zhou Hao. This fierce general had opened 360 origin apertures. His physical body had been forged 60 times and was still being forged. His combat strength was also extremely strong. Although he was still a Soar, he was like Suyu in the past. He could almost kill some sun moons. Not only Zhou Hao, but some of the younger generation of Suyu's generation were also constantly shining. As long as one had meritorious service, as long as one dared to kill and survive, a large amount of resources would be tilted to one. As long as one dared, one would not lack resources. Heaven and earth mystic light, sun moon mystic yellow liquid, these were treasures that Suyu had fought for with his life. Now, although he still had to fight for them with his life, the difficulty of obtaining them was much lower than before. As long as one dared to conquer the myriad realms, there was hope for him to rise rapidly, Xia province. As the new year approached, it was bustling with activity. A large number of soldiers had also returned from the front lines of the All-Heavens battlefield. After the new year, one heaved a sigh of relief. The speed of the human race's conquest had slowed down. Other than the necessary battles, most of the battles in the region had temporarily stopped. At this moment, Great Xia Civilization University. This incomparably glorious institution had gradually declined with Suyu's escape. When Wan Tianxing killed a large number of eternal disciples and fled the human realm, the institution had completely declined. When Suyu ascended to the top, Wan Tianxing returned, Lu Wenyan and the others rose one by one, and people like Nan Wujiang and Yunchen also revealed their Tao. The Great Xia Civilization University, the glorious institution, once again erupted with vitality. The first generation Xia Chen, the third generation Nan Wujiang, the sixth generation Wan Tianxing, and even Yunchen were all top experts. Even Lan Tian, who had betrayed the institution, was now in existence that everyone feared. The new year was approaching, and with the return of a large number of geniuses, the Great Xia Civilization University became even livelier. Today, while the institution was lively, there was also a sense of oppression. Countless students, instructors, and researchers were extremely cautious as they walked. They tiptoed, afraid that they would make any noise. This was because news had come early in the morning that Suyu and a large number of experts who had come from the institution might return to the institution today, or perhaps they would revisit their old places. Each and every one of these familiar names intimidated the heavens, making all the students incomparably excited. New Universe Calendar, this was created by Suyu. The only thing that made the students feel regretful was that when Suyu was mentioned, the salted fish and the Ming residents liked to argue. Suyu was from the Ming Civilization Academy. This was something that no one could refute, because Suyu had indeed gone to the Ming Civilization Academy. Fortunately, Suyu had come to the Great Xia Civilization University and not the Ming Civilization Academy. In front of the Great Xia Civilization University, Xiahou Yi stood there, followed by Xia Huyu, Ji Hong, and the other experts and geniuses of the Great Xia province. Huang Tang and the others were also there, including Zhou Hao, who had shown his prowess in the battlefield not long ago. At this moment, everyone was excited and emotional. Who would have thought that Suyu would return in the form of the Master of the Heavens? After a moment, Xiahou Yi said in a low voice, "Silence." The low voices of discussion disappeared, and soon, a light figure appeared. Xia Longwu, dressed in martial attire, quickly stepped on the air and said in a low voice, "His Majesty Emperor Yu, as well as Director Wan and the others, will arrive soon." Remember, this time, Emperor Yu and the others came to the Great Xia Civilization University to reminisce about the past. Don't mention anything else. The group nodded. Xiahou Yi also said, "Open your eyes." This time, because of this, I fought with Zhu Tiandao from next door a lot. It wasn't easy to get Emperor Yu and the others to come to the Great Xia province. Don't embarrass me. He wasn't lying. Because of this, he and Zhu Tiandao had almost fought. In the end, he still won. Zhu Tiandao had no choice. He didn't lose to Xiahou Yi, but to Wan Tianxing, Zhao Li, Lu Wenyan, Nan Wujiang. A large number of experts came from the Great Xia Civilization University. Even if Suyu wanted to go to the Ming Constabulary, he had to consider whether it was suitable. After all, even Suyu himself also came from the Great Xia province, and his foundation was here. The group of people was quite solemn. However, at this moment, Suyu's side was not solemn at all. He had just finished forging weapons when he was continuously persuaded by the Daxia of Goguryeo and the others. With Zhao Li's help, he had no choice but to return to the Great Xia province during this time when the new and the old were replacing the old. Actually, at this moment, Suyu wanted to go to the heavens. The forging of the civilization was completed, and he was in a hurry to harvest it. However, since Wan Tianxing came to persuade him, Suyu had no choice but to follow along. It was not a big deal that he came. The key was that there were a lot of people at this moment. The key was not that Suyu came, but the blue sky. He was also from the Great Xia Civilization University. Where there was blue sky, there was definitely no loneliness. There were a lot of people. On Suyu's side, there were actually not many people. He did not need any guards of honor. However, blue sky alone was a guard of honor. The soldiers in front opened the path, the scouts patrolling on both sides, the experts hidden in the void, and even some onlookers from all directions. Damn, it was all blue sky. Suyu had a mental breakdown. It was not just him. At this moment, Daxia of Goguryeo and Wan Tianxing were also on the verge of a mental breakdown. They really had enough. A good trip back home had been messed up by blue sky. Suyu saw that blue sky had countless doppelgangers, And even his own doppelgangers had conflicts with his own doppelgangers, chasing away some onlookers who were too close. He was speechless and sent a voice transmission. Academy head, is he crazy? Wan Tianxing was also speechless. Helpless, he sent a voice transmission. No, this guy has been researching how to control 10,000 doppelgangers at the same time recently. Isn't it because of your stupid idea? Although he had many doppelgangers before, they were not this many. Recently, there have been too many doppelgangers, and he is slightly out of control. With us, he has 1,000 of them. He wants us to help him suppress them. Suyu was embarrassed. He had just said that, but who knew that Blue Sky would really do it? There were too many doppelgangers, and he was about to lose control. Suyu was helpless. He thought about it and said, if it doesn't work, I'll bring him on a trip to the River of Time. I don't know what path he is taking. In my opinion, his path might be similar to mine. Yes, similar to him. Suyu was thinking of reopening 10,000 Daos, merging the great Daos into one, and opening another Dao. As for Blue Sky, merging with one, turning into 10,000 bodies into one, 10,000 Daos into one. This was actually a little similar to Suyu. Suyu was a page of a book, representing one Dao. The difference between Blue Sky and him was that Blue Sky was a clone Dao, and he really cut himself, unlike Suyu, who used a book page to replace it. Perhaps all top geniuses and monsters were like this. In the end, everyone might be about the same. Great Daos into one. Currently, Suyu could vaguely see a bit of such a shadow in Time Master, Blue Sky, and Wan Tianxing. As for the others, he had not seen it yet. Then what was Blue Sky's Dao like? Suyu was actually quite curious. Wan Tianxing sent a voice transmission. Blue Sky's Dao is still different from yours. I know, by and large, some of your ideas. In essence, Blue Sky is not considered 10,000 Daos. He might have some thoughts of merging 10,000 Daos, but fundamentally, I think it's still the Dao of cloning. The Dao of cloning was a little low-end. Of course, this was what Suyu thought. In fact, even if such a Dao of cloning was not 10,000 Daos into one, it was still very terrifying. Let's go back and take a look. Suyu smiled and then looked at a little girl beside him. She looked to be 7 or 8 years old. She was eating a lollipop and looking at him and Wan Tianxing curiously. He felt even more helpless. You're really good. He did not say anything more. When he helped Blue Sky walk the River of Time, he would naturally understand. This time, after returning to the Great Xia Civilization University, Suyu actually did not have any other intentions. He just wanted to have a gathering. Some old acquaintances, including some fellows from the Mutual Assistance Association, some teachers who had helped him, Niao Lao, Huang Lao, and Wu Yuehua all had a simple gathering. After this, there might not be much time to gather. This time, Suyu would probably not come again for a very long time. He still had too many things to do, so he had to make the best use of his time. On this day, Suyu did not meet many people. He only opened a few tables at the original Blue Sky Research Institute, which was later called the Essence Soul Research Institute, to entertain some old friends. They toasted and chatted about the Great Dao, speaking freely. They talked about cultivation, research, and the future. Suyu rarely drank. He had not reached the point where he needed to drown his sorrows in alcohol, so he did not need to. However, today, Suyu still drank heavily. He did not use his essence chi to wear himself down, allowing the alcohol to numb him. Even so, it was very difficult for him to get drunk. In his drunken haze, the figures of familiar people appeared in front of him. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the cups were scattered. At the last moment, Lu Wenyan, who was a little tipsy, stepped forward and hugged Suyu. He put his hand on Suyu's shoulder, no longer as elegant as he used to be. Dragging Suyu to a corner, Lu Wenyan smiled bitterly. Your teacher, I wanted to be strong all my life, but in fact, I'm a coward. I've let many people down, and I've let you down. When I asked you to join the Shinwen department, I also had my own selfish reasons. There are some things that sound nice, but in fact, I can't say them out loud. Back then, you said that you often dreamed that one attacked you, so I knew that you must have had a fortuitous encounter. He was not an idiot. In fact, he had long seen through it. Later, he told Xiao Longwu and the others that Suyu should have obtained a fortuitous encounter or even a relic in southern Yuan. He already knew this. So, I wholeheartedly wanted to pull you into the Shinwen department. In the end, as I wished, you did enter the Shinwen department. Lu Wenyan sighed. Now, the situation in the Myriad realms is great, but I know that the upper realm is even more difficult. Every step is filled with danger, but I can't help you share it. Now, you're busy, running around, and danger lurks everywhere. The root of all this might be because of me. Suyu smiled. Teacher, you're wrong. Ever since I obtained the Book of Time, I've actually fallen into all this. Now, at least my fate is in my own hands. Teacher, you're worrying too much. I think this is a good thing. Thanks to the Shinwen department for spurring my growth, otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Lu Wenyan smiled bitterly. Perhaps? Ever since you entered the school, you've been struggling, fighting, and fighting. As for me, I've accomplished nothing for decades, enjoying peace for 50 years. At this point, Lu Wenyan said bitterly, that's not the point. The point is, you were too deeply influenced by me when you were young. I've let you down. I'm not worried about anything else, but I'm worried about you dying in battle without even having a woman. Little AU, my mistake was guiding you wrongly. Even if you die in battle, I can accept it. The only thing I can't accept is that you die without even holding a woman's hand. As soon as he finished, he winked. Teacher, you're wrong about this. Why don't we make the best of it tonight? There are many outstanding women here, Wu Lan, Wu Qi, and Xiao Jia Xia Chan, Ji Xiaoming from the Ji family, and your senior sister Wu Jia, he winked. Suyu turned his head and realized that the hall was extremely quiet, as if everyone was looking at them. Lu Wenyan lowered his voice. At least leave a bloodline and wait for a comeback. You can't do it. If we don't die, we can support your descendants in the next tide to ascend to the top and fight another tide, even that boorish 100-battle king knows to leave a bloodline. Don't tell me you're worse than a boorish man? Suyu was speechless. What the hell, so that's what you're thinking, what are all of you doing? I say, these people have been pouring wine on me tonight, even trying to provoke me not to use ki to sober up. What are you thinking, women are too scary. Plus, there's that big pervert Blue Sky. Who knows if one of his clones is among these people? Suyu shuddered. He instantly said, no need, I can win. Teacher, you can solve your own problems. With that, Suyu said loudly, I've eaten and drank to my heart's content tonight. I still have important matters to attend to. Goodbye, everyone. In an instant, Suyu stepped into the river of time and disappeared. The entire hall fell silent. After a long time, one of the women muttered, I told you long ago that this guy is a pervert and doesn't like women, but you didn't believe me. Although that was what they said, the women who were called out felt somewhat disappointed. Even Wu Lan, who seemed indifferent, curled his lips and looked at Bai Feng. Miss Bai, let's go. We're going to do some research. Soon, the crowd dispersed one after another. The group of people felt extremely helpless. Da Xiao of Goguryeo and the others shook their heads. They really wanted Suyu to have a descendant. If Suyu was defeated in this tide flow, they would be willing to help Suyu's descendant ascend to the position of immortal lord, and fight another tide flow. Many people looked at Lu Wenyan angrily, bastard, it was this guy's doing. Otherwise, Suyu would not have done this in his hot-blooded state. When they looked at the blue sky again, they felt deeply helpless. These two had scared Suyu out of his wits. There was nothing they could do. Disperse, disperse. If there is no next tide, then we can only fight this tide. Da Xiao of Goguryeo laughed loudly and downed the wine in one gulp. He smashed the cup and said, Emperor Yu is not willing to leave a descendant behind because he wants to tell everyone that we can only fight this tide. There is no way out. Everyone gave him a thumbs up. This was a good understanding. They could only think of it this way. Everyone, we can only fight this tide. If the human race cannot win, then we will be destroyed. Everyone downed the wine and dispersed with some indescribable helplessness. There was no need to count on Suyu to leave a descendant behind. Outside the door, there were brilliant fireworks. The first year of the new universe had officially arrived. Terrifying. Suyu, who had flown out of the human realm, heaved a sigh of relief. How terrifying. No wonder he had to make a trip back to Xianxia province. These people were really inhumane. They were actually planning to leave a descendant for him. He was scared, so you turned to look at the human realm and smiled. Let my descendant fight another tide, forget it, I'm already suffering enough, yet I still want my descendants to come and quell the chaos. What's the point? If he fought this tide, he would be able to solve these problems. If he couldn't, there might not be another tide. I'm going to nurture my Tao. Suyu chuckled and quickly disappeared from the spot. Broken Mountain Bull Realm. Suyu was very familiar with this race, but he had never been here before. This race's talent was Broken Mountain Strike. Suyu had used it many times and even sketched out Xinwen. At this moment, Suyu was sneakily sneaking into the world. The human race had not conquered the Broken Mountain Bull Realm yet. But it would be soon. Once the new year was over, the war would start again and this race would be finished. Of course, they might surrender. There were many races that had surrendered. A small number of diehards refused to surrender because they had killed too many humans before. At this moment, Suyu tore through the river of spacetime and entered the void. The Broken Mountain Bull Realm's only Eternal Realm expert soon arrived. He looked around with some trepidation. Could it be that the human race had come to my realm? Recently, the human race had attacked the All Heavens One, plundering resources and killing countless people. A large number of experts had risen, causing the small realm to suffer unspeakably. It was really an eye for an eye. The Broken Mountain Bull race had also fought with the human race. At this moment, this Eternal Realm expert was extremely worried but helpless. The human race had no way to suppress them. If they entered the realm and fought, the other races would not be able to do anything. I hope they will attack my realm later. With some apprehension, this Eternal Realm expert looked around worriedly and quickly left. At this moment, Suyu had already stepped into the river of spacetime. This was the mountain-breaking Ox tribe's river of time domain. Under normal circumstances, humans would not be able to casually step into it. Every tribe that stepped into the river of time actually had a node. However, in the mountain-breaking Ox world, Suyu could see the great Tao of this race and knew the mountain-breaking strike. Suyu could tear apart the river of time of this race. At this moment, Suyu was very cautious. Soon, he arrived near a tributary. He wanted to steal this clan's great Tao energy. He wanted the experts of this race to accumulate their Tao for him. It wasn't easy to get them one by one, and there were too few eternal cultivators in this race. Suyu had to think of a different method. He wanted to see if he could directly place the pages into the great Tao and steal their power. Otherwise, if some races didn't have any experts, how could they steal power? Let's change the method and directly integrate the pages into the great Tao. That might work. Suyu thought to himself, I'll use the Broken Mountain Bull tribe as an experiment. At this moment, Suyu stood in the river of time and began to practice mountain breaking strike. This was the innate skill of the Broken Mountain Bull tribe. As Suyu punched out, a Xinwen word appeared. The Xinwen word destroyed everything in its path. The book page slowly appeared. The Xinwen word merged into the book page. There seemed to be someone practicing on the page. And at this moment, the Broken Mountain Bull tribe's mountain-breaking Tao trembled slightly, as if it was attracted to Suyu. Suyu was delighted. It really worked. If this worked, then what he had to do next was to learn the Wan Tao. He had to outline the Wan Xinwen word and integrate it into the Wan book. After that, he could use the book page to steal the great Tao energy. But I need to rely on myself. Actually, it's better to integrate the Tao of others and let them help me cultivate it. There were pros and cons. For example, if someone helped Suyu cultivate the seeds of the Marquis Dragonblood's great Tao, he wouldn't have to worry about it. But it would also be easy for others to see through it, and it might even backfire on Suyu. If he relied on his own comprehension and then integrated the Xinwen word, it would be a pseudo-Tao fusion. And the speed wouldn't be too fast. He could only do it slowly. Absorb the great Tao energy. Each has its own pros and cons. There's nothing I can do about these small tribes. Not a single one of them has reached Tao integration. They won't be able to comprehend it faster than me. Suyu was helpless. The Tao of a small tribe was easy to fuse and steal. But small tribes also didn't have many experts. Even if an Eternal helped Suyu fuse with his great Tao, it might not be as fast as Suyu comprehending it himself. After all, he was a peerless genius. This wasn't something trash like the broken mountain bull tribe's Eternal could compare to. Little Rock. I hope I can do something. Stealing the great Tao energy wasn't for him to fuse with it. Otherwise, the conflict between the great Tao would be too great. Suyu's idea was to use the little rock to calm the great Tao and suppress it. Then, he would smuggle his page over and silently merge it with the great Tao. At this moment, he took out the little rock from his pocket. Looking at the great Tao before him, the Bear One's teeth grinned. Please succeed. The little rock could suppress the great Tao energy. Suyu took a deep breath and tossed the little rock into the tributary. The tributary, which was originally boiling, seemed to sense something. The great Tao energy surged, and the river water boiled. At this moment, the little rock suddenly burst out with a resplendent light. The turbulent tributary suddenly calmed down. Suyu was overjoyed. He hurriedly crossed the tributary with his physical body. Without a word, he tossed the page into the tributary and carefully found a place to hide it. He was also worried that some peak experts would sense it. Although he couldn't see it without opening the heavenly gate, he still had to be careful. For example, he had opened the martial monarch gate. Once this grandson found out and saw it, what if he wanted to steal his page? After tossing the page in, Suyu quickly retreated and grabbed the little rock. The little rock was taken away. With a rumble, the great Tao suddenly shook. It felt like there was an additional foreign object in his tributary. But it didn't seem like there was much. At this moment, Suyu's page was like a thief, sneaking in and absorbing the great Tao energy. It didn't enter normally through Tao fusion. If Suyu tossed Suyu in, the great Tao would retaliate. But Suyu used the little rock to suppress the great Tao for a moment. The great Tao didn't sense anything sneaking in. Moreover, the page itself had some Tao fusion comprehension. It was like a natural part of it, sneaking in just like that. Suyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly retreated, wanting to go out and see if this counted as Tao fusion. If it counted, he should be punished. That meant that the great Tao energy had actually discovered him. If it didn't count, it meant that the infiltration was very successful. The great Tao energy didn't even notice that his page had snuck in. Suyu stepped out of the river of time and sensed for a bit. He didn't find anything unusual. There was no lightning tribulation either. Suyu was instantly overjoyed. It was fine, very good. This meant that he could really steal the great Tao energy. He opened the heavenly gate and looked up into the sky. At this moment, he could vaguely see a great Tao. It was the great Tao of the mountain-breaking bull clan. At this moment, he could also see some small paths circling it. Obviously, there was more than one eternal realm in this clan, but there was a high chance that it was in the upper realm. This realm really only had one eternal realm bull. Suyu didn't care about this. He started to look for his page. The heavenly gate was open to the extreme. Suyu searched for a long time. On the great Tao, he could vaguely see a page. It was very small, almost invisible. If not for Suyu sensing it himself and specifically looking for it, almost no one would notice. The only thing I need to be on guard against is the fellow who opened the heavenly gate. If I don't open the heavenly gate, even if the great Tao sensed some abnormalities, it wouldn't think that someone would sneak in and steal the great Tao energy. Emperor Wu, Suyu muttered again. Damn it, I really want to kill him to silence him. He was very worried that this grandson of Emperor Wu would see something. If he was exposed, it didn't seem to make a difference. Suyu muttered in his heart. If I am exposed, Wan will also kill me. If I am not exposed, won't he kill me? Really, at this moment, Suyu didn't think about it anymore. He looked at the great Tao energy in the void and felt a faint reaction from the page. Suyu was secretly delighted. After some time, when his page absorbed some of the mountain-breaking bull pass power, he would take the page away. All the heavens won, I can try it out, everyone can try it out. This way, when the great Tao of civilization returns to one, my great Tao of civilization will definitely be powerful to a terrifying extent. When the great Tao of civilization is powerful, I will fuse with the Book of Time. At that time I will have enough power and capital to open my own path. How to open it, so you actually had an idea. He wouldn't open it in the river of time, but alone, of course, he had another idea. He would open it in the river of time, but it would be best to be like the ink Tao of the great Tao of necromancy. He would secretly open a tributary and steal the power of the river of time. At the crucial moment, he could directly cut off the path and still keep his own path intact. River of time. River of necromancy. No matter how it changes, it's still the same. The two are connected. River of necromancy guides dead souls. Actually, at this moment, Suyu had some vague ideas in his heart. The river of necromancy might not be completely separated from the river of time, perhaps it was somewhat connected to the river of time. The expert who opened the path back then might have also stolen the power of the river of time and then cut off his path, using his own path as the main path to cultivate. The reason why Suyu said this was because he was prepared to do so. If that's the case, then I can understand why the great Tao of necromancy is so powerful. The master of the great Tao of necromancy stole the power of the river of time. But after so many years, why hasn't anyone stepped into the master of the law's realm? Could it be that the river of time is absorbing the power of the great Tao to repair itself? Or are the masters of the law still alive? This was Suyu's conjecture, but he wouldn't worry about it for now. He had many tasks ahead of him. He had to visit each clan, and he had to be on guard. If he visited 10 clans a day, then Suyu would have to visit 1,000 clans. That would take him 100 days. Time was of the essence. Thus, Suyu had no interest in interacting with the experts of the lesser realms. Even if it was a realm conquered by the humans, Suyu couldn't be bothered to show himself and waste time. In the outside world, the new universe calendar had officially begun. It was now the first year of the universe. At this moment, there was no eternal war in the universe. In the endless void, a great hall floated in the dark void. At the top of the hall, the heaven overseer sat on the roof, drinking tea and thinking. His clothes were as white as snow. Those who had been in contact with King Wen the most might have had this habit. Yun Ling had actually been influenced the most by King Wen, and was also the first, or perhaps the only, non-human subordinate of King Wen to serve as a marquis. A corner of the void had been torn open. Many treasures poked his head out and smiled cautiously. Heaven Overseer, are you drinking tea? Rat. The Heaven Overseer glanced at him and cursed. Many Treasures wasn't angry. He smiled. I'm a rat to begin with, and the treasure channeling rat is still a rat. If I weren't a coward, how could I have lived until now? Many Treasures laughed and quickly said, Ho Yi, the humans are the strongest now. We're both rats that everyone wants to kill. The humans come to attack us every few days. I want to surrender, but I can't find a way. As he spoke, Many Treasures chuckled. Ho Yi, you're an old subordinate of King Wen. You also know Bean Bun. They're all old friends. The God-Eater race has a good relationship with the humans. Why don't Ho Yi ask Bean Bun to be a middleman and talk to the humans? Once the upper realm opens, the humans won't have the upper hand. Why do they have to kill us? The Heaven Overseer sneered disdainfully. Many Treasure smiled. Don't be like that. Ho Yi, don't you want to surrender? You can't beat them. Are you going to die? Ever since Suyu became the human lord, he's changed every day. The humans are getting stronger and stronger. The Great Zhou, the Great Ming, the Great Xia, and the Great Qin have all reached Dao integration. If this continues, I'm worried that a few more Dao integration cultivators will appear in the human race. Suyu isn't a pushover either. The Heaven Overseer sneered disdainfully. Many Treasures was helpless. Ho Yi, don't just mock me. You have to live. Which one of us is nobler? Yes, you're nobler. As for Ho Yi, I'm a general. But now, we're all in dire straits. Right? The Heaven Overseer took another sip of tea and said calmly, the human race is very strong. Suyu is also very talented and has a lot of opportunities. Some things might not be exposed. A few days ago, I observed the providence of the human race. It's terrifyingly strong. The Dead Souls realm hasn't moved at all. Perhaps something has happened there. As he spoke, he chuckled. Not only that, I see that the providence of the other races is declining. Perhaps the human race can really turn the tables with this tide. Then, didn't Hou join the human race with me? Join the human race? The heaven overseer said indifferently, you won't understand even if I tell you. Forget it, I won't say it. You can join the human race, but it's impossible for me. Hou wants to fight to the end? Many Treasures was surprised and quickly said, the Sky Hunter Pavilion has no unresolvable hatred with the human race. Suyu hates Hou only because Hou is against him. Hou is strong and not weaker than anyone. If he joined Suyu, he might not care about the past. You didn't kill any human powerhouses. Many Treasures was actually still puzzled. He thought about it and said, is Hou worried that the human race will be defeated when the upper realm opens and cut off Hou's path of retreat? If that's the case, there's no need. Let's not talk about whether or not the human clan will be defeated. Even if they are, we might be dead after a few years of wandering in the void even before the upper realm opens. You don't understand. The heaven overseer still shook his head. Many Treasures was puzzled. Why? The heaven supervisor Marquis sipped his tea and chuckled. Do you know why, out of all the living beings under King Wen's command, only I am the heaven supervisor Marquis and the one in charge of the hunting heaven pavilion? Is Hou strong? No, that dog might be stronger than me, but I don't see King Wen making it the heaven overseer. The heaven overseer laughed. Because I'm the luck spirit. King Wen, actually, he already had a plan. If I don't die, how will the heavens have a new emperor? Many Treasures was still puzzled. What did he mean? The heaven overseer took a sip of tea and smiled. Forget it, you won't understand. Actually, I didn't understand at first, but I did later. So you won't let me go? Maybe he doesn't understand now, but he will sooner or later. If he doesn't kill me, how will he become emperor? The heaven overseer smiled brightly. I've been afraid of King Wen my whole life, and I've disappeared for 100,000 years. In the end, I still can't escape King Wen's scheme. Scholars are all bad. He laughed and scolded, if I don't die, the human race will still lose. If I die, it's hard to say. If I die, I hope that Suyu can see King Wen one day and teach him a lesson. After laughing for a while, the heaven overseer didn't explain clearly. He quickly said, I won't die in the short term. You have to be careful, find a chance to join the human race. Don't think you're smart and follow me all day, thinking that you won't go wrong just because my providence is unparalleled. You're thinking too much. Many Treasures was embarrassed. These words were true. He hadn't died since ancient times. Disregarding other abilities, his greatest ability was actually grabbing onto the heaven overseer's thigh. He always stared at the heaven overseer. Wherever the heaven overseer leaned, he would stand. He had always been the winner, even if he didn't win, he didn't lose. How many ancient marquises were there in the past, how many were still alive today, and he, a titled general, was able to live until now because of his ability. Many Treasures was still a little unwilling. You really don't want to join the human race with me? If we go together, we can take care of each other. If you don't go, I won't have the confidence. I secretly followed you for 100,000 years. Other than being a little unlucky during the first tide where I was severely injured by that grandson, Hichu, I've been fine until now. This is also thanks to you. If we go together, how can Suyu not accept us? Idiot. The heaven overseer laughed. You won't understand. You should just join the human race obediently. The chances of the human race winning this tide aren't small. Even if they lose, as long as Suyu is alive, there will still be a chance. The heaven overseer thought for a moment and said, Suyu is still eyeing the heaven hunting list in my hands. According to the rumors, I'm in charge of the paper Dao. Unfortunately, King Wen isn't willing to give it to me. There's no point in forcing it. With a sigh, the heaven overseer quickly smiled and said, you and I can be considered old friends. You can't go to the human realm without some proof of allegiance. As for the heaven hunting list, I'll give it to you. If you give it to Suyu, even if he doesn't like you, he won't deal with you. With that said, a golden picture book floated towards Many Treasures. Many Treasures was stunned, truly stunned. This, are you serious? He was extremely surprised. This was the heaven overseer's most precious item, and he was actually giving it to him. Was there some conspiracy? Many treasures found it unbelievable. The heaven overseer chuckled. You don't understand. Ever since Suyu appeared and inherited the brush Dao, this item was destined not to be refined by me. How could King Wen allow an outsider to control his Dao? That was impossible. I was the one who was blinded by these tides. No matter how strong King Wen's Dao is, it's his Dao. Why pursue it so bitterly? With a sigh, the heaven overseer smiled. I'll give it to you. You can give it to Suyu. This will be the end of our many years of friendship. Go tell Suyu that if he wants to kill me, he'll do it. No one else will have a chance to kill me. Many treasures frowned and said solemnly, Ho Yi, why do you have to do this? You won't understand. The heaven overseer said impatiently, it's not like I don't have a chance. I might not be the one to die. If Suyu is defeated, I have hope of escaping everything and starting anew. However, he and I are destined to be unable to be together. Even if I go to him, it might be a bad thing for both of us. Many treasures didn't say anything. He picked up the heaven hunter list and felt that it was extremely mysterious. He couldn't help but say, although I don't really understand it, I can roughly sense that it has something to do with destiny. You won't be worse off if you lose the list, right? Maybe it'll be better. The heaven overseer smiled. Everything has its own destiny. This thing has been deceiving me for many years. Without it, maybe I can step into the heavenly king stage soon. The heaven overseer chuckled. He was rather carefree. Whether it's me, the old turtle, or Heaven Ancient, we've all reached a limit. Suyu feels that Heaven Ancient is hiding his strength, but I don't feel that he is. I feel that Heaven Ancient is the same as me, too stubborn. Of course, he might succeed, but I am destined to have no hope. Heaven Ancient has been stubborn about the immortal Emperor Great Dao for too many years. Back then, in the primordial era, his talent dominated the world. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't know of Heaven Ancient. Unfortunately, after so many years, he has been stubborn. With a chuckle, the heaven supervisor continued, there's also the old tortoise. He hasn't seen through everything, but with Suyu around, he might be able to soon. The heaven overseer continued, go tell Suyu that if he wants to kill me, it's best if he does it before the 100 Battle King appears. He's a smart man. Tell him what I said today, he should understand. The human race is in a tide, unable to reach Dao integration. Their strength has always been suppressed. The human race is the darling of the universe. How can this be? Some things don't depend on the great Dao. With that, the Heaven Hunter Pavilion disappeared, leaving behind a group of people. The Heaven Overseer's voice came from afar. West Pavilion Master, South Pavilion Master, and the humans of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion, I'll return them to the human race. Don't worry, don't think too much. From now on, they have nothing to do with me. The Heaven Hunter Pavilion should also disappear. Ho Yi! Many treasures shouted. However, in the dark void, the Heaven Overseer had already disappeared. Only the unconscious members of the Heaven Hunter Pavilion and the Heaven Hunter list that the Heaven Overseer had been chasing for 100,000 years were left behind. Vaguely, one could hear the Heaven Overseer sigh. After more than 100,000 years, only today do I know who I am. How sad, how lamentable, it's better to be a little stupid. Many treasures, I really envy you fools. Many treasures was speechless. Before leaving, he scolded me. Am I stupid? If I'm stupid, would I still be alive today? What a joke, there was something wrong with the Heaven Overseer today. Perhaps he had really seen through something. Was he looking for him to end their friendship of many years? General Many Treasures held the Heaven Hunter list. For a moment, he even wanted to embezzle it. Great Dao, Paper Dao, this was a great Dao, however, even a smart person like the Heaven Overseer had chosen to give it up. He took it away, he was afraid that he would not have the life to spend it. He actually doesn't want it anymore, Many Treasures muttered in his heart. Could it be that the Heaven Overseer could really become stronger by giving up on this? If that was the case, then it would be amazing. So you must kill him, one thought after another arose in his mind. Forget it, there were some things that he could not see through. Since the Heaven Overseer had made this choice, then, he would do it. Perhaps he really could live. Grabbing those people, Duo Bao flew towards the All Heavens battlefield. Go find Suyu, I sent him the Heaven Hunter list. Is this a sign of allegiance? I wanted to surrender just now, but the human race refused to accept me. I've never seen such an arrogant human before. Even a Dao integration stage cultivator surrendering in the 9th tide was accepted by the human race. Suyu was even more arrogant than the 100 battle monarch. Suyu was still unaware of all this. Even though many treasures had come to join the human race had sent several messages to Suyu, but all of them had sunk into the sea. Suyu hadn't replied at all. At this moment, Suyu was very busy. He infiltrated one small realm after another and smuggled pages of Great Dao into the Great Daos of the various races to steal Great Dao power. 180 pages, this meant that he could steal the power of 180 races. There were many small races in the battlefield, and some of them were so weak that you did not even know of their existence. They were so weak that they might not even have left their own realm. They might not even have discovered the realm passageway themselves. At this moment, Suyu was in such a small realm. Very weak, the entire small realm did not even have a mountain sea, and the strongest was Ling Yun. Suyu had approached this strongest expert of the realm, but this expert did not know. And this realm really did have Great Dao power. Clearly, this was a newly born race. The Great Dao might not belong to this race, but was left behind by the previous experts of this realm. For example, the Fire Dolphin race. In the last tide, the overlord of the Fire Dolphin realm had been destroyed. In this tide, the stupid Fire Dolphin race had become the overlord of that realm. The Fire Dolphin was also a native creature and occupied the Great Dao of this realm. However, the chances of it being born eternal were very low. Because the Great Dao did not match this race very well. At this time, Suyu observed this newly discovered race. He had followed the Great Dao power here. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to discover that there was a small realm in this godforsaken place. This race looked a bit like orangutans, and they also had their own race and civilization. It was very simple and crude. There were some ruins and traces left behind from the last tide, and they should have been quite prosperous in the past. It was just that the race had been destroyed. He did not know if these orangutans were born later, or if they were remnants of the original race. Suyu was not very interested in these things. If the human race was destroyed many years later, perhaps it would be the same. A new race would occupy the human realm, not knowing the past, not knowing the glory of the past. Civilization would slowly start. Perhaps they could find some ruins to speed up the process and embark on the path of cultivation. However, without the inheritance, it would be the same as this realm. A group of Ling Yun could become the masters of the world. They did not know how powerful the outside world was, and they did not know that there were many experts in the one realm. Perhaps in their eyes, the heavens were just angry, and it was a natural disaster, not a man-made disaster. It looks sad, but if you think about it carefully, you are not a fish, how can you know the joy of a fish? Suyu laughed. Perhaps it was a good thing for them. They did not know the myriad worlds and lived their own lives. When the experts of the heavens discovered this world, they would probably be like him, too lazy to care. Without resources, without experts, who would care about this world? After planting the Tao of this world, I used up all my pages. It took 3 months. This was probably the longest time Suyu had ever spent focusing on one thing. 3 months, now, it was the end of March in the outside world. Planting 1,477 seeds, waiting for the harvest. Suyu was like a fruit farmer, planting the last piece of paper. Of course, there were still 3 pages, but he could not plant them. Gods, demons, and immortals could only be temporarily put aside. I'm finally done. Suyu was so tired that he wanted to collapse and sleep. He hadn't slept or rested for 3 months, traversing more than 1,000 worlds, opening up the river of time, competing with the Great Tao, smuggling, and stealing. Suyu was also very tired. At most times, he could travel to 30 worlds in a day. The river of time flowed in and out. There was nothing else, but Suyu's comprehension of the Great Tao had indeed deepened. Now, without opening the heavenly gate, he could determine at a glance where there was a Great Tao, what kind of power the great Tao was, and what kind of laws it was. His knowledge had also increased. He comprehended the laws of different small worlds, met different races, and comprehended different cultivation techniques. Every time he smuggled, it was a process of Suyu comprehending the great Tao. Planting the great Tao on more than 1,000 pages was done by him comprehending an initial great Tao before integrating it. This also required comprehension and talent. A martial emperor probably could not do this, even if he had such thoughts. It was not that Suyu looked down on him, but that person was not as talented as him. If I continue on the Tao of writing, I will probably have a breakthrough. Suyu laughed. This was also a rare experience. He had traveled to more than 1,000 realms, practiced more than 1,000 cultivation techniques, and met more than 1,000 races. It would be unreasonable if he did not make any progress after all this. After a short rest, Suyu tore the river of time again. He wanted to comprehend the Tao of writing, improve his strength, and return to the mortal realm. In the future, the Tao of writing would be his disguised Tao. He mainly cultivated the Tao of writing and secretly cultivated the Myriad Taos. As Suyu walked toward the Tao of writing, he thought to himself that if he met Qingwen one day, he would show the Tao of writing to him. Qingwen would take a look and think, oh, it's just a Tao of writing. It's too weak. I can snatch it at any time and then take it away. Suyu suddenly opened his Myriad Taos, and with a smack, he would beat Qingwen until he cried. That would be interesting. Good idea. Resolutely carry it out to the end. How can a scholar not have a trump card and a disguise? And the Dragonblood Marquis, how awesome. How many dead spirits has he devoured? I feel that my great Tao of dead spirits is almost stronger than my Tao of writing. It had only been 3 months. Suyu sensed a little. Was the Dragonblood Marquis of the world of dead souls crazy? Suyu felt that if he took back the Tao of dead spirits and used it himself, it might be even stronger than his current self. Could the Dragonblood Marquis, the chosen one of the world of dead souls, be close to the heavenly king level? There was a hint of a smile on his face. As expected, ambition was the key to nurturing the strong. The Dragonblood Marquis had been at most a grade 4 Tao integration realm, the same as Suyu. Now, Suyu felt that he might be close to becoming a grade 2. He might not be weaker than the Marquis of Mist Mountain, perhaps even stronger. He had devoured many dead spirits, just as Suyu was thinking about this. In a dark part of the void, there was a person dressed in white clothes. In this dark region, he was especially eye-catching. He was gasping for breath, panting heavily. He was a bit exhausted. He had a smile on his face as he suddenly turned around and chuckled. The inheritor of the Tao of the Brush doesn't seem to be thinking of anything good. He had an indescribable sense of confidence. Even though he was sweating profusely, even though his white clothes were stained with blood, he was still smiling. He inherited the Tao of writing not too long ago. Indeed, countless generations have been filled with a bunch of idiots. I am the only one with extraordinary talent. He chuckled with a hint of contempt for the world. Countless years had passed, yet someone had inherited his Tao of writing. How useless. Unfortunately, it was too late. He had just inherited the Tao of writing. The Tao of writing, although it wasn't weak, it wasn't too strong either. Even if this person quickly grasped the Tao of writing, it would still be too late. It's too late. To be able to enter the gates of my Tao of writing is already an extraordinary talent. What a pity, what a pity. The white-robed man laughed. If only he had grasped it a few years earlier. Perhaps he would have had a chance, but now it was too late. Back then, I spent 170 years developing the Tao of writing to that level. Can this person compare to me? He smiled a little. From the time he first opened his Tao to the point where it was incomparably powerful, it had taken 170 years. The Tao of writing could even kill most of the weak masters of the laws. As for this person, he hadn't been at the Tao integration realm for long. How long would it take for him to grasp the Tao? Even if he did, he would only be a master of the laws. Too weak, not enough. As he was thinking this, he suddenly paused. Vaguely, he seemed to have sensed something. Strange, this person seemed to have suddenly comprehended something. He vaguely sensed that the majority of the Tao of writing had been grasped by this person. How strange, apart from that day when he fused with the Tao, his progress had been swift. After that, there hadn't been any movement. Why did he suddenly comprehend something today? Could it be that he's always ignored my Tao of writing, and only remembered it today and then went to fuse with the Tao? Impossible. Maybe he encountered a great opportunity and gained some enlightenment. The white-robed man laughed, no longer paying attention. I don't care anymore, too late, too slow. One could only say that this new master of the Tao of writing wasn't too lucky. He only appeared now. If he had appeared a few years earlier, perhaps he would have had a chance. In all the realms, no one is more talented than me. I've opened my Tao for 170 years. Even if he didn't open his Tao and only fused with it, it would be difficult for him to grasp it in less than 100 years. With a light laugh, the man soared through the air, sweat pouring down like rain. The color of blood gradually dyed his clothes red. He had fought for too many years. He was tired. That idiot Taishan had dug a hole for him this time. As expected, when working with an idiot, a pig teammate was always a trap. Martial artist. Trash. A low laugh echoed through the darkness. There was an indescribable arrogance, but there was also an indescribable helplessness. Trash was still considered a teammate. It was better than nothing. And at this moment, Suyu's body stepped into the Tao of writing. With all kinds of comprehensions in his heart, his path forward was incomparably smooth. Back then, after he fused with the Tao, he had fused with about 30% of the Tao and could be considered to have stepped into the 4th level of the eternal realm. But today, he had instantly advanced by a large margin. His Tao of Shenwen covered 35%, 40%, 50% of the great Tao. Suyu's aura was becoming stronger and stronger. These 3 months of traveling through the realms had finally borne fruit. Only when he covered more than 60% of the great Tao did Suyu stop. He laughed, turned, and walked out of the great Tao tributary. 7th level of the eternal realm. At this moment, according to his cultivation, Suyu had stepped into the 7th level of the eternal realm. And if Suyu's strength was 4th grade before, then now he was at least peak 3rd grade. He wouldn't be weaker than the great Qin King and the others, 2nd grade, then he would be comparable to the heavenly ancient group. Of course, he might be at the bottom. However, Suyu wasn't in a hurry. The great Tao lay in comprehension. His talent far surpassed others, his vision was incomparably sharp, and his knowledge was vast. Sooner or later, he would surpass these old fellows. Right now, even if I encounter the heavenly ancient alone, I can still fight. It's just a defeat, but at least I have the strength to fight. Suyu laughed and walked out of the river of time. With one more accumulation and comprehension, perhaps he would officially step into this realm. At 70%, I might have the power of 2nd grade Tao integration. 80%, Heavenly King level battle prowess? 90%, Quasi-Monarch? More than 90%, and I can fight against some ancient Tao monarchs of the physical body? Suyu raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, then the Tao of writing really wasn't weak. Even if it wasn't as good as the great Tao of the physical body, it was still not bad. This was only his own judgment, but Suyu felt that the difference wouldn't be too great. The great Zhou King and the others have sent me messages a few times. Many treasures have come to me for such a small matter. Is there a need to keep urging me? Suyu was speechless. He didn't care too much about many treasures coming to him. Why should he care too much about a 5th grade Tao integration or even a 6th grade one? Back then, he had said that he was going to kill many treasures. It's time to go back. Suyu didn't care about many treasures. He was more concerned about the upper realm. After a few months, there should be some news about the passageway. This time, he was more concerned about this. At this moment, Suyu's clothes were as white as snow. He looked a little tired, but he was in good spirits. He broke through the realm and left. Time to go. Eastern Rift Valley. At this moment, there was no longer a garrison in the Eastern Rift Valley. The army was fighting in all directions. A small temporary imperial residence was built at the original location of the vanguard camp. It could be considered Suyu's temporary imperial residence. At this moment, Duo Bao was waiting anxiously. It had been a few months, he had been waiting here for several months. This was the first time he had seen a Dao integration stage cultivator. However, the human sovereign had ignored him and left him hanging for several months. This treatment could probably be traced back to the ancient times. In ancient times, if a Dao integration cultivator came to join them, even if the human emperor didn't personally appear, the master of the laws would receive them. Su Yu, this fellow, was truly arrogant. What's more, I brought a treasure with me. Duo Bao was somewhat anxious. At this moment, a silhouette appeared. It wasn't Su Yu, but an expert carrying a huge cudgel. The moment the silhouette appeared, Duo Bao's expression changed. Sky Annihilation, it's that grandson again, Sky Destroyer laughed and said, many treasures, come and play. I haven't played for 3 days. How about a round? Duo Bao cursed in his heart. Now that he was here, these people had no intention of letting him go. He could either join forces with them, or wait to be killed. Without a third outcome, he would not be able to escape. Therefore, he saw Sky's annihilation. He saw this fellow who the outside world didn't know had already reached Dao integration, but was actually at Dao integration. In the past 3 months, he and Sky's annihilation had fought 180 times. At first, it was 3 times a day. Later on, it had eased up a little. Sky's annihilation hadn't come for the past 3 days. He had thought that this grandson had stopped fighting. Sky Destroyer laughed and said, 2 days ago, I went out to take care of something and almost delayed our sparring. Many treasures, come, don't waste time. Sky Annihilation had a hard time fighting anyone. He couldn't win against the strong, and he had no interest in fighting the weak. It wasn't easy for him to find a target that he could hit. After not fighting for 3 days, he was about to die of anxiety. 2 days ago, he just happened to escort Zhao Chuan and the others out. Once he came back, he couldn't wait to find Duo Bao. Duo Bao laughed dryly and said, Brother Xianxia, you and I have sparred many times. Why don't we take a break first? When will this Emperor Yu return? Can you give us an exact date? I don't know. Heavenly Annihilation had an indifferent expression as he said, what's the rush? Fight with me to your heart's content, I'll help you find it. Duo Bao was helpless and cursed in his heart. Fight my ass, he didn't want to exchange pointers with Sky Destroyer at all. It was too annoying. He couldn't win, and he couldn't risk his life either. In any case, he was wrong no matter what. After hitting him so many times, was this grandson still not tired of it? Many treasures cursed in his heart, but he said with a smile, Brother Sky Destroyer, why don't you help me ask the King of Great Zhou and the rest? That won't do. As he spoke, the King of Great Zhou's voice sounded, Fellow Daoist Duo Bao, please make a trip to the main hall. Emperor, you might be returning soon. All right. Duo Bao was overjoyed. How could he still care about Tianmie? He quickly walked toward the hall in the distance. Seeing him run away, Tianmie was speechless. What a coincidence, the King of Great Zhou was lying, right? He thought for a moment, then quickly picked up the big stick and followed them. Soon, the two of them arrived at the main hall. At that moment, the King of Great Zhou's figure flashed and swiftly arrived at the main hall. A moment later, Wan Tianxing walked in with a chuckle. He looked at the King of Great Zhou and nodded with a smile. The King of Great Zhou furrowed his brows slightly and quickly relaxed as he smiled and nodded. Both of them sensed some movement. In fact, the King of Great Zhou was a little surprised as he sensed it right away. There were many experts in the entire palace and the others did not seem to have sensed it. Instead, Wan Tianxing arrived very quickly. As he was thinking, the void fluctuated. The river of time appeared. Suyu stepped on the river and landed elegantly with his hands behind his back. Taking a step up the high platform, Suyu sat down instantly while Many Treasures was a little dazed. The King of Great Zhou and Wan Tianxing were both slightly shocked. At this moment, Suyu's aura did not change much. However, they could clearly feel that Suyu had become stronger again. After not seeing him for a few months, this person really did not stay idle. 3 months was equivalent to 3,000 years? Congratulations, Emperor Yu. The King of Great Zhou congratulated. Suyu smiled gently and said, there's nothing to be happy about. I'm just cultivating normally. As he said that, he looked at Many Treasures below. Many Treasures felt slightly uncomfortable when he looked at him, but he still said quickly, "Many Treasures greets Emperor Yu." Xiu looked at this fellow. He was very stout and looked simple and honest. However, one look at his small eyes and one could tell that he was dishonest. This fellow's original body was a rat that transformed into the Tao. In ancient times, he was also a general under a human marquis. Suyu's heaven gate opened silently and he looked towards Many Treasures. A gigantic jar vaguely appeared above this fellow's head. Suyu raised his brows slightly. Interesting. During these days, he had observed countless Daos. With a glance, he had a general judgment. This jar seemed to be a devouring great Tao. It was connected to the treasure chi of the origin returning saber that Many Treasures had devoured. Suyu had a general judgment. It was a specific great Tao of devouring. It devoured some treasure chi. As for the power of the great Tao, Suyu thought about it. If he encountered an existence that was good with weapons and had powerful weapons, Many Treasures would be very effective against the other party. Simply put, the ancient weapon fusion Tao was easily countered by him. That was because if this fellow really used the great Tao, he might devour the other party's weapon fusion without any power. His strength would definitely decline. Suyu's heaven gate quickly closed and he looked at Sky Destroyer. He was proud of himself and suddenly smiled. "Many Treasures, you are a wonderful person." Many Treasures was stunned. "Where did this come from?" Suyu said calmly. "When others seek refuge, they all show their strength and let others look up to them. You, on the other hand. You should have sparred with Sky Destroyer many times and lost all of them, right?" Many Treasures suspected that Suyu had always been around and might have seen him sparring with Sky Destroyer. Just as he was about to answer, Sky Destroyer said proudly, "Of course, how could he be my opponent? I could have crushed him a long time ago." Suyu smiled. "Without your big stick, can you deal with him?" Sky Destroyer was slightly stunned and quickly said, "More or less." "What if the big stick suddenly explodes?" Sky Destroyer opened his mouth and said after a while, "How could that be? My big stick is very sturdy. If it really explodes, that means I'm heavily injured. Of course, I can't beat him." Suyu looked at Myriad Treasures and said with a faint smile, "If I were you, I'd have to show my value before joining a side. For example, I'd first blow up Heavenly Annihilation's cudgel and teach him a lesson. Why keep pretending to be a grandson? In this era, strength is still respected." Many Treasures' eyes flickered, and he quickly said, "Emperor, you must be joking. How could I be Sky Destroyer's opponent?" Suyu yawned and said with a light smile, "Is that so? If Sky Destroyer didn't walk the weapon fusion Tao, it would be hard for you to deal with him. But walking the weapon fusion Tao, don't you just happen to target him? With your treasure Tao, absorb more of his big stick's treasure chi and break his big stick. How could Sky Destroyer be your opponent?" At the side, Sky Destroyer looked at Many Treasures suspiciously. But Many Treasures had faint beads of sweat appear on his forehead. He said awkwardly, "Emperor, you said these things, How could I have the ability to break Brother Sky Destroyer's weapon fusion?" Suyu said coolly, "Alright, don't look into these things. I've observed the Tao for thousands of years. What can hide from me?" Many Treasures didn't dare to say any more. At this moment, he really had some more apprehension. This person really saw through it. His strength indeed couldn't be considered too strong, and it hadn't been long since he fused the Tao. But his great Tao was indeed different from the masses. It still had a great restraining effect on experts who corroborated their Tao with the weapon fusion Tao. Devouring treasure chi, it felt useless, but in reality, it was very useful. Which cultivator didn't have some treasures, be it weapons or auxiliary divine talismans? They all had treasure chi. Once they encountered Many Treasures, they would be restrained. At this moment, being exposed by Suyu with one sentence, how could Many Treasures not be alarmed? And Sky Destroyer sized up Many Treasures suspiciously for a while. He didn't make a sound, but his eyes swiveled, not knowing what he was thinking. Suyu leaned back on the chair, in a very relaxed state. He opened his mouth and said, "Say it. The great Zhou King sent me a few messages, saying what you want to say to me. Be quick and say it directly. Back then, I said I'm going to kill you and see how you buy your life." Many Treasures laughed dryly and said, "Emperor Yu, I'm sincere in coming to." Suyu said coolly, "Be quick." You want to be my enemy? Do you think you can solve the problem with just one sentence? If that's the case, Heaven Ancient and these people are all willing to come here. It doesn't cost money to say something nice. It was hard to send charcoal in the snow, but easy to add flowers to embroidery. Now, the human race was powerful. Although there was still the threat of the upper realms, the human race was currently the strongest. Many treasures coming to join was not some charcoal in the snow. Many treasures was speechless and could only quickly say, I've sent a treasure to Emperor Yu. Suyu looked at him playfully. Many treasures gritted his teeth and quickly took out a golden book. The golden book was still struggling. At this moment, on Suyu's body, a few fragments fluctuated, wanting to fuse together. Suyu smiled. The king of Great Zhou and Wan Tianqing's expressions changed slightly. The reason why the king of Great Zhou urged Suyu to return was because Duo Bao said that he had something important to report to Suyu personally. However, he did not mention that he had brought the heaven hunting list with him. Sky Destroyer also recognized it at a glance and was extremely surprised. You killed the heaven supervisor? This was the heaven hunter list, the treasure that the heaven supervisor worshipped as his grandfather. How could it be in the hands of many treasures? In the next moment, Sky Destroyer asked doubtfully, you faked it. Many treasures bear one's teeth, how is that possible? Am I an idiot? So you did not say anything. He reached out and grabbed the golden book. At the same time, in his mind, the book of time trembled slightly. This heaven hunter list was actually an imitation of the book of time. Suyu looked for a while and chuckled. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, the four have been gathered. He felt a little emotional. The heaven supervisor asked you to come? It was impossible for many treasures to obtain this. He could only obtain it if the heaven supervisor gave it to him. Many treasures nodded. Yes, he said that this thing has become an obstacle to him and he has let it go. That's true. Suyu smiled. He can actually see through it. Following King Wen for a few years, he is not too stupid. He can't control the heaven hunter list, so why bother? With that said, he said, is there anything else? Even if he can't control it, he won't let you send me off for nothing. Many treasures quickly said, I persuaded him to join the human race with me. I thought that whether it was him or me, we actually did not kill human experts. We only went against the human race a few times, so there was still a chance. After all, he is under King Wen. Many treasures quickly said, he said that there will definitely be a battle between you and him, and only you can kill him personally. No one else can do it. He repeated what the heaven supervisor Marquis had said that day. As for Suyu, he fell into deep thought. King of Great Zhou and Wan Tianqing were also thinking, and so was Sky Destroyer, but they could not come up with anything. After a long time, Suyu suddenly laughed. King of Great Zhou's expression changed slightly, and Wan Tianqing had a strange look in his eyes. All three seemed to have thought of something. After 100,000 years, he finally knows who he is. King Wen's scheme, Suyu laughed, and then sighed. I seem to have guessed it. What a pity, the ancient immortal should have been the master of the laws long ago. With that said, he shook his head. The ninth tide has ended. Did this guy enter a low period? Many treasures looked suspiciously at Suyu. After a while, he said, I think so. The King of 100 Battles has made things difficult for him. Suyu sighed. Many treasures was at a loss. What did this have to do with the King of 100 Battles? King of Great Zhou's eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, Emperor Yu, why is he in King Wen's hands? Suyu said calmly, in ancient times, King Wen was more famous than the human emperor. It's normal for him to be in charge. Sky Destroyer was at a loss, not understanding. Many treasures was the same. Wan Tianqing said in a low voice, if that's the case, we have to summon experts from all sides to kill him. No need. Suyu smiled. He is the spirit of fortune. Can we kill him with more people? It's easier for accidents to happen with more people. If he is so easy to kill, he would have been killed long ago. The heaven supervisor is interesting. He has seen through some things. I think he really has hope of improving quickly and stepping into the realm of Heavenly King or even stronger. With that said, he smiled. Looks like we really have to kill him before the King of 100 Battles escapes, King of Great Zhou said in a low voice. Emperor Yu, I don't want you to think. Suyu said calmly, the Heaven Supervisor has seen through it himself. He is the orthodox destiny. The ancient dynasties have been passed down to this day. And in the ancient dynasties, the orthodox isn't me, but 100 Battles. If the previous dynasties aren't destroyed, how can there be a new dynasty? If 100 Battles isn't easy to kill, then kill the Heaven Supervisor and seize the accumulated destiny of this human race over countless years. King of Great Zhou's expression was solemn. Suyu said calmly, I know you are the human emperor's secretary. However, the human emperor has disappeared for 100,000 years. 100,000 years, it's time for a change of dynasty. If the Heaven Supervisor doesn't die and joins 100 Battles, it will be another setback for me. Wan Tianxing also laughed softly. Emperor Yu is right. The Heaven Supervisor has collected countless destiny power in the past 100,000 years. Destiny is very ethereal, but it really exists. Or rather, it is a special great Tao. His Tao is clearly not the Tao of my Xinyu dynasty. Instead, it is biased towards the ancient dynasties and 100 Battles. Wan Tianxing said softly, if this person isn't destroyed, it will be very difficult for a Tao integration great Tao to appear in the new dynasty. As he said this, he smiled. How can 100 Battles occupy the great Tao of the physical body? Even if he became an ancient human king, there were many Tao kings of the physical body in the ancient times. Now, it seems that because 100 Battles did not appear, the Heaven Supervisor sealed the destiny, causing the human race's destiny to be poor. As he said this, he continued, Emperor Yu's destiny is like a rainbow. It seems like the inheritances of King Wen and the Time Master caused the accumulated destiny power to suppress him. Otherwise, there would be no 10th tide. The 10th tide is just the spread of the ancient times, just the spread of the 9th tide. Heavenly Annihilation was stunned. What are you guys talking about? Why don't I understand a word? However, many treasures vaguely sensed something, and his expression changed slightly. The King of Great Zhou struggled, and Suyu looked at him. The King of Great Zhou said bitterly, ancient. Suyu said calmly, you said it. That's ancient times. I know. The King of Great Zhou sighed. Maybe, we were wrong from the start. The human emperor and the others left. If we don't get rid of their influence, how can we build a new dynasty and create glory again? It's just that everyone wants to continue this glory and not start anew. He was a little sad. The era of the human emperor was coming to an end, and the key was the Heaven Supervisor. What are you guys talking about? Heavenly Annihilation couldn't help but interject. What are you guys talking about? Suyu smiled and said, to put it simply, the Heaven Supervisor represents the ancient dynasty's destiny. He is the symbol of the ancient dynasty, the continuation of its destiny. King Wen borrowed the ancient dynasty's destiny power and used a method to turn him into a spirit. He mentioned 100 Battles, which means that he has seen through it and seen it clearly. 100 Battles is the true ruler of the ancient dynasty. If he doesn't die, then I am a traitor. Suyu smiled meaningfully. That's why the Heaven Supervising Marquis knows all of this. He also knows that I'm responsible for the destiny of the ancient dynasty. King Wen, the Time Master, and the others chose me, while the other old-timers chose 100 Battles. He represents 100 Battles. If he kills me, he has a chance to integrate all the destiny power and step into the Master of the Lost Realm with 100 Battles. And if I kill him, it means that the old ends and the new begins. Suyu smiled brightly. When that time comes, I will inherit the ancient destiny and unseal it. The human race's destiny will explode, and this tideflow's human race will have a chance to reach the Tao integration. It didn't happen before because this tideflow wasn't recognized by the ancient dynasty. Suyu chuckled. Do you understand what I mean? The first 9 tideflow's inheritances were endless. Each time, a large number of ancient antiques were left behind and chosen a master. Thus, someone could reach the Tao integration every time. This tideflow's failure isn't because the 100 Battles monarch really took over the physical Tao, but because the destiny wasn't strong enough. This tideflow's human race didn't obtain the ancient destiny power, so the human race's destiny was split in half. That's why someone only reached the Tao integration after my rise. Heavenly Annihilation was in a daze. You mean, the Heaven Supervisor, he represents the ancient destiny? Suyu nodded, that's right. Not only that. Suyu picked up the heaven hunting list and smiled. There's one more thing. This thing also helps the Heaven Supervisor stabilize the human race's destiny. Interesting. The Tao of Destiny is indeed special. At this moment, many treasures' heart trembled. Destiny, the representative of the ancient destiny, the Heaven Supervisor Marquis, he continued the ancient orthodoxy. But Suyu didn't seem to be it. The 100 Battles Monarch was. Heavenly Annihilation shook his head. Then the 100 Battles Monarch, no, why didn't the Heaven Supervisor Marquis wait for the 100 Battles Monarch to appear before finding him to deal with you? Why did he give you the heaven hunting list? Suyu smiled. The 100 Battle Monarch is also consuming his destiny power. He was defeated in the 9th tide flow, so the Heaven Overseer Marquis must have been at a low point. He's waiting for the 100 Battle Monarch to come out. Perhaps the 100 Battle Monarch has noticed something, so he'll go find him and devour him. Suyu chuckled. Forget it, you don't understand. This thing is very mysterious. In my opinion, the Tao of Destiny is a very powerful Tao. It affects your senses, misjudges your judgment, and causes you to run into constant trouble. As Suyu spoke, he smiled. Giving the heaven hunting list to me will allow me to return it to its rightful owner and rid myself of Monarch Wen's influence. Secondly, if he continues to hold on to this item, it might not bring him any benefits. He might even suffer a backlash and be killed by my people. Thirdly, it might not be a good thing to give it to me. I'm already on the brush Tao. If I split my energy, studying the paper Tao might not be beneficial to me. Heavenly Annihilation nodded. Actually, he was still shocked. What an amazing feeling. Did the King of Great Zhou and Wan Tianqing really understand? It couldn't be, he didn't understand anything from just a few sentences, but the few of them seemed to understand. F***K, was it because they were humans, or because they were all civilization masters? Scholars and humans were indeed very sinister and cunning. At this moment, the King of Great Zhou sighed. Heaven Supervisor Marquis. I didn't think about it before. So he is the continuation of the ancient destiny. Destiny turning into a spirit. Monarch Wen's methods are unimaginable. Destiny turning into a spirit gives it intelligence, making it stronger and more cunning. If one wants to destroy the human race, he has to destroy the Heaven Supervisor Marquis first. However, he is a destiny spirit and knows how to avoid danger. In this way, as long as he doesn't die, the human race doesn't die, and as long as the human race doesn't die, his destiny will continue to flourish. He also has Monarch Wen's protection. In fact, if the human race maintained its lineage, he wouldn't die. As he spoke, he smiled bitterly. I'm afraid none of the previous human rulers had any thoughts of killing him when they saw him. In fact, some human rulers might know some things. Suyu nodded slightly. That's right. As long as the dynasty doesn't die, he won't die. It's too difficult to kill him. However, he was also tricked by 100 battles. After the 9th tide, his destiny declined, and everything he did was not smooth. Everything he did was troublesome. That's why he had today's enlightenment. Below, Wan Tianqing said in a low voice, so the antiques of the upper realm were right to wait for 100 battles to return. As long as he returns, the Heaven Supervisor Marquis' destiny might increase again. Then, some of the ancient inheritances in the upper realm might have a great increase in their power of destiny, and another batch of Tao integration stage cultivators will appear. Suyu nodded. That's right. However, because of our tide, this inheritance and continuation has been cut off, and we can't enjoy these benefits. Thus, everyone is stuck in eternity, unable to enter Tao integration stage. Suyu smiled. Actually, Monarch Zhou's calculation isn't wrong. If we really wait for a few more decades, when 100 battles comes out, the human race's destiny will increase again, and we might be able to produce some Tao integration stage cultivators. As long as this tide continues to follow 100 battles, it'll be fine. As he spoke, Suyu smiled and shook his head. Unfortunately, that's not all. Wan Tianqing nodded and said sinisterly, that's not all. The Heaven Supervisor Marquis doesn't just represent the human race. He's the embodiment of the ancient dynasty's destiny, and the ancient dynasty doesn't just have the human race. There's also one. Thus, the two sides have been entangled for 100,000 years, and it's difficult to determine a victor. If we kill the Heaven Supervisor Marquis, not only will 100 Battles' destiny decline, but one will as well. Sovereign Yu, I'll gather all the powerful beings to surround and kill him. No matter how strong his destiny is, it's not impossible to restrain it. At this moment, Wan Tianqing's tone was cold and sinister. Because the Heaven Supervisor Marquis had to be killed, killing the Heaven Supervisor Marquis meant that the era of the ancient dynasty was completely over, and the destiny would return to Suyu. At that time, everything Suyu did would be extremely smooth, even smoother than it was now. However, Suyu smiled. What's the rush? The Tao of Destiny is just that. Although it's mysterious, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's that powerful. If it really was that powerful, the human emperor would have absorbed the power of destiny a long time ago. As long as the destiny doesn't extinguish, the dynasty doesn't perish, and he doesn't perish. It's just a saying. If 100 Battles and the human emperor are all dead, then the Heaven Supervisor Marquis himself will die. Since he wants to fight me, let's wait and see. When I have time, I'll go find him. Suyu laughed. King Wen is in charge of everything, including the Tao of karmic luck. Why do I feel that the human emperor is about to become a puppet? Shouldn't the destiny of the dynasty be the human emperor's concern? Wan Tianqing smiled and said, perhaps this is to deceive people. Monarch Wen has many tricks up his sleeves, and they are often unexpected. If the Heaven Supervisor Marquis came from the human emperor's subordinates, perhaps he would have been destroyed long ago. But coming from Monarch Wen's subordinates, everyone feels that it's very normal. Monarch Wen is this kind of person who educates people without discrimination, and all kinds of strange existences are produced under him. Suyu nodded slightly, indicating that he agreed with these words. Only at this moment did Sky Destroyer understand, and he said with some shock, what everyone means is that after killing the Heaven Supervisor Marquis, then we will be the Orthodox. Doesn't that count now? Suyu smiled and said, not being the Orthodox isn't actually that problem. It's to get rid of some of the ancient restrictions. As Suyu said this, he sighed, too many monstrous geniuses appeared in the ancient times. The pond is only so big, and the territory has been divided up by them. If we don't break the ancient times and rebuild the pond, how can it contain us? Suyu shook his head. Perhaps the fact that no master of the laws has appeared in the last 100,000 years has something to do with this. Everything has existed since the ancient times, and nothing has changed in 100,000 years. How can we rebuild the mountains and rivers? Sky Destroyer blinked. So you're saying that if we kill the Heaven Supervisor Marquis, another master of the laws will appear in this era? Suyu nodded. There is hope, but not just for humans. One also has hope. Killing the Heaven Supervisor Marquis means that everything will start anew. The glory of the ancient times will no longer continue. He's that important? Sky Destroyer was incomparably surprised. I thought he wasn't important. Then why did he reveal his identity? Sky Destroyer still didn't understand, even after Suyu explained. Suyu smiled. Sky Destroyer was as talkative as ever. He explained once more, even if he didn't say it, I would have sensed it sooner or later. Because the more I grow stronger, the more his destiny is weakened. His destiny will only grow weaker and weaker. Rather than that, he should find a chance to compete with me. Perhaps there's still hope for him, rather than being slowly weakened by me. Oh. So you didn't say anything more. It would happen sooner or later. The Heaven Supervisor Marquis only understood. At this moment, he showed a bit of boldness. Wan Tianqing smiled. Maybe there are other reasons. For example, he's worried that the 100 Battle King won't help him and will instead screw him over. In any case, this isn't the first time he's been screwed over. Rather than betting on the benefits the 100 Battle King can bring him, he might as well take a gamble. Screwing over a teammate is even more terrifying. Ha ha ha. Suyu roared with laughter. He nodded. That makes sense. Was there a reason for the great Zhou King's embarrassment? Perhaps there was. Perhaps the Heaven Supervisor Marquis truly did not trust the 100-battle king and was not as reliable as him. That was why he chose to compete with Suyu in advance so that he wouldn't be implicated. Many treasures. Suyu laughed for a while before hollering. Many treasures replied hurriedly, here. Since you brought the heaven hunting roll here, I understand the Heaven Supervisor Marquis intentions. Give him some face, and I'll write off the grudges between us. I won't bicker with you. Many Treasure smiled bitterly. It felt like, he really wasn't valued, even if he brought the heaven hunting roll, the past would only be written off. He was a Dao integration cultivator after all, Suyu said in a low voice, don't think that you're amazing just because you're a Dao integration cultivator. One more disobedient Dao integration cultivator is more terrifying than one more powerful Dao integration enemy. A single rat's poop spoils a whole pot of porridge. You're too slippery and act according to the situation. You can fight when the wind is favorable, but when the wind is against you, you might be the first to run and mess up the morale of my troops. I, Suyu, may be young but I have a good eye for people. Next, I might be defeated, I might lose. If the others trust me, nothing will happen to them in the short term. People like you will easily become the cause of the collapse of the morale of my troops. Suyu said coldly, that's why I didn't intend to take you in from the beginning. It's more appropriate to kill someone like you. You're a typical opportunist. Many Treasures was incomparably embarrassed. Suyu said indifferently, however, since you brought the heaven hunting roll with you, killing you will make me, Suyu, seem too intolerant. I'll use something that didn't happen in the future to target you. Forget it, I don't have any other requests from you. You can use it when the wind is favorable. If there's a day when I fail. Chief Wan, the king of Great Zhou, if he's the first to run, I won't care about the others or anything else. Kill him. You must kill him. Yes. The king of Great Zhou and Wan Tianxing obeyed, however, Many Treasures was embarrassed. He smiled bitterly and felt helpless. However, he also knew that. Suyu really had a good eye. This was still very possible. If Suyu really encountered trouble on his side, he might be the first to run once there was a decline. However, Suyu's words today made the two top experts kill him regardless of everything if such a situation occurred. This made Many Treasures extremely embarrassed. This time, even if Suyu really lost, if the king of Great Zhou and the others did not die, he must not be the first to run. Otherwise, he might really be in big trouble. In the hall, Sky Destroyer was also bare one's teeth. If he dares to run, I'll be the first to kill him. Suyu smiled and said, forget about you. He's very good at targeting the weapon fusion Dao. Unless you fuse the weapon into the Great Dao. This is also a path in the late stage of the weapon fusion Dao, turning the Dao into a weapon. Back then, King Wen turned the Dao into a brush. The Great Dao is the weapon, and the weapon is the Great Dao. This is the path that should be taken in the late stage of the weapon fusion Dao. Suyu reminded, no matter how strong that big stick of yours is, it's just a weapon and not a Great Dao rule. Now, you should think about how to turn the power of the Great Dao into your weapon and completely fuse the weapon into the Great Dao. Oh. Sky Destroyer nodded. He understood this. It was to turn the Great Dao into one's own big stick. I understand this. I have to think about it later. Many Treasures, since you've sided with me, I'll give you a mission. Emperor Yu's orders. Many Treasures said hurriedly. Suyu said, you're the treasure-sensing rat, so you're very sensitive to treasures. As he spoke, Suyu took out a counselor token. Some of the Myriad clan's counselor tokens have been lost or left in some place. Their treasures are covered in dust, and if someone picks them up, they might not care. There aren't many of the 99 representative tokens that are confirmed to be there. The rest must still be somewhere in the Myriad worlds. Apart from the god, demon, and immortal races, you can go and look for the other races in the Myriad worlds. Suyu looked at him. I don't expect you to participate in the war. Your only mission is to help me find the representative token. Many Treasures said hurriedly, okay. I'll do my best to do this. That's good, this way, he could help the human race without participating in the war, which was safe and in line with his intentions. Suyu had clearly considered this when he arranged this mission. Suyu said, let Tianyue accompany you, in case you find it and keep it for yourself. Tianyue? Many Treasures was startled. Suyu smiled. Since you're familiar with the Heaven Supervisor, there's no way you don't know Tianyue. Tianyue has also reached Dao integration. With him, you won't be suppressed when you go to the small worlds, and he can cooperate with you. You should know each other, so I don't need to introduce him. Sky Destroyer, take him to Tianyue and tell him that I need the representative token. Okay. Sky Destroyer nodded and looked at Many Treasures with a chuckle. Brother Many Treasures, let's go. Sure, let's spar outside. I want to see how you suck my stick. Many Treasures was speechless. Who the F***ck sucked your stick? In the palace, Suyu and the others looked at each other, speechless. What a vicious statement, forget it, Sky Destroyer is like this, always sucking the stick in his mouth. There's no way to correct him. After they left, Wan Tianqing said with a smile, now that you have the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, are you going to cultivate the paper Dao? I'm afraid the paper Dao is not simple. Suyu nodded. Not only is it not simple, but the paper Dao might also be suitable for the human race. In fact, it might even be better than the desolate heavenly beasts Dao. Let me study the paper Dao. The heaven hunting list can cover the heavens, collect the aura of the heavens, and sense the information of the heavens. I thought of someone. Wan Tianqing smiled. You really want to give it to him? Why not? Suyu smiled. As long as Academy Head can control him. Wan Tianqing smiled bitterly and could not help but say, he might not walk the paper Dao either. It doesn't matter if he doesn't. The heaven hunting list is a top-notch divine weapon to begin with. Suyu smiled. Once Blue Sky is in his hands, who in the heavens can hide from him? Yes, Blue Sky, the heaven hunting list monitored the heavens. Actually, the first thing they thought of was Blue Sky. It would definitely be extremely suitable for Blue Sky. Furthermore, the heaven hunting list had many uses. It was incomplete previously, but now that the fragments were with Suyu, once it was repaired and Blue Sky took control, it might be much more powerful than the Heaven Overseer. From then on, the heavens would be Suyu's eyes and ears. At the side, the king of Great Zhou did not speak. Suyu wanted to give this to Blue Sky. He had actually guessed that Suyu himself might not walk any other Dao. One brush Dao was enough for Suyu to continue walking. It was not good to bite off more than one could chew. Suyu's boldness was really incomparable to ordinary people. Ordinary people would have taken the 4 great Daos for themselves long ago. Why would they share it with others? Previously, the Great Qin King and the others were even stronger than Suyu. If Suyu inherited it alone, he might have the combat strength of a heavenly king by now. The king of Great Zhou sighed inwardly and thought of the Heaven Overseer Marquis. If Suyu really killed the Heaven Overseer Marquis, then he would be the second human emperor, the new human emperor, and not the ancient successor. Also, this time, Suyu's return gave him an even more terrifying feeling. Perhaps it would not be long before Suyu could surpass some top powerhouses. What a terrifying fellow. He sent Wan Tianqing and the king of Great Zhou away. Suyu sat on the throne and carefully studied the heaven hunting list. Paper Dao. What was a paper Dao? The heaven hunting list was a powerful divine weapon. There was no doubt about that. Moreover, it was said to be an imitation of the Book of Time. The Book of Time was about combining all Daos into one, so what was the paper Dao in the heaven hunting list? In the Dead Souls realm, the King of South had said that the revival might require the gathering of ink and paper. The Dao of Brush had the effect of attacking and sealing. The Dao of Ink had the effect of stripping the great Dao of Death. The Dao of Ink provided vitality. The Dao of Paper. What was it? The heaven hunting list collects Wan's aura and covers all the worlds. It even has the effect of collecting providence. Suyu held the list and silently comprehended it. After thinking for a while, he suddenly smiled. The next moment, 3 fragments appeared. 10,000 Method Catalog. This was the true name of the heaven hunting list. 10,000 Method Catalog, 10,000. 10,000 Daos. 10,000 worlds, fuse. With a low shout, everyone in the Eastern War Zone saw a huge golden book appear in the void above the palace. Streaks of golden runes appeared on the golden book. Not only that, names also appeared on it. Previously, there were the Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow roles, as well as the Tao Validation role. Just then, the words Eternal List appeared faintly in his mind. The pages instantly unfolded, the Eternal List appeared, however, Suyu's expression changed slightly. His aura instantly erupted, covering the sky and preventing others from peeking. This was because he saw a few familiar names in the instant that the list appeared. Tao integration stage also meant eternity, yes, Tao integration and eternal. In fact, they were all in the same realm. This gave Suyu a fright. If this was seen by others, and if the gods and demons knew about it, wouldn't they know the hidden strength of his side? The 10,000 method catalog was indeed terrifying. Some names appeared. Clearly, nothing in the 10,000 worlds could hide from the heaven hunting list. Not only that, at this moment, the aura of the heaven hunting list rapidly grew stronger, even vaguely covering the river of time. Suyu watched silently. His heart trembled. Paper Tao. What was a paper Tao? At this moment, Suyu vaguely knew that it was a piece of white paper, and this piece of paper had the effect of covering the sky and covering the sun. To put it simply, the river of time was in the sky, and the tributaries were like the branches and leaves of a tree that extended downwards. And this piece of paper was the sky, separating the river of time from the tributaries. According to Suyu, a piece of paper had appeared beneath the grid, turning the entire grid into an airtight bag. Interesting. Very strong. Suyu mumbled to himself. But this heaven hunting list did not seem to be complete. It was lacking something. Many thoughts emerged in Suyu's mind. Paper, to cover everything, paper Tao. Tao that shrouded the heavens, yes, at this moment, Suyu understood what the Tao of paper and the ink and paper was. It was a great Tao that concealed the secrets of the heavens, and at this moment, countless blue skies suddenly flew toward the palace. Although the blue skies didn't have any rules, Suyu was in the main hall. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't come here unless he was invited. But at this moment, the blue skies ran over. Not only him, but many blue skies also ran over. The one at the lead was someone Suyu was familiar with. He looked a little like Zhao Ming when he saw him in the academy. At this moment, the blue skies had a weird expression on his face as he looked at the sky and swiftly flew toward the main hall. When he saw Suyu, he bowed slightly and said swiftly, "Emperor Yu, what is this?" 10,000 technique catalog. Suyu smiled. Blue skies said solemnly, "No, I mean, what Tao power is this?" Suyu thought about it and said, "Qingwen said that it is the paper Tao, but I think it is the heaven-covering Tao. Or rather, the Tao that blocks the secrets of the heavens, or the Tao that blocks the river of time." Blue skies was really solemn. He couldn't see it, but he could sense some things. After a long while, he said solemnly, "No, this isn't the paper Tao, nor is it the heaven-covering Tao. This is common people's path." Suyu's brow rose up. "You even snatched the naming rights of my name." Blue skies was still solemn. "All living beings are within my Tao. This is the common people's path." "You misunderstood. This isn't to hide the secrets of the heavens, but to be inclusive, to be inclusive." As Blue Sky said that, his body started to change. One moment he was male, one moment he was female, one moment he was human, and the next moment he was a monster. All sorts of voices mixed together. "Emperor Yu, you are wrong. This is a Tao that is inclusive of all living beings. You think that it is covering up, but no, it is inclusive. That is because the common people's path is a forgiving Tao. I let all living beings be within my Tao." He couldn't see blue skies, but he could feel it. "I give them new life, and they see me as their parent." So you carefully comprehended it, and after a long while, his gaze changed. He raised his head and looked at the sky, at the heaven hunting list that was still recovering. After a long while, he said solemnly, "This isn't a complete Tao, or rather, it is just an embryonic form. In the past, someone might have opened a Tao, but it wasn't completed. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, only this Tao isn't complete." Blue Sky's voice overlapped, and thousands of blue skies spoke at the same time. "Yes, it isn't complete. I can feel it. This is mine." Suyu laughed. "How long has it been? Only I snatched other people's." Now, Blue Skies was too arrogant. Not only did he want to snatch his naming rights, but in the blink of an eye, the heaven hunting list was his. Lan Tian smiled faintly and said, Emperor Yu, this path is mine. I can feel it. Before this, I didn't feel it, and I didn't have the desire to open a Dao. Today, I want to. His smile was a little evil. This Dao must be really interesting, really interesting. It must be different from the other Daos. That must be the case, right? Suyu looked carefully at the sky, he looked carefully and seriously. After a long while, he nodded his head, it is very special. If you name it the common people's path, then this Dao might need to comprehend 10,000 Daos, gathering the power of 10,000 Daos to forge another Dao. As Suyu said that, he thought about himself and couldn't help but laugh. This was really a little similar. He also walked this path, merging 10,000 Daos into one, opening up heaven and earth once more. Was Blue Skies the same? No, at this moment, Blue Skies shook his head. He couldn't see it, but he had comprehended his own Dao. He wasn't randomly adding more clones. You are wrong. So you really wanted to beat him up. This wasn't the first time he said that. If he said it again, he was going to flip out. Was his Dao not as clear as yours? Blue Skies smiled, I can feel it. I don't need to comprehend 10,000 Daos. All Daos flow together, and all Daos come from the source. I just need to comprehend the Dao of the source. Right, the source. After he said that, he suddenly grabbed towards Suyu, grabbing the heaven hunting list that was still merging. Suyu frowned. Blue Skies was a little crazy, give it to me, give it to me. I know, I want to open the path, give it to me. At this moment, Wan Tianxing appeared and said solemnly, nonsense. He actually snatched it. Was Blue Skies crazy? Blue Skies said maniacally, no, I really need it, I really need it. This is a semi-finished product, not complete. Emperor Yu doesn't need it. If he uses it to open the path, he might die. Semi-finished product, Suyu's heart stirred slightly. Blue Skies quickly said, I need this, I need it too much. I feel that if I don't attain Dao, then, today will be the day I die. Suyu's expression was solemn as he said solemnly, you want to open the path now? Yes, I want to open the path. Suyu looked at Wan Tianxing, give it to him. Blue Skies instantly let out countless different kinds of laughter. So, you are the emperor, and the heavenly saint can only be the king. Hee hee, haha, hee hee. He grabbed the heaven hunting list. In Suyu's eyes, Blue Skies seemed to have gone crazy. Suddenly, a sword rose and directly tore through the river of spacetime. Not only that, at this moment, almost all the worlds in the universe had a blue sky flying out. Men, women, demons, bugs, flowers, and even a mountain. At this moment, countless people's gazes were attracted. The few sealed worlds even had some willpower appearing on the surface of the realm. What was the human race doing? Countless blue skies suddenly flew towards the river of spacetime at the same time. Suyu and Wan Tianxing instantly followed and tore through the river. At this moment, Blue Skies had already stepped into the river. He did not move. Blue Skies, who was holding the heaven hunting list, seemed to feel the surging power of the river. He laughed horribly. Interesting, too interesting. So that's how it is, so that's how it is, ha ha ha. He laughed wildly. Suddenly, he took a step forward. Boom, his body exploded, dead, yes, at this moment, Blue Skies died. Suyu's expression changed slightly. It was the same for Wan Tianxing. Both of their expressions changed. Just as they were about to attack, another Blue Skies suddenly appeared and walked out of the 10,000 method catalog. This Blue Skies chuckled. Interesting, really interesting. Hearing the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. Today, I might die. I might not be able to open up a Tao that belongs to me. Heavenly Saint, Suyu, watch. Watch me open the path, open the Tao of the heavens. Open the Tao of the common people. Boom, this figure exploded once more and took a step forward. At this moment, numerous blue skies quickly merged into the heaven hunting list. Very quickly, another Blue Skies walked out from the heaven hunting list. This was an old man who looked a little ancient. He held the heaven hunting list in his hand and said emotionally, this is just a half-finished product. King Wen did not open the Tao. He only gave me an idea and a prototype. It seems like King Wen can't do it either. I can only rely on myself. He doesn't have talent in this area. He can't do it. He looked down on King Wen. Scholars look down on each other. Suyu had said this before. Wan Tianqing had said it too. Now, Blue Skies was saying it too. There was no way. King Wen was the model scholar in everyone's eyes since the beginning of the world. He was the peak of civilization, a monster. Of course, he had to be compared to King Wen. At this moment, the white-haired Blue Skies suddenly exploded. Flesh and blood splattered and his corpse fell into the river of time. He really died, his clone had fallen. Suyu and Wan Tianqing followed step by step. Their expressions were really solemn. They didn't stop him and didn't say a word. Within the heaven hunting list, another Blue Sky walked out. He held the heaven hunting list and continued forward. With each step he took, his body cracked and he grumbled, so painful. This Tao is not easy to walk and open. Blood is destined to flow like a river. The common people are suffering and so am I. I will protect them and open the Tao of the common people. He took a step forward and with a boom, it exploded once more. His corpse fell, so you could vaguely see something and he was shocked. Wan Tianqing also forcefully merged Shunwen into Suyu's heaven gate. This caused Suyu to turn around and glare at him in anger. What? These people, all of them had no manners today, damn. Forcefully merging Shunwen into his heaven gate made Suyu feel like he was being violated. It was too despicable. Very soon, Wan Tianqing duplicated a small heaven gate for himself and quickly withdrew Shunwen from Suyu's heaven gate. He ignored Suyu and looked at Blue Sky and the heaven hunting list. He said in a low voice, "Crazy. This guy is crazy." He shouted, "Blue Sky, don't be rash. You are crazy. You know what you are doing." "I know." An enchanting Blue Sky appeared and smiled coquettishly. "Sky Saint, of course I know. But I am a lunatic. I have already said that if I learn the Tao in the morning, I can die in the evening. You guys don't dare, but I dare. Isn't it just death?" Boom, the enchanting woman exploded, her corpse fell into the river and the water was dyed red. The next moment, Blue Sky appeared again. He held the heaven hunting list and continued forward with fear in his eyes. "I am so scared. Sky Saint, comfort me." Wan Tianqing frowned. The newly appeared Blue Sky was like a pretty daughter of a humble family. He trembled as he moved forward step by step. "I am really scared. However, the Tao is under my feet. Sky Saint, I don't want to give up." Wan Tianqing's expression was solemn. Boom, another Blue Sky exploded and the path was paved with flesh and blood. Suyu's expression was solemn as he looked down. He understood, he really understood. At this moment, a path of blood appeared under his feet. Along the main path, even though the blood was constantly being battered by the river, Suyu could see that the path of blood was still stable and holding on. It was as though there was an additional line of blood in the river. With the heaven hunting list in hand, countless Blue Skies entered the list in order to borrow the power of the heaven hunting list to conceal the heavenly secrets and avoid the turbulence of the river of time. Suyu's heart trembled. In this era, each was more ruthless than the other. When Wan Tianqing opened up the Tao, Suyu felt that he was ruthless enough. However, if he failed to open up the path, he could still survive. However, Blue Sky. This lunatic was really sending himself to a dead end, Suyu said in a deep voice, "It's too difficult. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Do you know how long this river is? Does it extend to the end to open up the path, or does it extend a certain distance to be considered a success? You will die. You are the hardest to kill in the myriad worlds to begin with. You will kill yourself now." Another Blue Sky appeared and chuckled. "Little brother Suyu, you don't understand. This is called pursuing one's true self. My heart is too compassionate. I love the common people and the common people love me." Suyu was helpless. Boom, there was another explosion and the line of blood extended another step. Blue Sky continued forward and more Blue Skies appeared. With the heaven hunting list in hand, they avoided the impact of the river and walked into the distance step by step. Suyu followed and so did Wan Tianqing. After following for a while, Wan Tianxing shouted, "I will help you. I will open up the path for you. You have to speed up. At this speed, even if you have billions of clones, you will be buried." After saying that, he instantly flew in front of blue sky. His fleshly body traversed the long river, and wave after wave was suppressed by him. Behind him, blue sky smiled. "Heaven Saint is still so cute. Then, I will continue." His speed was much faster. Previously, a clone would have exploded after taking 3 steps. But now, it took 5 steps, 10 steps, and then it finally exploded. Behind him, Suyu took a deep breath and a small stone appeared in his hand. This was the true treasure of suppression. Of course, Suyu had used it many times before and felt that it consumed a lot of energy. The next moment, Suyu waved his hand and a seal appeared. That was his mortal master seal. Suyu said solemnly, "Wanfu Prefect, use my mortal master seal to suppress it. It consumes too much energy. Come back." Wan Tianxing took the mortal master seal that Suyu threw over. His aura erupted and he quickly suppressed the increasingly violent waves. Even with the heaven hunting list, at this moment, the river of time seemed to sense something. Huge waves came crashing down, they wanted to destroy blue sky. Ahead, Wan Tianxing was struggling to block the wind and rain for blue sky and suppress the waves. Step by step, the blue skies were constantly exploding. At this moment, in the 10,000 worlds, everyone looked up at the sky. From the human boundary, a line of blood appeared. Yes, they couldn't see the river of time, but they could see a line of blood starting from the human boundary and spreading outwards. Each time it spread, it caused some turbulence. The spreading speed was slow, but it looked fast. At this moment, the line of blood spread to the heavens, causing Wan Prefect to feel a sense of panic. East Rift Valley. King of Great Zhou's gaze changed. F***K. In this era, one Suyu wasn't enough, there was also Wan Tianxing. Was blue sky a sign? Just like the era of human emperor, one human emperor wasn't enough. Then, a large number of experts appeared. King Wen, King Wu, Hell King, King Ming, a new era is about to officially begin. With a murmur, this era was about to officially begin, Simu first year, but, this blood color was an ominous sign. Was blue sky opening the path? It felt like, this path was just like this blood color, filled with danger and killing intent. Could blue sky succeed? Before this, they were still discussing whether to give the heaven hunting list to blue sky. In the blink of an eye, blue sky snatched it himself. What was Suyu thinking? At this moment, King of Great Zhou was in a daze. He seemed to have thought of someone, human emperor. Everyone said that Suyu was like King Wen. Nonsense, he was more like human emperor. It was the same for human emperor. In that era, people like King Wen and King Wu dominated the heavens. One only knew the 4 extreme human kings. No one even mentioned human emperor as he was too low profile. But low profile didn't mean he was weak or bad. If human emperor wasn't capable, could he still be called human emperor? Human emperor knew how to use people. Who dared to be unconvinced by the 4 kings? Human emperor was the crux of the human race establishing the heavens. Human emperor was the crux of the human race surviving for 100,000 years. Passed down from generation to generation, the 4 extreme human kings didn't have many tricks up their sleeves. Instead, human emperor's trump cards spanned from ancient to modern times, and now, it was the same for Suyu. He helped Wan Tianxing and now he was helping blue sky. Before this, he helped King of Great Qin and Xia of Goguryeo. He gave up the ink Dao. Also, was the ink Dao in Lu Hong's hands? Given Suyu's style, he might not care about it. Previously in the Dead Soul's realm, he had a vague feeling that Lu Hong should have already proven his Dao. If Suyu really wanted to capture Lu Hong, it would be too easy. Where could Lu Hong run to in the entire Dead Soul's realm? Suyu said that he was narrow-minded. But in the eyes of the King of Great Zhou, the current Suyu was exceptionally charismatic. His breadth of vision was beyond imagination. The ink Dao did not feel as powerful as the Dao that blue sky walked. The ink Dao was also extremely unique. Even if Suyu did not give up the desolate heavenly beast's Dao, he could cultivate it in the later stages and strengthen his body. With a powerful body, he could fight against the heavens. Breadth of vision, the King of Great Zhou looked at the sky and muttered to himself. Perhaps this was the reason why Suyu could attract countless people to submit to him. At this moment, human experts appeared in the distance. King of Great Qin, Dasha of Goguryeo, Great Bright Lord, these people all looked up at the sky with incomparably solemn expressions. Even if they did not know what was happening, that blood color was so dazzling. The blood color spread, causing people to panic and palpitate. Celestial World. Tiangu sat in the middle of the hall, looking at the sky. At this moment, even in the sky of the celestial world, one did not need to leave the world to see some blood color. A faint blood-colored thread spread in the sky. Tiangu's expression was incomparably solemn. Suyu of the human race, what is he doing now? His first thought was Suyu. Other than him, who else could it be? In the hall, the experts were also somewhat uneasy and terrified. The Talisman King said in a low voice, "My lord, what is this blood-colored thread?" He did not understand. It actually spread to the celestial world. This was too unbelievable. Tiangu raised his head. He was also looking, silently. After a long time, he said in a low voice, "Blood-colored thread, maybe, it's Tao?" Tao? Everyone was puzzled. What Tao? Tiangu looked at the sky and said slowly, "Human race, is someone opening the Tao? Or what?" After murmuring for a while, he sighed softly, "Don't worry about it. At this moment, the mortal realm has reached a peak. Monsters are emerging one after another. Be careful, if the celestial world doesn't open, the mortal realm is invincible." Suyu said 5 years. Tiangu chuckled, "Maybe 3, maybe 2, maybe even earlier. He's going to attack us. He is accumulating power, waiting for the war with the celestial world to break out. 10 tides, Suyu has the most bearing of a human emperor." This was the highest praise. Ancient human emperor, the first overlord to unify the Wan, and the only one in the last 200,000 years. The Talisman King and the others all paled. As for Tiangu, after a long time, he suddenly sighed, "Merge with the Tao." Jade King, Han Xiang, merge with the Tao. Below, the group was shocked. Tiangu seemed to be smiling yet not smiling, crying yet not crying, "Merge with the Tao. Don't hold it in, don't worry about me. I don't even know if I can live until the celestial world opens. The celestial emperor Tao is not my Tao after all. Ha ha ha, the monster of the human race is opening the path, and I am guarding it." He said with a hint of self-mockery, "I am behind the times. I am old, and have lost some of the spirit of the past. When I was young, I swept through the celestial world. When I was young, at the end of the ancient era, I defeated Wen King's student, narrowly defeated Wu King's descendant, defeated Ming King's son, defeated Hell King's inheritance, broke the demon emperor's descendants' formation, fought the god emperor's son." Tiangu laughed, "That era belonged to me. Unfortunately, that era didn't belong to me, I threw it away." He laughed at himself, "I was tricked by the celestial emperor, that old fellow's Tao might not be that strong, he might not be dead yet." Tiangu's hair was white, and he sighed a bit. Tiangu, monster. Peerless monster. In the ancient era, Bean Bun ran to ask the Fate Emperor if he could eat Tiangu, and the ancient Fate Emperor said he could. There were so many delicious things in the myriad worlds, so many people, but Bean Bun didn't ask anyone and ran to ask Tiangu. This actually represented a lot of things. And after wasting countless years, wholeheartedly drilling on the celestial emperor's Tao, and now, he ended up in a sealed realm. He watched helplessly as the human race rose step by step. The 10th tide, the human race was erupting. Tiangu let out a long sigh, "Go to Tao unification, no need to hide anymore, no need to endure anymore. Buy some time for the celestial race, otherwise, before the upper realm opens, the celestial race might be destroyed." He smiled, and very quickly, he said with a faint smile, "Maybe, I still have to count on you guys to let the celestial world continue to exist. If a great war really breaks out, the celestial race is not the enemy race, so there is no need to match the enemy race. For example, it is not impossible to destroy the god race and demon race. Once the two races are destroyed, the gate to the upper realm will definitely open." Everyone's heart shook. Tiangu said faintly, "My race, I'm afraid, cannot match the enemy race. Let's open the realm gate first." There has been no movement in the dead spirit's domain, perhaps something has happened. Don't fantasize about waiting for the upper realm gate to open on its own, it is impossible. When that time comes, my race is finished. Everyone's heart palpitated. Tiangu said nothing more, slowly disappearing from the great hall with a bit of a sigh. In the path of cultivation, the only way is to advance bravely against the current. The celestial emperor has wronged me, and I have also wronged everyone. Those who fuse with the Tao, those who preserve the past, are destined to miss the wonders of the myriad worlds. With some indescribable disappointment, Tiangu disappeared where he was. Many people looked towards the Talisman King, who frowned, after a while said, no matter what, if we can Tao unification then Tao unification, even if it is still death, it is the same outcome. Dying in battle at Tao unification is better than dying in battle at eternal. As soon as these words came out, some of the old antiques below looked at each other, and after a long time, Han Xiang said in a low voice, then go into seclusion, Tao unification. In the next moment, the group of old people also disappeared. Think of a way to Tao unification. Tiangu released the restrictions, no longer caring about them. The Talisman King was right, if the late Tiangu really targeted them, at worst they would die, but now, the situation seemed very bad. Once the human race attacked, perhaps they would also die. Then let's take a gamble. God World. Divine Emperor Hall. Jiwu was still cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes. Soon, a phantom appeared in front of him. Former imperial concubine, the old woman's voice came slowly, with a bit of weakness, choose some geniuses, I will take advantage of the fact that I am still alive to imbue them with some great Tao energy, Tao unification as soon as possible. Former imperial concubine, this, cough, cough, cough. The old woman coughed, I can't hold on much longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until His Majesty returns. Jiwu, you are very talented, I will imbue most of the great Tao energy to you, comprehend it well. Only when you step into the quasi-king realm will you have a chance. If I die, preserve my bones. I want to wait for him to return, even if, to see him one more time. With a bit of melancholy, a bit of reluctance, the old woman soon smiled lightly, the human race has risen again. That blood-colored sky is not a good sign. Silly child, recover from your injuries. In a few days, I will preach the Tao to you, live on. This era will not belong to us after all. Former imperial concubine. Jiwu stood up, but the old woman disappeared instantly. Jiwu's expression kept changing, with a bit of sadness. The former imperial concubine will die. My race can't hold on. How much power has the human race accumulated? Why? Jiwu murmured, a good situation was ruined in an instant. In the ninth tide, even though 100 Battle King was extremely powerful, the former imperial concubine did not care, did not ask, did not even attack. In this tide, the human race was extremely weak, and now, the former imperial concubine chose to give up this life, give up waiting for the return of the former imperial concubine. Jiwu obeys. With a bit of disappointment, Jiwu sat cross-legged, with no distracting thoughts in his heart, abandoning everything. I want to comprehend the Tao. Why hasn't the former imperial concubine returned? The former imperial concubine can't wait to see you one last time, demonic world. Father, Mou looked at Mog, but Mog was staring at the sky in a daze. After a while, he looked back at Mou and smiled, your talent is not bad, but you were born too late. You have to walk the path of the three-body Daos. I thought that the human race was going to be wiped out soon, but reality has proven me wrong. He smiled, and suddenly touched Mou's head, you can't do it, your talent is still lacking. Go find Moto, I want to explain to him the Tao of the demon race, tell him that race is still more important than anything else. Moji smiled, also, if things don't work out, go into the dead soul's domain, be careful. Back then, when I roamed the dead soul's domain, in the final ruins, I met a few people who were sealed. Tell them that you are my son. There is a Dijilua there, a senior of my race, and his heart has returned. Although he is a dead spirit, he can take care of you. Father. Mou was extremely heavy, is it because of this blood path? No. Mog shook his head, this is just one of the reasons, it doesn't mean anything, but the frequent phenomena. These have never been seen before, they are all signs. When the human race unified the heavens, it was also like this, the phenomena were so varied. Emoji smiled, leave a way out. Also, heaven ancient, Ji Wu, they are all old foxes. The god race still has that old antique, an elder who has experienced the ancient unification of the heavens. He smiled, maybe they also feel the danger. Once Suyu conquers the heavens before the higher worlds open, perhaps our race will be in the most danger. Emoji was serious, heaven ancient is there, the former imperial concubine is there, these two races are stronger than our race. If things don't work out, these fellows may use the demon race as the price to open the higher world's gate. Back then, when you and Bloodfire fought for the position of Demon King, I chose you not only because you are my son, but also because Bloodfire is too reckless, too straightforward, too pure. He smiled bitterly, Bloodfire is good at fighting, not scheming. He can't beat Heaven Ancient and Ji Wu. Even you are a bit lacking. Ai. With a sigh, Mou was incomparably shocked. Father, you mean that once the immortal god is in danger, they may act against the demon race? Why not? Emoji smiled, if they can't beat the human race, then they can't beat the demon race? Is it better to fight with the human race, or exterminate the demon race and forcefully open the higher worlds? Don't think too much, cultivate steadily. Emoji looked at the sky, the blood color was still spreading, he was a bit bitter, if this blood path is broken, perhaps the races still have a chance, if it doesn't, it means that the human race is up to something. Mou didn't speak, he also looked at the sky, hoping that this blood path would be broken soon, and at this moment, in the river of time. Blue skies exploded one by one, blue skies appeared, holding the heaven hunting list, they continued forward, a blood path extending behind them. In front, Wan Tianqing roared, the mortal lord seal dimmed, Wan Tianqing's injuries were extremely heavy, at this moment, he roared, give up. Retreat. Blue skies. 5,000 to 6,000 clones died, it was like there was no end to it, if this went on, blue skies would totally fall. He, who was said to be undying, would also die. At this moment, numerous clones died, but Blue Sky's eyes were really clear, he smiled and continued forward. No, you should retreat. I know that this path is tough and there is no chance of survival, but I am willing to try it. Maybe there were people who tried it in ancient times, but they all failed. I want to do it once more, I like to challenge my limits. He smiled, revealing a smile, Heaven Saint, retreat, I will open this path myself. Hong, the clones exploded once more, and more clones appeared. Wan Tianqing's expression was really solemn, he hollered. He wasn't polite anymore, smacking a wave with a palm. He spat out fresh blood and turned his head to look at Suyu. Behind Blue Skies, Suyu stood still and didn't move. Blue Skies took a step forward, Suyu took a step forward, he didn't even look at Wan Tianqing. Blue Skies, this crazy fellow, he wanted to open his own path in the main river of time, not a branch, he wanted to open his own path, common people's path, in this main path, Suyu had thought about this before, but he didn't dare to do it. Today, Blue Skies was doing it. Common people's path had a source, the source of the path was in the river of time. Rather than comprehending Wan's path bit by bit, why not open a path that belonged to him in the mainstream, using the flesh and blood of the clones as the foundation, to open the path? This was Blue Skies, the crazy Blue Skies. When would he be able to stabilize this path? He didn't know. How long would it take to succeed? He didn't know. How long would it take to complete? He also didn't know. The path was in front of him, but he didn't know where it was. He couldn't see any hope. Blue Skies was opening up this hopeless path. He wanted to become a different Blue Skies. If he heard the path in the morning, he would die in the evening. At this moment, Blue Skies' desire to seek the path was displayed to the extreme. His heart hadn't changed in his life. No matter how his outer appearance changed, he was still that Blue Skies, the Blue Skies that didn't give up. Just like that year when he walked out of the Civilization Academy, shouldering the infamy to become the leader of the Saint sect. Deep in his bones, he was crazy. The ocean is vast, spring returns to autumn, the heaven and earth doesn't let go. The path doesn't leave an inch of land, everything is tight. At this moment, Blue Sky's clone appeared once more and sang out loud. The path is beneath my feet, if I don't open this path, then what path will I walk in this life? walk the clone path, how vulgar, only normal people walk the clone path. I am blue skies, all living beings celebrate for me, the path sings for me, blue skies was all smiles as he sang forwards. His clone exploded, flesh and blood splattered all over. The blood path continued to spread. In front, Wan Tianxing roared out crazily, suppressing the giant waves. It was too difficult to find a good friend in life, in this world, who wasn't a lunatic. He was. He couldn't bear to and wasn't willing to. He also didn't want this lunatic to die in this path. Where is the path ahead? This was the first time Wan Tianxing felt so much despair. Where was this path going to end? When was it going to end? He couldn't hold on for much longer. Behind him, Suyu watched silently and followed silently. I don't know where the path ahead is either. I'll take it one step at a time. I don't try to persuade him. I'm just a little envious and a little self-deprecating. I still have too many concerns. However, I have my own path. I don't need to envy others. However, life still needs some good friends. Happiness. Wanfu Prefect, I wish you all the best. F*CK, at this moment, Wan Tianxing spat out a mouthful of old blood. Suyu, you bastard, you're still F*King joking at this time. Do you want to anger us to death? As for Suyu, he laughed out loud. In the next moment, he held a giant stone in his hand, stepped into the air, and shouted, "Move aside, watch my Emperor Yu suppresses the universe." Boom, as the stone smashed down, the river of time shook, but the giant waves in front were instantly flattened. Suyu's aura skyrocketed as he laughed out loud. Wan Tianxing couldn't do it. Monster, more monster than me, powerful, more powerful than me, I, Suyu, am the one who stabilizes the heavens. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? With a hearty laugh, Suyu shouted, let's go, what are you standing there for? Today, I'll be your Tao protector, work hard for me. With a loud laugh, Suyu charged forward with the giant stone in his hand. Everywhere he passed, the giant waves were quickly suppressed by him. Wan Tianxing was dumbfounded, Lan Tian was stunned for a moment, then she was overjoyed. She laughed out loud and quickly followed. This time, the clone chased for a long time before it exploded. The next Lan Tian turned into a little girl, and she smiled happily. Big brother Emperor Yu is still the best. Big brother Tianxing, I'm going to fall in love with someone else. Pfft, Wan Tianxing spat out another mouthful of old blood. He was already seriously injured, and at this moment, he almost exploded with anger. What nonsense. These lunatics. Alright, I count them as well. Are the 3 lunatics opening the path? As Wan Tianxing thought about it, he suddenly smiled, revealing a smile, and quickly began to heal his injuries. My path is not lonely. The 3 lunatics opened the path. At this moment, Suyu held the giant stone in his hand and walked forwards without any fear. Suppress. Shouts continued. Times were changing. The people in the past didn't dare, they couldn't, but that didn't mean they couldn't. Were there people in the past as overpowered as Blue Sky? Were there so many clones that fell? Suyu could see that this path was tough, too tough. Each time, the one that fell was his true body. Yes, his true body. Each Blue Sky was himself. It wasn't fake. If Suyu was here, he would also know how to clone, but it was useless. His clones were just pure clones. In the current era, probably only Blue Sky had hope of opening this path. Suyu was in front, Blue Sky was behind, clones continued to fall. At this moment, Blue Sky was smiling. Brother Yu is really amazing. Much stronger than Brother Tianxing. Before this, one clone took a few steps and now it is so far. Brother Yu is really amazing. Suyu cursed inwardly. If I wasn't opening the path now, do you believe that you wouldn't be able to see me right away? I just praised you a few times and you became arrogant. With a little helplessness, Suyu didn't care anymore. Very quickly, he laughed heartily and suppressed Blue Sky's words. Man or head, let's see who can suppress longer and walk further. It seems like your humanity isn't good enough. You are the one who can't. Wan Tianxing was speechless. What nonsense was he saying? Suyu was speechless. So what? You are still not happy. What I said was the truth, you weren't good enough. The main thing was that your master seal wasn't as effective as this small stone. Of course, Suyu wouldn't say that. At this moment, Suyu was improving by leaps and bounds as he flew forwards. The three of them swept the river of time and a blood path spread out. Blue Sky's clones were still exploding but they were much slower. Slowly, Suyu couldn't take it anymore. Suppressing felt good. Acting weak also felt good. However, flattening the river of time ultimately required strength. Not only strength, but also comprehension of the great Tao. Suyu and the other two were considered top-notch existences. However, at this time, Suyu was already somewhat powerless. He forced himself to hold on. He had just said that Wan Tianxing couldn't do it, so how could he not do it? As long as one's comprehension of the great Tao was deep, nothing was impossible. In addition to that, Suyu suddenly thought of something else. Along the way, he passed by some of the tributaries, within which a book suddenly appeared. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the book exploded out, flattening the waves around the tributaries. Wan Tianxing was dumbfounded by this scene. What was this? In front of him, Suyu laughed loudly and said, "A just cause enjoys abundant support. As expected, when I, Suyu, open the way, even the river of time has to make way for me." At this moment, Wan Tianxing could not refute. He didn't understand why the waves dissipated before Suyu could suppress them. Could it be that, it was really as Suyu had said, if he opened the way, even the river of time had to give him face? You have so much face. Wan Tianxing was in disbelief, but he couldn't judge why the waves would suddenly calm down before they reached the area ahead. As for Suyu, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The book page that was smuggled into the tributary Great Tao played some role at this moment, borrowing the power of the Myriad Tao to calm the Great Tao fluctuations of the main Tao. Although one page could not borrow much power, the key was that Suyu had buried a lot of them. One for 77 pages. One page to destroy a wave was enough for everyone to advance a large distance. At the back, some tributaries had pages that Suyu had buried, and some did not. If there were none, Suyu could suppress it himself. If there were, the pages could be used to suppress it. This way, it would give Suyu a buffer period and he wouldn't have to bear such huge pressure one after another. At this moment, the great Tao of the various races actually fluctuated. Some eternal and Tao integration Taos could actually vaguely feel it. But it was useless, because at this moment, the entire great Tao was actually fluctuating. The three lunatics were opening the main path, and blood-colored patterns covered the void. Even a fool knew that the human race was doing something. At this moment, the great Tao fluctuated. Everyone had no choice but to endure. Suyu, who was holding it in, finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Behind, Lan Tian's clone was also much weaker. He wasn't as powerful as before. How far had he gone, he didn't know. In any case, he had passed the brush Tao and human Tao. He had gone a long way, but the blood-colored threads were still spreading, but it was still not over. At this moment, Wan Tianxing and Suyu had already broken through their limits. They had surpassed the river of time they had walked previously. Suyu vomited blood. Behind, Wan Tianxing flew over and shouted, "I'll do it, you go and recover." Suyu quickly retreated. Behind, Lan Tian smiled. "Brothers, you are so powerful. You can do it." Suyu and Wan Tianxing ignored him. In fact, Lan Tian's consumption was greater than theirs. Not mentioning the number of clones, he had exploded 7,000 to 8,000. At this moment, Lan Tian was also struggling. The luster on the heaven hunting list gradually dimmed. Lan Tian looked at the heaven hunting list and laughed. This 10,000 method catalog has the effect of covering the sky. Once it loses its power, the river of time will automatically reject me and will no longer let me open the path. If my clones die, or this catalog exhausts its power, then I will fail in opening the path this time. Lan Tian chuckled. "Brothers, let's talk as we walk. Write down everything I've learned, felt, and comprehended. If I fail, I hope that someone will inherit my mantle." Lan Tian's clone exploded, and another clone appeared. His expression did not change as he continued, "My name is Lan Tian, born in year 275 of the Onping era. Good days." Suyu shouted. Lan Tian giggled, "You're so annoying. Wait for me to finish." "Alright," Suyu instantly shut up. "You are ruthless. Come to think of it, I am 78 years old this year. I joined the Great Xia Civilization University when I was 18. At that time, the fifth-generation principal, Yi Badian, was in charge of the university. I am from the same era as Lu Wenyan and Hong Tan. I am a few years older than them. I have experienced the most glorious period of the fifth-generation principal. Unfortunately, I still could not escape death. After the fifth-generation principal died, I felt that cultivating in the university and being a pure researcher behind closed doors would not be able to save the world. I also have lofty ideals. Lan Tian laughed. At that time, the heavenly sage wanted to invade Wan and Wanzhou. At that time, I chose to leave. At that time, I felt powerless. The more I understood Wan, the more despair I felt. I despaired at why this era was so lowly. I despaired at why Wan did not exterminate the human race because humans still had value. Lan Tian spoke of his history, his everything, his past, his life. He even included some of his turning points. Why did he make such a choice? Because he could not see hope. The more he understood Wan, the more despair he felt. What was an eternal? There were too many Wan. The dozens of eternal experts of the human race were not enough to save the human race. Therefore, in his despair, he chose a path that he had wanted to take but did not dare to take. I want to create millions of clones. If I want to defeat Wan, I have to understand Wan deeply. I am Lan Tian, and I am also Wan. At first, he only wanted to study Wan's weakness, but he always felt that there was a barrier. Even if he was a clone, he could not use it as a real person. Later, I felt that this is not good. Therefore, I chose to go one step further. I completely transformed my clone. I cut off my Sea of Will, and I did not die. Lan Tian's smile was brilliant, but Suyu felt a chill in his heart. Cutting off the Sea of Will, he did not die. This guy was really a monster. Lan Tian laughed. The first time I tried to cut off the Sea of Will, it hurt, it was too painful. I thought I was going to die, but later I found out that I did not die. Why did I not die? This must be clearly recorded. It is my will, my spirit, a kind of obsession and recognition. Lan Tian solemnly said, recognition. The first time I cut off the Sea of Will, I wanted to become a demon. Therefore, at that time, I firmly believed that I was a demon. I have everything of the demon race. Even my body structure is that of the demon race. Everything about me is that of the demon race. Therefore, the Sea of Will that I sever is a true demon race. Suyu had a pensive look on his face. In front of him, Wan Tianxing coughed up blood. Will and spirit are important, but cutting off the Sea of Will should cause both parts of the Sea of Will to collapse. No matter how strong your will is, you should still collapse. Why didn't you collapse? Idiot. Lan Tian smiled charmingly. Everything is possible. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean we can't. Brother you can try to cut the Sea of Will in half and try to repair it. As long as you have a strong enough repair Shenwen, there is a high chance. Then, she said coquettishly, heavenly saints are so stupid. Actually, you can also try. You have the copy divine text. Although it's not very powerful, you can try to cut it in half and copy it in half. Then, you can try to fuse it together. As long as you get through the first stage and wait for the fusion, the fake can become real. Wan Tianxing's heart moved. Suddenly, he laughed. That makes sense. Then, he quickly asked, how many doppelgangers do you have left? More than 1,000. Wan Tianxing frowned and quickly said, it's okay. You continue to cut the Sea of Will and create doppelgangers. I will help you duplicate them. If it doesn't work, then we'll do as you said, half true and half false. He was afraid that he did not have enough doppelgangers. In fact, the probability was not high enough. Until now, there was no hope of opening the path, and Lan Tian had lost 7,000 to 8,000 doppelgangers. Behind him, Suyu's eyes moved. This is possible. Principal, you will be in charge of duplicating and increasing the number of doppelgangers. I will be in charge of strengthening and healing his doppelgangers. Then, Suyu growled and a Shenwen exploded. Heal. Lan Tian's broken doppelgangers suddenly recovered a little. Suyu was delighted. He almost forgot that they were civilizationists. I will have a lot of Shenwen, I will have a lot of great Tao energy. why do you have to bear it? As for Wan Tianxing, he also replicated the Shenwen. In an instant, there was another Lan Tian doppelganger. This doppelganger looked real. However, Lan Tian quickly frowned and said, "No, don't duplicate the whole person. My doppelganger is injured. Help me duplicate the arms and legs. This way, you can delay the injuries and the explosion." "That's fine too." Wan Tianxing nodded. He was in a good mood. In fact, Su Yu and Wan Tianxing knew that they were drinking poison to quench their thirst. This was because the Shenwen explosion would also consume their strength. It was already difficult to stop the huge waves. Now, they had to help Lan Tian recover the strength of his doppelgangers. This would only make things more difficult for them. However, no one said this. At the very least, they hoped to see a little hope, to see a chance of success. This path was too difficult. Recovery. Duplication. Wan Tianxing could not hold on any longer. He coughed up blood. Behind him, Lan Tian smiled. The time it took for his doppelgangers to explode had shortened again. The blood-colored path was getting longer and longer. "Tianxing, you guys go." He smiled. "Really, let's go. I've said what I need to say. I want to try it myself. I want to see if this path can continue." Lan Tian's smile was incomparably bright. "You guys have done your best. Since ancient times, probably no one has needed two top experts to protect and open a path for him. It's worth it. In my life, I've been crazy and brilliant. The human emperor and the master of human Tao of this era personally opened a path for me. It's my honor." At this moment, he seemed to be normal. Wan Tianxing smiled. Blood dyed his clothes red. "You want to see, I want to see too. This path, can it succeed?" Behind, Su Yu soared up. He waved the boulder and blocked the front again, suppressing the huge waves. He said calmly, "All right, let's continue. It's not to the point of certain death. I'm afraid, you guys can't go back." Lan Tian sighed softly. They had gone too far. So far that if these two didn't hold back, they might not be able to return. "I'm too stubborn. If Tianxing wants to accompany me, then accompany me. Su Yu, you go back." Lan Tian said bitterly, "If he dies here, it won't affect the overall situation. But if you die here, then all the hard work we put in before will be ruined." "So you couldn't die here," Wan Tianxing also said in a low voice, "Go back." If Su Yu continued to walk, he wouldn't have any strength left to return. Once he was completely lost in the river, even if he didn't die, he might be swept into a tributary and sealed. He might never come out again. Su Yu snorted. "Are you looking down on me?" As his words fell, Su Yu shouted in a low voice, "Go." Boom, at this moment, the book of time in his mind fluctuated. A powerful force swept out, sweeping through the path ahead, flattening all the rivers. Su Yu's face paled. A strand of white hair appeared in his long hair. "Time is with me. The universe, time and space, heaven and earth return to one." Numerous Shenwen appeared. "I control time, up in the universe, down in the universe. The four directions of heaven and earth belong to me." The book of time trembled slightly. Strands of snow-white hair appeared in Su Yu's hair. At this moment, Su Yu was incomparably powerful and incomparably cold. "What are you looking at? Do you think I'm the same as you guys? That I don't have any tricks up my sleeves?" Wan Tianxing frowned. "You don't want your life anymore. Lan Tian isn't worth it." Lan Tian rolled his eyes at him. He then looked at Su Yu with a bitter expression. "He's right. I'm not worth it." "Foolish." Su Yu laughed. "Although the two of you are older than me, you are both foolish. In 3 to 5 years, the upper realm will open. So what if I live for 10,000 years? If I'm defeated, I won't continue living. I won't live as an old thing. I won't live without ambition or hope. If I'm defeated, I'll die and live for another 25 years. So what? Who can compare to me in my life?" He was burning his own lifespan. What did this count as? Su Yu didn't care, he was still a bit short of using the book of time. Every time he used it, he would expend his lifespan. That was fine. With Su Yu's power, he could easily live for 100,000 years. There were many ancient antiques who were still alive. Either he could only live for less than 25 years, or he could defeat Wan and become the ruler of the heavens. When that time came, he would naturally be able to slowly recover. The future, who knew what would happen in the next 100,000 years? He only looked at the present, not the future. All he knew was that if Lan Tian succeeded, the human race would definitely have another top-rate Dao integration stage super mighty figure, or even a heavenly monarch, or even more powerful. Let's go. Suyu held a stone in his left hand and an indistinct book of time in his right. What are you standing around for? Wan Tianqing's expression shifted slightly. Lan Tian also heaved a forlorn sigh before smiling. Lan Tian, thanks. He took a step forward, leaving a long path of blood in his wake. At this moment, Lan Tian was no longer enchanting or disgusting. Instead, he was filled with determination. He would definitely pave the way, an emperor would pave the way for him. He would burn his lifespan for him. If he didn't succeed, how would the heavens and earth face him? After walking for a while, the book of time in Suyu's hand rippled. The waves calmed, and strands of white hair appeared on Suyu's head. White robes, white hair. At this moment, in Wan Tianqing's eyes, Suyu no longer had the childishness of the past. Wan Tianqing was incomparably bitter. This guy always surprises me. I've never been able to predict what he'll do, suppress, relentlessly suppress. The waves were suppressed, and the fluctuations of the tributary were suppressed. However, Suyu's aura became even more powerful. He was incomparably cold, and his white hair danced in the wind. How much of my lifespan can you burn away? Can you let me live to 25 years old? Yes, I'm not afraid. If you can't, then we'll talk about it later. And at this moment, a great Dao tributary appeared before Suyu's eyes. At first, Suyu didn't pay much attention to it, but suddenly, there seemed to be a figure appearing on that great Dao tributary. There was actually a figure in such a distant place. That figure was also incomparably shocked at this moment. No. Suyu, impossible, Martial Emperor. Suyu's heart shook. He quickly looked over. That was a relatively powerful great Dao. If the Dao of the brush was 5 to 6,000 meters wide, the Dao of the desolate heavenly beasts was 2 to 3,000 meters wide. This great Dao was even stronger than the desolate heavenly beasts. Martial emperors were stronger than the desolate heavenly beasts. It was at least 4,000 meters wide. From Suyu's point of view, that was the case. This was the strongest great Dao that Suyu had seen after the great Dao of death, the great Dao of the flesh, and the Dao of the brush. As for the great Dao of the 5 elements and the desolate heavenly beasts, they were all inferior. And Wan Tianqing had only opened the great Dao. It's impossible for you to go so deep, the Martial Emperor was shocked. This is my domain. The next moment, he shouted angrily, have you thought about it? Impossible. Boom, at this moment, a huge seal suddenly exploded. With a loud boom, it smashed his phantom into pieces. That was an incomparably powerful seal, the Saint Transformation Seal. This was the first time Suyu had used the full power of the Saint Transformation Seal. With a single strike, a crack appeared on the Saint Transformation Seal. And the Martial Emperor's phantom instantly exploded. Suyu coldly stared ahead. The Martial Emperor's voice faded away. Noisy! Suyu coldly shouted. In the next moment, a small stone smashed towards the great Dao. The book of time also fluctuated. With a single strike, the tributary exploded. Suyu angrily shouted, you dare to block me? Martial Emperor, let alone the fact that you haven't unsealed yet, even if you did, I would still kill you. Don't provoke me. The Martial Emperor actually wanted to block his path. Suyu was furious. At this moment, he was also trying to intimidate the Martial Emperor. He hadn't unsealed yet, so he wasn't the master of the laws. Believe it or not, I will pay the price right now and damage your great Dao. At this moment, the Martial Emperor's voice faded away. The Starry Universe Mansion. The Martial Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. With a spluttering sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood like lava. The Martial Emperor's expression was unsightly, but it soon turned heavy. This fellow was so decisive. Not only that, but he was also domineering. He had only seen him here by accident. He had just casually said something, but this bastard had directly smashed his seal down, he hadn't even had time to react. These fellows actually made it here. The martial emperor found it hard to conceal his shock. He seemed to have sensed something. Suyu seemed to be madly burning away his lifespan. His hair had already turned completely white. Did this fellow not want to live anymore? Suyu was much more powerful than he had been last time. In fact, he was even showing signs of advancing toward the peak of the Tao integration stage. Just this once? The martial emperor's heart trembled. Just this one chance, he, Suyu, was a peerless genius who could dominate the myriad worlds. Yet, he didn't care about the future. He only wanted to gamble once. If he lost, then everything would end. If he won, then he didn't care about his lifespan. Why? The martial emperor murmured. Just why, with Suyu's talent, even if he lost this time, he could be like Baijian. He could escape or hide, and he wouldn't necessarily die. If he endured for hundreds or thousands of years, Suyu would definitely become the master of the laws. Just what was he thinking? At this moment, the martial emperor suddenly didn't understand. He couldn't accept this, because Suyu wasn't a little insect. He was a peerless genius who had opened the gate of the heavens. The martial emperor almost never called Suyu a little insect, unless he was extremely angry. This was because, in the martial emperor's eyes, in this era, only Suyu could compare to him. Just what are you pursuing? The martial emperor murmured, then suddenly calmed down. He had a thoughtful look on his face, as well as a blank expression. He didn't know what Suyu was pursuing. Then, what was it that he was pursuing? Revenge, or something else? There are three people. Suyu is protecting someone, and the other is opening a path. It's Lan Tian, someone who resonated with me in the past. What path is he opening? The martial emperor's heart trembled again. As for Wan Tianxing, someone who could walk so close to his great Tao was definitely a peerless genius. So many freaks had appeared in this tide flow. Has a great era arrived? The primordial era had been a great era. Was someone like King Wen going to appear in this era? The martial emperor's emotions were very complicated. Even though the great Tao fluctuations caused by Suyu's seal made it more difficult for him to unseal it, he didn't care. He didn't reappear to stop them either. He wanted to see, where exactly were they going? Crazy, going so far into the river of time, they would die. You, Suyu, have incredible talent, and yet you're acting as a Tao protector? If you die in the river of time, will you be worthy of your talent? Who was that just now? The martial emperor? In the river of time, Wan Tianxing was also shocked. Suyu smiled. It's him. He's talented, but not knowledgeable. He doesn't know what the Tao is, what he pursues, what he dreams, and what he thinks. Suyu said disdainfully. The one who opened the gate of heaven came before King Wen and the others. In the end, the power of the great Tao is only slightly stronger than the Tao of a stupid desolate heavenly beast. Such a human is a barbarian, a martial artist. Wan Tianxing nodded. He opened the gate of heaven but was sealed in the end. He is indeed, a little weak. In my opinion, opening the gate of heaven is extremely talented and can understand the great Tao at a glance. Such an existence is a disgrace if he doesn't reach the level of the four extreme heavenly kings. Lan Tian also sighed. It is a pity. When I went to the Starry Mansion, I felt that this person was very strong. Now it seems, compared to the geniuses of the same generation, he is much weaker. Opening the gate of heaven, even if he can't surpass King Wen and the others, he can't fall too far behind, right? The three shook their heads at the same time and said disdainfully, barbarian, martial artist. Disdain, he really had talent but didn't know how to use it. It was too sad. The three continued forward. As for the matter of the martial emperor, they didn't talk about it. What was the point of talking about him? He didn't succeed in blocking the path and was sent flying by Suyu's seal. However, Suyu had a general idea of what to do. The great Tao of the martial emperor was actually here. The Tao of the brush and human Tao were both in front. In that case, the deeper the great Tao was, the better it was. Or perhaps because the martial emperor was still alive, his great Tao was deeper. No one could control the Tao of the brush, so the great Tao would deviate. He didn't really understand. Forget it, he wouldn't care about this. It was a pity that he didn't have a page in the record of civilization. Otherwise, he might be able to sneak a page in when the martial emperor was smashed. Forget it, the martial emperor was alive and might discover it. There were no regrets. At this moment, Suyu's entire body was white. White clothes, white hair, white brows. However, he was as young as ever. His appearance didn't change. At this moment, he looked even more handsome. The book of time continued to fluctuate as the three continued forward. His lifespan was still burning. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 20,000 years. Suyu felt that he could live for 100,000 years. This was just the beginning. Burn. Continue burning. Behind him, that bloody path had already pierced through the heavens. It extended towards the endless void. The river of time didn't know how much time had passed. After an unknown amount of time, Suyu suddenly stopped. Behind him, Wan Tianqing's aura was weak. Another 1,000 of Lan Tian's clones had exploded. The Heaven Hunter list had completely dimmed. Lan Tian felt lost. He laughed and said, "This time, let's go back. I've already seen the beautiful scenery that I've never seen before. I have no regrets in this life. Many fellow Taoists, find the path for me." Fellow Taoists, in this world, the most difficult thing to find was a fellow Taoist. You and I are of the same Tao. Our Tao isn't lonely. The three of them traveled for millions of miles, passing through time and space. Emperor Yu had sacrificed tens of thousands of years of lifespan for him. The Sage King had been heavily injured for him. It was enough. If they continued on, the three of them wouldn't be able to return, so Yu also felt lost. I tried my best, there was no end to this path. I really tried my best. At this moment, if Lan Tian didn't succeed in opening the path, he would also be crippled. His millions of clones had been exhausted. The countless sea of will had turned into a bloody path that extended in the river of time. Even if he returned, he would only be a cripple. This path was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If he didn't succeed, he would die. Wan Tianqing's body swayed, and his expression was one of disappointment. He had failed. We can't see the end of the path. Where is the end of the path? Suyu bellowed, filled with indignation. We opened the path for millions of miles, but how could there be a path that was so difficult to prove? Is there anyone who can prove this? Two peerless Tao-fusing experts had used the Book of Time, the Heaven Hunting List, and Little Stone to protect the sun and moon for millions of miles. If they couldn't see the end, could there really be someone in this world who could open this path? Not even the masters of the laws. Their comprehension of the Tao might not be as deep as the three of them. Focusing on one path wasn't something that could be protected just because you were a master of the laws. The three of them were monstrous geniuses. They walked the path together, but in the end they couldn't help one person open the path. They couldn't accept this. Lan Tian laughed. Let's go back. I've already seen this path. I can die in peace. It's enough. I have no regrets. I want to thank this path for not letting me regret it. He didn't regret it, he was just a bit sad that he couldn't see the end. Two peerless powerhouses had sacrificed a great deal of their lifespan. Suyu had paid an enormous price, but in the end, he had still failed. Ahead, Suyu's long hair flew about. He was angry and unwilling. In the end, he let out a sigh. He couldn't go any further. If he went any further, he would die. I'm sorry. Suyu sighed, not daring to look back. I made a solemn vow, full of confidence. I brought them on this path. The three of us came together, but only two of us could return. Lan Tian laughed. Are you telling me? You really leave me speechless. Let's go. He laughed. I'll continue walking. I still have 3 avatars. With 3 avatars, I'll go forward and appreciate the beautiful scenery. I've comprehended many things on this trip. Thank you both. Even if you send a gentleman 1,000 miles, they would still have to part in the end. He couldn't be willful, Suyu was incomparably bitter. It was time for him to go. Wan Tianqing silently looked at Lan Tian as he continued forward. His avatars gradually collapsed. In his eyes, there was a sense of loss and sorrow. Another one of my fellow Taoists was gone. When he came, he was full of confidence. At this moment, there was only sorrow in his heart. In the end, I couldn't escape the 7 emotions and 6 desires. To have no sorrow and no sorrow, that's a saint. I'm not. I'm Wan Tianxing, not a saint. I only hope that you have a next life. I'll guide you again, Wan Tianxing muttered. I'll guide you on this path, and then I'll send you off. I believe that you'll continue walking and appreciate even more beautiful scenery. I have no regrets in this life. Ahead, an avatar collapsed. Lan Tian's second avatar appeared. With a smile on his face, his back faced Suyu and the others. Go back. When the world changes, don't forget that there's still a fellow Taoist in the depths of the river of time. Suyu watched as Lan Tian surpassed him step by step. As he continued forward, his second avatar began to collapse. He couldn't help but feel sad. F*ck, why can't I open this path? Do I have to go to the end of the river? That's impossible, the human emperor and the others might be at the end. How can I bring Lan Tian to the end? This is a dead end, a path that no one can open, Suyu sighed in his heart. In the next moment, he looked ahead. He could vaguely see some great Daos. Perhaps they were the great Daos of peerless experts. Unfortunately, Suyu was no longer interested. He could vaguely see some darkness in front. Suyu couldn't see the end. He just watched silently as Lan Tian's second avatar began to collapse. A third avatar appeared. When this avatar collapsed, there was no longer Lan Tian in the world. Death aura overflowed from Lan Tian's body. He was going to die, Suyu felt a little sad. Even death aura was coming out, death aura, boom, it was like a thunderclap, death aura, F*ck, this was the river of time. Where did death aura come from? Stop fooling around, the great Tao of the dead and the river of time were not the same. Where did death aura come from? Suyu's scalp went numb. He thought of what King Nan had said before. No matter how it changed, it was still the same, the great Tao of the dead received the dead experts. At this moment, it seemed to be receiving Lan Tian. However, how could death aura suddenly appear here? Impossible. At this moment, Suyu roared, wait. Let me do it. With a roar, Suyu quickly moved forward. Wan Tianxing was shocked. Lan Tian also turned his head and shouted, no. Idiot, death aura. Suyu roared. Death aura, he thought of something and said crazily, life from death. Yes, live from death. There must be a tributary of the great Tao of the dead ahead. No, it's not a tributary. It's the great Tao of the dead. The great Tao of the dead must be in front. There must be a place where it intersects with the river of time. There must be, he knew how the great Tao of the dead was established. The master of the great Tao of the dead was also stealing the power of the river of time. This had nothing to do with Suyu, Suyu only knew that there might be hope. He swiftly flew forward. The book of time shook once more as he shouted, don't be afraid of energy consumption. Let's walk the great Tao of the dead back. It will be much easier than when we came. Wanfu Prefect, come quickly. Lan Tian, do you have a death clone? No, create it right away. Suyu shouted, life and death merging, live from death. You lack the great Tao of the dead. Your Tao isn't complete. If you continue, you might not be able to open up your common people's path for the rest of your life. He was lacking something, death spirit Tao. Lan Tian was stunned. My Tao is lacking, I lack the death spirit Tao. So that was the case. At this moment, he seemed to have comprehended something. Behind him, Wan Tianxing also went crazy and was delighted. Quick, create a death clone and head forwards to find the great Tao of the dead. He and Suyu didn't bother about anything. Before this, they still had some energy left to return. At this moment, they didn't care anymore. They crazily struck forwards to suppress the giant waves. The waves surged into the sky. Suyu's hair was snow white. The death spirit path wasn't far, it definitely wasn't. Otherwise, Lan Tian wouldn't be able to give off death energy. He forcefully opened it up. In the next moment, Suyu was filled with surprise. He sensed it, he sensed the death spirit page seed, he really sensed it. In the Long Time River region, a place where the death spirit path shouldn't have appeared, he found it. That was just too unbelievable. Suyu traveled swiftly and very quickly. He saw it, there was nothing, it was empty, no one could see it. Suyu opened the heaven gate. Actually, he didn't see it but he sensed it. The master of the death spirit path was too terrifying. Where did he open the death spirit path? Why couldn't he see it, but he could sense its existence? In the next moment, Suyu's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a stone smashed into the river and giant waves surged. Suyu went crazy and was delighted. Lunatic, this fellow is also a lunatic. He opened up a tunnel at the bottom of the river of time. Damn, no wonder I couldn't see it. The tributaries were on both sides. Who would directly open up a tunnel at the bottom of the river? The master of the death spirit path. Suyu was convinced. He was too creative. Hidden, safe, no one could discover it. And he could steal power without anyone knowing. No wonder the death spirit path was so powerful. This lunatic opened up a hole in the river of time. You had to be convinced. With Suyu's crazy bombardment, gradually, a hole appeared at the bottom of the river. At this moment, Blue Sky and Wan Tianxing also rushed over. Both of them felt the existence of the death aura. As Suyu broke through the river and revealed the hole, both of them felt it very clearly. Death aura suddenly overflowed from Blue Sky's body. Gradually, Blue Sky seemed to understand something and suddenly smiled. I feel the death spirit path. So that's how it is. Facing death to live, so that's how it is. Gradually, his last avatar suddenly transformed into a dead spirit. Blue Sky laughed and said, I see hope, I see a new world. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the three of them laughed maniacally. There was always a way out. When they were in despair, they saw life, they saw hope. Hong, Blue Sky's avatar instantly turned into a dead spirit. Death energy spread out and charged at heaven and earth. At the same time, the blood path behind suddenly intersected with life and death. The originally dark blood path suddenly shone with a bright light. This light shone through the entire river of time. Rumble, numerous law powers swept over. Behind them, on the blood path, many blue skies appeared. The blue skies that exploded out appeared one by one on the blood path. They spread to the end of the river. Numerous blue skies were laughing maniacally. Life and death. Yin and yang. All Daos. Common people. Common people's path. How can there be no dead spirits in the world? I was too narrow-minded. At this moment, numerous blue skies laughed maniacally. My dead spirit babies, I love all of you. Father loves all of you. All of you are common people. Ha ha ha. Filled with craziness and joy, Blue Sky's avatars swiftly merged one by one. Common people's path was done. Rumble. Each time a blue sky merged, the aura would become stronger. They started to merge one by one from the entrance. Wanshi, Soar, Ling Yun, Shanghai, Sun and Moon. Slowly, they reached eternity. Eternity Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3. That aura slowly became stronger. Numerous blue skies started to merge. Stage 7, Stage 8, Stage 9. When Suyu and the others saw a strong blue sky walk over, it already had the aura of a Dao integration realm expert. Moreover, this hadn't even merged all the avatars. The strong avatars continued to advance along the blood path, merging with more avatars. Their auras continued to grow stronger at the Dao integration realm. Blue Sky laughed maniacally. My little babies, they're all back. I love all of you to death. Kiki, Tianxing baby, I love you to death. He, little brother Yu Huang, I like you in the future. I don't like little brother Tianxing anymore. Rumble, the aura became stronger and stronger. When the last dead spirit avatar merged, there was a huge explosion. Suyu and Wan Tianxing were both forced back a few steps by the aura. Suyu was stunned. Wan Tianxing was also shocked. In the next moment, the two of them looked at each other and suddenly cursed. F***ck. Peak or Heavenly King? No way, F***ck, it shouldn't be like this. Your grandson seems to have surpassed us. I'm not convinced. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Ha 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 ha. Blue Sky laughed maniacally, causing heaven and earth to tremble. I succeeded, I'm too excited, the great Tao is complete, the Tao of the common people. At this moment, at the end of the river of time, a huge wave swept towards the depths. Last time, when Wan Tianxing opened the path, there were some faint ripples and the giant pillars of light that appeared. Today, they appeared again. A figure suddenly looked behind him and exclaimed, F***ck. What was going on? Had a master of the laws appeared? A master of the laws wasn't much, but what was scary wasn't the appearance of a master of the laws, but rather the fact that no master of the laws had appeared. What was going on? At this moment, the figure rippled with disbelief. It's done. Suyu and Wan Tianxing were pleasantly surprised. After experiencing despair, they had finally succeeded. Be it Suyu or Wan Tianxing, they were extremely excited. Of course, it would be even better if that bastard Blue Sky could shut up. The ear-piercing laughter almost deafened Suyu and Wan Tianxing. At this moment, Blue Sky walked towards them with joy and excitement. He smiled charmingly and said, "My two darlings, come and give me a kiss." Bang, Suyu punched out, and Wan Tianxing also slapped out with his palm. This time, they could not tolerate this lunatic's madness. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Suyu and Wan Tianxing took a step back at the same time. Blue Sky took a step forward and cackled. "My two darlings, your strength is not enough." Suyu snorted, and Wan Tianxing was speechless. The two made a rough estimation. The current Blue Sky was at least a peak second-class expert, or even a heavenly king. Wan Tianxing and Suyu were third-grade cultivators, and some were even at the peak of the third grade. Yet, they failed to defeat the other party. "Move aside," Wan Tianxing scolded. Soon, he looked at the great path of dead souls that was gradually covered by the river. He said in a low voice, "This place, the great path of dead souls." Now that Blue Sky had succeeded, they were not interested in talking to him. Instead, they were shocked that the great path of dead souls was actually buried at the bottom of the river. What did this mean? Suyu's eyes flickered. He chuckled. The great path of dead souls is still connected to the river of time. It has been stealing the power of the river of time. The master of this great path is really bold. He is not afraid of the river of time rebelling. Then, he quickly said, "Connected to life and death." Life and death. I might have found something good. Suyu took a deep breath. Resurrection. Resurrection, Wan Tianxing's heart shook. Suyu's eyes lit up with sharpness. Yes, resurrection. The hardest thing about the great path of dead souls is that it is difficult to separate the great path from the river of dead souls. Once it is separated, the entire river of dead souls will retaliate. But what if the great path's shadow is moved to the river of time? Suyu smiled. In short, it's an idea. The two realms of life and death are indeed deeply connected. It seemed that the great path of path had not completely escaped the river of time. No one knew if it was because he had no other choice, or if the master of the great Tao of death wanted to continue stealing power. At this moment, Suyu had expended too much energy. He quickly said, "Let's go. Let's enter the avenue of dead spirits and see if we will enter the dead spirits' domain. If we do, where is the source?" As soon as he finished speaking, he blasted some of the water away with a punch. Then, he used small stones to stabilize the water around him so that the water no longer raged. Under normal circumstances, one would not be able to reach the bottom of the river. With little Shirtu around, it was much safer. The three experts were all peak existences of this era. Even Blue Sky didn't cause any trouble. This was a matter of life and death, and the slightest carelessness could lead to trouble. At this moment, Suyu had white hair and eyebrows. Wan Tianxing and Lan Tian were watching him, so they didn't dare to waste his time. In the blink of an eye, the three of them quickly entered the black tunnel at the bottom of the river. Boom, death chi rush. Suyu and Lan Tian were fine, but Wan Tianxing quickly took a step back. A sizzling sound came from his body. It was the corrosion of the death chi. At this moment, Wan Tianxing did not care. Instead, his eyes lit up, and he said softly, "Everyone has a cycle of life and death. Life and death, separation, and death are actually a kind of humanity, a kind of emotion. In the past, I have neglected this." This time, he had also gained a lot of enlightenment. When he returned, he would absorb and digest it, and he would definitely be able to advance further in the human path. He'd experienced hope, despair, and being rescued from a hopeless situation. A fellow Taoist had paved the way for him, and he'd experienced the cycle of life and death. All of this was an extremely enormous gain and experience for Wan Tianxing. Normal people couldn't experience all of this. Since ancient times, probably only a few of them had experienced all of this. All of this was resources for the advancement of the Great Tao. Whether it was Su Yu, Wan Tianxing, or even Lan Tian, they had all gained something. Of course, at this moment, they didn't care too much about this. Let's get out first. As for Su Yu, he opened the heaven gate and looked at the Great Tao of Death. The impact of the river water had made him feel very uncomfortable last time. This time, compared to the impact of the river of time, the impact of the Great Tao of Death was much weaker. As expected, the Great Tao of Death is still not as strong as the Great Tao of Time. Su Yu felt a little emotional. The river of time was the number one Tao in the Myriad worlds, although Lan Tian had opened up a small path in the mainstream, compared to the huge river, his Tao could only be said to be a small path in the long river. It was still extremely far away from the entire river of time. This path had great prospects for the future, and the potential was also great. However, to Su Yu, it was actually not much. He wanted to reopen the Myriad Tao, reconstruct the river of time. This idea was even better than Lan Tian's. Su Yu warned himself not to be jealous and envious. Lan Tian's Tao was trash and was nothing. My Tao is the true great Tao that leads to the heavens. Don't look at how fast Lan Tian is improving now. It's nothing. Soon, I will catch up and leave them in the dust. Let's go. With a low shout, Su Yu didn't delay any further. He and Wan Tianxing couldn't afford to waste any more time. This time, Lan Tian suddenly flew to the front and took the initiative to open up a path. Su Yu didn't say anything, and the three of them moved forward quickly. Soon, Su Yu saw something. He glanced at the bottom of the river and saw some huge water droplets that contained some figures. He smiled and didn't care. Experts of the Great Tao of Death. However, he didn't have the energy to care about them now. The three of them quickly passed through. This place wasn't the exit. If they tore open the river and left, they might directly appear next to some top-level dead spirits. That wouldn't be worth it, so Yu planned to find a place that he was familiar with and then pass through. Soon, Su Yu sensed a familiar aura. It was his Great Tao of Death seed. He opened the celestial gate and looked carefully. In the river, one of the water droplets had grown much larger. At this moment, it was devouring some of the surrounding water droplets. Marquis Dragon Blood, Su Yu carefully judged, and his heart stirred. Not bad, this fellow probably had the strength of a second-grade Marquis now. If this continued, perhaps it wouldn't be long before he became a heavenly king. In the infinite worlds, everyone is a thief. Let's see who can steal more. Su Yu suddenly felt moved. The Great Tao of Death stole the power of the River of Time, the Marquis Dragon Blood and the others extracted the power of the Great Tao of Death, and he was stealing their power. Really, each was better at stealing than the last. With a smile, Su Yu quickly moved forward. Soon, his eyes moved. He saw a tributary, the only one, the ink path. Su Yu smiled. The next moment, he said, "Let's go. Lan Tian, if you see Lu Hong, help me capture him." Is little Lu Hong here? Lan Tian smiled faintly. I haven't seen him for some time. I miss this little darling. Who do you call little darling? Su Yu was speechless. Right now, even Su Yu couldn't tell what kind of state this fellow was in. Let's get out first, he couldn't hold on much longer. Suppress. The little stone was thrown out, suppressing the river. Wan Tianxing and the other two attacked at the same time, tearing the river apart. The three followed the tributary and instantly landed. Su Yu opened the celestial gate and flew straight in a direction along the river. The three appeared. Su Yu and Lan Tian were fine, but Wan Tianxing didn't cultivate the death path. At this moment, his anger erupted and was somewhat difficult to suppress. After all, his injuries weren't light, and it caused the nearby river of death to shake. Inside, there seemed to be an expert awakening. The three of them didn't care. At this moment, they could vaguely see a figure in the distance. When the figure saw them, his expression changed and he was about to flee. At the next moment, countless figures appeared in all directions. Lan Tian laughed, little darling, don't run, come and play. The demonic voice pierced the ears, Lu Hong's expression changed. Just as he was about to transform into a dead spirit and flee, all of a sudden, his hair stood on end. A tall blue sky appeared behind him, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up. Little friend, don't move, he said indifferently. Lu Hongxin was incomparably shocked. This was Lan Tian, so powerful, he had successfully proven his Tao, and he could be considered an eternal expert now, but he was caught just like that. At the next moment, his expression changed even more. The first thing he looked at was Suyu. At this moment, Suyu had white hair and eyebrows. Lu Hong couldn't help but ask, you dyed your hair? After saying that, he knew that something was wrong. He was shocked, you're crazy, what did you do? Suyu seemed to have consumed too much vitality, and his hair naturally turned white. This? He was only in his early 20s, with Suyu's strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to live for 80,000 years? If he didn't live for 70,000 to 80,000 years, it would be difficult for all his hair to turn white. Suyu glanced at him, frowned, and said coldly, why are you running? It's easy to catch you. Just that ink path of yours is incomparably conspicuous, can you hide from me? With a cold snort, Suyu said coldly, the great Tao warned you to call me grandpa, why didn't you? Lu Hong opened his mouth and was speechless. Ku. Heavenly punishment has descended, and the great Tao's warning is ignored. Boom, 5 bolts of lightning, Lu Hong's hair stood on end. He was struck by lightning and was charred black. Compared to Suyu, one black and one white, he was so ugly that children would cry. Stop messing with me. Lu Hong wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Why am I so unlucky to meet these three here? All of their auras were boundlessly powerful, causing him to feel immense pressure. Suyu laughed, but his expression soon turned cold. Monopolizing the ink path, poor comprehension, trash. How can a piece of trash like you control the ink path? It's already difficult to fuse with the path, much less control it. With that said, Suyu looked at the ink path, and after a while, he said, you are a living being, turning into a half-dead spirit, where life and death intertwine. Here, you will never be able to feel the intertwining of life and death. Are you willing to completely become a dead spirit? No. Lu Hong refused. I don't want to die completely. Then let's go to the intersection. Suyu said, take control of the ink path as soon as possible. There are many powerful existences sealed in the depths of the ultimate ruins. Your ink path is corroding them, so find a chance to kill them. My powerful enemies are in the upper realms, in the ancient times, and in the depths of the river of time. You have to help me deal with the powerful enemies of the dead soul's domain. With that said, he tore apart the void, grabbed Lu Hong, and walked into the depths. Behind them, Blue Sky and Wan Tianxing quickly followed. Blue Sky giggled and said, you won't kill him, right? He's so weak, so where are you going to throw him? Wan Tianxing also hesitated and said, can he do it? Suyu smiled and said, if he can't, then he will die. At this time, since he controls the ink path and doesn't have anything up his sleeves, then he should die so as not to waste time. If he dies, I will find someone else to control the ink path. Lu Hong, who was in his hands, was trembling in fear and could not help but say in horror, where are you taking me? F***ck, why am I so unlucky, these guys are all so terrifying. Blue Sky and Wan Tianxing are actually so strong, and Suyu is also a little frighteningly strong. Suyu said calmly, the intersection of life and death, don't you understand? The intersection of the dead soul's great Tao and the river of time. The dead soul's great Tao is a branch of the river of time, and your ink path is a branch of the dead soul's great Tao. You should know all of this. I am going to send you there right now. Life and death cycle there. Comprehending life and death is more beneficial for you to comprehend the great Tao. Don't waste my painstaking efforts. Although it is also easy for heavenly kings to die there, I believe that you won't die. I am full of confidence in you. No. Lu Hong was horrified. Don't, my lord. I was wrong. Stop playing, Suyu, we have a bit of teacher-student relationship in any case. Manor head, Lan Galao, persuade him to stop playing. What a joke, are you trying to kill me? Blue Sky smiled faintly and said, "Go, don't be afraid. We just came back from there and almost got wiped out, but we didn't get wiped out, right? Only Heavenly Sage is seriously injured, and Suyu's lifespan is exhausted. Aren't I fine?" "Not only am I fine, look, I reached the heavens in a single step, instantly ascending to the Heavenly King realm. You can do it too." The more he said, the more terrified Lu Hong became. Almost got wiped out, these three powerful existences almost got wiped out, and you want to throw me there? No, he was extremely horrified. "I really will die." "Suyu." "No, Emperor Yu, don't, I will help you work, help you kill the spirits, stop playing." "Play?" Suyu looked down at him and said coldly, "Play what? In the face of disaster, we dare to fight with our lives, why don't you dare? Why can't you? The Ink Dao, left behind by King Wen to fight against powerful enemies, tell me now, do you want to inherit the Ink Dao? If not, I will help you strip it off. If you want to, then go fight with your life. If you die, then die. If you don't die, then become stronger." Suyu's tone was cold. "Did I give you the Ink Dao for you to slowly play with it? The four Dao have already appeared, I am in charge of the brush Dao, Blue Sky in charge of the paper Dao, the Great Xia and Great Qin monarchs in charge of the Ink Dao, and you alone in charge of the Ink Dao. The Great Qin monarch and Xia of Goguryeo can fight against Dao integration pinnacle stage, and they can even fight heavenly kings. Blue Sky can fight heavenly kings alone, and I am also almost there. Only trash like you, can you fight Dao integration pinnacle stage?" Lu Hong wanted to say something but hesitated. "Don't say you don't have enough time. I have even less time than you." Suyu humphed. "You are a coward, always looking for safety in everything. It seems like you have no loopholes, but in reality, you have missed out on countless opportunities. In this era of great competition, are you not going to fight? Are you going to wait until the world is destroyed? This is a place where life and death intersect. This is the #1 treasured land under the heavens. Even the masters of the laws don't have a chance to go there. Only I can give you this opportunity, but you don't cherish it. I will waste my lifespan to traverse the river and pass through countless dangers. Are you going to refuse?" Suyu's eyes were cold. "Tell me, do you want to go or not? If not, I will sever your Dao. You will fall to the sun and moon and become an ordinary person. I won't even ask you to participate in the great battle. Go wherever you want. I want to find someone who dares to fight to inherit the Ink Dao." Lu Hong opened his mouth. After a long while, he said bitterly, "That's just my personality. You can't let me scheme from the back and fight from the front. Who have you schemed against?" Suyu said coldly, "There are so many people who have fused with the heavens. Have you schemed against them yet?" Lu Hong was embarrassed. "I'm not a freak like you. What are you scheming against? You are weak. Who can you scheme against?" Suyu said coldly, "I'll ask you again, do you want to go or not?" Lu Hong was bitter. After a long while, he nodded. "Yes, but you should at least tell me the specifics. I need to be fully prepared for a way out." "There is no way out. If you don't comprehend deeply, you will die. It's that simple." He cried. Lu Hong broke down. "This isn't my style." Suyu quickly explained the intersection of life and death. Finally, he said, "Don't think you can walk back by yourself. That's impossible. If you enter the river of time, not just you, even a heavenly king will die. As for the dead spirit Dao, without my protection, you will be swallowed by the great Daos of countless dead spirit masters. You can only survive if you are strong enough to comprehend the great Daos and avoid everything and return to the dark Dao. The intersection of life and death, the cycle of life and death. As long as your comprehension of the great Daos continues to deepen, you won't die so easily. It depends on your comprehension and talent. If your talent isn't good enough, you can die." Lu Hong wanted to cry, "Who did I offend? This was too much of a scam." When he reached that place, there was really no way out. If he didn't comprehend the great Daos and strengthen himself, he would soon die at the intersection of life and death. As for Suyu, he sped all the way. This time, he arrived at that place very quickly. The end of the great Dao, the small stone suppressed the fluctuations of the long river, giving Suyu another chance to reach the end. At this time, at the end of the long river, life and death rotated, light and darkness intertwined. Lu Hongyi looked. Even without opening the heavenly gate, he could feel the two completely different powers. He immediately sucked in a breath. If I lose my balance slightly, I will definitely die. Yes. Suyu said lightly, so, you have to control all your powers. Don't lose your balance, otherwise, you will definitely die. Lu Hong smiled bitterly. You overestimate me. No. Suyu said calmly, I'm not overestimating you. I just feel that if you can't do it, it won't be a pity if you die. Alright. Lu Hong gave up struggling. The next moment, Suyu threw him to the end. Lu Hong said sharply, you should at least give me some time to prepare. Suyu ignored him. As he threw him, he grabbed the heaven hunting list in Lan Tian's hand. The list quickly disappeared in the long river, faintly appearing near the intersection of life and death. Go. Suyu said no more and turned to leave. Lan Tian and Wan Tianxing quickly followed. Behind him, Lu Hongyi landed. The impact of life and death caused him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. The next moment, more than half of his body was corroded. He immediately said anxiously, leave me some treasures to recover, I will really die. No, carry it yourself. F***ck. Lu Hong cursed, you really are inhuman. Suyu and the other two's figures instantly disappeared. And Lu Hong had no more energy to curse. He hurriedly began to adjust, maintaining the balance of life and death. He cursed countless times in his heart. These three bastards, just wait and see, they really are inhuman, leaving me in this damned place just like that. In the river of dead spirits, Wan Tianxing smiled. Can he do it? Yes. Suyu nodded. Although this guy is young, he should have obtained some inheritance, a true great Dao inheritance. With the heaven hunting list, even if he really dies, we can still bring him back. Saying so, he took a deep breath and said, we can't waste a great Dao's power. Mo Dao is controlled by him, and he is very cautious. Just now, he should be secretly capturing dead spirit monarchs. That's a way, but it's too slow. Lu Hong was very cautious. They had seen him near the river of dead spirits. This guy should be secretly capturing some dead spirit monarchs, seizing their great Dao energy to expand the influence of Mo Dao. But this was a way, but too slow. Moreover, on Suyu's side, there was Dragonblood Marquis. There was no need for Lu Hong to be so cautious. The fastest way to improve was to comprehend the great Dao at the juncture of life and death. Wan Tianxing and Lan Tian didn't say anything else. Soon, they returned to their original position, tearing apart the river and walking out. This time, there were people here. South King, Marquis Lan Shan, and the others were here. They had sensed the aura of life just now. Seeing Suyu's appearance, South King was shocked. What happened to you? Marquis Lan Shan was also shocked. Your Majesty. How could this be? At this moment, Suyu's body was snow white. Marquis Lan Shan and the others felt their hearts palpitate. Was he in danger? Suyu smiled. I'm fine. South King's heart trembled. The next moment, he looked at Lan Tian and was even more shocked. Who are you? Lan Tian chuckled. Lan Tian, the Vice Director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. South King knew Wan Tianxing, so he didn't mind. But seeing Lan Tian and hearing his self-introduction, the Vice Director couldn't help being shocked. This guy, why was there another top expert on Suyu's side? Suyu had no time to waste. He quickly said, I need to return to the living domain to recuperate. Oh right, don't bother with the ultimate ruin for the time being. Suyu quickly said, in addition, send all the uncivilized experts in the Dead Soul Galaxy to the ultimate ruin. Suyu said solemnly, also, don't bother with the battle in the ultimate ruin. Let them be. Don't think of taking advantage of them. Without my order, no one is allowed to enter the ultimate ruin to participate in the battle. Open up a path for the experts in the Dead Soul Galaxy, or even tell them to scram to the ultimate ruin, and I won't exterminate them. Otherwise, I'll exterminate the experts in the Dead Soul Galaxy sooner or later. Everyone listened attentively. The feeling that the current Suyu gave them was different from before. Previously, Suyu was domineering and arrogant, but now, even that was dispelled by his snow-white appearance. The feeling that he gave off was deeper and more aloof. Suyu didn't care about that. His injuries weren't light, so was Wan Tiansheng. Lan Tian's injuries weren't light either. He still needed to stabilize his cultivation, so he didn't have time to stay. After saying that, Suyu stepped into the air and left. Lan Tian and Wan Tiansheng accompanied him on his left and right. The three of them vanished on the spot. When they were gone, Marquis Lanshan suddenly said, "Your Majesty looks better than before, and more charming." She looked a little like a little fangirl. The southern monarch glanced at her and couldn't be bothered to reply. He looked at their disappearing figures for a long time before saying in a low voice, "Two powerful beings with Dao integration stage battle prowess as soon as they opened their paths. This era sure is interesting." She could tell that the two of them had only just opened their paths. However, one of them had Dao integration stage battle prowess while the other had heavenly monarch battle prowess. This was extremely terrifying. In the living realm, the bloody path disappeared. There was no movement. Everyone in the universe was watching. What would the result be? Where were they? Where were they? Suyu and the others seemed to have disappeared. The Eastern Rift Valley. The monarch of Great Zhou and the others were very solemn. Where were they? The bloody path had disappeared, but the people were gone. Were they dead? Probably not. If they were dead, there would at least be some movement. However, the lack of movement meant that they were still alive. If they were alive, why hadn't they returned? What was Lan Tian's situation now? Just as they were thinking this, a gargantuan crimson cloud suddenly gathered in the sky above the starry sea. It wasn't a phenomenon of death, but more like a punishment from the laws, and at this moment, a figure appeared and chuckled. "Yo, there's still punishment? Disperse, and you're still punishing me. I didn't do anything bad, really." With that said, the figure instantly dispersed. In an instant, heaven and earth were filled with blue skies. Countless blue skies. Some of these blue skies instantly disappeared into the small realm, some burrowed into the starry sea, and some scattered into the ancient city. They disappeared in a flash, and no one could capture his figure. In the next moment, an enchanting blue sky appeared in the Eastern Rift Valley along with the crimson cloud. The king of Great Zhou's heart trembled. So fast, however, Lan Tian smiled seductively. "Do you want to play with the lightning tribulation?" Silence. Everyone looked at him with no interest at all. "We're not interested in playing this." Dasha of Goguryeo and the king of Great Qin were also looking at him. The king of Great Qin said solemnly, "You succeeded?" "Of course." Lan Tian giggled and transformed into a little girl again. Suddenly, she raised a lollipop and yelled, "Oh, all living beings, give me power. I'm with you, so let's go home." Rumble, the crimson cloud suddenly began to dissipate, turning into dozens of rule powers. At this moment, the crimson cloud seemed a little confused. Who should it attack? Let's disperse. Big brother Yu Huang said not to consume the power of the lightning tribulation. Lan Tian giggled. In the next moment, he jumped up and burrowed into the crimson cloud as if he was pacifying it. Gradually, the crimson cloud began to dissipate, but everyone shuddered at the sight of it. Lan Tian giggled. Suddenly, he looked at the crowd and pointed at someone. "What are you doing?" He instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of a person. He was so small that he only reached the person's waist. He held a lollipop in his hand and pressed it against the person's waist. He said angrily, "What are you doing?" The person he pressed against was none other than the king of Great Zhou. At this moment, Zhou Tianyuan was dumbfounded. Soon, he thought of something and said, "I sent a message to Polong, saying that you guys are back." "Oh." Lan Tian picked up the lollipop, took a bite, and suddenly disappeared. A moment later, he seemed to disappear along some route and returned. Soon, he giggled and said, "Bad guy, don't call Lan Tian a pervert next time. I'm going to be angry. You actually told your son that Lan Tian, the big pervert, is back. You're so bad." Horrifying, Zhou Tianyuan looked at him in horror. Lan Tian giggled and said, "What? I just followed your transmission route and rushed over in advance. I intercepted the message and your son can't hear it. Don't say that next time. I'm a good kid. Zhou Tianyuan's mouth opened wide as he looked at the king of Great Zhou. The king of Great Zhou was also shocked. You can even intercept messages? What's wrong? Lan Tian giggled and said, as long as I run fast, the myriad worlds and the common people are all mine. Of course, I can intercept them at any time. Everyone, be good. Don't scold me and don't spread the news. The group of people was horrified. Is there still justice in this world? In the future, this guy will know when we send a message? This is too scary. The king of Great Zhou took a deep breath. You're actually faster than the transmission speed. What realm are you at? Yeah, very weak. Lan Tian giggled and looked at the king of Great Zhou again. He giggled and said, I can hit you. Do you want me to hit you? Powerless. The king of Great Zhou smiled bitterly. No need. Congratulations. What a scary guy. What kind of Dao did he open? Forget it then. The king of Great Zhou was mentally exhausted. He asked, what about Emperor Yu and Chief Wan? Lan Tian said unhappily, they're injured. They're so heavy and about to die. Emperor Yu said that he's about to die and wants to find someone to succeed him. King of Great Zhou, you succeed him, alright? The king of Great Zhou was mentally exhausted again. He said powerlessly, no need. I'll wait for them to return. Like hell I'd believe you, this guy was really not a good person. Lan Tian was becoming more and more perverted. That wasn't the key. The key was that he was very scary. He could even intercept messages. What a scary guy. What kind of Dao did he open this time? Why was he ridiculously powerful? Around them, the others were also thinking about it. As for what Suyu was injured and about to die, they could just treat it as a fart. Who would take it seriously? Since Lan Tian did not say, they could not ask too much either. Anyway, it was not a big deal for experts to disappear for a few days or even a few months. Previously, Suyu had disappeared for a few months. And at this time, Suyu was indeed recuperating. He and Wan Tianxing did not return. Instead, they were recuperating in Primordial Ancient City. This time, both of their injuries were not light. However, it was not considered a fundamental injury. The most serious was that Suyu's lifespan was consumed too much. At this moment, Suyu's hair was white. Hong Meng was a little shocked when he saw that. There was some indescribable shock. Suyu was calm. At this time, he had recovered some of his injuries. Drinking tea, he could not help but smile when he saw Hong Meng constantly looking at him. It's a small matter. I think I can still live for more than 100 years. 100 years is enough for me to settle everything. Once everything is settled, lifespan is a small matter. At that time, no matter what, I will be at the master of the law's realm. It will not be difficult to live for another 100 or even 200,000 years. But, the old turtle was still shaken. Is it worth it? What? Is it worth it? Hong Meng said in a low voice, Lan Tian opens the path. No matter how strong he is, it is Lan Tian, not you. Suyu laughed. What are you saying? Drinking a mouthful of tea, Suyu smiled. In the struggle for the great Tao, experts are as common as clouds. I hope to see the Wan's elites come out. I also hope to see the fellow Taoists around me stand by my side at the last moment and fight side by side with me. Suyu was extremely carefree. He smiled. Helping him open the path is actually perfecting my Tao. I am too young and have too little experience. If I don't experience it, if I don't broaden my horizons, do I just imagine it? This time, I have comprehended a lot of the great Tao. I won't be able to comprehend this kind of harvest by cultivating in seclusion for the rest of my life. The higher one stands, the further one can see. If I have this kind of experience a few more times, perhaps I can open the path myself. Suyu smiled. In fact, I didn't pay much. Senior Hong Meng might think that I paid too much, but for me, 100 years is enough. Hong Meng was speechless. After a while, he raised his teacup. Using tea as a substitute for wine, a toast to sovereign you. You're too polite. Suyu laughed, raised his teacup, and drained it in one gulp. He looked up at the sky with a smile. Senior's comprehension of the Great Tao is not bad, but it is still lacking. There is no suitable opponent to compete with Senior. Hongmeng nodded. Suyu smiled. Go to the Dead Soul Galaxy and have some fun. Sweep through the Dead Soul Galaxy and expel the awakened experts to the final ruin. Those who are unwilling to leave and hide, kill them all. Hongmeng thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, once they gather in the final ruin, or join the North King, when that time comes, they will not be able to escape. Suyu smiled. Don't worry. Even if the North King's forces can rival us, they will not return to the four monarch regions in the short term. Instead, they will fight amongst themselves and choose a new leader. New leader? Old Tortoise pondered over the meaning of this and nodded. Alright, then I will sweep through the Dead Soul Galaxy and expel the powerful experts as soon as possible. Suyu smiled and continued to drink his tea. He thought for a moment, then said, Xianxia and the others have reached the Tao integration stage, but many of the guardians are stuck at the 9th stage. It will probably be difficult for them to improve in the lower realms. I will find an opportunity to explore the upper realms. If possible, I will take them there for a spin and experience some battles. Maybe they will be able to improve. Suyu quickly said, lower realms. Now that the 3 realms are sealed, it will be very difficult to find opponents. We can go up? Let's try. Suyu smiled. A few people came from the upper realms last time. They are all humans with eternal realm cultivation bases, but they still came. With me here, we should be able to go up. Let's go scout first. Then, you have to be careful. I'm afraid I can't go up. I am a guardian and cannot leave this realm, but I can go to the Dead Soul realm. Suyu nodded. He did not think too much about this, nor did he plan to let Old Tortoise accompany him. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, even if we go, we will not take too many powerful experts with us, in case they discover something in the lower realms. Tiangu and the others will cause trouble. As he spoke, Suyu finished his tea and smiled. I will try the Tao of writing again. This time, I have learned a lot. Maybe I can improve further. I just improved a bit yesterday. Sure enough, life and death crises are the best way to improve. Yes, yesterday. Suyu had just tried the Tao of writing yesterday. Today, he wanted to try it again. This time, as Blue Sky's Tao protector, Suyu had deep feelings. Likewise, Lao Wan was the same. After a short rest, Suyu quickly stepped into the river of time. In the past, it was a bit difficult to rush to the Tao of writing, but now, it was extremely easy. This time, Suyu had gone too far. Looking at the Tao of writing again, it was actually so close. What was this? Suyu's body also easily crossed the Tao of writing and quickly entered the tributary. Stepping into the Tao of writing, all kinds of insights poured into his mind. The Tao of writing was good at attacking and sealing. In fact, this Tao might not be suitable for Suyu, but Suyu had the heart to comprehend all Taos. Not being good at it did not mean that he could not. The Tao of writing is just what King Wen himself said. Don't really think of it as a brush. It can also be understood as moving forward, constantly moving forward. This thing has infinite meaning. Everyone had their own insights. This time, Suyu got rid of some of King Wen's thinking. King Wen said that this thing was good at sealing and breaking attacks. Was that true? Not necessarily. With some of his own insights, Suyu moved forward, the great Tao of rules fluctuating as if cheering. At this moment, Suyu had finally gotten rid of some of King Wen's influence. King Wen was also human. What he thought didn't mean that he thought the same. Strictly speaking, Suyu wasn't King Wen's successor. He felt that he should belong to the inheritance of the Time Master. With some of his own unique insights, Suyu moved forward quite smoothly. This time, he had reached about 75% of the Great Tao and 75% of the Tao fusion. His understanding of the Great Tao had deepened, perhaps his insights were different from King Wen's, but the power of the Great Tao was the same and could be explained from different perspectives. The moment Suyu walked out of the river of time, the old turtle was a little dazed. At this moment, he vaguely felt that Suyu might have reached a shocking level. Suyu didn't surpass the old turtle, but was rapidly approaching the old turtle's realm. At this time, Suyu also felt that he might have officially stepped into the domain of second-grade Dao integration. The old turtle, Tiangu, the great Zhou monarch, the heaven supervisor, these people were all in this realm before. Of course, the old turtle, the heaven supervisor, and Tiangu might have already surpassed this realm and were vaguely on their way to the heavenly king level. But Suyu was catching up very quickly. He was quickly catching up to these top powerhouses in the lower realms. Probably not worse than being Bun, right? Suyu thought to himself. Maybe a little bit worse, who cares? In any case, Suyu felt that he should be slightly stronger than the great Qin monarch and the others. Sure enough, martial artists are martial artists. Their improvement is very slow, unlike us scholars who can casually comprehend. Every time we comprehend, we become stronger. With a smile on his face, Suyu soon saw Wan Tianxing in the distance. They looked at each other and smiled. This time, both of them had gained something. Suyu didn't sense much about Wan Tianxing's gains, but looking at the sinister smile on old Wan's face, it was clear that he had gained a lot. We scholars have happy things, so it's normal to keep it in our hearts. It's good not to reveal anything. In the next moment, the two of them traveled through time and space to the human realm. Suyu was ready to see the path to the upper realm, and at this moment, in the land of endless darkness, the white-robed powerhouse had a strange look in his eyes. What the hell? He felt that the inheritor of the Tao of writing had just improved a little, and in the blink of an eye, he had improved a little again. The Tao of writing is so easy to comprehend? The white-robed powerhouse was a little dazed. Strange, did I sense wrongly? That's right, I was too far away, so I probably sensed wrongly. He sighed softly with a smile. Maybe, I'm too tired, too exhausted. In the distance, a rumble sounded again. The white-robed powerhouse smiled casually and went to fight. Damned guy, I'm not having a good time, don't even think about having a good time. Do you really think I'm a pushover? With a bit of killing intent, the white-robed powerhouse quickly disappeared. Naturally, Suyu didn't know what was happening in the endless darkness. At this moment, Suyu had returned to the Eastern Rift Valley. When the monarch and the others saw Suyu, they were all shocked. How did he end up like this? Top powerhouses could naturally tell a thing or two. Of course, if they were weak, they wouldn't be able to tell. They only felt that Emperor Yu was a bit flirtatious. He actually made his hair white. White hair and white eyebrows. Was he getting enlightened and preparing to hook up with a woman? Not to mention, he looked pretty good. Perhaps soon, the wind of white hair would spread. Suyu didn't care about other people's gazes. In the palace, Suyu walked up the stairs with a smile. There were many powerhouses below. Not only were the monarch and the others here, but Xianxia also returned. He was in charge of secretly keeping an eye on Zhao Chuan and the others. Xianxia also glanced at Suyu and his white hair. He didn't think much of it. He only felt that Suyu was becoming more dignified. He quickly said, Emperor Yu, in the endless void, the passage to the upper realm has been located. However, we didn't rashly probe because we were worried that Marquis Dingjuan's men might be on the other side. So, we've been observing these days. Xianxia quickly said, according to our observations, this passage only appears once a month. Usually, it's hidden in the void and undetectable. It can't enter or leave either. In other words, it takes a month to enter or leave. Suyu nodded slightly. Xianxia continued, there are many dangers in the passage, such as astral winds, lightning, tribulation of laws. Suyu nodded again and said softly, what's the difference between it and the passage to the realm of life? Since there were dangers, what was the difference? Xianxia didn't know. The monarch took a step forward and quickly said, Emperor Yu, there are differences between this passage and the passage to the realm of life. The passage to the realm of life is the main passage and one that everyone in the Wan knows about. This passage is only a small one that was secretly opened. The passage to the realm of life can actually accommodate the masters of the laws, but this passage can't. In other words, the masters of the laws can't enter this passage. Suyu smiled and nodded. True, this wasn't the ancient times. Now, it seemed that there was no difference. However, there were quite a few masters of the laws in the primordial era. If the flame bearer really wanted to launch a sneak attack on this passageway, there was no way he could. If he wasn't a master of the laws, who could he attack? Of course, that was old news. But now, there was no difference. The King of Great Zhou continued, the tribulations within this passageway are lesser than the main passageway. That's because the main passageway was once specifically targeted at Lords of the Laws. At their peak, even Lords of the Laws would be hacked to death if they tried to pass through. And I'm talking about forcing their way through. The one that we've mastered is a weakened version. Right now, the power of laws in the main passageway can kill Dao integration stage cultivators, but this minor passageway's punishing power is only half as powerful, so it'll be very difficult to kill Dao integration stage cultivators. So you nodded again. This was the reason why Zhao Chuan and the rest were able to come down. Otherwise, they would have been struck to death by the eternal life realm. The King of Great Zhou continued, there's one more thing. The entrance to the main passageway might be controlled by Wan, but this passageway is controlled by Marquis Dingjun. Marquis Dingjun himself is only at the Dao integration stage. It's hard to say if there are any Dao integration stage subordinates under him. If we choose this passageway to enter, we can keep it a secret and even take down Marquis Dingjun. So you nodded again and smiled. That's true. The King of Great Zhou is quite thoughtful. The King of Great Zhou smiled and didn't say anything. So you pondered for a moment and said, then, can we enter this passageway now? Yes. Xianxia said solemnly, according to my judgment, this passageway is quite stable. Of course, there will definitely be some risks. Zhao Chuan and the rest suffered great losses in the lower realms. If we go up, it might be a little more difficult. So you lightly knocked on the chair and said, I've observed this passageway. It's formed from many different laws. The power of space, time, defense, teleportation, suppression, formation. The expert who created the main passageway must be very powerful. Or rather, it was created by multiple Lords of the Laws together. Then, who created the Flame Bearer's passageway? So you looked at the King of Great Zhou. The King of Great Zhou said solemnly, I don't know the details. It's passed down from the ancient human sovereign. It might be created by the human sovereign or the experts under him. The outside world doesn't know. So you glanced at him and nodded slightly. He didn't ask in detail. He thought for a moment and said, then, summon Great Light Monarch, Time Monarch, Silkworm Destruction Monarch, Hu Xianxia, everyone to gather here. The King of Great Zhou's heart stirred and he quickly said, Sovereign, you wants to send people to the higher realms? That's not a problem. However, the lower realms are still dangerous. Sovereign, you can't go personally. There are many experts in the higher realms. Investigate first. He was worried that Suyu would go personally, it was too dangerous. There were still many top-notch experts in the higher realms. Suyu smiled and said, why can't I go? It's a risk. If I don't go, how will I know the exact situation? Alright, let's cut the crap. The King of Great Zhou's expression changed slightly and he quickly said, then I won't stop Sovereign you. However, I have to go with him. I know Marquis Dingjun and the rest. At least, I know some things. I won't be ignorant. No. At this moment, Wan Tianxing directly stood out and said with narrowed eyes, forget about the King of Great Zhou. It might not be a good thing for the King of Great Zhou to know the experts of the higher realms. One look and you can tell that they are from the lower realms. If the King of Great Zhou isn't here, we can still pretend to be a force that escaped. Zhao Chuan also said that the higher realms humans escaped and split into many forces. You don't know me, I don't know you. We can even pretend to be the subordinates of Marquis Minshan. Anyway, Marquis Minshan was killed. The King of Great Zhou frowned and said, I'm unfamiliar with the people and the land. Wan Tianxing said faintly, it's the people and the land that are unfamiliar that are scary. What I'm afraid of is that when we reach the higher realms, we won't be able to rescue them in time. If someone colludes with the higher realms and something happens to them, it will be even more troublesome. The King of Great Zhou's expression changed and he was a little angry. Wan Tianxing, are you suspecting me? Wan Tianxing said indifferently, not at all. The innocent will be innocent, the guilty will be guilty. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. I'm not the only one worried about this. Once I go to the higher realms, to put it bluntly, what if the king of Great Zhou betrays me? Isn't it possible to expose news of Emperor Yu and contact the ancient antiques of the higher realms to kill Emperor Yu? The king of Great Zhou said angrily, nonsense. I am the flame relayer, the inheritor of the human race's fire. How can it be like this? Wan Tianxing said indifferently, the inheritance is the ancient fire, not the fire of this generation. This is the New Yu calendar and not the Yongin calendar. I hope that the king of Great Zhou doesn't make a mistake. Bastard. At this moment, the king of Great Zhou was a little angry. He could bear with it, but now, Wan Tianxing was clearly doubting him. If he didn't explain clearly, how would others see him? At this moment, the king of Great Qin, Da Xiao of Goguryeo, these old friends were all here. It wasn't like they were talking in private, strictly speaking, this was a court meeting. If Wan Tianxing slandered him and he didn't refute, wouldn't he have a guilty conscience? At this moment, everyone was watching silently and didn't say anything. Unfortunately, Wan Tianxing had a helper. In the next moment, a sneaky old man stood out from a corner and said in a serious tone, King of the Great Zhou, let's talk things out nicely. We'll lay out the facts, reason, and talk about evidence. Tianxing only mentioned a possibility and did not say that you're a traitor. Why are you so agitated? The king of Great Zhou cursed and said in a deep voice, Blue Sky, if you're doubting me, where's the evidence? The old man that Blue Sky transformed into chuckled. Evidence? What evidence? Who's doubting you? I've already said that it's just a possibility. That's slander. The king of Great Zhou said coldly, I even suspect you, Blue Sky. You infiltrated the infinite worlds and might even be in cahoots with Wan. Blue Sky smiled. How is that possible? We need evidence. Then where's the evidence for slandering me? Blue Sky nodded and smiled. That makes sense. Seems like I can't simply slander others. As he spoke, Blue Sky said faintly, how about this, in order to prove my innocence, my sea of will be open. Yu Huang, feel free to search and investigate. If there's anything unusual, just kill me. Blue Sky had a sorrowful expression. I want to prove my innocence. The king of Great Zhou slandered me. I don't think I'm innocent, but he insisted on saying so. In that case, I can only do so. The king of Great Zhou is tired. He's waiting for me here, F*CK, all of these people had even schemed against the old seniors. Are they still human, playing this game with me? He was about to say something when above, Suyu said calmly, all right, all of you stop. Who doesn't have some privacy in the path of cultivation? What's the point of cultivating if I open the sea of will for others to see? The moment he said that, the king of Great Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to reply when Suyu said indifferently, bring the king of Great Zhou along. Blue Sky will accompany him. Division Chief Wan will stay behind. The king of Great Qin and the Da Xiao of Goguryeo don't need to go. They'll assist Division Chief Wan in ruling over the infinite realms. This time, the Eternals will be in charge. There will be fewer Dao integration cultivators. Bringing the Eternals along is to see if there's a chance for them to Dao integration. As for Dao integration, it's enough if they can join forces to kill a heavenly king. Everyone sucked in a breath. He made it sound like killing a heavenly king was a simple task. The king of Great Zhou, Blue Sky, Su Yu, and the Great Light Monarch. According to this calculation, there would only be 4 Dao integration cultivators. Would they be able to kill a heavenly king? Blue Sky's voice instantly became resentful. Emperor Yu, do you really have to bring him along? Suyu chuckled. It's a good thing that the king of Great Zhou is familiar with the people of the upper realm. At least there's a buffer. It can also help us understand some inside information. After all, Zhao Chuan and the others aren't considered higher-ups. After saying that, Suyu continued, as for the number of people, try to limit it to 30. It's not good to have too many people. Or 20 people is even better. After thinking for a moment, Suyu continued, also, summon the Iron Eater clan's 9 moons, the Gue clan's Devouring Heaven, the Spatial Ancient Beast clan's Kong Kong, and the Fated clan's Great River to accompany us. The Great Qin King walked out and said solemnly, bring them along? Is this appropriate? Suyu smiled faintly. If there's a chance, let them prove their Tao in the upper realm. Long River and Devouring Heaven haven't proven their Tao yet. Of course, we'll see how the situation goes. The main thing is to prevent accidents from happening and avoid conflicts with the upper realm tribes. Suyu smiled. Perhaps I'll contact these tribes at the critical moment. We need a middleman to appear. Otherwise, are we going to just go straight to them? The Great Qing King thought for a moment and agreed. That's it for now. Let them come to the Eastern Rift Valley as soon as possible. Also, let the people of these tribes bring their tokens or clan leaders' seals. Understood. Everyone responded. Clearly, if Suyu wanted to go, they couldn't stop him. Seeing that no one said anything, Suyu continued, as for the Myriad worlds, we'll listen to Chief Wan's opinion. In addition, the Great Qing King, Xianxia of Goguryeo, and Hongming General will assist us. Keep a close eye on the three greater worlds. As for the Dead Souls realm, King Nan and Marquis Lan Shan will be in charge. We won't interfere with each other. Continue the campaign. Those who need to prove their Tao and those who need to cultivate, don't waste time. Finally, Suyu stood up and said, there's one more thing. No one is allowed to go to the boundless void to deal with the Heaven Supervisor, even if there's an opportunity. Suyu looked at Wan Tianxing, and Wan Tianxing nodded. He knew that Suyu was worried that if he left, he would bring people to kill the Heaven Supervisor. Wan Tianxing had thought about it before, but Suyu's worry was reasonable. That person represented the fate of the previous dynasty, and it wasn't easy to kill him. Since everyone knows, let's disperse. With that, Suyu looked at the Great Qing King and Xianxia of Goguryeo, frowning slightly. The two of you might feel a little awkward when walking the desolate heavenly beast Tao, but you've walked the Tao of the mortal body for many years. It's just a different form of the Tao of the mortal body. There's not much difference in essence. Put down your weapons for now, and push yourselves to the Heavenly King realm first. A true expert doesn't only specialize in the power of one Tao. The two bowed slightly. Indeed, their progress had been a little slow recently. Logically speaking, they were already extremely strong, and after walking the Tao of the desolate heavenly beasts, their progress shouldn't have slowed down. The main thing was that they couldn't let go, and knowing too much would affect them. Suyu didn't say anything more, and everyone left. Soon, Wan Tianxing was the only one left in the palace. Suyu smiled, Mannerhead, there are a few other things I need to tell you. First, don't go to the Starfall Palace. That martial monarch, let him have some fun and seclusion. Second, if you encounter any danger, you can go to the Starfall Mountain to ask for help. Just shout, but don't go for more than 3 days. Third, there are 2 groups of 5 elements cultivators over at the 5 elements tribe. They are comparable to Tao integration stage cultivators. If you need them, contact the floating earth spirit and ask him to lead a group out. Fourth, anyone can kill the Dragon Blood Marquis in the Dead Souls realm, but not our people. Fifth, the Dragon and Phoenix tribes are all being held captive. If they make any strange movements, kill them. Sixth, many treasures is searching for the councilman badges. Remember to collect them regularly, lest you lose them. Seventh, we still need to be careful in the 3 major realms. They have deep foundations, and there might be some mishaps, he reminded Wan Tianxing one by one. Wan Tianxing nodded with a smile. He knew what to do even if Suyu didn't remind him. In the end, Wan Tianxing said, you have to be careful. Lan Tian isn't too reliable. As for the King of Great Zhou, I'm not too worried about him. What I'm afraid of is that the King of Great Zhou's scruples may become a hindrance. Suyu nodded with a smile. I know that. It won't be a big problem. Wan Tianxing didn't say anything else. Suyu was growing very quickly now, and he didn't need to give him any more advice. However, this was his first time going to the upper realm. Suyu smiled. Don't worry. These few days, I'll look at the memories of Marquis Yunxing and the others, and have a general understanding of the upper realm. I won't go there unprepared. It wasn't that he didn't have any confidence. For example, Suyu could look at the memories of Marquis Yunxing and the others. Even if it wasn't complete, he would still know some details about the various races. Together with some information from Zhao Chuan and the others, and some information provided by the King of Great Zhou, so you could generally understand the situation in the upper realm. Hearing him say this, Xianxia felt a little more at ease. Finally, Suyu smiled again. Same old rules. If you go out, you might die. If I die, sir, you don't need to stay. Just bring your people and leave. My teachers and the others, just bring them along. Go to the endless void, or go somewhere else, or just turn into a half-dead spirit and go to the dead soul's domain. In short, don't fight, you can't win. I know that. Suyu smiled. That's good. With Sir around, I'll be at ease. At least a month, at most 3 months, I'll be back. All right. After the two finished their conversation, Suyu didn't meet anyone. He waited for the other powerhouses to gather. As for Suyu, he was currently in seclusion, absorbing and digesting some memories. Previously, he killed Marquis Yunxing, Marquis Mo Dang, and Marquis Abyss. These were all ancient powerhouses, and they had always been in the upper realm. And Marquis Tianlong was still alive. Perhaps he could ask for some information. Together with Zhao Chuan and the others, Suyu, who was in seclusion, gradually understood some of the situation in the upper realm. There was no suppression in the entire upper realm, in other words, the entire upper realm was a place without rules. It wasn't that there were no rules, but that there were no rules in the lower realm. Therefore, there wouldn't be tribulations when one reached Dao validation. In the upper realm, one didn't have to walk the 3 movement techniques. The territory of the upper realm was huge, and it wasn't smaller than the Myriad worlds. There were also dojos built by these top powerhouses. In the upper realm, dojos were the masters. A unification powerhouse was often the master of a dojo. There were many battles in the upper realm. The main purpose was to fight for some ownerless Dao of rules. According to the memories of Marquis Yunxing and the others, ownerless Dao of rules was actually somewhat different from the great Dao of the lower realm. First, they definitely didn't have a master. Second, most of them were incomplete, possibly left behind by the masters of the laws after they fell. They could even be devoured to strengthen their own great Dao power. Third, there was the river of time in the upper realm, but it seemed different from the lower realm. They hadn't opened the gate of heaven, so they weren't sure exactly what the difference was, but they could feel it. Therefore, in the upper realm, seizing the Dao of rules was the first priority. The second was to exterminate the human race, and the third was to kill some natives. Yes, natives, the upper realm had them. The so-called natives were some dire beasts, similar to desolate heavenly beasts. They were born after the creation of the world, the 10,000 realms had existed in the past. Otherwise, Qingwen wouldn't have been able to kill the desolate heavenly beasts. However, during the era of the human sovereign, these existences had almost been wiped out. The upper realms had only been created after the 10,000 realms had existed. Back then, the human race had only been able to enjoy it. The human race had been killing them all the time, but they hadn't killed them all. These monsters that were left behind after the world was created were all very powerful. Some of them might not even have cultivated the power of the great Tao, but their bodies were naturally powerful. They were very difficult to kill, and they were also very bloodthirsty. They would often attack some Tao rights. In addition, there should still be some old antiques in the higher realms that didn't really show themselves. They might have captured some laws and great Tao a long time ago, and had always been in seclusion absorbing and digesting them. This was very normal. Therefore, not all of the most powerful experts in the ninth tide flow would be present. That was a reminder to Suyu that the information he had received so far might not necessarily be accurate. Suyu actually wanted to know more about the traitor. Unfortunately, Marquis Yunxing and the others did not seem to have any memories regarding this. After much consideration, Suyu decided to meet the West Princess. It had been almost half a year since they captured the West Princess, but Suyu hadn't talked to her officially yet. This trip to the Upper Realm was also to look for the Hell King's faction. The West Princess was a little anxious recently. Although time was not valuable to her, it had been a long time. It had been half a year, right? After being captured for so long, Suyu didn't move at all, nor did he say a word to her. This made the West Princess feel uneasy. She even had the vague thought of exploding. She really wanted to fight it out with him, trapped in this small space, her body was destroyed, and her great Tao was sealed. Only the Sea of Will was awake. It was difficult for her to even heal her injuries. She was very annoyed. Just as she was worrying about this, her eyes suddenly moved. In this small space, she still recovered a physical body. Of course, it was extremely weak. At this moment, a figure appeared. The moment the West Princess saw Suyu, she was a little dazed. Is this Suyu? Why is his hair white? It seems like his lifespan has been exhausted. But, that's impossible, she was confused, but she suppressed the urge to ask. She glanced at Suyu coldly and said nothing. However, Suyu smiled. With a wave of his hand, a long table appeared. Then, with another wave of his hand, a chair appeared. He said with a smile, West Princess, I haven't seen you for a long time. Are you used to living here? The West Princess looked at him coldly and said nothing. Suyu smiled again and said, Why are you so cold? Don't look, don't guess, I just lost a match. This grandson Tiangu has some skills, forcing me to burn my lifespan, escaping this calamity. I'm lucky that I didn't die. I can probably live for another 100 years. That's quite good. The West Princess was shocked. 100 years, a rising top genius can only live for 100 years, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Suyu was defeated. Thinking of this, she showed a sneer on her face. You may not live for 100 years. You lost in the lower realm. When the upper realm opens, how long can you live? As for whether Suyu was lying, she didn't consider it. There was no need for him to do so. Suyu did not have much time left in his lifespan. Except for being defeated by the Wan realm cultivators and having to escape, did he want to burn his lifespan for fun? What a joke. Therefore, losing the battle was the only outcome. Suyu said with a smile, live one day at a time. That's not bad. Even if I die, I'll kill some of these guys in the lower realm. Fortunately, I got some benefits. Although Tiangu didn't die, he killed Marquis Yunxing and Marquis Mo Dang. Suyu laughed and said, What do you think? Are you surprised? The West Princess frowned slightly. They went to the lower realm? Yes. Suyu said with a smile, those two idiots wanted to ambush me. If I didn't want to kill them, I wouldn't have paid such a big price. As he spoke, Suyu sneered, I did suffer a big loss. Killing them is also a good deal. The West Princess said sarcastically, You are the ruler of the human clan. Is it a good deal to exchange your life for two ancient marquises? Ridiculous. There are more than a handful of ancient marquises like you in the upper realm. Suyu said with a smile, Is that so? That's enough. I also killed the West Princess and the East Princess. All in all, it's not a bad deal, right? The West Princess said nothing with a cold face. However, in his heart, he was thinking, why did Suyu come to see him this time? Is he attracted to me, or something else? Although she thought about it, she didn't dare to take it seriously. At this moment, she sneered and sat down next to Suyu. On the long bench, the West Duchess lifted her black robe, revealing her fair thighs. She did not sit upright and still. Instead, she sat lazily with a look of disdain on her face. Defeat is defeat. Did you come to see me because you want me to comfort you? Suyu said with a smile, No, I'm not that depressed. It's just a defeat. It's not like I can't accept it. Then, Suyu said with a smile, It's like this. Didn't I just lose a battle? The king of the Great Zhou invited a few human powerhouses from somewhere. They said they are from the upper realm and are under the command of the Marquis Dingjun. The West Princess was shocked. The upper realm, the Marquis Dingjun, Suyu said with a smile, It's just a defeat. It's nothing. However, the king of the Great Zhou said that the upper realm seems to have found a way to lift the seal on the King of 100 Battles. He wants me to help them. King of 100 Battles, the West Princess frowned. At this moment, she didn't want to seduce Suyu anymore. Say it, Suyu said with a smile, I came to you because I was thinking about something. You have the Hell King's bloodline. You should know, or should I say, you might have personally participated in it. I want to ask, did the King of 100 Battles fall into your trap, or did he betray you? Suyu frowned and said, The King of the Great Zhou wants me to help him and the upper realm. We will work together to lift the seal on the King of 100 Battles. According to them, only the King of 100 Battles can save the human race. Hee hee. Suyu laughed with a hint of disdain. I only believe in myself. However, I need to give everyone an explanation for my defeat. After all, the King of the Great Zhou has controlled the human race for many years. Now that he is making things difficult for me, the arrival of the people from the upper realm, coupled with my defeat, caused some people to hesitate. Many people advised me to join forces with the upper realm to save the King of 100 Battles. The West Princess collected all the information in silence. Her mind quickly thought of everything. She pretended to be indifferent and said with a smile, "Why, what do you think I will tell you?" "Dream on." Suyu laughed. "I'm just asking. I don't have too much hope. You and I are actually in the same boat. I won't have a good ending, but you want one? This person is too difficult. He hasn't even dealt with the hidden dangers outside, and now there are problems inside." Suyu said with a hint of disdain, "What's the King of 100 Battles? Such a good situation was ruined in his hands, and now he wants to make a comeback and kick me off the stage? Seeing that I have lost and exhausted my lifespan, does he think I have no hope? I can fight Dao integration in 20 years, and I still have 100 years to live. Are you so sure that I can't become the master of the law? As long as I succeed, I can naturally recover my lifespan." The West Princess completely understood. Suyu's defeat this time had exhausted too much of his lifespan. Betting on Suyu meant that he could only succeed this time. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a second chance. The King of the Great Zhou and the others might not dare to bet on his victory. In reality, they couldn't see any hope of victory. Even if 100 Battles was defeated, there might be a next time, and a time after that. As long as he didn't die, there would always be a chance. As for Suyu, becoming the master of the law in 100 years, in this world, no one could do that. No wonder he was abandoned. At this moment, the West Princess felt a bit of pity for Suyu. With a hint of pity and mockery, she said, "It looks like you've been abandoned by the human race." That makes sense. A master of the law can only live for 100 years. Perhaps he won't even live for 10 years. Even if he doesn't kill you, you'll still die in 100 years. Why would he want to die with someone who's about to die? Suyu looked at her coldly. "I'm about to die, but what about you? Don't forget, you're still in my hands. If I die, you won't have a good ending either." Suyu snorted and said in a low voice, "I want some evidence so that the King of the Great Zhou and the others can't stand. You're from the Hell King's bloodline. I don't care if it's true or not. I want you to fabricate evidence that 100 Battles has betrayed the human race." The West Princess trembled. She didn't care if it was true or not. Suyu said faintly, "Do you understand? I don't care if it's true or not. I only want evidence. Irrefutable evidence. Did 100 Battles ask for my permission before coming out? He lost his ancient foundation. It was me who fought for the Empire, and he wants to reap the fruits of my labor? Even if I can't live to 10,000 years of age, these 100 years are still my, Suyu's, era. This human race doesn't fully support the King of the Great Zhou. The King of the Great Qin and the Dasha of Goguryeo are my people. They have prestige, but I need evidence. You have to provide it to me." The West Princess frowned and said indifferently, "I'm your prisoner. Even if I say that 100 Battles has betrayed me, no one will believe me. They'll only think that you're forcing me to frame 100 Battles." "I know." Suyu said coldly, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I'll let you stand out and accuse 100 Battles? I, Suyu, can conquer this land. Do you really think I'm stupid? I don't want you, but the person behind you to help me make some evidence. Or, show me the real evidence. I don't care if it's real or fake. 100 Battles is a traitor." The West Princess looked at him and smiled, "Are you begging me?" "Begging you?" Suyu suddenly reached out and grabbed her. He strangled her neck with one hand and said coldly, "I'm not begging you. I'm ordering you. After 100 Battles returns, you'll be the first one I kill. I won't kill you now because you're still useful. If you don't cooperate with me, what's the use of you? Do you want to die?" Crack, the West Princess's neck began to break. Drops of blood seeped out, making her look particularly poignant. The West Princess still had a smile on her face. Are you begging me? You're courting death. Suyu was extremely cool. Don't force me to kill you now. Don't use your little tricks on me, Suyu. What I want is value and value, not a woman. Ridiculous. Do you think you can subdue me? Or do you think I'm an idiot like the West Princess? A piece of trash like you wants to subdue me, Suyu? The West Princess's face gradually became unsightly. Suyu said coldly, speak. Boom, he threw her out with one hand, and she crashed heavily on the surrounding walls. The West Princess's body was broken, and she kept bleeding. She fell to the side, coughing up blood, and said with a smile, Suyu, don't you hate traitors the most? You asked me to fabricate evidence and slander 100 battles. What's the difference between you and us? Suyu regained his composure. You're wrong. I'm not a traitor. I'm just setting things right. 100 battles is an idiot, but I'm not. I failed once, but I was unlucky. No human cultivators died in battle. I also killed 2 ancient marquises. I don't think I'm wrong. But 100 battles ruined the foundation of the human race. He's a sinner. I, Suyu, can give up my position, but I won't give up 100 battles. Suyu said lightly, I'll ask you one last time. Do you have a solution? If not, it seems that there's no need for you to exist anymore. Do you really expect me to take a fancy to a piece of trash like you? The West Princess's heart was filled with hatred. She looked at Suyu coldly. This guy's words were so hateful. After a long time, the West Princess slowly stood up and sneered, even if I can help you, you can't fabricate evidence. Even if you have evidence, it will only be in the upper worlds. Do you think the cultivators in the upper worlds will think that you, Suyu, are stronger than 100 battles once they receive the news? Suyu said, you don't have to worry about that. As long as there's evidence, the upper worlds will be shaken. If 100 battles isn't a traitor, the news will naturally reach the upper worlds and the lower worlds. Because Juan wants us to fight among ourselves. Don't treat me as an idiot, and don't treat Juan as an idiot. They want me to fight with 100 battles. Suyu chuckled. As long as the news gets out, the lower worlds will soon spread the news from the upper worlds. If that happens, what right does the King of Great Zhou have for me to help them unseal 100 battles? The King of Great Zhou and the others believe that 100 battles won't betray them. I don't believe it, the Tide tribe doesn't believe it, and my allies don't believe it. That's enough. Follow me, or follow a guy who might be a traitor. Is there a need to choose? Suyu said faintly, as for how to send the news you give to the upper worlds, it's simple. Just let the immortal demons do it. They'll be happy to do it. Do they need me, Suyu, to do it? That's true. The West Princess smiled. Suyu, although you're young, you're ruthless when it comes to scheming. 100 battles might not be a traitor. If you do this, even if he isn't, he will be. That has nothing to do with me. The West Princess smiled. Since you put it that way, I'll naturally cooperate with you. After all, you and I are one now. She smiled charmingly, but Suyu felt a chill run down his spine. F***CKU, this is too similar to Blue Sky's smile. Disgusting, the West Princess smiled and quickly said, don't count on using these methods to find the Hell King's bloodline. It's impossible, but I can give you something. There's a black jade in my storage ring. If you can find a way to bring it to the upper worlds, you'll meet someone. Tell him your request, and that person will naturally fulfill it. With that, she smiled faintly. I'm just afraid you won't be able to bring it up. Even if you bring it up, don't count on it. The person you'll be contacting is just an ordinary expert from the upper worlds. He doesn't know anything, but the news will soon be known by our people. Your goal will naturally be achieved. Suyu quickly said, are you sure I can pass it to your bloodline? Of course. The West Princess said and then smiled. You'd better save your energy. It's impossible for you to find someone from my bloodline. Even if there's a transfer, you won't be able to find him. My bloodline is stronger and more complicated than you think. Suyu, if you really can't survive, you can consider seeking refuge with me. I'll grant you a new life. Get lost. Suyu slapped her away and sneered. Do you think you're worthy? With a disdainful laugh, Suyu instantly disappeared. The West Princess stood up silently with a smile. She looked in the direction where Suyu had left and sneered in her heart. I'm not worthy, you're about to die, yet you're still so arrogant. No matter if you want to harm Baijan or find someone from my bloodline, you're destined to get nothing. What promise to fulfill your request and achieve your goal? It's all nonsense. The West Princess was secretly looking forward to it. She hoped that Suyu could deliver the thing to that person. Once it was delivered, the powerhouses from her bloodline would naturally know about it. Perhaps she would soon be rescued. She could see that it was quite difficult to tempt Suyu, but Suyu would not have an easy time either. At this moment, Suyu smiled. He was quite satisfied, not to mention other things. At least he knew that the West Princess had a way to contact people from the upper world. That was enough. As for the Black Jade, he would check it later. If it didn't work, he would seal it first. Otherwise, he would be discovered when he went to the upper world. Well, it was a reminder for him. Otherwise, there might be trouble. I have to go back and check all my belongings, lest I'm cheated. If I can't find it, I'll put it into the river of time and wash it. No matter how strong the power of rules is, it will be washed away. It was nothing more than some hidden power of rules. Others couldn't do anything about it or find it, but how could the river of time not find it? Playing this game with him, Suyu would not be stupid enough to take the Black Jade to find the contact person. Looking up at the sky, Suyu smiled. It was time to go up. After coming out of the place where the West Duchess was sealed, Suyu quickly cleaned up all his treasures, including the immortal War Marquis weapon. He could not bring this. If he brought it, the immortal War Marquis would most likely discover it. He could not bring even a single Senate token. This included some treasures that might be related to the upper realm. Whether it was human or non-human, everything that Suyu could keep was left behind. As for the treasures, was that important? There were so many powerful beings in the upper realm and so many treasures. Weren't they all mine? Everything I see is mine. Suyu did not care at all, not just himself. In the main hall. At this moment, the others had also arrived. Suyu said solemnly, everyone, apart from your own weapons, do not bring anything else. It's better to be safe than sorry. Once you are involved with the upper realm, that will be the biggest problem. Iron-eating clans can bring tokens, including the clan leader's token. However, it will also be sealed. I will personally seal it. Apart from that, you are not allowed to bring anything else. There were many people. Blue Sky, Great Zhou Monarch, Great Light Monarch, Little Zhou Monarch, Xiao Long Wu, Nan Wujiang, Hu Xianxia, plus Suyu, there were 10 humans. Sky Swallowing, Empty, Long River, and September, 4 allies. In addition, there were 20 guardians who had not reached Dao integration. This time, Suyu did not bring all of them. He brought 9 non-Dao integration guardians, and Xinghong would follow. Sky Destroyer wanted to go but was rejected by Suyu. Stop joking, if this guy followed, he had to find something to do. 24 powerful beings, including Suyu, there were 6 who possessed Dao integration stage battle prowess. The remaining ones were Hu Xianxia, Changhe, and Heaven Devourer, who were not at the Eternal Realm. Hu Xianxia was brought along because he and Kong Kong were both proficient in the Dao of space during the teleportation process. Seeing that everyone had arrived and everyone was checking their items, the king of Great Zhou suddenly frowned and said, Emperor Yu, there are a total of 24 people, but there is only one female, the Sunglow Guardian. Isn't that too little? He felt that Suyu was too prejudiced against females. Such a combination was quite problematic. It was too imbalanced. Suyu said impatiently, are there many female powerhouses in the upper realm? Ahem. It's indeed quite a lot. The king of Great Zhou smiled. There are quite a few. Suyu frowned and said after a while, the point is that we don't have many female experts to begin with. Yun Xiao and the rest have already reached Dao integration. I hope to bring more non-Dao integration experts to explore the way. The king of Great Zhou smiled. What I mean is that I can choose a few. Before he could finish, Lan Tian said weakly, am I not counted? Everyone looked towards the blue sky. No, it was a weak little girl now, looking at the king of the Great Zhou timidly. The king of Great Zhou felt his head explode. F***ck, pretend I didn't say anything. I brought trouble upon myself and lured this lunatic out again. On the side, the corners of Silkworm Destruction King's eyes kept twitching, but he didn't say anything. Now, he couldn't afford to offend Blue Sky. However, he was traumatized by being with Blue Sky. He cursed in his heart, "Bring Blue Sky, don't bring me. I don't want to go." Of course, he knew what Suyu was thinking. The non-Dao integration human cultivators that Suyu brought this time all had their own characteristics. Suyu also wanted to use this opportunity to help them increase their combat strength to Dao integration. It was actually a good thing that he was chosen to follow Suyu into the upper realm. It was also an honor. However, Blue Sky was here. The Silkworm Destruction King wanted to cry, "I don't want this honor anymore." It was a pity that he did not dare to say anything now. Blue Sky would glance at him from time to time, making him feel terrible. Suyu glanced at the King of Great Zhou. The King of Great Zhou said weakly, "That's it. This is a good arrangement." "Forget it, Blue Sky, do you still care about his gender? Don't mind it too much." Suyu smiled and said quickly, "Blue Sky, don't run around or cause trouble in the upper realm this time. I'll listen to Emperor Yu." Lan Tian looked at Suyu with a look of worship on her face and nodded obediently. Suyu was helpless. This was not easy to deal with. However, there were benefits to bringing Blue Sky up. Perhaps he could get Blue Sky to leave some avatars in the upper realm. This time, they were only to scout the way. Of course, they would kill if they could. If they couldn't, they would retreat in time, let Blue Sky bury some prelude and prepare for the next time. Suyu did not say anything else. He glanced at the experts who were still organizing the things and quickly said, "Hand the things to Division Chief 1 first. We'll retrieve them when we return." With that said, he waved his hand and the river of spacetime was torn apart. Make a trip to the river of spacetime and cleanse your body to prevent any latent dangers. Everyone was speechless. Suyu was really vigilant, the King of Great Zhou sighed. This person was really vigilant to the point where he was surprised when he should be vigilant. Making a trip to the river of spacetime would be harmful to everyone. Of course, since Suyu said so, no one could say anything. Soon, a group of people entered the river of spacetime. Waves surged over. Suyu shouted, "Don't resist. Let the river wash you. No one will die. If we're not careful now and are discovered, won't we have a death wish?" In the crowd, Blue Sky said casually, "I think we'll be discovered in a day or two." Suyu looked at him and Blue Sky said shyly, "I'm praising Brother Emperor Yu for being powerful. If we kill a heavenly monarch in a day or two, everyone will know that we're here." Everyone wanted to laugh, but they held it in. The King of Great Zhou wanted to laugh as well. On second thought, it wasn't impossible. Now that the preparations were done well, they might encounter powerful enemies soon and carry out a massacre. Soon, everyone would be discovered. Suyu's expression darkened as he snapped, "Shut up. Even if we're discovered, we have to hide our identities. If we're discovered this time, we'll pretend to be subordinates of the Marquis of Heavenly Sun. The Marquis of Heavenly Sun died in battle hundreds of years ago. After he died, a portion of his subordinates escaped. We're those people. These people were encountered by the Marquis of Demonic Lightning and killed casually. The Marquis of Demonic Lightning didn't think much of it because there are no Dao integration stage beings. We're going to pretend to be subordinates of the Marquis of Heavenly Sunday. Don't let me know. Jiuyue, devouring heaven, you two will pretend to be mounts. It's not strange for there to be a few ancient tribe members among the humans. If we're discovered, just say so. In any case, don't take the initiative to say it. The human race is in decline, and they're all hiding. They won't take the initiative to reveal their identities. However, we can also determine through some clues." Saying so, Suyu took out some clothes and waved them casually, revealing some images. "Dress according to their style. Also, once we really start fighting, hide your strength if you can, unless I tell you to go all out." Everyone didn't say much and changed into the clothes according to the images that Suyu revealed. This was also because different marquis had different clothes for their subordinates. If they really encountered someone who knew their stuff, they would know whose subordinates they were. Suyu continued, "The Marquis of Great Zhou, Lan Tian, and I can all hide our strength. It'll be a bit difficult for Jiuyue to advance, saying so, he looked at the Great Light Monarch. Great Light Monarch, you don't have to deliberately disguise yourself. You're a human, pretend to be the master of Jiuyue, and Jiuyue will cooperate with the Great Light Monarch. As for me, I'm the son of the Marquis of Heavenly Sunday. Great Light Monarch, you're my protector. The others are all from the Heavenly Sun Army, so you made some general arrangements, but he wasn't too strict about it. It was enough. In reality, if he really encountered someone who could see through them, there was a high chance that Suyu would kill the other party. Disguising their identities was only for some special occasions. Very quickly, Suyu looked at Xinghong and the others. He said in a low voice, "Guards, perhaps some of the upper realm old antiques know, including the Marquis of Great Zhou. Disguise yourselves well and don't expose yourself. I'll know who it is at a glance." Everyone nodded again. At this moment, after being washed by the river of time for a while, some people couldn't take it anymore. Only then did Suyu tear the river apart and quickly walk out. Fortunately, these people didn't bring any special things. He wasn't worried that there would be traitors among these people. He was afraid that they didn't know that they were carrying some positioning items that contained the power of the rule. Very quickly, Suyu returned to the main hall again. The group of people also changed their clothes. At this moment, there were a few more people in the main hall. The Marquis of Great Qin and the others had arrived. They were rather solemn. Suyu wanted to go to the upper realm this time, and everyone was still very worried. Especially this time, when Suyu returned, he had consumed a lot of his lifespan. Everyone was very worried. Suyu didn't say much. He had said what needed to be said. At this moment, he didn't waste time and said in a low voice, "I'll leave the lower realm of Wan to you for now. Guard the foundation well. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be severely punished. Whether I'm a human or a Wan, it's all the same. Chief Wan, if you can't suppress it at the critical moment, you can go and invite a few experts to suppress it. I've already made arrangements, including the Dead Souls realm." "Yes." Wan Tianxing responded and quickly smiled. "Don't worry." Suyu nodded. "I'm still at ease with Chief Wan around. The Marquis of Great Qin and Dasha of Goguryeo can also suppress the human race. Don't cause any trouble. Finally, if you encounter a strong enemy, retreat first. Don't fight them head-on. Protect the human race first. That's all." With that said, the void was torn. Just as it was torn, Suyu looked at the Marquis of Great Zhou. The Marquis of Great Zhou didn't say anything. A Shenwan appeared and quickly teleported away with the group of people. He was very tactful. Otherwise, Suyu would beat him up again later. He had no choice. Hu asked him to express his hope for the return of the 100-battle king. After teleporting 7 to 8 times, the Marquis of Great Zhou was so tired that he was panting. The group arrived in the endless void. The darkness was boundless. There was no sky or earth. There was only turbidity and darkness. This was the endless void. The Marquis of Great Zhou led the way and continued to teleport. At this moment, the teleportation distance was very short. After teleporting a few times, Suyu already felt some fluctuations. There were guards lying in ambush near the passageway. Just as Suyu and the group appeared, Xianxia and Zhang Qiong appeared in an instant. Zhao Chuan and the others were beside them. Seeing Suyu and the group, Zhao Chuan's heart palpitated. Were they going up? He knew quite a few experts. To bring so many people up, this human lord was quite daring. Suyu ignored them and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia quickly pointed to the sky. "The passageway is there. However, it will only appear in 3 days. After that, it will only appear once a month." Without needing Suyu to say anything, Kong Kong, Hu Xianxing, the Marquis of Great Light, and the others quickly flew into the sky to check if there was a concealment formation. As for Suyu, he opened the heavenly gate and looked toward the void. He quickly waved his hand, and a cave entrance that Suyu had drawn appeared in the void. "The cave entrance is here, but it is concealed by the power of laws. You guys study it carefully." Xianxia and the others all sucked in a breath. They had been guarding here for several months before they knew where the cave entrance was. Suyu, on the other hand, saw through it with a single glance. Suyu glanced at them and said solemnly, "We went up, so we must come down. Perhaps we didn't go through this passageway, but it is very likely that we did. We also need to guard this place lest we are ambushed here. As he spoke, Suyu quickly said, I will call Sky Destroyer, Cloud Heavenly, and the others over. We will station 6 to 8 Dao integration stage cultivators here. Book Spirit, Tea Tree, and the others will also come. If a heavenly monarch comes, we can also stop them. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. That's for the best. I was worried that we wouldn't be able to defend this place. The Heaven Supervisor Marquis is nearby. Suyu nodded slightly. He was also guarding against the Heaven Supervisor Marquis. After arranging everything, they would wait for the passageway to appear, and everyone would go to the upper realm together. Meanwhile, in the void, the Great Light Monarch and the others began to study it. They also pulled the Monarch of Great Zhou over. This person knew about this passageway. Suyu took a glance and didn't care anymore. He transmitted his voice to Xianxia. After we leave, send Zhao Chuan and the others back to the human realm. No one is allowed to come into contact with them until I return. I have already spoken to Division Chief 1. Understood. Xianxia quickly replied. They waited for the passageway to appear. The next day, Sky Destroyer, Cloud Heavenly, Tea Tree, and Book Spirit all came. Here, apart from Suyu and the others, there were 6 Dao integration stage super mighty figures. Among them, Sky Destroyer and the others were all summoned from the 4 realms. Originally, there were 2 Dao integration stage super mighty figures stationed in each realm. Now, there were 2 stationed in the Dragon realm, and only 1 stationed in the Phoenix realm, Kuanping tribe, and Ape tribe. At this time, the Dao integration stage super mighty figures under Suyu all had missions. The manpower was even a little tight. Wan Tianxing and the others were guarding the human race. Tianyu and many treasures were looking for the representative token in Wan. The allies of the various races also had their own missions. Apart from the Life Emperor, Suyu also didn't plant many people in the Fated clan to avoid being discovered by the upper realm. As for whether the Immortal War Marquis would send treasures down again when he impersonated the Dao King, there were no battles recently, so it was fine. The Immortal War Marquis most likely wouldn't be able to send his will over. Unless a great battle broke out and another powerful cultivator died, triggering a change in the rules. Suyu waited for another day. The Great Light Monarch and the others also studied some things. On the 3rd day, a faintly discernible passageway entrance appeared in the void. The upper realm passageway, Suyu quickly appeared at the entrance of the passageway. He took a deep breath and looked at the people behind him. It's definitely not safe inside the passageway. Everyone, be careful in case you get swept away by some spatial cracks. There might be powerful cultivators guarding outside the passageway, or there might not be. If there are, take them down quickly. Don't let news of us leak out. If someone is unlucky and really gets swept away, go back to the infinite worlds if you can. If you can't and appear in the upper realm, don't run around. Go to the Iron Eater's 5 Moons dojo and wait for me to pick you up. Everyone nodded. At that moment, there was a faint suction force coming from the passageway entrance. The Great Zhou King quickly said, this passageway will last for 2 hours. It will disappear soon after. Suyu nodded slightly and didn't enter. He wanted to wait until the last moment, when it was about to disappear, in case someone followed him, even though the possibility was not high. Alright, he was actually guarding against Xianxia. As expected, Suyu didn't leave. Xianxia panicked and instantly appeared. He quickly said, hurry up and go in, or else the passageway will disappear. Suyu turned his head to look at him and said in annoyance, behave yourself. I'll leave when it's about to disappear. Why? Once I go in, you'll follow me? Don't cause trouble for me. Xianxia was speechless. After a while, he said gloomily, I don't have such thoughts. Also, why did you bring Xinghong over and not me? As he said that, he pulled in an ally. You don't trust me, but you should trust Yun Xiao. Why didn't you bring Yun Xiao? In the distance, Yun Xiao appeared and was also a little expectant. Suyu coughed lightly. No, Senior Yun Xiao has to watch over the passageway and you. I don't trust you. Senior Yun Xiao told me not to worry. With her guarding the passageway, I will be more at ease. I don't want this place to change owners the next time I come back. I will be ambushed. When Xianxia heard this, although she felt a little regretful, she was still happy. She smiled. Don't worry, Emperor Yu. With me here, I will definitely watch over the passageway and Xianxia. I won't let him run around. Xianxia wanted to cry. Fool, you're even more stupid than me, so you just casually praised you, and you've already forgotten who you are. That's not what you said on the way here. You even complained about why I didn't bring you but Xinghong. As expected, women, are unreliable, Xianxia cursed in his heart. I finally know why so you didn't bring a woman up. She is too unreliable. She was with me just now, but now she has become my guard, so you also held back his laughter. Behind him, Xinghong also had a proud expression. He raised his eyebrows at Xianxia. Xianxia almost exploded in anger. He hated this grandson Xinghong the most. From the beginning, he always showed off in front of him. The group of people joked for a while. So you waited for a while. Seeing that the time was almost up, he took a deep breath and a small stone appeared in his hand. This thing was a real treasure that could suppress all disobedience. At this moment, so you actually had some guesses about what this thing was. Human ruler's seal, of course, it was hard to say whether it was real or not. However, the human ruler's seal could suppress everything. So you knew that its attack power wasn't strong, but it could suppress many things, including luck, the river of time, and the power of rules. The human ruler's seal had also reached the level of a divine weapon. If this thing was the human ruler's seal, then it wasn't strange that it could suppress everything. It was rumored that this was the only imperial weapon. But, would the human ruler's seal be buried in the Wen family by Xing and Yu? One had to know that at that time, the ancient times hadn't been destroyed yet. Not long after that, when Wang was going to revive the stars and moon. Could it be that the human ruler's seal was gone at that time? It didn't add up. According to Su Yu's understanding, there were still movements from the human ruler's seal at the end of the ancient times. It couldn't have been buried long ago, therefore, he couldn't be sure or make a judgment. If it wasn't the human ruler's seal, could it be that this stone was the human ruler's seal's brother? This was possible. For example, when it was being forged, there were two, one big and one small, one public and one private. This was possible, otherwise, this kind of suppression power couldn't be explained by ordinary treasures. It could be a seal used by the human ruler in the early days. So you actually had some guesses. The human ruler might have had two seals. One was used before he unified the heavens, and the other was used after he unified the heavens. If this was the case, it could be explained clearly. This small stone was actually the human ruler's seal. The human ruler was used when he was the human ruler. This conjecture was more realistic. Of course, at this time, Su Yu didn't pursue the matter. It didn't matter what it was. It was fine as long as it was useful. Let's go in. Su Yu didn't say anything else and quickly stepped in. The others also followed. The king of Great Zhou and Lan Tian guarded on the left and right, worried that there would be danger. Who knew what was going on in this passageway? What Zhao Chuan and the others said might not be true. After Su Yu and the others left, Yun Xiao stared at the Sky Destroyer. The Sky Destroyer was exhausted. Boring, I didn't say that I would follow them. Just as they were staring at the passageway and waiting for the passageway to disappear, a figure silently approached from afar. The figure stopped in the distance and looked into the distance. It was none other than the Heaven Supervisor. At this moment, the Heaven Supervisor's expression was calm. He looked into the distance, and rays of light appeared in his eyes. Soon, the figures of the Sky Destroyer and the others appeared in his eyes. Pillars of light appeared above their heads. Their providence is like a rainbow. The Heaven Supervisor chuckled softly and sighed. These protectors were all brimming with karmic luck and were unstoppable, 6 Dao integration stage guardians. Su Yu sure has some tricks up his sleeve. There were a total of 6 Dao integration stage beings here. Su Yu had taken a few with him, and the Iron-Eating Beast Emperor and the others hadn't been mobilized. There were also many top-notch Dao integration stage beings on the human race's side. The God-Eater tribe and the Old Turtle hadn't moved either. Su Yu had accumulated so many resources in such a short period of time. What a terrifying guy, Just as he was thinking about this, his expression changed slightly. In the next instant, the space nearby was torn apart, and Wan Tianxing appeared alone in a white robe. He looked at the heaven supervisor and said calmly, "Don't cause trouble. I'll give you a chance to decide the outcome of the battle with Suyu. If you cause trouble, I'll pay a price. I'll take care of you while Suyu is gone." The heaven supervisor chuckled. "You?" Wan Tianxing shook his head. "No, there are many people. Including true heavenly monarchs. If you think you can match King South, Fat Ball, Hong Meng, and I, you can try." "King South?" The heaven supervisor smiled. "Where are the other 3 kings?" "Dead." "As expected." The heaven supervisor smiled. "Let me ask you a question. If you answer me, I won't cause trouble." Wan Tianxing said calmly, "The blue sky paper Dao has been inherited. Even if you obtain it, you can't succeed. In order to successfully open the blue sky paper Dao, Suyu burned 100,000 years of his lifespan. If you think someone is willing to open the blue sky paper Dao for you, you can try." The heaven supervisor was taken aback. After a while, he laughed. I was wondering why his aura was a little off. It felt like he was on the verge of death. So that's why. After a long sigh, the heaven supervisor smiled. "I'm not disappointed. You're right. Even if I obtain it, I can't succeed. That means that King Wen never wanted me to inherit the blue sky paper Dao. No, he just wanted a true monster to do it." Wan Tianxing said calmly, "The pen Dao and paper Dao he left behind can only be inherited by peerless monsters, including the ink Dao. As for the desolate heaven beasts Dao, they are weaker. They are not his Dao, so the conditions are lower. That's why he left it with Fat Ball. He just needs a reliable person to inherit it. The Dao he left behind in the infinite worlds is known by everyone, but there is no way to inherit it." Yes, everyone knew about the paper Dao and pen Dao. Of course, this was only for a small group of people. Everyone knew that the tombstone of Wen could allow everyone to take a step forward. Once it appeared, countless people would fight for it. So what? The tombstone of Wen had been in the human realm for many years. Countless people had touched it, but in the end, wasn't Suyu the only one who completed it? The heaven supervisor smiled. "That's right. King Wen is a proud person. Those he likes are easy to talk to, but those he doesn't like, he won't even say a word." He sighed and smiled. King Wen, unfortunately, he missed it. He is not a perfect person. He punished Hell King, but he probably never thought that Hell King would dare to betray him. After sighing for a while, the heaven supervisor said softly, "In that case, I won't stay for long. Wan Tianxing, you can't kill me. Even if you can, how big of a price will you have to pay? Even if you can, do you dare to kill me? If you kill me, fate will gather on you. Do you want to fight with Suyu for the throne?" He smiled brightly. "Besides Suyu, whoever kills me will become enemies with Suyu in the end. So, let's all live in peace. I have no interest in informing Heaven Ancient and the others." Wan Tianxing said faintly, "You don't dare either. Unless you don't even want your last chance. Besides, even if Heaven Ancient and the others know, what can they do? The upper worlds will open in advance? Then let's open it. You people really know how to talk." The heaven supervisor smiled and sighed. He stepped into the air and said, "Let's go. I should go into seclusion and wait for that battle. I hope I can wait for that day sooner." Wan Tianxing didn't stop him. Suyu had said that he wouldn't start a war. Unless the heaven supervisor really threatened Suyu, Wan Tianxing wouldn't start a war at this moment. The moment the heaven supervisor left, his back was facing Wan Tianxing, but his face was solemn. Only when he was far away did he look back. In the distance, 3 pairs of eyes suddenly appeared in the void. Yes, 3 pairs. One was bean buns, one was old turtles, and one was Fat Balls. The next moment, Fat Ball said anxiously, "No more fighting? I'm leaving, there's something at home, I'm so busy." With a whoosh, it disappeared, too busy, Suyu took Little Rock away. Although Big Blockhead was intelligent and could suppress it for a while, once it left, Monarch Wen's residence would collapse within a day. This time, Wan Tianxing had called for it. so it had taken some time to come here. It was so anxious that it almost died. Hey, doggy, who are you? I think I know you. Behind it, Bean Bun also quickly chased after it. The white dog ran very fast, and it didn't slow down either. It hurriedly chased after it and shouted, "Doggy, have we met before?" "Yes, I've even kicked you before." The white dog sped up, and so did Bean Bun. "Is that so? Your monarch wins, dog, then why didn't I see you later?" "I stayed with young master at home, and you left later." "Oh," Bean Bun replied, then hurriedly asked, "Is my young man with you?" "Yes." "He hasn't proven his Tao yet?" "Soon." "Oh, doggy, then why did you kick me before?" "You're too annoying." "Am I annoying?" "I rarely speak, I only speak when I see someone I know." "You're annoying now, I'm going home." "All right." The dog and the ball exchanged a few words, then quickly left. On the spot. The old tortoise walked out and said solemnly, "Why don't you deal with him?" This was a rare opportunity, the 4 powerhouses were all present. If they fought with the heaven supervisor might very well die. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "He's right, kill him, and whoever kills him might share the providence. It's not appropriate for us to kill him. Wait for Suyu to return. Let him kill us personally. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, give him a chance." After Xianxia finished speaking, the old tortoise said solemnly, "He might have stepped into the heavenly king stage." Xianxia nodded. "Then, can we match him?" "Probably." The old tortoise said solemnly, "What if we can't?" "Surround and kill him." Hong Mei rolled his eyes. "Scholars are really shameless. I thought that if you said no, we would accept our fate." "All right, then I'll go back first." Xianxia nodded, "Senior Hong Mei, go back first." "I should go back too." With that said, the 2 of them disappeared on the spot. With so many powerhouses gathered here, Sky Destroyer and the others in the distance did not sense them. Clearly, there was still a huge gap between the 2 sides. At the same time, a group of people stepped into the passageway, and astral winds raged. Powerful astral winds blew past everyone. Even someone as strong as Suyu felt a bone-piercing chill and pain. The weaker ones, such as Xianxia, who had yet to reach Tao validation, were almost blown to death by the wind. Fortunately, King of the State of Great Zhou pulled him back and helped him block the astral winds. Suyu did not care. He had just entered, so he would not die so easily. He opened the heavenly gate and looked for a while. He walked along the passageway and said in a low voice, "Follow me, don't move." "Yes." Everyone responded and followed Suyu. As for Suyu, once the heavenly gate opened, his prediction ability was also extremely strong. He shouted from time to time, "The astral winds are coming, avoid. The lightning tribulation has appeared, King of the State of Great Zhou." With a series of soft shouts, everyone cooperated tacitly and avoided the power of punishment continuously. Up ahead, Suyu even took out a small stone to suppress the unstable passageway. Things like the astral winds and the power of punishment could be avoided and dealt with as long as the passageway was not destroyed. Everyone was either setting up arrays or slicing through space. Their journey forward was rather smooth. After walking for a while, King of the State of Great Zhou could not help but lament, "Those guys are really lucky to be able to survive." Most Tao integration cultivators have to rely on their luck, and a single misstep would result in death. This thing really depended on luck, of course. For someone like Suyu to see through the power of law directly, that was not luck. It was cheating. That was not how things should be played. Suyu said calmly, "Given King of the State of Great Zhou and Blue Sky's strength, even if they barge in forcefully, they'll be injured at most. It'll be difficult for them to die." With that said, he turned to look at Blue Sky with a dark expression. "Alright, why did you leave a clone in this godforsaken place?" Everyone was speechless. Blue Sky wanted to leave a clone here as well. They were convinced. Blue Sky turned into a little girl and giggled. "It's fun. Let's see if my clone will be scraped away or if it dies. If it's scraped away, where will it be swept to? Let's give it a try. I don't lack a clone anyway." Having many clones made one capricious. At that moment, Suyu could not be bothered with him anymore. He looked ahead and took a deep breath. We're almost there. I can sense that the power of law is weakening. Once we get out, someone will be there. Hurry and take them down. Everyone was a little excited. They were about to reach the upper world, at this moment, in a dangerous place in the upper world called the Soul Burial Mountain. It was a rather dangerous place. The enormous mountain range was pitch black, and even the sky appeared black. This place was filled with a kind of soul-boring insect. It was small and not very strong, but it was extremely terrifying. It was silent, and if one was the slightest bit careless, it would drill into one's sea of consciousness and physical body, rapidly parasitizing and devouring everything. Many experts fell for it. Even if they knew of its existence, they could not see or smell it and could only defend against it. It was extremely taxing. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would come to this place. At this moment, in the depths of the mountain, in a pitch-black cave, two figures were silently hiding, staring at a dark vortex in the cave. Lu Shan, do you think there's still hope? Those guys who went down, are there really people alive? It's hard to say. Lord said that some people might still be alive. The soul tablets left behind are not completely broken. Lu Shan transmitted his voice again. And there seems to be some changes in the lower world. It is said that a great war broke out and many one experts died. Recently, they have relaxed their encirclement on us. I heard that they are discussing how to deal with the human experts in the lower world. Are there really experts? After the last tide, everyone ran up. There might not even be an eternal in the lower world. That's not clear. The two of them had been standing guard here for a long time. They still had some hope. They didn't know if any of the people who went down would come back. However, it had been a few months and there was no movement at all. Either they stayed in the lower world and never came back, or they were all dead. The person who spoke earlier transmitted his voice again. It's going to close soon. There's probably no one left this time. Once half a year is up, we will have to retreat. This damned place, those soul-drilling worms are too dangerous. Why did they set up the passageway here? Nonsense, this place is the safest place. Don't tell me they built it in the Immortal and Demon Dojo? The two chatted. There was actually nothing much to talk about. It was too quiet, and they were in a dangerous place. It was better to communicate with each other to avoid being afraid. Lu Shan, do you think there's still hope for the human race? Even Lord Min Mountain Marquis died. Sigh, the more I think about it, the more despair I feel. Du Bing, don't be so disheartened. Ho Yi said that once the upper world opens, the King of 100 will return. We still have hope. King of 100. Alright, let's hope so. There was some uncertainty and some depression. Was it really possible? The last tide had made them despair. However, the King of 100 was their only hope and spiritual sustenance. They knew that the King of 100 battles had been defeated, but they had no choice but to rely on him. The ancient marquises were aware of the situation, but what could they do? If they did not give the humans some hope, would the current Tao integration stage beings be able to fight against Wan? In these difficult times, the only thing they could do was to establish a spiritual sustenance for the human race. Do not despair, there was still hope. Even if this hope was not very reliable, it was still a force to be reckoned with. This was the thinking of the upper world's humans. We know that the King of 100 battles was not very smart, but he was very strong. We are in despair now. Having a powerful being alive is better than having no hope at all. It had to be said that the King of 100 battles was still a meritorious service. Because he was still alive, the remaining humans had the confidence to continue resisting, otherwise, they would have either surrendered or betrayed the human race. The King of 100 battles was still a useful name. These two were clearly the same. They had some hope, but also some uncertainty. They lost last time. Could they do it this time? Who cares? At least the King of 100 battles was still alive, right? As they chatted, Lu Shan suddenly said, There's movement. What? Don't make a sound. At this moment, a faint laughter sounded. The two were momentarily dazed. The next moment, they heard a giggle. Don't move. Little baby, you're so fun. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared. The two of them widened their eyes, but they couldn't move. A pair of small hands were gripping their necks. At this moment, they couldn't even see their great dais. Soon, a white-haired young man appeared before them. The white-haired young man frowned slightly. With a wave of his hand, countless specks of light appeared in the cave. In the next moment, Suyu said in disdain, "What are these? So many little bugs. Soul-boring bugs." At this moment, Xinghong suddenly opened his mouth, and countless bugs were swallowed by him. He burped and smiled. Not bad. He was not a human, but a fish-headed monster. At this moment, he was eating bugs happily. This action caused Lu Shan and the other man to be incomparably shocked. Who were these people? No, there seemed to be non-humans. Were these people human or Wan? They could not tell. There seemed to be humans, and there seemed to be non-humans. As for Suyu, he ignored Xinghong and quickly said, "It should still be the soul-burying mountain. It doesn't seem to have moved. Didn't you say that soul-boring bugs are very dangerous?" Suyu had a strange expression. Zhao Chuan said that this place was extremely dangerous. Soul-boring bugs were extremely terrifying my ass. It's not scary at all. I thought it was some small bug, but it turns out that it's this thing that is scary. After saying that, he looked at the two and smiled. 2 eternal realms, both 7th stage. Not bad. Blue sky, capture them first. Come, let's leave this place and interrogate them. Okay. Blue sky grinned and grabbed the two as if they were little chicks. As they walked, he said, "We're up. There's nothing different up there. The ones guarding the passage are just 2 kids. One punch and they'll die. I thought there were Dao integration stage cultivators to fight." Suyu smiled. What's the rush? We've just come up. That's true. Blue sky nodded and grinned. It said that there are only 6 Dao integration stage cultivators up there. Should we capture them first and consolidate our strength? These 2 are probably under Marquis Dingjun. Should I go and capture Marquis Dingjun? No rush. Suyu walked out of the cave and sensed for a while. He smiled. This place is fine. There are no living people. It's just that there are a lot of small bugs. Great Light Monarch, set up a spell formation and make a place without bugs. It's a little annoying. Understood. Great Light Monarch did not say anything else and quickly went to find a place to set up the spell formation. At this moment, the 2 captured Eternal Realms were astonished. These people are humans, Great Light Monarch. I don't know them, but I know the Bright Monarch. So powerful, capture 6 Dao integration stage cultivators. Capture Marquis Dingjun, are they joking or serious? Both of them were extremely horrified. They were high-level Eternal Realms, but they were captured before they could even react. What a terrifying group of people. Did these people really come from the lower realms? For a moment, both of them were a little dazed. The Great Light Monarch was responsible for setting up the camp. Soon, an empty space appeared in the Burying Soul Mountain. The Great Light Monarch started setting up the array formation while Xinghong was responsible for clearing the soul-drilling bugs. As a fish-headed monster, he was quite good at dealing with these small bugs. Meanwhile, Suyu observed this place silently. The heavenly gates had opened. Look at the sky. The Great Zhou Monarch and Lan Tian also quickly sensed the surroundings to gather information. Tiny bugs flew out from Lan Tian's body. Like the soul-drilling bugs, they cloned while instructing, "Big fish head, don't eat me, understand?" Xinghong was speechless. Your whole family is the big fish head. This monster has already started making soul-drilling bugs clones in such a short time. A moment later, the Great Light Monarch walked out of the void and landed on the ground. He said softly, "It's done. Let's go in." Suyu walked toward the empty space nearby, and the group quickly followed. The Great Zhou Monarch set up a silence array as he walked. They entered the array. Suyu waved his hand, and a gigantic map appeared before everyone. Suyu pointed at Lu Shan and Xinghong and said indifferently, "Let them go. Come over and help me read the map." Lan Tian chuckled and left the 2 of them behind. Lu Shan and Xinghong were still extremely fearful. Who were these people? What were their cultivation levels? they could see some of the Eternal Realm cultivators, but they could not see some of them, including the white-haired man in front of them. This white-haired young man seemed to be their leader. Young man, they did not know why they felt this way. They clearly felt that this person was old, but they also felt that this person was actually very young. It was a very contradictory feeling. Even though the two of them were released, they were still fearful and did not dare to struggle or escape. What a joke! There were at least 3 Dao integration cultivators here, Lan Tian who caught them, the Great Light Monarch who set up the array formation, and the iron-eating beast who was still in its original form. These 3 were all Dao integration cultivators. As for the others, the two of them did not dare to think about them. There might be more than 3 Dao integration cultivators, the white-haired young man, the smiling middle-aged man, and the fish-headed monster who devoured the soul-drilling bugs might all be Dao integration cultivators. The two of them became even more fearful at this thought. 6 Dao integration stage mighty figures. As for Suyu, he didn't care what they thought. He pointed at the map and said calmly, "Proofread the map. I have many versions of the map with me. Help me proofread them. I'll compare them and see which one is the most accurate." He didn't say much. However, Lu Shan and Du Bing were not stupid. Was this a test? Messing around might result in death. These people might have come prepared. Proofreading the map might just be a form of probing. The two of them did not dare to say anything. Lu Shan quickly looked at the map and carefully examined it. After a while, he pointed to a place and whispered, "This is not the Single Line Gorge. This is Falling Head Gorge." So you made some adjustments, and Lu Shan heaved a sigh of relief. He continued to point out some of the inconsistencies in the map. At the side, Du Bing was also anxious. He hurriedly observed and quickly pointed out some things that were not right. After more than an hour, the two of them finally corrected all the mistakes on the map. Suyu waved his hand and the map disappeared. At this moment, the entire formation had changed. Tables, chairs, and benches had all appeared. They were all made by a group of powerful beings using the power of the rules. Suyu sat down and said casually, "Please sit." Lu Shan and Du Bing were becoming more and more afraid. Who were these people? They were certain that there were humans. They could sense that some of them were weaker. They could also sense that there were non-humans. In that case, are these people that I can't sense humans? Lu Shan and Du Bing didn't dare to sit. Lu Shan looked simple and honest, but in reality, he was more astute than Du Bing. At this moment, he hurriedly said, "We don't dare. There are no seats for us in front of you." Several Dao integration stage mighty figures were standing. How would he dare to sit down? Suyu said indifferently, "Sit when I tell you to. Only by being obedient can you live long." Lu Shan's heart chilled. He didn't dare to say anything else and quickly pulled Du Bing to sit down. Clearly, this white-haired young man was the master of this place. As for this person, he felt more terrifying than Marquis Dingjun. It was not his strength. He couldn't judge his strength. It was his aura and stance. He looked more terrifying than Marquis Dingjun. Suyu looked at them and asked, "Do you know Zhao Chuan and the rest?" "Yes." Lu Shan quickly said, "We're all from the Dingjun guards." "Are Zhao Chuan and the rest still alive?" "I'm the one asking you." Lu Shan didn't dare to say anything else. However, Du Bing hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. "May I ask if they're humans from the lower realm?" "So what if they are? So what if they're not?" Du Bing gritted his teeth. "If they're not, we won't tell you." Suyu was mentally exhausted. He sighed softly. Why are the humans of the upper realm so idiotic? Beside him, Lan Tian smiled. They're quite idiotic. The king of Great Zhou was also embarrassed. Perhaps they have too little knowledge and experience. After all, they're always surrounded and can only move in a small circle. They're probably a little stupid. It's understandable. Du Bing and Lu Shan were furious. What did that mean? The Great Light Monarch also looked at the two of them and frowned slightly. At this moment, some of the others didn't understand, but some did. The Great Light Monarch interrupted coldly. You're a level 7 Eternal Realm cultivator, about as strong as I was before. Do you have no intelligence at all? You're still asking if they're humans from the lower realm? If they're from the lower realm of Wan, do you still need to use this passage? Do you still need to sneak up? You're really stupid. Are the humans of the upper realm very strong? Since they're not strong, do you still need to hide from others when you come from the Wan? If you're mortals or demons, do you think you too can survive? You've already sent the news through the life realm passage and are here to receive you. He snorted coldly. Guarding this passage is such an important mission. Even if you're not strong, you need to be smart enough. In the end, you're not strong enough, and you don't have enough brains. Two idiots. They were looked down upon, Lu Shan and Du Bing thought about it. Indeed, it seemed logical. The two of them immediately felt ashamed. How embarrassing. In fact, it wasn't just them. There were some people on Suyu's side who hadn't thought of all of this. In an instant, they all pretended to be in the know. How embarrassing. They almost asked why Suyu was cursing them. So, it was because of this. Yes, if they were not humans and had many Dao integration realm cultivators, they could only be from a great lower realm clan. Great races also had strong foundations in the upper realm. They could also directly contact the upper realm cultivators through the life realm passage. There was no need to sneak around. Du Bing felt awkward, but he still insisted. Is that Lord a human? Since he's a human, why did he capture us? Suyu leaned back in his chair, not bothering to answer. Lan Tian said quietly, if he's a human, why can't he capture you? The upper realm humans have suffered defeat after defeat. It's still unknown how many of them have joined the Wan. Do you dare to say that there's not a single traitor among the upper realm humans? The two of them instantly shut up. None. Who knew? The Marquis of Minshan was killed. Could he have been betrayed? Also, in recent years, some human cultivators have been besieged and killed. Was there a reason for traitors? Everyone had thought about these questions, but unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. They could only take care of their own matters and could not solve the problems of others. Lu Shan took a deep breath and said, Lords, since you know Xiao Chuan, then you should have met him. We don't know much more than they do. If you want to meet with Hou Yi, we can go back and report in advance. We can find a chance to meet with Hou Yi. Meet with him? Lan Tian smiled faintly. How arrogant. How arrogant. Let Marquis Dingjun meet with Emperor Yu. A mere marquis dares to put on airs. Emperor Yu? The two of them were shocked. What Emperor Yu? Each and every one of these people was talking big. Were they really from the lower realm? Suyu smiled and glanced at Lan Tian. From your tone, I can tell that you're a villain. Don't cause me trouble. Lan Tian was no longer cold. Instead, he was enchanting. I know. It's just that these two children are too cute, so I wanted to tease them. Children, how old are you? Suyu was also helpless. This guy. Forget it. He did not want to talk to Lan Tian anymore. At this moment, Suyu was thinking. After a while, he said, Prince of the state of Zhou, where do you think we should start? Should we first take down Marquis Dingjuan's faction and use this faction to do things, or should we act alone? The Prince of the state of Zhou was silent for a while, then said, with an old man around, Marquis Dingjun definitely knows more than ordinary people. He can even contact other humans to converge. The upper realm suddenly has an additional force. Even if we pretend to be under the Marquis of Heavenly Sun, it's better to substitute for him and blend in with Marquis Dingjun. One should know a lot about Marquis Dingjun, so he won't be surprised by the sudden addition of a force. So, you mean to take down Marquis Dingjun first? Suyu looked at him, and the Prince of the state of Zhou nodded. Yes, that's my idea. Moreover, if we capture these two now, Marquis Dingjun will find out sooner or later. Instead of letting him spoil our plans, why not take down Marquis Dingjun first? At the side, the Prince of Great Light also said, Emperor Yu, I think we should take down Marquis Dingjun first. There's no other reason than that he knows about the passageway. The Prince of Great Light said in a low voice, if there's a problem with him and we appear, once he realizes that we appeared from the passageway, he might cut off our path of retreat. Of course, the prerequisite is that he's a traitor. However, everything is possible, so it's extremely necessary to take down Marquis Dingjun. Suyu nodded slightly. Before this, his idea was to act alone. However, after coming up here, he had some ideas. The Prince of Great Light's worry was very reasonable. Suyu and the others couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. That Marquis Dingjun knew about the passageway and sent people down there. If there was a problem, he might determine that they came from the passageway. At that time, once he contacted Wan and cut off Suyu's path of retreat, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. At this moment, Lu Shan was also listening. When he heard this, he was a little angry and hurriedly said, "Ho, ye can't be a traitor. You. He was very anxious, because this group of people didn't seem like good people. That's right, they didn't seem like good people at all. They didn't resemble the people of the lower realms at all in their imagination. In their imagination, the lower realms were very miserable. Eternal realm beings were probably supreme beings. After knowing about the existence of the higher realms, they would treat the higher realms as their last hope. Even though it was very difficult to enter the higher realms, there were Tao integration stage humans in the higher realms. If the people of the lower realms in their imagination came out of the passageway, they would be extremely respectful to them and then beg them to take them to see Marquis Dingjun. However, it was completely different from what they had imagined. These people were very powerful. Many of them were at the Tao integration stage, and there were also many non-Tao integration stage advanced eternal realm beings. And they were very arrogant. Lower realms, to Lu Shan and the others, these people were clearly beings of a higher realm than them. At the mention of Tao integration stage beings in the higher realms, they all wore expressions of disdain. Were these people really humans of the lower realms? They couldn't believe it. Suyu ignored them and said, "Marquis Dingjun lives in the Bright Moonflower Valley, which is also one of the most dangerous places. We're not familiar with that place, so if we go there rashly and he escapes." Suyu stroked his chin. "That'll be very troublesome." Lan Tian chuckled. "Can he escape?" According to what Zhao Chuan said, this person's strength is about the same as Marquis Yunxing. If I join forces with the king of the Great Zhou, we can instantly subdue him. Where can he run to? In a one-on-one battle, he could also take him down, but he was afraid of accidents. However, if he joined forces with the king of the Great Zhou, there wouldn't be any accidents. Suyu smiled. Don't underestimate the powerful beings of the higher realms, especially the humans. They've been on the run for many years, and each of them occupies a dangerous place. Disregarding everything else, they definitely have the ability to escape. Lan Tian smiled brightly. Don't we have Emperor Yu? No matter what, it won't be a problem to take him down. Suyu nodded slightly. If the information is accurate, it won't be a problem. There are still more than 20 Eternal Realm beings under Marquis Dingjun, and there are about 1,000 below Eternal Realm. If there aren't any other Tao integration stage beings, it won't be difficult to take him down. There were many Eternal Realm beings. More than 20, he had already sent many down before. In other words, the Eternal Realm beings under Marquis Dingjun were comparable to the Eternal Realm beings of the lower realms. That was normal. After all, the lower realms had only risen a few hundred years ago, while the upper realms had not been completely wiped out since ancient times. It was just that the weak were becoming fewer and fewer. Firstly, they often had to change places to escape to, and the matter of carrying on the bloodline was also delayed. Moreover, the weak were easy to drag others down, and once a war broke out, the weak were also the first to die. After many years, there were many powerful beings, but the weak were becoming fewer and fewer. If this went on, in a few more years, those below Eternal Realm would all be dead, and the human race would pretty much be wiped out. Could they count on a few old fellows to pass on the legacy of an entire race? Suyu knocked on the chair and smiled. Alright, then we'll take down Marquis Dingjun first. Lu Shan hurriedly interjected. Lord, there's no need to do this. If you're really from the human race, we can go back and tell Hou Yi, and Hou Yi will definitely treat you with respect. Why would he have a conflict with you? He couldn't figure out why they had to take down Hou Yi if they were from the human race. This was obviously a method to deal with enemies. Were these people really from the human race? Now, he didn't really believe it, and he was a little scared. Who were these people? Emperor Yu, Great Bright Prince, Great Zhou King, where did this emperor come from? Suyu smiled lightly and said, take them down first, then talk later, so as to avoid any accidents. Relax, if there's no problem, we naturally won't do anything to Senior Marquis Dingjun. It's just to be on the safe side. After all, you may know a person for a long time, but you can't judge his heart. Treating the higher realms humans as traitors first, then there would be no problem. Take them down first, then screen. Without saying anything more, Suyu looked at the sky once more, let out a light breath, and said, then let's do it first. We don't need too many people. This time, it's not for the sake of slaughter either. Senior Xinghong, you and 9 Moons stay here and guard. The rest don't go out. Great Zhou King, just us going over will do. Lu Shan could not hold back anymore and hurriedly said, Lords, we're all humans. Once there's a conflict, it's very easy to have casualties. Since we're all humans, why is there a need to kill each other? He was worried that something would happen to Hou Yi, and also worried that these people would create a massacre. Suyu did not say anything. With a wave of his hand, the two's voices disappeared. Some invisible chains appeared in Suyu's hands, locking the two's great Dao power. In the higher realms, it felt easier to use great Dao power. Suyu had a strange look in his eyes. He actually did not see the River of Time, however, there might be in the distance, which meant that the power of the River of Time had spread to the higher realms. However, the higher realms might be the same as the dead soul's domain, perhaps only having one fulcrum. Yet, these people could cultivate the power of the rule. This higher realm's Dao was a little problematic. Of course, now was not the time to look into it. Cultivating in the higher realms might be a little easier because the power of the River of Time was not strong. Instead, it lacked a kind of suppression power. Whether it was opening the path or merging the path, they actually needed to resist the suppression power of the River of Time. Here, there was no such feeling. Suyu and the others actually felt a lot more relaxed, having a feeling of the great Dao boiling. No wonder many people were unwilling to stay in the lower realms and came up. However, was it really a good thing to come up? Suyu maintained his doubts. The powerhouses of the higher realms might have more destructive power and could use more great Dao power. However, he could still vaguely sense some emptiness. It lacks the suppression and condensation of the River of Time? However, it is indeed easier to cultivate here. For some people who need to break through bottlenecks, it is a good thing. However, there are also disadvantages. There were advantages and disadvantages. With that in mind, Suyu looked at the guards. Before I return, don't break through even if you feel like you are about to break through. The great Dao suppression power here is too weak. Once you break through, the commotion will be huge. He finally knew why no one in the human race broke through to Dao integration. It was like lighting up a lamp in the darkness. In this Dao integration place, the commotion would definitely be huge. If the great Dao suppression power was too weak, the phenomenon of breaking through would definitely be huge. Yes. Everyone responded. Suyu looked at the monarch of the Great Zhou and the others and smiled. In that case, follow me. All right. Suyu, Lan Tian, the monarch of the Great Zhou, and the Great Light Lord disappeared on the spot. He brought the Great Light Lord along to set up an array formation to prevent the commotion from being discovered by others. Bright Moonflower Valley, one of the perilous places in the upper realm. As the name suggested, this place was filled with flowers. A sea of flowers. The reason why it was called Bright Moonflower Valley was that at night, some moon-like flowers would appear in this place. Those flowers would emit light, and anyone who was illuminated by the light would show signs of being poisoned. The poison was very strong, and even Dao integration cultivators could easily fall prey to it. The upper realm was actually a wild and undeveloped land, so there were especially many perilous places. Even after so many years, the perilous places had not been cleared out. This was because there were no masters of the laws. In some perilous places, there were even some powerful existences that could easily kill heavenly kings. Over time, these perilous places became taboo places. Most people would not come unless they had no other choice. The human race occupied perilous places because they had nowhere else to go. The more dangerous it was, the more they went there to avoid being ambushed by some powerful existences. The various major tribes had encircled and suppressed the human race for many years, but the human race actually did not kill many. Most of them died in perilous places, which alarmed some terrifying existences, causing the various tribes to suffer heavy losses and have no choice but to retreat. Of course, even so, the human race did not have it easy. Every time a large-scale encirclement was launched, the human race would suffer heavy casualties. Over the years, the human race's living space became smaller and smaller. At this moment, in the bright Moonflower Valley, countless huge flowers bloomed with a faint glow. It was already night time. These flowers were terrifyingly large. Some were even as large as a huge mountain. Some had bloomed, while others were closed. Countless flowers overflowed with light. It was as if a bright moon had appeared in the void. This was the bright Moonflower Valley. And among these countless flowers, there was a huge flower that was closed, and there were many humans living in it. This was the hiding place of Marquis Dingjun. If the 10,000 races came to attack, they would first have to find him among these countless flowers. Even if he found him, he would have to be careful that the nearby large flowers would attack him. Once a battle broke out, he would have to be careful that the battle would attract even more powerful flowers to devour all the experts. Of course, this damned place was also very dangerous. In order to explore this place, Marquis Dingjun had spent countless years and many people had died. He had also been injured several times, but he had finally found a suitable flower to live in. This flower could be closed. At night, Marquis Dingjun could control the flower to close, preventing the bright moon from shining in. This could also prevent his subordinates from being poisoned to death. The flower disc in the flower was enough for thousands of people to live in. Marquis Dingjun had been stationed here for more than 80 years. He had even built a small town-like building on the flower disc. According to past practices, they had to live in a new place after 100 years at most, otherwise, 100 years would be enough for one to understand their situation. Under normal circumstances, it was best to change places every 50 years. But the human race had no choice. Every time they changed places, it was a huge loss. It would be best if they could drag it to 100 years. At this moment, there were still some people coming and going in the small town on the flower disc. Some were old and some were young. After staying here for 80 years, a new generation of humans had been born. This made Marquis Dingjun extremely happy, even more than the appearance of an eternal under his command. When the ninth tide had just ended, there were still hundreds of thousands of humans under his command. However, after thousands of years, there were only these 1,000 or so people left. Now, the most anxious thing was not that there were no experts appearing, but that the new generation was getting fewer and fewer. In the last 80 years, only 80 or so small lives had been born. This was what Marquis Dingjun was deeply worried about. If this continued, there would be no need for one to encircle and suppress them. If they changed places a few more times, he might not have anyone under his command anymore. Recently, there seemed to be signs of one moving in Bright Moonflower Valley, which worried him even more. If this continued, he would have to think of a way to change places. Sending people to the lower realm was also a powerless move. He hoped that there would be some movement in the lower realm that could attract Wan's attention. As for the specific situation, Marquis Dingjun was not too clear. But he knew that one of Bright Moonflower Valley seemed to have evacuated recently. He only had some simple sources of information. It might be that something had happened to Wan. It was said that many experts had died in the lower realm, causing Wan to be furious. Recently, they had been discussing how to deal with the humans in the lower realm. Outside, it was already night. But in the Flower Valley, it was still bright. Marquis Dingjun was wearing military armor as he walked on the streets of the small town. On both sides, there were some small huts. They were not luxurious, but they were simple enough for people to live in. They were just there to cultivate in seclusion. A few people followed behind Marquis Dingjun, accompanying him on patrol. Patrolling was something that had to be done every day. First, it was to calm the morale of the army. Second, it was to count the number of people. Third, it was to prove that Marquis Dingjun was still here. Counting the number of people was an extremely important matter. Here, he had to be careful of one thing. He was worried that some humans could not bear it and would choose to betray him. This was not the first time something like this had happened. The human race had been suppressed for too long, causing some humans to be unable to resist the temptation and choose to escape. It was fine if they just escaped, but they were afraid that they would join the Wan and attract the Wan's encirclement and suppression. When the ninth tide had just ended, because some experts did not take it seriously, some defected and attracted the wand's attention. Many experts had died. Marquis Dingjun did not dare to forget this lesson. From one end of the street to the other, there were only so many people. After one trip, everyone was still there. It was not bad. Marquis Dingjun let out a breath and said softly, "I wonder how the lower worlds are doing." Behind him, a few similarly ancient existences were also filled with worry. Hearing this, a white-haired old man said softly, "Marquis, there's no need to worry. Since the myriad races are discussing how to deal with the lower realm, it's obvious that the lower realm has not completely fallen." Marquis Dingjun nodded slightly and walked towards his house. In front of him, there was a simple house. This was his Marquis mansion. As he walked, Marquis Dingjun said, "The fall of Min Mountain is something I did not expect. Sigh, what I am most worried about is that after Min Mountain's fall, will some of our intelligence be exposed?" He was a little worried. Min Mountain was the core of our previous contact. Min Mountain knows where we are hiding. Min Mountain probably won't expose us. What I am afraid of is, he told some of his subordinates, and someone betrayed him, causing all of our locations to be exposed. A few days ago, a group of wands suddenly came to Moonflower Valley. This is what I am worried about. If this doesn't work, we can only retreat. Marquis Dingjun said with helplessness. The white-haired old man also said in a low voice, "Ho Yi, if we retreat now and change places, we can only find another dangerous place. Every time we move, we suffer a huge loss. These 1,000 people, when we reach the next dangerous place, how many can survive?" It was not so easy to change places. If not for this, they would have changed places long ago. After Marquis Min Mountain died, they should move away. They did not move because they were worried. If they moved again, how many of them could survive? Marquis Dingjun said with a bitter expression, "In the past, the human race was so glorious. The wand submitted, the heavens worshipped. In the heavens and on the earth, the living and the dead, the human race was supreme." "Father, you are talking about this again." In the big house, a young girl walked out with helplessness. "We have never experienced this." "Father, don't talk about this next time. Every time you talk about it, my ears are growing calluses. We are being hunted everywhere, and I have never left Moonflower Valley." Marquis Dingjun's eyes showed sorrow. Yes, this was his daughter. She was born 30 years ago. In order to continue his descendants and inherit the human race, after his son died in battle, he settled in Moonflower Valley. In these years, he gave birth to another daughter. Because she was his daughter, her talent was naturally good. In just 30 years, she had reached the peak of Sun Moon. But, she had never left Moonflower Valley. Her sky was only as big as Moonflower Valley. She had only heard of the glory of the ancient times, but had never experienced it or seen it. She did not know how powerful the human race was in the past. The wand kneeled and worshipped, a place of pilgrimage. He was an ancient marquis, an expert of the ancient human race. Even the Wan Emperor had to treat him with respect. "We will go out." Marquis Dingjun thought and smiled. "We will. The human race will rise again. We have survived for 100,000 years and have never been extinct. His Majesty, King Wen, they will all come back." Although he said this, he felt despair in his heart. 100,000 years, if they could come back, they would have come back long ago. He did not believe that those powerful existences had died, but he had to believe it now. Undying, 100,000 years should come back. The young girl did not think much of it. Her father had always said this for countless years. She only heard it from some old people. She did not want to break her father's fantasy. She smiled and said, "Father, let's not talk about this first. Show me the star sea tonight. I saw it last time. It was so beautiful." "Is the sea like that?" "It's so beautiful." In these years, Marquis Dingjun would show her some of the ancient territories so that she could see what the outside world was like. "The Star Sea," Marquis Dingjun smiled and nodded. "Okay. The Star Sea is an extremely beautiful place. There are countless races there, countless world entrances, countless legends, countless myths. Of course, Lord Ming Wang's infatuation and love can't be missed. Beside him, the white-haired old man laughed. Ho Yi, I have told you about Lord Mingwang countless times. Marquis Dingjun smiled. Then when talking about the Star Sea, Lord Mingwang must be mentioned. That incomparably powerful force floated in the Star Sea alone and did not fall for thousands of years. Just for the smile of Princess Mingwang. It's really enviable. At the side, the young girl did not interrupt this time. She liked to listen to these stories. She was tired of fighting and killing. In the past 30 years, there were battles. Every time, someone went out and never came back, a group of people had left before, a group of uncles who watched her grow up. Perhaps, they would never come back. Such days were too tiring. Listening to her father gossip about the ancient experts was her happiest time. As for glory and glory, it was not important. No matter how glorious it was all over. 100,000 years was enough to bury everything. At this moment, when Marquis Dingjun told his daughter about the Star Sea, outside the bright Moonflower Valley, the space fluctuated slightly. Suyu looked over. Countless flowers densely covered the entire world. The huge valley was full of flowers. Above the valley, there was a bright moon. It was extremely beautiful. However, it was also extremely dangerous. He opened the heavenly gate and looked toward the valley. In the next instant, his brows furrowed. This is a place even more dangerous than the Soul Burial Mountain. These flowers are actually all cultivating, walking the same path. As Suyu spoke, he suddenly looked around and raised his brows. Marquis Dingjun has been targeted. As he spoke, 3 small gates appeared on the foreheads of Lan Tian and the other 2. In an instant, they also saw some indistinct thin lines around them. Lan Tian smiled seductively. There are indeed a few insects. However, there is only 1 Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty Figure and 3 Eternal Super Mighty Figures. It looks like they are not ready to attack yet. If they were to attack, 1 Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty Figure would not be enough. However, since Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty Figures had come, they had most likely confirmed Marquis Dingjun's location and could attack at any time. These people were guarding outside the Flower Valley, most likely to prevent Marquis Dingjun from escaping. The Great Light Monarch also smiled. So, if we didn't come, Marquis Dingjun might have died. When we came, we saved him instead? I guess so. Suyu chuckled. Take them down first. These guys are not in the Flower Valley, so they are easier to deal with. That Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty Figure is only around 5th grade. Trash, among those present, only the Great Light Monarch was about as powerful as him. Everyone else was much more powerful than him. Great Light Monarch, you go and take care of the 3 Eternal Super Mighty Figures. The 3 of us will take him down instantly. Don't make any noise in case we startle Marquis Dingjun. Monarch of Great Zhou, it's all up to you now. The Monarch of Great Zhou smiled. Emperor Yu and I will work together. That way, there will be no mistakes. Suyu also had the power of the bewitching Great Dao. If the 2 of them worked together, they would have no problem dealing with a 5th grade Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty Figure. However, Lan Tian smiled faintly. Where do you think I am? Let's go. If we continue to talk nonsense, my countless brothers and sisters will not be able to hold back anymore. Speechless. They all smiled. Their smiles were relaxed, but they did not let their guard down. All auras were concealed. It was better to be careful since they had just arrived. Outside the Flower Valley, a powerful demon looked into the distance, and his brows furrowed slightly. Behind him, the 3 Eternal Super Mighty Figures looked toward this Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty Figure. One of them asked in a low voice, Lord, is there any movement? It's nothing. The Fiend Celestial was still frowning. It's just that there was a faint spatial fluctuation just now. I'm not sure if it was caused by some nomological fluctuations. They all investigated but did not detect any abnormalities. As for the sense of danger, there was also no such thing. The Dao Integration Stage Fiend Celestial, on the other hand, felt a slight sense of danger. However, upon closer inspection, he could not tell where it was coming from. Could it be that Marquis Dingjun had discovered him? Even if he had, he would not dare to attack him. It was more likely that he would escape. The Fiend Celestial took a deep breath. As soon as Marquis Dingjun escapes, immediately send a message to surround and annihilate him. Our mission is not to fight, but to keep an eye on him. We just have to make sure that he does not escape without a trace. A Dao integration stage super mighty figure was acting as a spy. It was clear that Wan still attached great importance to these remaining humans. Understood. The three of them nodded. They did not want to engage in battle with these fugitives. As long as Marquis Dingjun dared to come out, he would immediately send a message to summon a large number of powerful beings to surround and kill them. Just as they were speaking, a laughter sounded beside their ears. Everyone, shoo. Bear with it for a while. Don't speak. Let's have a chat. The three eternal realms were instantly tricked. Meanwhile, the Fian Celestial's expression changed drastically. He was slightly dazed. Then, another laughter sounded beside his ears. Don't speak, good baby. I love you. Keep quiet. You can only survive if you keep quiet. The three powerful beings activated their power of the Great Tao at almost the same time to disrupt this fifth-grade Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Outside, the Great Bright Monarch spell formation instantly descended, shielding the surroundings. The three eternal realms had already lost their way. The disparity was too great. The Fiend Celestial struggled violently. He had only struggled for a while when countless blue skies suddenly appeared beside him. There were men and women, and they transformed into a large net. The Fiend Celestial chuckled. Good baby, the world loves you, and you love the world. Don't move. The monarch of Great Zhou stepped into the air with a gentle smile. Bear with it. Don't speak. Don't struggle. We're here to save you. The Fiend Celestial struggled internally. No, it's not, it's an enemy. In the next instant, Suyu appeared. A pen appeared in his hand. He tapped on it, and countless words appeared. Seal, lock, capture, suppress, countless words appeared. The tip of the pen tapped on it. In an instant, his physical body exploded. In the next instant, only the sealed civilization record was left. The top page sealed the West Duchess, and the bottom page engulfed the four of them. It instantly engulfed them. They did not kill anyone in case they caused too much commotion. The Holy Transformation. Seal descended and instantly suppressed them. All the commotion dissipated. They looked at each other and smiled. A heavenly king, two top-tier Tao integration stage super mighty figures, and the Great Bright Monarch who set up the spell formation. It was too easy to deal with a fifth-grade Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Suyu chuckled. Hurry up and take down Marquis Dingjun. Otherwise, these people will disappear and attract Wan's attention. The few of them nodded and instantly disappeared. Since they had already made their move, they had to end it quickly. Otherwise, if Wan could not contact them after these people disappeared, it would be easy for him to slip up. Inside the huge flower, Marquis Dingjun's heart suddenly palpitated. He looked up into the sky and stopped talking. There was a grave expression on his face. Did something happen just now? Ho Yi? Father? At this moment, the white-haired old man and Marquis Dingjun's daughter were a little confused. What happened? Marquis Dingjun did not speak, but he quickly got up with a serious look in his eyes. Countless life and death crises made him feel that something might have gone wrong. Do not underestimate any crisis warning. Humans were different from Wan in the upper realm. One could be careless, but humans could not. One careless mistake could lead to death. Alert! Marquis Dingjun shouted, and his voice spread among the flower plates. In an instant, those who were meditating, chatting, sleeping, and eating were all startled. Thousands of people quickly formed a team. According to the usual arrangement, the elderly were outside, the young were in the middle, and the weak children were kept in the weapon space. However, once the powerhouse carrying the weapon died, it meant that everyone else had died, and there would be no more chances. No one asked or said who the weapon carrying the space was. Anyway, they would not give it to Ho Yi, because Marquis Dingjun needed to fight. Once the space fluctuated, it could easily kill the people inside. Most importantly, Ho Yi would be Wan's first target. Everyone was silent, vigilant, anxious, desperate, and a little dazed. They had been running for too many years. The upper realm was not that beautiful. It sounded noble, but in fact, life was very hard, especially in the last 6,000 years. It was fine in the beginning. Even if they could not occupy the upper realm, they could still compete with Yuan. The new generation of powerhouses did not feel that kind of beauty, only despair and sadness. They're coming again. In the crowd, someone muttered, carrying a bit of relief. This kind of alert had happened many times. Of course, most of the time, the enemy did not come. However, Hou was not at ease, so some people did not take it too seriously. If they really came, at most, they would fight to the death. Death was also a kind of relief. Hundreds of thousands of people were now only left. Beside Marquis Dingjun, several peak eternal powerhouses quickly gathered. The white-haired old man was also a peak eternal powerhouse. He was even close to the Dao integration level. The reason why he did not Dao integration was not because he could not, but because he did not have the opportunity. Of course, if a war broke out and he was exposed, then Dao integration would not be a problem. At this moment, the white-haired old man was completely focused. He was extremely vigilant. Does the Marquis feel the danger? Marquis Dingjun held the spear in his hand as he looked at his daughter and said in a deep voice, "Go there. Confiscate it. We don't need it." He was the daughter of the Marquis Steadfast, and although she was only a sun moon, if she were to die, she would die in battle, not in the weapon dimension. The woman didn't say anything and quickly flew towards the group of 1,000 people. The group of people were vigilant and uneasy as they looked at the sky. Was there a strong enemy? At this moment, Suyu was surprised. It seems like, we've been discovered. Suyu was a little surprised. There was no need for him to search for them one by one. He saw the flower where Marquis Dingjun was, because at this moment, there were some different great Daos appearing. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but they couldn't stop Suyu. At this time, the few of them were walking in the void. The moonlight shone down, but before it could even get close to Suyu and the others, it was devoured by the blue sky with a look of enjoyment. Good place, I want to refine a flower. He smiled. He wanted to be a flower, since he wanted to refine a clone, then of course, he had to walk the path of a flower. The common people's path was too compatible. At this moment, the moonlight was poisonous to others, but to Lan Tian, it was a medium for him to comprehend the power of the great Tao. He wanted to absorb it all. The great Zhou King was lazy to bother with him and said solemnly, "After all, he is an old general and has been chased for many years. His sense of danger must be really sharp. He might not have noticed us, but he definitely has a sense of danger." Suyu nodded his head. The great Zhou King said solemnly, "Then, what should we do now? Attack?" If they attacked, it would cause too much of a commotion. Moreover, this was the Bright Moon Flower Valley. Once the flowers here were alarmed, although they weren't afraid, it would be a huge battle. That was because these flowers weren't weak. They could even merge into one and maybe they could explode with Dao integration combat strength. The danger of this dangerous place was in these things. Suyu looked at the sky. As they had already captured a Dao integration expert, if they dragged on, there would be problems. He thought about it for a moment and exhaled, "If we can't do it, then we will attack. Anyway, it is just a Dao integration realm. Of course, it would be best if we can convince him. If we can't, then we will capture him." Alright. Capturing the Marquis Dingjun was not a big problem. The key was that they could not cause too much of a commotion. Attack. The Great Light Monarch gave the order, and an array formation instantly appeared. The Great Light Monarch was the main array formation, the concealment formation. He had learned this from the Western Queen. The Western Queen had provided the Great Light Monarch with very good ideas, and he had made great progress in the Dao of formations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach Dao integration. The array instantly enveloped the closed flower. Right at this moment, a spear pierced through the sky and shot out from the flower. It had an indomitable aura and determination. The Marquis Dingjun roared furiously, "Scatter and flee." It's over. The instant the array enveloped him, he knew that he might be done for. The Dao integration formation, there was already a Dao integration formation in the main array, let alone the others. "Why are you fleeing?" A light chuckle sounded. In the next moment, countless figures appeared in all directions. Lan Tian chuckled, and an incredibly powerful Lan Tian appeared with a seductive look. Little Dingjun, come and play with me. The Marquis Dingjun exclaimed in shock, Quasi-monarch? No, you're a heavenly monarch, right? Lan Tian snickered and slapped toward him. At the same time, the king of Great Zhou said softly, Marquis Dingjun, we're all on the same side. Don't attack. Everyone, calm down. We're all one family. Bear with it and listen to me. The Marquis Dingjun's gaze wavered slightly, but he instantly broke free from the influence of the Great Dao. He was shocked once again. Who? Another top-notch Dao integration stage cultivator. Damn it, just how many top-notch cultivators had come to kill him? Why hadn't he seen these people before? No, the second person's voice sounded familiar to him, but he couldn't remember who it was. He was fine, but the troop of 1,000 people instantly became confused. They stood there, motionless, with a look of pain and struggle. They knew what had happened and wanted to run, but the king of Great Zhou's voice rang in their ears. Don't move, listen to him. Under the Eternal Realm, they couldn't resist at all. Even at the Eternal Realm, they could only struggle to take a few steps. However, they wanted to put down their weapons and stop fighting. No, they were in extreme despair. They knew that they had encountered an attack from a top-notch cultivator. And there was more than one. Kill. The Marquis Dingjun roared angrily again. No, even if he knew he couldn't defeat them, he couldn't give up. Kill, even if he couldn't kill his way out, he had to kill a Dao integration cultivator. He could even borrow the power of the Flower Valley to break the array formation and alarm all the flowers in the Flower Valley. The flowers of the Bright Moon Flower Valley were also powerful cultivators. Just as he was about to pierce through Lan Tian's palm with his spear, a white figure suddenly appeared. Impudent! A low roar shook the Great Dao. The Marquis Dingjun's vision blurred, and he saw a huge stone smashing toward him. Suppress! Suyu roared, and the stone struck. His mortal master seal might not be able to suppress the Marquis Dingjun, but if the small stone was used by the ancient human emperor, it might have some suppressive effect on these guys. Sure enough. Boom, a loud sound rang out, and the Marquis Dingjun's Great Dao shook. His entire body was a little numb. In an instant, he was grabbed by Lan Tian's hand, and with a crack, his armor shattered. Pooh, the Marquis Dingjun spat out a mouthful of blood and attacked again with his spear. However, he was in despair. He had just attacked with his spear when his vision suddenly blurred. The spear was caught by a white-haired man and was instantly taken away by him. How dare you resist instead of bowing to your superior? A low roar shook the Great Dao again. In an instant, countless blue skies turned into a huge net, wrapping him within. Lan Tian laughed cruelly. A mere marquis has guts. You don't bow to Emperor Yu, and you dare to resist? Emperor Yu? The Marquis Dingjun was shocked. What, these people, seem to be humans. Where did these powerful cultivators come from? Before he had time to think about it, he was suddenly shocked, and he couldn't help but say, Lord Wenwang. At this moment, a brush appeared. Suyu held the huge brush in his hand, and in an instant, he drew countless Shenwen characters, sealing the other party. As for the Marquis Dingjun, he subconsciously withdrew some of his struggling power. He was at a loss, shocked, and in disbelief. Who are you? Who are you? He let out a low roar. Who the hell are you? The three powerful cultivators were all more powerful than him. There was even a Dao integration cultivator guarding the array outside. Where did these four powerful cultivators come from? He didn't know them, so you couldn't be bothered to say more. He would take them down first. Waves of sealing power emanated from the brush. In the blink of an eye, Suyu sealed Lan Tian's Great Dao. At the side, the monarch of Great Zhou was chanting something. The others were trapped by him and could not move at all. From Suyu's brush, waves of sealing Shenwen flew out and rapidly entered the bodies of those cultivators. All of them were locked down. In next to no time, Suyu stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the 1,000 people were pulled into his enormous palm. These people were all conscious, but they couldn't resist. All of them revealed expressions of indignation, anger, and fear. Who was this white-haired demon king? Their foresight wasn't as good as the Marquis Dingjun. They only knew that the attacking cultivators were terrifyingly powerful. The Marquis Dingjun was so powerful, but he was taken down instantly. The Marquis Dingjun couldn't even defeat a single one of them. This was impossible. The Marquis Dingjun was not a weakling among the Dao integration cultivators. According to Suyu's classification, he was a third-grade Dao integration cultivator. First-grade Heavenly King, second-grade Dao integration cultivators at the pinnacle, and third-grade Dao integration cultivators were also top-notch Dao integration cultivators. However, whether it was Lan Tian or Suyu, they could all suppress the Marquis Dingjun. At this moment, everyone was in despair. However, Suyu frowned slightly and looked into the distance. Not good, the commotion is getting too big. Trouble. As he spoke, he glanced at the dazed Marquis Dingjun and frowned. Lan Tian, capture him and take him away. Marquis Dingjun, stop. With that said, he suddenly waved his hand and a few figures appeared. The Marquis Dingjun was dumbfounded. This, Mo Shurji? He recognized this guy. He was a Tide Dao integration demon. Just as he was surprised, Suyu struck out with his palm. Boom, with a loud boom, the demon tribe cultivator who had just appeared was smashed into pieces by his palm. Even the three eternal monarchs were smashed into mincemeat. Suyu's will of civilization appeared, and the demon tribe page was still there. At this moment, it swallowed the four of them. Boom, in the sky, a dark cloud suddenly appeared. This was not a phenomenon of laws, but a riot of laws caused by the death of a top-notch cultivator. Suyu directly killed the other party. After killing a Dao integration cultivator and three eternal monarchs, Suyu was also afraid of trouble. He was afraid that these guys were carrying something or the power of their bloodlines, and they would be tracked down by others. He had just arrived, so he had to keep a low profile. There was no need to capture them alive. Just kill them. Killing was also for the sake of keeping a low profile. Yes, that was it. After killing a few people, Suyu grabbed over 1,000 people with one hand and instantly drew them into his will of civilization. He could squeeze through if he squeezed a little. Burn! Monstrous flames appeared, incinerating heaven and earth. Countless flames suddenly appeared in the entire flower valley, instantly extinguishing some of the flowers. The monarch of Great Zhou and Lan Tian also made their moves, shattering all the nearby flowers without leaving a trace. The flames burned, and their auras were extinguished. The Great Light Monarch appeared, and the formation shrank. He quickly said, "Let's go." Someone seems to have sensed the commotion. There's no rush. Destroy all traces and don't leave any auras. Suyu was not in a hurry, lest he made a mistake while busy. Soon, all traces were cleared, and all the nearby flowers were burned. The entire Bright Moon Flower Valley instantly became a land of death. Not only that, but the monarch of Great Zhou smiled and said playfully, "Old Zhu, leave the formation behind. We'll leave some good stuff for those fellows who come later to play with. You hide the formation's aura." The Great Light Monarch bare one's teeth said, "The formation costs money, cut the crap." All right. Helpless, the Great Light Monarch could only quickly reveal the formation. When Suyu saw the situation, he smiled as well. Then, he quickly compressed energy in the formation, compressing boundless essence and large amounts of nomological energy. On the other side, Lan Tian chuckled and said, "I'll leave a clone to play with. When I find the best opportunity, I'll blow them up." As Lan Tian spoke, he suddenly turned into a charred and incomplete flower. Then, he giggled and said, "They will definitely come to search. With one look, there is only a broken flower left. They will definitely come, hee hee. Bury the formation in my clone." The few did not say anything else, quickly taking action. In the blink of an eye, the formation turned into a ball, and Lan Tian's broken flower clone swallowed it. His clone quickly hid underground. Then, he giggled and said, "How's the hiding? Create some difficulty and make it take them some time to find me. Otherwise, it won't be real." Suyu laughed and nodded. Lan Tian was quite good at this. If they found him easily, it would be hard to believe. Thus, creating some difficulty would make it more realistic. Suyu quickly captured Marquis Dingjun and said with a faint smile, "Don't struggle and don't move. Otherwise, I will execute you as a traitor." At this moment, Marquis Dingjun was sealed, but he could still see and feel him. He looked at these people with a look of astonishment and confusion. For powerful beings, they attacked him as soon as they appeared. Then, they killed a Dao integration stage demon. Now, it seemed like they were plotting against others. They were all humans, Emperor Yu. King Wen. Lan Tian. At this moment, Marquis Dingjun did not know what to think. He was very excited, very confused, and also a little scared. Who can tell me what happened? Are they humans? If they are humans, why did they attack me? If they are not humans, then these people are clearly humans. Apart from that heavenly king, he could not tell. Confusion, uneasiness, and a hint of hope mixed in with uneasiness. He did not dare to ask or say anything. He could only wait silently. At least, these people did not have any intention of killing him. Let's go. Suyu shouted. Soon, everyone gathered. The capital of the Great Zhou, Shunwen, rippled. Space was torn apart. Suyu's small stone appeared and suppressed the spatial ripples. With a laugh, the few of them instantly teleported away. In the blink of an eye, they appeared millions of kilometers away. The small stone in Suyu's hand emitted waves of fluctuations, suppressing all the spatial ripples from the teleportation. The space quickly healed. This way, there was no way to track them. The most elite forces of the human race were gathered here. How could they be caught so easily? Not long after they disappeared, several auras appeared. Soon, 7 or 8 figures appeared in the Flower Valley. At this moment, the Flower Valley was already charred black. Among this group of people, an existence with a powerful aura swept his gaze over and frowned. He said angrily, "Damn it, Mo Shurji is dead. I told him not to alert them and only to keep an eye on them. Bastard." He felt that Mo Shurji must have alerted them and been discovered by Marquis Dingjun. Damn it, bastard, now that those guys have escaped, it would be difficult to pursue them. Chase. He brought a lot of people with him. Even if he killed Mo Shurji, he won't be able to escape so easily. Maybe he is injured too. The leading powerhouse was incomparably angry. Damn it, bastard, he probed around but couldn't sense any fluctuations. In just a short while, those people ran away. They wouldn't be hiding nearby, right? He quickly probed around and frowned slightly. Soon, his eyes suddenly changed. There seemed to be living things below. He smashed the ground with a palm. At this moment, a broken flower, charred black, appeared in front of everyone. This top powerhouse's eyes moved slightly. There was still a flower. Maybe he could reverse time and see where that guy escaped to. He quickly landed, and the others hurriedly followed. Now, he didn't know where Marquis Dingjun had run to and where to chase after him. First, check the situation. My lord, this bright moon flower is still alive. Maybe we can reverse time to find out where Marquis Dingjun went. Nonsense. The leader was furious. Do I need you to say that? Hindsight, he grabbed the flower. On the flower, a pair of eyes gradually appeared, with some confusion and fear. The leader was too lazy to ask and waste time. As long as it was alive, the power of laws fluctuated. Reverse time, there were living things here, so it was useless for them to destroy everything here. Marquis Dingjun probably didn't have time to clean up the battlefield and didn't find this lucky flower. Time began to reverse. And right at this moment, the leader suddenly felt a sense of danger, and his expression changed. In an instant, he let out a low roar and broke through the void to escape. Boom, a huge explosion resounded throughout heaven and earth, and the entire bright moon flower valley was directly turned into a black hole. Rumble. In this group, apart from the Dao integration stage powerhouse, there were 7 other people, 2 Dao integration stage powerhouses and 5 eternal stage powerhouses. There were a total of 3 Dao integration stage powerhouses and 5 eternal stage powerhouses. Accompanied by this earth-shattering explosion, the 5 eternal stage powerhouses were directly blown to pieces, and their great Dao was shattered. As for the 2 Dao integration stage mighty figures, one of them had his physical body instantly obliterated. He let loose an enraged roar, and another body suddenly appeared. 3 movement techniques. This person was clearly a Dao integration stage powerhouse after the ancient times, and he used 3 movement techniques. At this moment, his life was saved. The power of the explosion was very powerful, but it only lasted for a short while. After his second body was blown to pieces, his third body appeared, and the power of the explosion disappeared. The powerful being who had only one body remaining was deathly pale. There was boundless shock and horror on his face. He had almost died just like that. As for the Tao integration stage powerhouse who had come with him, he was very unlucky. That person was more powerful than him, and he had used the war integration technique instead of the three movement techniques. As expected, sometimes it depended on luck, not power. In a situation like this, the three movement techniques were much more effective than the war integration technique. Space split open, and the top-tier powerful being who had just escaped suddenly roared with rage. Who is it? It wasn't Marquis Dingjun. He couldn't create such a powerful explosion, yet it was able to fool his sense of danger. It had to have been done by a top-tier being. In fact, it was quite a bit more powerful than him. Even though it was just one explosion, there were far too many things involved. Aura concealment, the power of loss compression, the concealment of danger detection, and that flower itself had some problems. This wasn't something a brute like Marquis Dingjun could do. He didn't have that kind of power. At this moment, the powerful being was both shocked and enraged. He had brought 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures and 5 Eternal Realm super mighty figures, including Mo Shurji. That meant that he had lost 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures and 8 Eternal Realm super mighty figures. Such a loss was far too heavy. There was also a Tao integration stage super mighty figure who had lost 2 of his 3 bodies. He was furious, but his heart was filled with shock. He couldn't give chase. His opponent was most likely more powerful than him. Even though he was close to a second-grade Tao integration stage super mighty figure, he knew that his opponent was more powerful than him. Otherwise, there was no way he could have fooled his senses. It wasn't Marquis Dingjun, definitely not. He didn't give chase. Instead, he waved a hand through the air. In the next instant, a massive golden firework blossomed in the air. Soon, bursts of powerful intent quickly spread toward him. The deaths of 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures and the massive explosion had alerted all of the nearby powerful beings. Bazoo, what happened? A powerful being appeared, and he looked down with a hint of surprise and bewilderment on his face. This was the Bright Moon Flower Valley. Apparently, Marquis Dingjun was hiding there, and Bazoo seemed to be preparing to hunt him down. Had something gone wrong, the person who had come was not a member of the demon tribe. Instead, Bazoo was a powerful being from the demon tribe. As for the deaths of 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures from the demon tribe, it wasn't that much of a heartache. After all, they were competitors to begin with, so it didn't matter if they died. What they were more concerned about was, how could this be? Bazoo was also an ancient marquis. He was an extremely powerful being, and he had brought a few Tao integration stage super mighty figures with him. How could they have fallen into Marquis Dingjun's trap? That guy got away. That was impossible. Even more massive faces appeared in the sky as this person spoke. Bazoo looked at them with a cold expression. Soon, he gritted his teeth and said, there was an accident. It wasn't Marquis Dingjun. There was a powerful being helping him from the shadows. Mo Shurji was killed in advance, and his opponent left behind a vast amount of compressed nomological power here. It exploded. Everyone came to a realization, and a peculiar expression appeared on their faces. In other words, he had fallen into a trap. This guy was so unlucky. The death of 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures was a huge loss for any race. Soon, another massive face appeared, and it was filled with rage. Bazoo, you be *starred. Where are Marquis Dingjun and his group? Bazoo's face showed a hint of anger, but he suppressed it and quickly said, Marquis Duanxue, when I came, they were already gone. Trash. Marquis Duanxue. At this moment, the other huge faces all had peculiar expressions, and they quickly avoided this one. This person was in existence on the same level as the Immortal War Marquis. In the past, the two of them had fought for many years for the sake of the great Tao of Laws. A few days ago, the Immortal War Marquis seemed to have won, but this person was still angry. Today, the demon race had lost another 2 Tao integration stage super mighty figures. It was already good enough that this person was not angry. Why aren't you chasing after him? Marquis Duanxue was furious. Are you waiting for my true body to come? Are you going to chase after your ancestor? Fury. Although this piece of trash was an ancient marquis like him, Marquis Xianxia did not take it seriously. His true body was too far away, or else he would have come with his true body. Meanwhile, Marquis Xianxia had been waiting here all this time. Wait, your mother. He was extremely furious. You're just afraid of death, but you're an ancient marquis. How can you be killed so easily? Now that you've caused such a commotion, a large number of powerful cultivators will soon arrive. You should chase after him first, or else you won't be able to catch up to him. Bazu's face was filled with anger. The outsiders were still watching. Xianxia scolded him directly. Despite his anger, he still said in a low voice, I'll chase after him immediately, but the other party might be much stronger than me. Shut up, now. Marquis Xianxia roared angrily. Bazu did not say anything else. He gritted his teeth and quickly disappeared through the void. Chase my ass. When he arrived, the other party had already run away. How could he chase after him? Forget it, he would just find a random direction to chase after him. At this moment, Bazu was also thinking. Who was it who was helping Marquis Dingjun, a powerful cultivator of the human race? Did the few living powerful cultivators of the human race have such strength? The strongest, Marquis Minshan, had already been killed. Now, even if the remaining few were stronger than Marquis Dingjun, their strength was limited. Unless they joined forces, how could they be so powerful that they could instantly kill Mo Shurji and create such a powerful explosion? If it's not the human race, could it be? Thoughts flashed through his mind, and there was a ferocious glint in his eyes. If it was not the human race, could it be a powerful race like the ancient Iron Eaters? No, this clearly smelled of a civilizer. There were many powerful cultivators in powerful races like the ancient Iron Eaters, but it was more likely that this was done by a civilizer. The celestial race? The celestial race was the best at these things. With countless thoughts, he searched everywhere. After a long while, he felt a little powerless. He could not find anything, even if there were any traces before, they were all gone now. As for the Bright Moonflower Valley, it had been blown to pieces. There was probably nothing left. Damn it, he cursed in his heart. This time, he was in big trouble. The Demon Parliament might find trouble with him now that 2 Dao integration stage cultivators were dead. Unlucky, he soon stopped chasing. If the Marquis of Xianxia did not chase after him, what if he was ambushed and killed? The powerful cultivator who attacked this time might be a peak Dao integration stage cultivator, or even a quasi-monarch. He could not judge, but he could not chase anymore. At the same time, near the soul-burying mountain, Suyu looked into the distance. This place was extremely far away, but the nomological fluctuation still traveled over. Suyu saw the huge explosion and the shattering of the Dao integration stage cultivator. A smile appeared on Suyu's face. Have they never suffered before? To actually kill a Dao integration stage cultivator. These idiots, don't they have any defenses? Even he was surprised. He had only set up some traps to kill some Eternal Realm cultivators, but he had unexpectedly killed a Dao integration stage cultivator. Suyu chuckled. These guys from the upper realm are really stupid. The monarch of Great Zhou also chuckled. No, they just didn't expect this. The human race has always been on the decline, and they only know how to run. How would they dare to set up traps and counterattack? Besides, without the combat power of a heavenly monarch, it would be very difficult to do this. Suyu nodded slightly. That's true, but they're still very stupid. Suyu smiled. A good start. Not bad, we killed 2 Dao integration stage cultivators, both from the demon race. I only killed Marquis Modong of the demon race, which was a little regretful, but it's fine now. The monarch of Great Zhou smiled. Next time we kill the celestial race. The celestial race lost Soldier King and Marquis Yunxing, but not a single celestial race member died. Suyu also smiled. That's true. The celestial race was quite lucky. With the old imperial concubine around, it was not easy to kill them. The other party did not send anyone down last time, so it was even more difficult to kill them. As they chatted, the captured Marquis Dingjun was extremely dazed. He murmured, dead. 2 Dao integration stage cultivators? Since when were Dao integration stage cultivators so easy to kill? Idiots from the upper realm. Lower realm, these people came from the lower realm. He carried disbelief, a bit of expectation, and a bit nervousness as he said, you guys came from the lower realms? The monarch of Great Zhou looked at him and smiled. You still don't recognize me? Marquis Dingjun looked at him for a while and fell into his memories. After a long time, he said in shock, You are Zhou Tianqing? Ahem, Zhou Tianqi. The monarch of Great Zhou coughed lightly and smiled. However, Marquis Dingjun shook his head. No, you are Zhou Tianqing. I remember now. Am I right? That's the name of the last tide. The current Zhou Tianqi. The monarch of Great Zhou smiled. It's just a name. In any case, he often changed his name. As for Marquis Dingjun, he was extremely shocked. He did not care about his name anymore. You came from the lower realm? How is this possible? He did not dare to believe it. These people all came from the lower realm, killing soldier kings, Marquis Yunxing, Marquis Mo Dang. How many Dao integration stage cultivators did these people kill? Were the people from the lower realm so powerful? Even if he knew this Zhou Tianqi and he was not from this tide, but since when did a quasi-king stage cultivator appear in the lower realm? Also, who was this white-haired young man? At this moment, Marquis Dingjuan's mind was in a mess. Who could tell him what happened? He was sitting at home when he was suddenly captured. Not only was he captured, but 2 Dao integration stage cultivators from the demon tribe had suddenly died. Then, these people told him that they came from the lower realm that he imagined might be destroyed. He was going crazy. Why were the lower realms so powerful? Then why were we still thinking that the lower realm was no good? Once the upper realm opened up, we could go and save the lower realm. Wouldn't that be a joke? So you could not be bothered to explain further. Let's go back first. Perhaps the Wan realm will search for us. There are so many powerful beings. Only 2 Dao integration stage cultivators have died. I can see that over a dozen Dao integration stage cultivators have appeared in all directions. Suyu sighed with emotion. The upper realm is quite a complicated place. Let's go back first and think about this. Understood. They replied. Under Marquis Dingjuan's astonished gaze, even that freakish quasi-king seemed to be very obedient. He did not waste any more words and quickly flew toward the depths of the Soul Burial Mountain. Emperor Yu, he recalled how these people had addressed him before, and the brush that he had seen earlier. With some uncertainty and excitement, he suddenly asked, Is this the human lord of the Tidewater? That was the only way, otherwise, there was no way to explain why these people were so obedient. The lower realm had given birth to another human emperor. Moreover, he felt that this human emperor was not weak. At the very least, he was slightly stronger than him. Of course, compared to the previous human emperor, he seemed to be slightly weaker. Moreover, he was far weaker than the 100-battle king. Just as he was thinking this, the king of Great Zhou smiled. He's not the human emperor. Marquis Dingjun was startled. No? He's the human emperor of this new era. Marquis Dingjun was astonished. What nonsense are you talking about? You, the king of Great Zhou smiled. I'm the flame bearer, the first generation's flame bearer. Your son is still my junior and my subordinate. Don't doubt me and don't talk too much to me. Understand? Marquis Dingjun was stunned. The flame bearer, the first generation's flame bearer. He carefully looked at the king of Great Zhou for a long time. He was a little confused. He had seen this Zhou Tianqing a few times in the last tide. However, he was very low-key and only had eternal strength. However, he was the first generation's flame bearer. Clearly, he had hidden his strength. Could it be that this human emperor was supported by him? If that was the case, then it was understandable. The human emperor, such arrogance. Could it be that this flame bearer was going to support this Emperor Yu to become the human emperor and control him from behind the scenes? In an instant, countless thoughts appeared in his mind. As for Suyu, he was very calm. Lan Tian seemed to know what the other was thinking. He cackled and touched Marquis Dingjuan's head. Under Marquis Dingjuan's somewhat angry gaze, Lan Tian smiled faintly. Be good. I haven't killed a human marquis before. Don't be the first human marquis to be killed by me. Be good. Marquis Dingjuan's heart turned cold. Is he serious? This person was also the strongest he felt. He was even stronger than the flame bearer. Lan Tian smiled faintly. Suyu frowned slightly. Don't scare the senior. We're all humans. Senior has fought for the human race for many years and is even an ancient marquis. Don't be rude. Lan Tian grinned. Big brother Emperor Yu is right. Don't scare him. Leave it to the King of Great Zhou. If he can't handle it, we'll scare the King of Great Zhou and let him cut it. The King of Great Zhou was tired. Seeing Marquis Dingjun looking at him helplessly, he ignored him. Don't look at me. I'm not the one in charge, I'm here and I'm the target of their suppression. Anyway, if there's a problem, I'm the King of Great Zhou. If there's nothing, I'm the remnant of the King of 100 Battles, who am I supposed to reason with? I'm not the one supporting 100 Battles. I just feel that 100 Battles is strong and can contribute to the human race. Now that all of you who are supporting 100 Battles have appeared, I'm out, right? The King of Great Zhou could not be bothered. As long as Marquis Dingjun knew his place, it would not be a big problem. So you would not kill a human ancient marquis for no reason. As for Marquis Dingjun, he had lived for countless years and had been hiding for countless years. He still had the discerning eyes. At this moment, he was shocked. This flame bearer, wasn't he the one in charge? As he thought about it, they arrived. In an instant, Marquis Dingjun saw more people, including some familiar faces. For example, he knew Xinghong. He knew all of these guardians. He had seen them before. After all, these people had been guarding the passageway for many years and he had seen them many times. Emperor Yu. Your Majesty. Everyone called out with some joy. Their attitude caused Marquis Dingjun to tremble slightly again. These people did not care about the quasi-king or the flame-bearer. Everyone's eyes were focused on the white-haired young man. This was not something the puppet master could do. It should be known that here, this Emperor Yu's strength was inferior to those two. Why was this so? At this moment, Marquis Dingjun had countless questions he wanted to ask, but he could not ask them. As for Marquis Dingjun, he did not see Lu Shan and Du Bing. Their eyes were wide open and their jaws dropped. Ho Yi was captured. F*ck. How long had it been? He was really captured. These people were too terrifying. At this moment, the two Eternal Realm experts were scared out of their wits. Ho Yi was hiding in a dangerous place, but he was captured just like that. Then, what about Ho Ye's subordinates, their friends, family? Was he dead or captured? Meanwhile, Suyu smiled and said casually, It's okay, don't look at me. We've captured Marquis Dingjun and killed 2 Dao integration stage demons. Let's rest for a few days. The upper realm might be looking for us during this time. Xinghong chuckled. Let's look for them. Are we afraid of them? I knew we would definitely reap some rewards this time. Emperor Yu, when did we become so powerful? Suyu laughed. What's the rush? I just came up and don't know the situation yet. Let's talk about it later. As he spoke, he looked at Marquis Dingjun and casually waved his hand. Over 1,000 people appeared. Keep an eye on them first. I don't want to talk about some things. Monarch of the Great Zhou, you have something to talk about with them. Chat with them and bring Marquis Dingjun to see me later. Understood. Monarch of the Great Zhou nodded and looked at Marquis Dingjun with a smile. At this moment, Marquis Dingjun gradually calmed down. He was very solemn. He also wanted to know what had happened in the lower realm. At this moment, he also wanted to chat with this flame bearer. As for his subordinates, they were all suppressed to the point where they could not move. All of them had expressions of fear on their faces. This was because every one of them had a person beside them. The person was looking at them from head to toe. They were so frightened that they did not dare to breathe. So many cute little babies. The thousands of Lan Tian were all laughing and talking. They were saying the same thing, but with different tones and voices. Those who heard them felt a chill in their hearts. I really want to take pity on these little babies. Lan Tian continued to speak. Near him, the great light monarch and the others avoided him. Being with this guy was really stressful. As for Marquis Dingjun, his heart was also very heavy. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't move. Don't be impatient." He could feel that the humans in the lower realm did not seem to have much respect for them. Aside from the flame relayer, who seemed to be somewhat kind, the others looked at them as if they were strangers and irrelevant people. That kind of look was called alienation. Yes, alienation. This was because everyone knew that Suyu did not like the ancient humans, nor did he like the humans in the upper realm. Because of this, the great Zhou monarch had been suppressed in the lower realm. They did not dare to have anything to do with these guys. Marquis Dingjun also saw an Iron Eater Dao integration stage cultivator. He was also very low-key at this moment, staying far away from them. It was as if he was afraid that they would be a big problem. After all, the Iron Eater clan in the upper realm had a good relationship with them. Why was it like this? Countless thoughts appeared in Marquis Dingjun's mind again. He looked at September. September was a little flustered by his gaze. He suddenly said, "Don't look at me. I'm not familiar with you. Emperor Yu, my clan is only familiar with you. I don't know this guy. He's looking at me on purpose." Marquis Dingjun was confused. This? I'm just looking at him. Is there a need to be like this? Nearby, Suyu could not help but laugh. Take a good look at him. That's a lot of meat. Then, all right. September felt even more pressured. Why are you looking at me? I'm really not familiar with you. Really? He moved his butt over to where Xia Longwu and the others were. Look all you want. Look at me. I won't pay attention to you. In the distance, the king of Great Zhou left with Marquis Dingjun. Suyu ignored him. Blue Sky quietly followed him. That was not something that Suyu considered. At this moment, Suyu was busy with his own matters. Observe the sky. Yes, these two words were too meaningful and had a lingering charm to them. The last time Suyu went to King Wen's manor, he saw two words on the back door, heaven gazing. At that time, Suyu did not understand. Now, he would often look at the sky. The sky was really different. There was a great path of undead souls in the world of souls. In the sky of the myriad worlds, there was a long river of time with countless tributaries. Meanwhile, the higher realm skies couldn't see the long river of time, a turbid expanse. This place seemed to still be a pure land, no one setting up natural laws here. If the river of time is also a great Tao, then it means that someone created the heavens in the myriad worlds, and left behind the river of time. Therefore, the owner of the river of time is the person who created the heavens. Later on, the master of the great Tao of dead spirits stole the power to create the heavens in the realm of dead spirits. However, the heavens he created were incomplete and not powerful enough. Therefore, the great Tao of dead spirits was created. The master of this Tao was actually also the one who created the heavens. The humans of the upper realms originally wanted to create their own territory. The Renhuang might have also wanted to split open the sky and become the third one to split open the sky. However, before he could succeed, he ran into trouble. Otherwise, there would also be a special long river here. Of the three sky creators, the master of the river of time was the most successful. The master of the great Tao of necromancy borrowed the power of the master of the river of time. As for the human sovereign, he didn't succeed at all. Or perhaps he just started. However, the human sovereign might also want to steal the power of the river of time. The power of the great path here is obvious, and there is a lot of power of rules without a master. Is it from the river of time? Or maybe the Renhuang also opened an opening, just like the great path of the dead spirits, but he didn't connect his own path, so the power of the great path spilled out. Observing the sky was a kind of comprehension, a kind of enlightenment that allowed one to see through the essence of the world. Today, Suyu felt even more strongly that when King Wen wrote about observing the sky, he didn't just mean to look at the sky. Perhaps he was also looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Just how many experts were there in this world? If the river of time had a master, then where was it? Was the master of the path of necromancy really dead? Who were King Wen and the others fighting with? The more he saw, the more he knew, the more insignificant he felt. The so-called master of the laws was only the master of a tributary of the river of time. Compared to the entire river of time, he was far too insignificant. Where was the end of the river of time? How long was it? How strong was it, so you could see the end of one side of the great path of dead spirits? He hadn't reached the other side, but Suyu felt that there was still hope for him to reach the level of the master of the great path of dead spirits in this lifetime. But what about the master of the river of time? Although Lan Tian had carved a path of blood that belonged to him on this path, how far did that path cover the entire river of time? 1/10 of the length, 1%, or 1 in 10,000. Moreover, could this bloody path extend through the entire river of time? Blue Sky's path was still long and far. His potential was just a bit stronger than other great Daos. Blue Sky had no hope of becoming a master of the laws. In this life, he could only be a Dao Fender. One day, he would occupy the entire river of time. Otherwise, he would be a Dao Fender for the rest of his life. There was no end to his path. Just like human experts who cultivated the Dao of the flesh. Some of them had walked very far and had battle prowess comparable to the masters of the laws, but they weren't masters of the laws. This was because the Dao didn't belong to them. The human race's Dao of the fleshly body was probably established by the human ancestor. It's an extremely powerful great Dao. Out of all the Daos I've seen, the river of time is number 1, the great path of dead spirits is number 2, and the human Dao of the fleshly body is number 3, the human ancestor, from the primordial era, no, from the time when the heavens were opened. The primordial era. King Wen and the others were actually from the primordial era. They just ended it and established the ancient era. I heard that the human ancestor's surname was Zhou, or maybe he was just called Zhou. Did a powerhouse like the human ancestor also die? Hong Meng said he existed during the time when the heavens were opened. Is that true or false? Has it only been 200,000 years since the heavens were opened? Some Dao integration experts can live for over 100,000 years, much less the masters of the laws. If only 200,000 years have passed, they should still be alive, right? After arriving in the higher realms, Suyu looked up at the sky and comprehended even more things. There was one benefit of the higher realms that Suyu could sense. Here, the power of the great Daos was mixed together. No, it was more accurate to say that the power of the great Daos was turbid. This was the state of the beginning of the world. There weren't many rules here. It was actually quite interesting here. Perhaps splitting open the heavens was simpler. Perhaps opening a path was even simpler. In fact, it was possible to continue what the human emperor had wanted to do all those years ago. Open a path here, a path to the heavens. Then why can't I become a master of the laws? At this time, Suyu still had one question he couldn't answer. Why couldn't I become a master of the laws? Could it be that it really is because of the heaven overseer? Because of his existence, the destiny of the ancient imperial court still exists. Did the human emperor seal everyone away from becoming a master of the laws? Then how did he do it? Suyu was thinking about the human emperor. If he were the human emperor, he could imagine himself in the role of the human emperor. He knew that a crisis was coming for humanity. Because King Wen, King Wu, and the other experts had left, Wan was beginning to stir. At this time, besides taking away those masters of the laws, what else should I do to prevent Wan from making a comeback? The flame bearer was one of the reasons. The second reason was to stop everyone from becoming masters of the laws, but if there were no masters of the laws, and Wan had even more Dao merge experts, how could they make a comeback? Humanity's physical Dao, is this how it is? Suyu wondered. If no one could become a master of the laws, then humanity's physical Dao was the number 1 Dao in the world. No, there was also the great Dao of death. However, the great Dao of death had the 4 heavenly kings. Ignoring the great Dao of death, the great Dao of death also had a group of experts sealed away. It would be difficult for an expert stronger than the great Dao of death to appear. If that's the case, then the human emperor's schemes are unprecedented. He predicted that humanity would produce a powerhouse like the 100-battle king, who would dominate the heavens. The only thing he didn't predict was that this dominating fellow would be an idiot. Suyu put himself in the human emperor's shoes. He had done everything he could. Humanity was bound to win. A sure-win situation had turned into a near-loss situation. How did he do it? He was convinced. So as long as the masters of the laws don't appear, humanity can't lose. If the human race unifies the heavenly planes once more, the heaven overseer Marquis might become the next master of the laws. Together with the 100-battle king, they'll both step into the Master of the Law's realm and break through the human emperor's seal. If the human race produces another Master of the Laws, the myriad races might do the same, but the human race will be one step ahead. Then there's the martial emperor. If he can be subdued, then humanity will have 3 Masters of the Laws. Next, we'll be able to unify the heavens. The human emperor. The more Suyu thought about it, the more convinced he was that the human emperor was the #1 expert in all the heavens, the #1 master schemer. Amazing, the outside world rarely talked about the human emperor, but to Suyu, the more he learned, the more he felt that the human emperor was truly amazing. King Wen was a very carefree person. He left and stayed when he wanted. The martial king was impulsive and loyal. When King Wen left, he felt that he was in trouble and immediately chased after him. The far-sighted king was probably infatuated with love. There weren't many legends about him, and he didn't know much about him either. It was possible that the far-sighted king was with the human emperor. The Hell King had betrayed him. Where was the Hell King now? With the demon emperor? The demon emperor and the Hell King shared the same bloodline. Clearly, the two were in cahoots. In the end, for the first time in Suyu's mind, the ancient human emperor suppressed King Wen. This human emperor was even more powerful than King Wen. This was Suyu's own deduction. Disregarding everything else, he had at least made more preparations. Then you're saying that the human emperor was the one who created the Masters of the Laws. And the core lies with the Heaven Overseer. If I destroy the Heaven Overseer, perhaps, a Master of the Laws will be born and all of the human emperor's schemes will be foiled, right? If I kill the Heaven Overseer, does that mean a Master of the Laws will appear in Wan? 100 battles might also happen, or perhaps not, because that means his destiny will dissipate. No, that's not right. With his strength, there's still hope for him to become a Master of the Laws. It's just that his destiny is no longer as strong. Is the Heaven Overseer that important? Suyu laughed. No way, whether it was the human emperor or King Wen, why would they place this core in the hands of the Heaven Overseer? That's true. The Heaven Overseer is the hardest to kill because he's the representative of destiny. After deducing all the clues, Suyu had a general idea of how the ancient human emperor and the others had left. This wasn't a useless guess, but an extremely important one. It was so important that he had to consider when to find the Heaven Overseer for a battle. He had to consider the consequences. After killing the Heaven Overseer, the ancient era would come to an end. The human emperor's seal might be undone and everything would start anew. This meant that a Master of the Laws might appear in Wan. Suyu suddenly laughed. Since when did he start thinking so far into the future? Wasn't he always thinking about what to do in the next second? The journey to the higher realms had just begun, but Suyu already felt that he had gained some insights. His own Tao seemed to be growing clearer and clearer. Open a path, open a Tao that belonged to you, Suyu, your Tao can only belong to you. This was because there were likely many failures in front of you. The human ancestor, the master of the great Tao of necromancy, the human emperor, all of them might have failed. Because none of them have actually severed their connection to the river of time. That's not right. It should be severed, completely parallel, not intersecting. Suyu turned his head and looked towards the ends of the world. He seemed to see a hole that pierced through the river of time. Did the human emperor want to open a Tao that belonged to him in the higher realms? King Wen had abandoned the Tao of the brush. Could it be that he also had this thought? Then what was King Wen's current situation? Marquis Dingjun thought that Suyu was looking at him and was a little fearful. This was because he had heard some things about Suyu from the king of state of Zhou. At this moment, when he saw Suyu looking over, he thought that Suyu wanted to kill him. His expression was grave and ugly as he said in a low voice, King of state of Zhou. Be it King of 100 battles or the new lord, they are all humans. Regardless of who wins or loses, is there any benefit to the human race? Why don't we work together to defeat one? Why, is there a need? The king of state of Zhou sighed. Then let me ask you, who is the lord? There has to be a primary and secondary after all. Even the ancient times were no exception. King Wen was so outstanding, but don't forget that there was only one emperor in the ancient times. Marquis Dingjun wanted to say something but hesitated. The king of state of Zhou sighed. What do you think? Marquis Dingjun struggled for a while before saying, according to what you said, this new lord is very powerful. But now, his strength is still far from that of a top-notch powerhouse. Marquis Dingjun took a deep breath and said, I know. From what you said, everything that the human race has now is all thanks to him. But we need King of 100 Battles strength. Why don't we have two lords at the same time? The King of State of Zhou smiled. Compared to before, these people seem to have changed. If it was before, or when they were just defeated, probably no one would mention this. But now, Marquis Dingjun said to have two lords at the same time. This was actually a very good start, but the King of State of Zhou also knew that this wasn't the result that Suyu wanted to hear. You mean that as long as Emperor Yu is stronger than King of 100 Battles, then you feel that Emperor Yu is more suitable? Marquis Dingjun was silent for a while and nodded slightly. I haven't had much contact with him. From what you said, I do feel that if he has the strength of King of 100 Battles, he can definitely do better. The King of State of Zhou smiled. I feel that he can quickly surpass King of 100 Battles. Marquis Dingjun hesitated. I'm just worried that if he progresses too quickly in the early stages, he might encounter a bottleneck in the later stages. This possibility isn't impossible. You see, he doesn't walk the conventional path of the fleshly body, so there's no future path to follow. Of course, he inherited King Wen's Tao of the Brush, so there's also a future path to follow. But is King Wen's Tao of the Brush really easier to control than the fleshly body? If not, then he can't become the master of the laws. He might not even be as strong as King of 100 Battles. Marquis Dingjun's thoughts were very clear. If Suyu was stronger than King of 100 Battles, then there was no doubt that Suyu was more suitable than King of 100 Battles. Even if he wasn't as strong as King of 100 Battles, Suyu was more suitable to be the master of the laws. More importantly, the difference in strength between the two sides was still enormous. He continued, I'm also worried that once King of 100 Battles is unsealed, I don't think he's the type to submit to. And King of 100 Battles, to tell the truth, is quite domineering. When the time comes, one side will have to give way. Otherwise, they'll make a ruckus. Marquis Dingjun smiled wryly. Before, we only wanted to live. King of 100 Battles was the only choice. Now that we have another choice, our chances of survival are even greater. This makes me hesitate. Tell me, this person, can't he be too satisfied? He said bitterly, I hope that the scene from the ancient times will appear again, with the human emperor as the master and the 4 kings as assistants. But if His Majesty can subdue the 4 kings, I'm worried. He was worried that Suyu wouldn't be able to subdue King of 100 Battles. Just as they were talking about this, Suyu, who had been looking over, had a slight fluctuation in his aura. The King of the Great Zhou and Marquis Dingjun instantly looked over at him in surprise. At this moment, Suyu suddenly materialized a Shenwen. The Shenwen constantly fluctuated. In the next moment, another Shenwen appeared. The universe. Yes, these were the 2 Shenwen. From top to bottom, to the 4 corners as the universe. Previously, Suyu outlined these 2 Shenwen, but there was no movement for a long time. Today, as Suyu pondered, and in the upper realm where the rules were turbid, Suyu suddenly had an epiphany. The skies of the myriad worlds didn't belong to him, but to the river of time. The skies of the dead souls domain didn't belong to him, but to the path of dead souls. But the skies of the upper realm didn't have a master. So, if I were to open a path, I would choose to do it here. Suyu understood, the upper realm was actually the best choice for him to open a path. However, the prerequisite was that he had to prepare enough power and rule power to open up and fill up the path. So, I must steal as much power as I can, so that I won't be connected to the river of time. But that way, I will have one less origin point. The path of dead souls and other paths are all opened from the river of time, origin point, civilization. At this moment, the word universe suddenly merged into the book. Cosmic civilization. Suyu stared blankly for a moment. This was an automatic fusion, because as he gained enlightenment, his will of civilization, this weapon he forged to prove his Tao, seemed to understand Suyu's thoughts as well. Cosmic civilization, this world, this world, this world, the civilizations of this world, should all be integrated into one. There should be heaven, earth, qi, life, death, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and all paths. One by one, the Shenwen quickly merged into the civilization. They were all integrated into the civilization along with some of his insights. In the end, Suyu was in a trance for a moment. In his mind, the original hundreds of Shenwen suddenly disappeared, leaving only one Shenwen. Yes, only the path of writing was left. As for the other divine characters, they were either broken or merged into the civilization records. The civilization's aura grew a little stronger. What? What is he doing? Marquis Dingjun was a little shocked. He could actually see that it seemed like he was enlightening. We are chatting here, and you are enlightening there? King of the state of Great Zhou also had a strange look in his eyes. What did Suyu comprehend after coming to the upper realm? Recently, he realized that Suyu was actually improving very quickly, constantly having his own insights. What was this person thinking about just now? King of the state of Great Zhou vaguely felt that the book in Suyu's hands might be terrifying in the end. At this moment, Suyu kept his book. In his sea of will, there was only one book and one Shenwen. These were his 2 paths. He had melted all the Daos. In the end, only 2 paths were left. When the Shenwen of Tribulation and Yin were incorporated into the civilization of the universe, Suyu made a decision. He would not open another path. Other than mastering the path of writing, he might work hard for this book for the rest of his life. He would open up his own path. Civilization of the universe. Forget it, let's call it civilization. Suyu laughed. Civilization of the universe did not sound good. Civilization would do. Civilization included everything. He was still laughing. In the distance, a little girl, Blue Sky, suddenly shouted, "Big brother Yu Huang, this old man Marquis Dingjun is bad. He said he wants to set up 2 masters and let you and Baijan be the boss." In the next moment, everyone inside the array looked at Suyu and Marquis Dingjun. Marquis Dingjun's expression changed slightly. He glanced at the little girl beside him. Just now, he did not pay much attention and almost ignored her existence. Marquis Dingjun's subordinates were all extremely nervous. They actually knew something, and at this moment, they suddenly became nervous. Would they die? Xing Hong, September, and the others were already in a heavy mood, and they vaguely wanted to make a move. Once Suyu gave the order, they would kill these people. Marquis Dingjun's expression also became heavier and heavier. This was because Suyu only looked at him without saying anything. That gaze, he did not know how to describe it. However, at this moment, he was actually a little afraid of Suyu's thoughts. He had lived for more than 100,000 years and had even met the human emperor. However, Suyu was actually very calm and did not care about this. After a moment, he said slowly, "Before Baijan is unsealed, you will serve me. If Baijan is unsealed, you can scram. But now, you will serve me." Suyu said calmly, "Because I saved you. If I did not kill that Dao integration demon, you would have been surrounded. You would have died soon, and all your subordinates would have died. I saved your life, so I don't ask for much. I will serve you until the upper realm opens. Do you have any objections?" "No." Marquis Dingjun's expression was solemn. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he said solemnly, "I am not the kind of person who takes advantage of my seniority. I just don't want to see internal strife and estrangement among the human race." Suyu said calmly, "This is not something you should care about. You are an old senior of the human race. I can respect you, but don't tell me what to do. A new dynasty has its own rules. If you are not used to it, you can leave after the upper realm opens." "I understand." Marquis Dingjun heaved a long sigh in his heart. Suyu did not continue. He looked at his subordinates and soon pointed at the white-haired old man. "You, come out. You can move around in the outside world and prepare to advance to the Dao integration stage. Everyone else, enter the weapon space. I also want to come out and fight." Suddenly, a young girl yelled from the crowd. Suyu's eyes turned extremely cold, and the Sun-Moon female's face instantly turned deathly pale. Marquis Dingjun's heart jolted with shock. Yu Huang, this is my daughter. She is still young and was born in the bright Moonflower Valley. She has never seen the outside world, Suyu's expression eased slightly. What a pitiful life. She was born in the bright Moonflower Valley and had never seen the outside world. If this was not pitiful, then what was? Previously, he felt that this girl was too bold. She actually interfered when he was giving the order. Now that he thought about it, he no longer cared about this. Her world was only as big as the bright Moonflower Valley. Suyu recalled what Bai Feng had said to him. The size of your world and the height of your horizons depended on what you saw and who you compared to. If you stayed in Southern Yuan for the rest of your life, then you would only see Soar. That's right, in Southern Yuan, you would only see Soar. Bai Feng's words had a great impact on Suyu. Therefore, he had always wanted to see a higher world, see stronger opponents, and participate in stronger battles. His horizons were constantly expanding and changing. It was not until he opened the heavenly gate that Suyu truly understood how high the sky was. If he did not open the heavenly gate, perhaps Suyu's horizons would still be limited to the Myriad world. If he did not open the heavenly gate, his pursuit in this life might be the realm of Tiangu and the others, sweeping across the world and becoming invincible. The thought flashed in his mind. Suyu calmly said, "You and Xianxia will move together and see the sky of the outside world. See how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The so-called upper realm is just a group of caged birds. Whether it is the upper realm, the lower realm, or the dead soul world, the current sky is the highest sky in the lower realm." Everyone actually did not understand. Even Marquis Dingjun did not understand. However, at this moment, Marquis Dingjun's expression changed slightly. He suddenly said these words. This old official has heard someone say it. Suyu looked at him. Marquis Dingjun swallowed his saliva. I remember, many years ago, the human emperor held a banquet with his subjects. On the 9th floor of the starry mansion, he looked towards the sky and said something. His Majesty the human emperor said, in this world, the sky of the Myriad world is the highest, and the dead soul world is the second. If the human race wants to truly rise, they must open their own sky and be their own master. After that banquet, the human race developed the upper realm with all their might. In the end, before they could finish developing, they were destroyed in the ancient times. Suyu smiled and nodded. Because the human emperor saw everything you did not see and comprehended everything you did not comprehend. This is very normal. If the human race wants to completely rise, they indeed need to open their own sky and be their own master. These words are the truth of the great Tao. After saying this, he smiled and said, there are probably not many people who can truly understand it. I hope that in the future, there will be people by my side who can understand it. The king of the great Zhou did not speak. Lan Tian ate his lollipop and thought for a while. He giggled and said, there are indeed not many people who can understand it. Don't worry, big brother Emperor Yu, I somewhat understand it. The sky of the Myriad world is high, but no matter how high it is, I will plant a needle into it and cover its sky. Suyu smiled. Suddenly, he did not know why he was smiling. After a long time, he laughed heartily and said, fellow Taoist Lan Tian is a person of my Tao. If fellow Taoist is a little more serious, I think I might be more willing to have a chat with fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, Suyu rarely used this term to address someone. Today, however, he called Lan Tian as fellow Taoist. Lan Tian giggled and said, big brother Emperor Yu is really bad. I am very serious, go to hell. Suyu laughed and glanced at the king of the great Zhou. Seeing that he was deep in thought, he smiled and said, King of the great Zhou, try to comprehend more. Otherwise, after some time, fellow Taoist Lan Tian will definitely leave you far behind. Including Wanfu Prefect, he will definitely surpass you. That is a fortunate thing. The king of the great Zhou also smiled and said, I am slow-witted. It is only because of some opportunities that I have come this far. Compared to Emperor Yu, I am naturally far behind. Suyu smiled and did not say anything more. Today, he did not say too much about the Marquis of Steadfast. He only let the Marquis of Steadfast follow him. If not for the fact that it was not convenient to send him to the lower worlds now, he would have sent him away. It was just that there was no suitable opportunity, so he kept him by his side. As his horizons increased, what Marquis of Steadfast? What King of 100 Battles? To put it bluntly, Suyu's pursuit was not here. He suppressed the king of the Great Zhou and the others again and again purely because he hoped that no one would go against him during this period of time. He was worthy of his position as the mortal lord, otherwise, he could not be bothered with who would be the mortal lord. The so-called status and power were all a joke. If this world was mine, what human emperor? What human lord? It was all a joke. Let's do it this way then. Xiu said quickly, change to another place as our base. The Burying Soul Mountain is not suitable. There are too many people here. Once something happens, it will be easy for others to discover that this is the passageway to the lower worlds. They could not stay in this place for long. As he spoke, he looked at the Marquis of Steadfast and said, Marquis of Steadfast, you are an old man. Which place in the upper realms do you think is suitable to be our base? The more dangerous the better. It would be best if even the heavenly king's life is in danger. As he spoke, he smiled and said, forget about the dangerous place like the Bright Moonflower Valley. It is a threat to ordinary Dao integration cultivators, but it is not much of a threat to us. The Marquis of Steadfast smiled bitterly. What did he say? That was a place that he had finally found with great difficulty, but now it was said to be worthless. Even so, he quickly said, if you want to talk about danger, there is a place that is indeed dangerous. Speak. The chaotic mountain in the west of the upper realms. As the Marquis of Steadfast spoke, he felt a little embarrassed. Forget it, this place is too dangerous. Not only him, the king of the Great Zhou's expression also changed slightly. Chaotic mountain, he glanced at the Marquis of Steadfast, and this time, he could not help but say in a low voice, nonsense. You are already so old, do you want to bury us there? Chaotic mountain? So you did not mind. After thinking for a while, he had some general impression of it. This was the memory of Marquis Yunxing and the others. Xiu smiled and said, rumor has it that even the master of the laws does not dare to enter the chaotic mountain? The Marquis of Steadfast said awkwardly, yes, that's what I said. Because of the legends, there are many treasures there, and also many dangers. Of course, Wan does not dare to step into it, that's why I said this, the king of Great Zhou quickly said, no. Emperor Yu, I do know a little about the chaotic mountain. This place was the place where the human clan cleaned up the upper realms and expelled some powerful existences. Some of these powerful existences were like the desolate heavenly beasts, from the time when the heavens were opened. After that, I don't know if he was killed, but there is no news of him. As he spoke, he was silent for a moment before continuing, this place is an extremely dangerous place. Back then, King Wen punished the prison king here. The prison king made a mistake, so King Wen punished him to the chaotic mountain and guarded the gates of hell for 10,000 years. Suyu's eyes flickered. He did not have any impression of this, so it was obvious that Marquis Yunxing and the others did not know about this. The Marquis of Steadfast was also surprised, when did this happen? The king of Great Zhou said solemnly, the last years of the ancient times. The prison king did not actually guard for 10,000 years. He was quickly transferred back by the human emperor and pardoned of his crimes. At that time, King Wen had already left, so there was not much of a commotion. Not many people even knew about this. The prison king had only left for less than 1,000 years. Everyone thought that he was in seclusion, but in reality, he was not. After the prison king returned, I saw him once from afar. The king of Great Zhou took a deep breath, terror, resentment, hatred. The prison king's betrayal of the human clan is probably related to this matter. The prison king betrayed the human clan? The Marquis of Steadfast was stunned once again, what betrayal? The king of Great Zhou said impatiently, you don't know anything. You have lived from the ancient times until now for nothing. That's normal. Your position is too low, and your strength is too weak. The ancient Marquis is still so weak even now. Of course you don't know. The Marquis of Steadfast almost couldn't catch his breath. I am an ancient Marquis. In the crowd, his daughter also had a strange look in her eyes. Her father had always been talking about the glory of the ancient times and his lofty status. She also felt that her father, the ancient Marquis, had a very high status. After all, the human emperor, the king of the four extremes, and the emperor of the ancient one had interacted with her father before. The emperor of the one had to be polite to him when he saw him. But today, why did he suddenly feel that his father was bragging? From the looks of it, his father's status in the ancient times didn't seem to be too high. Not to mention that he didn't know anything, his strength. It didn't seem to be strong either. Everyone present was stronger than him. The imposing image of his father collapsed a little. So you didn't care about this. The king of Great Zhou knew a lot of things from the human emperor's documents, but he rarely said it. Perhaps he felt that it was useless or unnecessary. At the critical moment, he could dig out something. So you smiled, gates of hell? The king of Great Zhou nodded. I don't know the exact situation. I only know that in the chaotic mountain, there is a door called the gates of hell. I don't know where it is, and I don't know what it is like. However, it has something to do with His Majesty the human emperor and King Wen. When they developed the upper realms, they might have reached some agreement with some ancient existences. The gates of hell might be a door, or maybe it's a boundary. Boundary? Su Yu frowned slightly. The king of Great Zhou said in a deep voice, it might be a dividing line drawn by those ancient existences and the human race. The side of the gates of hell was the territory of the human race, and the other side was the territory of the ancient existences. I'm not sure if that's the case, but the Hell King has been guarding there for 1,000 years. He might have been injured, or he might have experienced a great battle. I don't recommend going there. He said solemnly, there must be a lot of treasures over there. Needless to say, the danger would be terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, there should be quite a few giant beasts from the primordial era there, or even giant beasts from the opening of the heavens, hibernating, or still maintaining a turbid state, never waking up. Su Yu laughed, there are still so many fun places in the upper realms. Then no one can go in? Marquis Dingjun thought for a moment and said, not really. We should still be able to go in, but only in the periphery. Even if it's in the periphery, one doesn't dare to rashly enter. More than 3,000 years ago, there was actually an expert of the human race who entered. It was in Beiho. Back then, Beiho brought his people in to take refuge and avoid Wan's pursuit. He lived in the chaotic mountain for over 100 years until he came out a few times to attack Wan and was encircled by Wan again. As he spoke, he sighed with emotion. I mentioned the chaotic mountain because of the second encirclement. Beiho and Wan fought a great battle in the chaotic mountain. In that battle, Beiho died, but Wan lost a total of 7 Dao integration stage cultivators. Marquis Dingjun sighed, Beiho actually didn't have the strength to kill 7 Dao integration stage cultivators, but in the middle of the battle, 3 or 4 primordial beasts came out from the depths of the chaotic mountain. They might have been disturbed, but in the end, they also joined the battle. The battle was earth-shattering, and in the end, Beiho and Wan's 7 Dao integration stage cultivators all died in battle. 2 of the primordial beasts also died. From then on, that place became a forbidden area for Wan. Su Yu was surprised. I didn't know about this again. He smiled and said, since you can go in, then why don't you guys go in? Wan probably doesn't dare to kill his way in, right? He doesn't dare. Marquis Dingjun nodded. Then, he said awkwardly, however, more than 1,000 years ago, the human race, Marquis Lei Xiao, also wanted to take refuge there and avoid Wan's pursuit. Then, less than half a day after entering, there was news of his death. Wan didn't even chase after him in before he died. The king of Great Zhou was flustered and exasperated. Then why did you encourage us to go in? Are you one of the Hell King's men? No, don't misunderstand, Marquis Dingjun explained, I only suggested it because of what Emperor Yu said. Because Marquis Lei Zhao's strength is about the same as mine, and the few of you. Your strength is very strong. I think that if you want to talk about safety, it might be over there. In any case, Wan doesn't dare to go in and explore. If he is only active in the periphery, he looked at the little girl that Lan Tian had transformed into and didn't say anything. He felt that if this person was here, it wouldn't be too dangerous to move around in the periphery. Moreover, he could avoid Wan's eyes and ears and avoid Wan's pursuit. Even if he knew that they were in the chaotic mountain, Wan wouldn't dare to barge in. As for Su Yu, his eyes flickered for a moment before he smiled. Alright, then let's go over there and take a look. Don't worry, I have no interest in seeking death. I'll find a place to set up camp in the periphery. Chaotic mountain. There's nothing else in the upper realm. The original ecology is very well maintained. In the myriad worlds, you can't see such a dangerous place with such an original ecology. The so-called dangerous places are only dangerous places created by some people later on. Simply put, the upper realm was too barbaric. This damned place, in the ancient times, was a borderline place. It was only now, because of the strict rules of the lower realm, that it became the upper realm that everyone spoke of. So you liked the original ecology. It would definitely be helpful to him in comprehending the great Tao. If he didn't experience the wilderness left behind after opening the heavens, how would he be able to reopen the great Tao of heaven and earth? As for danger, the upper realm was filled with danger. Emperor Yu, the king of Great Zhou, wanted to persuade him again, but Suyu smiled and said, "Alright, I know what you're thinking. I don't want to court death either, but this place is indeed suitable for us. Let's go take a look. If it's too dangerous, then we'll change places. If we can deal with it, then stay. Only after finding the nest can we get down to business." Business? The king of Great Zhou actually wanted to say, "Do you know what the business is? What the hell is the business?" This time, he came up to take a look at the situation and act according to the situation. If there was an advantage, he would take it. If there wasn't, he would leave. Let's go, Blue Sky. Clean up everything that's left here and leave a clone here. The rest of you, enter the weapon space first. Blue Sky, leave your clone to me. Don't lose it. If you lose it, it won't be easy to find it. King of Great Zhou, shield our aura and shield us from the outside world, so you gave out orders one after another. Very quickly, a group of people cleaned up everything in the buried Soul Mountain and quickly rushed towards the chaotic mountain. On the way, Marquis Dingjun actually wanted to say a few times, "Unseal me." Alright, everyone might have forgotten, or done it on purpose. In any case, no one mentioned it. Marquis Dingjun was helpless. These fellows from the lower realms were all very distant from him. The only one he could chat with was the king of Great Zhou. Because he suggested coming to the chaotic mountain, he ignored him now. He, who was previously the master of a region, was now a lackey. He had no right to speak at all. Alright, Marquis Dingjun muttered in his heart. He was too tired. After fleeing for 6,000 years, he was trembling with fear and didn't dare to sleep day and night. He almost couldn't hold on any longer. At this moment, being someone's lackey, it didn't seem to be bad. Finally, he didn't need to worry so much anymore. There was no need to think about it anymore. In the next moment, Juan would be here. Where should I hide? With a self-deprecating expression, he saw his daughter, who had been allowed to walk out, sneaking glances at Suyu. His head was as big as a cow's. What are you looking at? Don't look, we can't afford to provoke this kind of person. Didn't you see that these Dao integration experts were all taken care of, even though he wasn't too familiar with Suyu? At this moment, Marquis Dingjun also understood one thing. He couldn't afford to provoke a heaven-defying person who could suppress people like Tiangu in the lower realms. Tiangu, Jiwu, and Demon Halberd were all monsters. In the end, all of them were sealed and waiting for reinforcements. If this news spread out, the entire upper realm would be shaken. Guqi, Shirtai, Space, and the fated kin all worked for him, as well as the guards, causing Marquis Dingjun to have even more ideas. King of 100 battles, other than being stronger, his methods were truly inferior to this person. Marquis Dingjun was even worried that if this person became stronger, would King of 100 battles be toyed to death by him? Forget it, I'm just a vanguard. I don't care about these things. He didn't think about it anymore. He would leave these matters to the other human marquises to worry about. End of chapter 701. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.